Sergei tried various methods, even sending out to teams of tree spirits to risk their lives, trying to lure the lickers away from the tribe. Unfortunately, it had no effect. The lickers had already identified their target and, after chasing for a while, they turned back to continue attacking the barrier. No, their speed in killing the lickers was simply too slow. Sergei furrowed his brow. The battle situation was extremely unfavorable for them. The lickers' regenerative ability could almost be described as terrifying. Even attacks boosted by high-level natural spells couldn't deal fatal damage to them. What to do? A light blue glow appeared again in the center of the habitat. The power of the divine tree dimension was activated once again. In the distance, Fang Heng led a group of Blood Clan members watching from afar until they saw the power of the divine tree being activated again. Fang Heng raised his hand and said, "Let's go." Yes. The Blood Clan princes and dukes all nodded in unison. This time they finally understood. The leash tactics, right? The Blood Clan had always been a lawful clan, not to mention that Fang Heng's influence within the Blood Clan had even exceeded that of the Blood Clan's progenitor. In the clan, Fang Heng's word was law. Let's just follow along. Have fun. Fang Heng could see clearly that the Leaf Clan was unwilling to engage in a war of attrition with him, so he consecutively activated the power of nature twice, each time with increasing intensity. It could be understood as a warning. The more they warned, the more Fang Heng could see the Leaf Clan's unease. He understood very well. Temporarily enhancing the power of the divine tree would deplete the power of the dimension. This thing was very precious. Just wasting it, not to mention the Leaf Clan, even looking at it made him feel a bit distressed. What a waste. It would be great if it could be absorbed by Apayarudra. Compared to that, his lickers could resurrect indefinitely. If they continued to deplete each other like this, the Leaf Clan definitely wouldn't hold out. After the power of the divine tree sea erupted for the second time, the output capability of the tree spirits increased threefold instantly. The efficiency of killing also improved slightly. Natural arrows were now able to pose a threat to the lickers' lives. The Leaf Clan guards had just gained some confidence, preparing to engage in a big battle. The lickers retreated once again swiftly. Chase. After several provocations, Sergei also couldn't control his emotions, immediately leading the clan members forward to chase and kill the lickers. Unfortunately, the rate of killing was still too slow. For the lickers, losing a few hundred individuals among tens of thousands was like a drop in the bucket. Halfway through the pursuit, Sergei's pupil suddenly shrank, looking up abruptly. Doom. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a series of intensive blood-colored explosives fell from the sky. Not good. It's an ambush. As they chased all the way, Sergei's team had moved away from the coverage of the divine tree's power, and the positive buff effect they had received from the divine tree mostly disappeared. Doom. Boom boom. The dense soul explosives fell into the group of tree spirits, causing mass casualties. Be careful. The enemy is above. The Leaf Clan immediately retaliated with natural arrows towards the sky. The Blood Clan princes and dukes dodged the incoming arrows, or if unable to avoid, directly used the Blood Clan's barrier to resist. Losing the protection of the divine tree, the Blood Clan clearly felt that the battle became even more difficult. The lickers soon followed up. The already chaotic group of tree spirits became even more disordered. Sergei frowned, realizing it was a bad situation. They had run into an ambush. Sergei and several clan elders glanced at the sky, revealing astonishment in their eyes. What was the situation with the group of humans hovering in the air? They had thought only Fang Heng could manipulate Chan blood, but they didn't expect there were so many like him. Since when did humans possess this kind of strange ability? Retreat. Sergei made the immediate decision to retreat. The current situation was not good. They had already entered the enemy's encirclement. If they continued like this, it would be even harder to break through if surrounded by the lickers. HMPH. In secret, a pair of cold eyes stare at Sergei and his group. Since they had come all this way, why let them run? No one left behind. Psychic impact. Blood manipulation. Fang Heng had already selected his target, immediately using his skills continuously on one of the elders in the group. In the Leaf Clan's group, an elder suddenly sensed something, his mind going blank. When he regained consciousness, he was shocked to find that his blood was flowing uncontrollably through his body. What the heck was happening? Amidst the chaos, the legion of tree spirits guards was quickly retreating. Upon noticing one elder within the group behaving strangely, hesitating for a moment, he was then brutally tackled by two incoming lickers hashed to the ground. Elder Nanu, Several nearby Leaf Clan guards immediately rushed to assist, pushing back the attacking Lickers and helping up Elder Nanu. Nanu tightly clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He was struggling to control the rapidly boiling blood within his body. Elder, you. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, a dense barrage of blood explosives from the sky rained down on the position of Elder Nanu. Elder Nanu and several surrounding Leaf Clan guards were instantly struck by the blood explosives, flying out and sustaining severe injuries. The tree spirits had mostly fought individual battles relying on their strong personal capabilities, almost with no tactical coordination. Being able to focus fire at any time was already considered good. This time, Sergei had led a large group of over 500 people from the clan. Amidst the chaos, it was difficult to notice a few individuals falling behind. After all, with over 500 people, casualties were expected. As long as they could ensure the safety of the majority, it was fine. He couldn't afford to delay the retreat of the entire large force just because of a few casualties. A Yi tribe guard hurriedly approached, whispering, "Elder, we have discovered that Elder Nanu is missing." Sergei froze, turning sharply and demanding, "What did you say? What do you mean missing?" The Yi tribe guard looked uneasy, explaining quietly, "We were counting heads. We did not find Elder Nanu." Hearing this, Sergei and two other Yi tribe elders beside him had a slight change in their expressions. Elder Nanu was a senior elder within the tribe, not at the top in terms of strength, but definitely not weak. How could he have silently perished in that recent chaotic battle? Looking back, the area behind them had already been completely engulfed by a group of red lickers. Should they go back to search for Elder Nanu, they might even get stuck in there themselves. Those humans. Sergei suppressed his inner rage, a faint sense of fear creeping into his heart. If even Elder Nanu had silently died in the chaos, would he be next? Let's retreat back to the tribe. Yes. In the main hall of the Yi tribe settlement, Senzo learned of Elder Nanu's disappearance in battle. Instantly furious, Fang Heng dared to do that. Report. A tribesman hastily approached and reported, "The lickers are attacking again." "They're back again? Enough is enough." Senzo's veins stood out on the hand clutching the vine chair in anger. This was too much. The Yi tribe guard almost touched the ground with his head, whispering, There's also." Senzo's gaze turned cold, his voice low. "Also what?" The Yi tribe guard cautiously swallowed, not daring to look up. "We are being hit by beam strikes from the Federation's long range." Meanwhile, outside the settlement barriers, the human reinforcement team had finally arrived. Setting aside everything else, the Federation was very skilled in suppressing with long-range firepower. With the mutated tyrants in the front lines drawing fire, the humans, 5 kilometers away in the back lines, directly deployed long-range beam strikes in a targeted manner, followed by charging and more outpost. Stone Yan's psychic squad was responsible for coordination, mainly protecting the Federation's beam combat machinery. Through Fang Heng's remote monitoring, the Federation command could roughly understand the situation on the front lines. The defense barrier outside the Yi tribe settlement was under severe threat from the zombie horde and beam weapons, constantly trembling violently. Honestly, the newly arrived Federation was also quite surprised, thinking it was a counterattack, only to find out the counterattack had led them to the enemy's main camp. And it seemed like the enemy couldn't even resist. No one could have predicted that the Yi tribe would be pushed to this extent, forced to hunker down and defend behind the barrier. Fang Heng still hadn't made a move, observing not too far away. A game prompt appeared. Hint: player captures Yi tribe Elder Nanu. Player gains 20,000 tree spirit tribal reputation points. Fang Heng glanced at the prompt. Capturing another tree spirit tribe elder gave him an extra bargaining chip. After several skirmishes, Fang Heng realized that the dimension energy stored by the Yi tribe's divine tree was still considerable. He estimated it would be difficult to deplete it in a short time, and even the Yi tribe's Grand Elder Senzo hadn't made an appearance yet. Most likely, the Yi tribe still had cards to play. It seemed a bit challenging to break through now. At least the divine tree's dimensional enhancement wasn't enough. It was necessary to be prepared on both fronts. Engage in a fight now. It was fine to lose. Display one's strength to secure a more favorable position in negotiations. The harder they fought, the better chance they would have in obtaining more divine tree leaf dimension marks in the following negotiations. Once they had the dimensional marks, in the end, when they returned after a few days, the dimension power would likely reach LV 17, probably enough to crush the entire Yi tribe by then. steady. However, Fang Heng had not anticipated that the Human Federation had remote beam targeting weapons, which they had even warped in from a distance using spatial traversal systems. This type of weapon required some time to lock onto targets and unleash consecutive high-intensity energy beam strikes once calibrated. With its assistance, the energy levels of the external barriers of the Yi tribe settlement were rapidly plummeting. Visibly, the external barrier was showing severe tremors. Fang Heng, I know you're there. Come out. A furious shout resounded from the Tree Spirit tribe settlement. Fang Heng furrowed his brows slightly, looking ahead. It was Senzo's voice, that old man. The Blood tribe members shifted their gazes towards Fang Heng. He stroked his chin, pretending not to hear and ignoring the call. It was not time for negotiations yet. Doom. Boom boom. The damage from the concentrated attacks of the Federation's beam weapons was considerable. After four backhand fourth strikes, the Divine Tree's dimensional power ceased to radiate. Without the dimensional power boost, the external barriers of the Yi tribe settlement crumbled under the onslaught of the zombie horde and the Federation's beam firepower, falling into a state of recharge and restart. We did it. Inside the Federation Command Center, the scene of the shattered barrier elated the higher-ups. Wow, they had never managed to obliterate a Tree Spirit tribe even when cooperating with other clans before, and now they had a chance to completely wipe out a whole Tree Spirit tribe. Fang Heng continued to observe the calm Yi tribe settlement from a distance, his brows slightly furrowed. After breaking through the outer barrier, the Yi tribe guards retreated back instantly, and the scene transformed back to the appearance of a primeval forest. The Tree Spirit tribe had launched a trap by abandoning the outer shield, luring them in, and trying to make use of the Divine Tree's power for a wave attack. Fang Heng had to consider all possibilities. Command. Mr. Fang Heng, go ahead. Is the beam weapon targeting still active? Strike the camp first. Understood. 2 minutes later, after a delay, the long-range beam weapons fired a barrage at the internal area of the Tree Spirit tribe settlement. Doom. Boom boom boom. The interior area of the Yi tribe settlement instantly turned into a dust storm, with continuous explosions causing the ground to shake violently. The visible structures within the settlement crumbled under the bombardment, becoming a ruin. However, after the explosions, the Yi tribe settlement fell into a silence, as if the area they bombed was just an ordinary part of the primeval forest. Fang Heng quickly realized it. He remembered when he came last time, entering the cultivation area of the Divine Tree with Ovi's guidance. That area was deep underground. Therefore, it was highly probable that the central areas of the Yi tribe were also established deep underground. At the next moment, huge vine thorns pierced out from the ground inside the Yi tribe, entangling and immobilizing a large number of lickers who couldn't dodge in time. Now is the time. Get rid of them. At the same time, Sergei, who had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity for a fatal blow, shouted and pounced out first. Numerous enemies ambushed in the dark also revealed their forms at this moment, releasing arrows towards the entangled lickers. HMPH, using the advantage of the terrain. This move is indeed not bad. Fang Heng snorted, opened the communicator, and said in a deep voice, Command, maintain the coordinates, request for cover fire. Immediately, command received. The attack will arrive in 30 seconds. Please be careful to dodge. At the next moment, Fang Heng stepped into a secondary spatial projection. When 30 seconds were up, a dense array of beams shot from a distance. What? Sergei's pupils suddenly tightened. It was an indiscriminate attack. He thought that by luring the enemies into the habitat for close combat, the enemies would be concerned about injuring their own and would stop using long-range beam weapons. But it turned out the enemy didn't care at all. Doom. Boom boom boom. A series of beams landed, explosions resounding. Some Yi tribe members, along with the Licker group, who were unable to dodge in time, were bombarded by the Federal's beam weapons. Over 10 Yi tribe members were turned into ashes under the high temperature caused by the beams, while the rest were severely injured. As for the Lickers, after a wave of heavy injuries, they staggered on the ground, and once their vitality recovered, they once again energetically rushed towards the injured Yi tribe guards. Hiss, hiss. The vines on the ground rapidly shot out again, swiftly stabbing towards the Licker group. Sergei's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the injured comrades and said, in a low voice, we must not let them approach the sacred tree territory. Get rid of them. Yes. At the next moment, a green light shone brightly. The power of the Yi tribe's sacred tree was once again activated. A layer of vines rapidly grew on the ground, and the ruined forest seemed to bloom with vitality again, covering the scorched earth with green, quickly spreading towards the liquor group. In the meantime, in the underground area of the Yi tribe habitat, observing the situation outside through a mirror, including Senzo, the 3 senior elders within the tribe remained silent. Senzo, the consecutive use of the dimensional power of the sacred tree imposes a great burden on us. Another elder frowned, unhappily. The attack by the Federation caught us off guard this time. I've said it before. Senzo, we shouldn't trust humans. As they were discussing, a faint light radiated from the teleportation channel on the right side of the Great Hall. Vanis rushed back with his group in haste from the inner world. Grand Elder, what has happened? Vanis previously went into the inner world to investigate the attack on the Shrine of Prayer, but on his way back, he learned that the Yi tribe habitat was under attack, so he promptly returned with his team to provide support. It's Fang Heng. The liquor group is attacking our habitat, and the Federation has also joined this attack. What? Vanis's eyes showed extreme shock. Fang Heng is still alive, and he dares to come knocking on our door. Grand Elder, I will go and bring him back. With both new and old grievances, Vanis immediately stepped forward to volunteer. Senzo remained silent, turned to look at the mirror projection to the side. The arrangements have been completed. In the projection, the Honorable Elder Yuri nodded. The sensing of the sacred tree space has been activated. When he shows up, I will use the power of the sacred tree to lock the space within our territory, pinpoint his location, and leave him with nowhere to escape. Vanis, you have heard it. Go. Bring Fang Heng back. Senzo gestured with his hand. He is something we need. We want him captured alive. At these words, Vanis, filled with vigor, said firmly, Leave it to me. I will definitely bring him back. It turns out everything was under the control of the Grand Elder Senzo. In the previous battles, Fang Heng seemed to have been trapped in a dire situation but managed to escape time and again. Judging from the spatial energy fluctuation sensed, Fang Heng mostly used some special spatial abilities. Grand Elder Senzo must have discerned this and, at the cost of the destruction of the Yi tribe's outer habitat, deliberately lured Fang Heng out to ensnare him. As long as they can cut off Fang Heng's ability to escape, they can certainly bring him back. Follow me. Vanis gestured, leading his elite team out of the hall to pursue Fang Heng. Just as they left the central area of the underground, they saw the external surroundings had turned into ruins, with their homes engulfed in flames. Vanis clenched his fists, eyes glaring with anger. The liquor group was rampaging within the habitat, causing continuous destruction, with occasional long-range beam attacks from the Federation hitting the habitat, causing extensive explosive damage. Sergei was using the power of the sacred tree to help the Yi tribe guards clear out the invading liquor group. A guard asked in a low voice, Elder Vanis, how do we find Fang Heng? Damn it. Vanis now also realized the problem. The battlefield area was neither too big nor too small, and if Fang Heng appeared on the battlefield, they would definitely sense it. But what if he snuck in alone? How would they find him then? Vanis was not adept at dealing with such situations, and the mere thought of it gave him a headache. Do you have any ideas? His subordinates were also stumped, standing still and pondering, before finally suggesting, I think we can start from understanding Fang Heng's purpose in invading our habitat. Purpose? Vanis's eyes lit up. That's right. The Leaf of Life. That kid, Fang Heng, repeatedly mentioned the Leaf of Life, so his attack on their habitat was very likely related to the Leaf of Life. In the hidden underground warehouse. Let's go. To the warehouse. Unaware that the tree spirits had devised a plan to deal with him, Fang Heng was heading towards the direction where he sensed the power fluctuations of the sacred tree. The surface was in chaos at the moment, with the Yi tribe's attention focused on dealing with the liquors and the Federation. Perhaps he could take advantage of this situation to sneak in again. Stepping out once more from the secondary spatial projection, Fang Heng had arrived deep in the passage beneath the Yi tribe's habitat. He had been here once before, when Ovi brought him over to meet the Honorable Elder Yuri of the Tree Spirits in a cultivation area of the sacred tree. It's strange, their eyesight is extremely strong, but that person seems to be hidden in the darkness, making it hard to see his face clearly. Stop. The guard was extremely vigilant, about to investigate the identity of the other person, when suddenly, there was a puff sound in his ear. Turning his head, he saw another guard next to him as if hit heavily, spitting out blood from his mouth. his face as pale as paper, his body slowly falling against the wall. What's going on? Not good. It's that person. The guard turned his head again. As he saw the figure of Fang Heng clearly, the guard was astonished, raising his hand to shoot 2 natural arrows towards Fang Heng. It's Fang Heng. However, his attack this time was too slow. Between the two, they were only 5 meters apart. Dang! A powerful force of blood, with a strong smell, exploded behind Fang Heng, forming a huge blood curtain. The Yi clan guard watched as the natural arrows he released struck the blood curtain, making only a puff sound before completely dissolving. He watched helplessly as a blood curtain enveloped him, shrouding and engulfing him, until gray smoke emerged from the blood mass. In a moment, the blood recondensed, forming into a shape resembling a short sword behind Fang Heng. I hope he isn't discovered. After dealing with the Yi clan guards, Fang Heng muttered quietly, taking a few steps forward, his gaze fixed on the entrance of a grand hall in front of him. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Heng entered a secondary spatial projection. Returning to the territory of the sacred tree cultivation, Fang Heng did not immediately leave the secondary spatial projection, but carefully observed his surroundings. Julio. Fang Heng immediately saw Elder Julio, the honorable Yi clan, before the sacred tree, controlling a magic array along with more than 10 elite Yi clan members. A sacred tree sapling about over a meter tall continuously radiated circles of light in the center of the magic array. It seems there are no other guards. Currently, the entire Yi clan habitat was in a state of extreme crisis. All the hands the Yi clan could spare were sent out for external support. Julio never expected that Fang Heng would have the audacity to sneak into the sacred tree cultivation area directly. Similarly, in order to control the power of the sacred tree sapling, Julio and his group were highly focused and did not notice the faint spatial energy fluctuations from outside. Fang Heng carefully observed every corner of the grand hall. When he came here last time, he secretly observed, it seems like the ceremonial bottle was taken out of the warehouse behind. Let's go check it out. Fang Heng continued to maintain the state of the secondary spatial projection, bypassing Julio and the others in the center of the hall from a distance, heading towards the rear hidden warehouse of the grand hall. Soon, he entered the rear built-in warehouse of the grand hall. Fang Heng left the secondary spatial projection and carefully searched the area. Found it. Ceremonial jars. There were 2 ceremonial jars in the corner of the warehouse. In addition to that, there were some ordinary sacred tree cultivation ceremonial items, most of which did not provide any attribute bonuses. Only 1 or 2 items could increase the success rate of the magic array. Not very useful. Fang Heng didn't have time to inspect thoroughly. Following the principle of not leaving empty-handed, he packed them into his backpack to take away first. After a thorough search, Fang Heng made one last check of the entire warehouse, confirming that nothing was overlooked before leaving. Unfortunately, he did not find the sacred tree branches and leaves. Back in the grand hall, Fang Heng concealed himself at the entrance of the warehouse, observing Julio and his group from a distance. Strange. The sacred tree branches and leaves were not hidden in the warehouse, so where could they be hidden? His main purpose of coming here was to find the sacred tree branches and leaves. It was quite a pity to only find 2 jars of ceremonial items after finally exploring the sacred tree cultivation ground. Otherwise, Fang Heng's gaze drifted towards the sacred tree sapling in the center of the magic array. Since he was already here, why not consider taking away the sacred tree sapling of the Yi clan directly? This thing could also be absorbed by a Bechialia, and the effect is significant. But is this too risky? Not to mention the elder Julio guarding the sacred tree sapling is quite powerful. He also had to safely escort the sacred tree sapling away. It's too difficult. Fang Heng felt a bit hesitant. Should he just give up? However, as soon as this thought arose, it lingered in his mind like a temptation of a demon, unable to be shaken off. Let's do it. Might as well take a gamble. In the worst case, if he fails, he can run away. Swish. Fang Heng immediately made a decision, his right eye's pupils spinning rapidly with alchemical magic circles. Elder Julio himself had strong perception abilities, but at this moment, due to the external combat fluctuations affecting him, combined with his intensive focus on controlling the magic array, he did not notice any traces of spatial fluctuations. The first to notice the anomaly was the Yi clan guard who controlled the magic array for the sacred tree sapling. For some reason, the magic array suddenly accelerated uncontrollably. Sensing that something was amiss, everyone turned to look at Elder Julio. Has the magic array malfunctioned? Giulio also noticed the abnormality in the flow of the magic array. Feeling puzzled, he diverted some of his mental energy to investigate. What's going on? Why is the magic array accelerating uncontrollably? It didn't seem like it was caused by an external influence, rather it seemed like the magic array was speeding up autonomously. Why now? Giulio couldn't afford to think any further, focusing his mind to suppress the abnormality of the magic array. After some suppression, the state of the magic array improved slightly, but as soon as Giulio relaxed his mental suppression, the magic array began to accelerate rapidly. No, something's wrong. Suddenly, Giulio's eyebrows raised, feeling a violent impact on his mind, making him unable to focus instantly. What? Tough. In the brief moment of mental lapse, when Giulio came back to his senses, the other elite Yi clan members controlling the magic arrays all spewed blood from their mouths and flew out. At the same time, Giulio felt a cold wind rushing toward him from behind. Doom. At this critical moment, Giulio gathered the force of nature and suddenly burst out, visible green waves spreading outwards from Giulio as the center. Elder Yuryu's skill release ended, and he was unable to move. Immediately, over 10 blood thorns viciously hit him from behind, causing his face to turn extremely pale. Fang Heng. Yuryu slowly turned around and saw that the visitor was none other than Fang Heng, his pupils flashing with a mix of surprise and anger. Originally planned by the senior elder Senzo to trap a turtle, Yuryu did not expect Fang Heng to be so bold as to appear before him. Elder Yuryu. Long time no see, Fang Heng sneered, lightly tapping his foot on the ground and quickly darting towards the sapling in the center of the magic array. Delusional, Yuryu roared, pressing his hands down violently. Around the sapling, more than 10 wooden dragons, over 10 meters long each, swiftly emerged from the ground around the magic array. The wooden dragons roared and charged towards Fang Heng from various directions in the sky. Swiftly, Fang Heng once again entered the secondary spatial projection to evade. Huh, what? Fang Heng's mind stirred. Hint. Due to special force influence, the player cannot currently enter the secondary spatial projection. Special force influence? Fang Heng suddenly raised his head, looking towards the sapling emitting a green light in the front. Not good. The space has been restricted. Boom. Boom. The next moment, 2 wooden dragons from the left and right roar as they collided, sending Fang Heng flying backwards. Dang. Fang Heng was heavily slammed against the wall, causing a deep, spider-web-like dent to appear on the wall. At the same time, the entire hall was filled with a green light. Fang Heng struggled to get up, lifted his head, and looked towards Elder Yuryu. Surrounded by 12 swimming wooden dragons, the wounds on his body rapidly healing visibly under the attack of the wooden dragons. Yuryu also stared at Fang Heng intently, with a heavy expression. This was not his first time seeing Fang Heng. Compared to the last time, Fang Heng's aura had increased significantly. Moreover, he had just been attacked by Fang Heng while controlling the magic array, causing some serious internal injuries. However, it was not a big issue. All he needed to do was delay a little, and Senzo would soon come to support. In the main hall, the elder Senzo saw the mirror image of the tree nursery suddenly interrupt, his face changing drastically. Fang Heng, how dare he lay hands on the sapling of the tree god? Senzo could no longer sit still and immediately stood up, leading to honor elders beside him to personally go to support. At this moment, Juanis had just arrived with his men at the defense warehouse area and found no one there. Still pondering, could it be that Fang Heng did not come? Did he miscalculate? Or should he wait some more? The next moment, sensing the sudden surge of tree energy, Juanis immediately knew that things were not looking good and hurriedly led his men towards the underground tree nursery area. Faster! Faster! Juanis raced towards the tree nursery area. The tree god of the Yi clan had always been under the personal care and protection of Elder Yuryu. Elder Yuryu was powerful, so there should be no problem with the tree god. Fang Heng would definitely not escape this time. Juanis arrived hastily at the entrance of the main hall and happened to see 2 wooden dragons pierced by blood thorns. Fang Heng. Juanis's eyes flashed with a hint of blood red, almost gritting his teeth as he uttered this name. His companions had died at the hands of Fang Heng, and Fang Heng had appeared here. Juanis rushed towards the battlefield, heading straight for Fang Heng, eager to kill him on the spot. TCH. Fang Heng saw the reinforcements coming so fast and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Elder Yuryu was too difficult to deal with. Even with serious injuries, it was hard to handle him in a short time, not to mention his diminished evasion ability due to the secondary spatial projection malfunction. In that case, let's get straight to the point. Fang Heng lightly tapped his foot on the ground and immediately dodged towards the right. Seeing this, and enduring increasingly severe injuries, Yuryu shouted, "Wanis, don't let him escape." "I know," Wanis angrily shouted, stepping on the ground to create shallow pits, accelerating towards Fang Heng. Wanis was surprised to find that Fang Heng not only did not change direction to flee, but instead charged straight towards him without evading. "You're asking for death." Wanis felt insulted. In his fury, Wanis struck out with all his might, aiming to end Fang Heng's life. What? The next moment, feeling the huge impact force transmitted through his fist, Wanis's pupils contracted sharply. What's going on? His full-force punch had actually been caught head-on. After a collision with Fang Heng, both Wanis and Fang Heng were flung backward. Fang Heng. Wanis quickly controlled his descent, staring intently at the flying Fang Heng, shocked and furious. Previously, he had thought crushing Fang Heng would be as simple as crushing an ant. Why were Fang Heng's powers completely overpowering him? After just half a month of absence, what happened during this past half month? Wanis could sense that Fang Heng's strength was almost on par with his own. The only comforting thing for Wanis was that Fang Heng had been flung much further by a punch, while he only took a few steps back. Judging by this, he still had a slight advantage. "Wanis, what are you doing?" While Wanis was astonished at Fang Heng's sudden increase in strength, he suddenly heard a loud shout in his ears, and then looked towards the direction Fang Heng had flown out, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Not good. He saw Fang Heng using the force of the punch to fly towards the location of the sapling. Fang Heng. At that moment, Wanis finally realized that he had been completely played by Fang Heng. "How dare you?" Hint. Player has found an item. Sapling of the Tree God. Fang Heng was knocked back, and while airborne, he agilely executed a two-stage shunt skill, landing steadily in the center of the magic array, immediately placing a hand on the sapling of the Tree God in the magic array. Done. Fang Heng felt as if the lifeline of the entire Yi clan was already in his hands, his face showing a trace of coldness and looking somewhat mocking towards Wanis not far away, saying, "What? Do you think I dare? You?" Wanis watched Fang Heng's actions, unable to speak for a moment. "Don't come any closer," Fang Heng warned, vigilantly watching Yuryu, who seemed to be approaching. "If I accidentally shake my hand and damage the sapling of the Tree God, it won't look good." Crack, crack. Even the Grand Elder has come. With so many people guarding, it will be even harder to escape now. Fang Heng quickly considered how to maximize his interests and flee, but on the surface, he smiled and said, "Elder Senzo, you're making quite the statement. I heard you calling for me just now, so I came personally to find you. I didn't expect that in the time we haven't seen each other, your strength has improved so greatly. I admit that I have underestimated you all this time. What do you intend to do by joining forces with the Human Federation to attack the habitat of my Leaf Clan? Just to destroy the saplings of the Divine Tree?" Senzo ignored Fang Heng's playful tone and gradually became cold, saying, "If there is any issue with the Divine Tree sapling, I guarantee with the lives of the entire Leaf Clan that you won't be able to leave here." "Grand Elder, no need to get angry. I am timid. If I were frightened like that and accidentally harmed the Divine Tree sapling, I wouldn't be able to afford the consequences." Listening to Senzo's straightforward threat, Fang Heng still smiled, then looked at Senzo and the two elders behind him with a hint of greed in his eyes, saying, "Coming here is actually quite simple. Elder Senzo seems to have forgotten some things he promised me, so I came here specifically to ask for them." "What are you referring to?" "Elder Senzo, you tend to forget important matters." "Well, let me remind you, it's about the advancement in the study of nature, something you promised me a long time ago." Senzo shook his head. "I have explained this to you many times. The current situation in the inner world is uncertain. It's not that we are unwilling to keep our promise, it's just not the right time now." "Fine. I won't trouble you about that. Let's change the condition. How about the branches of the Divine Tree? I don't want the advancement in nature study. I want the branches of the Divine Tree." Senzo felt slightly puzzled. The branches of the Divine Tree, the tool to travel to other dimensional worlds. Why would Fang Heng be interested in that? What do you want the branches of the Divine Tree for? You don't need to worry about that. Fang Heng stared at Senzo, I am not interested in the divine tree saplings. I only want the branches of the divine tree. That is what you owe me. Give me the branches, and I will leave immediately. Otherwise, Senzo stared at Fang Heng as if trying to see through him. HMPH. Destroying the Chance Temple of my Leaf Clan and slaughtering my Leaf Clan members. Any of those acts are punishable. Death. I am already being extremely merciful. I letting you speak here. As he spoke, Senzo's power suddenly erupted, and the intense aura almost seemed to suppress Fang Heng. Fang Heng stared back at Senzo. He had never seen Senzo take action before, but at this moment, he could feel that Senzo's power far exceeded that of Wenus. Even the power of the Leaf Clan Divine Tree had not been fully unleashed. This time, he was fortunate to have found an opportunity to severely injure Yulio, who controlled the magic array of the Divine Tree. Senzo changed the direction of the conversation, repressing his aura. Fang Heng, you don't need to resort to such extreme measures to get the branches of the Divine Tree. I may not know your reasons, but there are other ways to obtain the branches of the Divine Tree in large quantities, much more than simply seizing them from us. Don't you want to know? Fang Heng's pupils contracted. What do you mean? You may not be aware that when our major clans left the inner world, each clan initially carried some branches of the Divine Tree. But as time passed, the power of some branches gradually faded, losing their effect. So, at present, there are not many branches of the Divine Tree left in the hands of the major clans. If you want the branches of the Divine Tree, you can try asking other clans for them to see if they are willing to give them to you. As for obtaining the branches of the Divine Tree in bulk, Senzo observed Fang Heng's facial expressions and continued. When the clans left, I remember that the Wood Clan carried a batch of books related to the cultivation of the Divine Tree within the clan, including the method to make the branches of the Divine Tree. Upon hearing Senzo's words, Fang Heng quickly understood his intent. This old man wanted to use his power to deal with the Wood Clan. Is that so? So, Elder Senzo, what are you suggesting? You are aware of the tensions between our Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan. If you are willing to cooperate with us, past grievances can be forgiven. A nice proposal, but unfortunately, I don't trust you. You still have not fulfilled your previous promises to me. Wenus exclaimed. Fang Heng, do not overstep your boundaries. Fang Heng shrugged and continued. How about this? You hand over the branches of the Divine Tree to me, and I will release the three elders Nanu, Renzo, and Desi. As for dealing with the Wood Clan, we can discuss it further. The crowd's mood sank upon hearing his words. As expected, Rodyad's team had encountered Fang Heng halfway. How is Rodyad? What happened to him? Elder Rodyad was very happy to see me and wanted to spar with me. Fang Heng shook his head. Unfortunately, accidents happen. Fang Heng. Wenus's eyes turned red, as if he wanted to tear Fang Heng apart immediately. The others also looked at Fang Heng with a hint of resentment in their eyes. Wenus, quiet. Senzo's expression changed slightly, raising his hand again to silence the noise. Fang Heng, as I mentioned, the past can be forgiven. If you are willing to let the three elders go, I will temporarily hand over the branches of the Divine Tree of the Leaf Clan to you as a guarantee. What do you think? Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. Are you being serious? Of course, even if our plan to deal with the Wood Clan fails, you can still obtain the branches of the Divine Tree. If the plan succeeds, I promise you that all the Divine Tree branches found in the Wood Clan will be given to you. Fang Heng stared at Senzo, trying to discern his intentions. It had to be said that Senzo had indeed presented him with a condition that was hard to refuse. This condition I am offering is not just about your help but also about the support of your federation. I need assistance from all of you to deal with the Wood Clan. Can you do it? It's not difficult. Fang Heng lifted his gaze. Do you already have a plan in mind? When will you act? Let me know in advance. I can't wait too long. At the latest, within 2 days. All right, as you say, I will communicate with the Federation over there. Release the three elders, but I will take the branches of the Divine Tree first. Fang Heng, I don't care what happened in the past. I only know that cooperation is the only way to win-win now. Senzo finished speaking, looked at Yuri beside him, nodded, and said, Elder Yuri, thank you. Yuri nodded, adjusted his breathing with difficulty and suppressed the injuries on his body. Wait a moment, I will go get a branch from the God Tree. Are you satisfied now? Should we ask those people outside to stop? Yes. Fang Heng nodded, manipulating the lickers outside the Leaf Clan settlement to quickly retreat. Soon, Yuri returned with two Leaf Clan guards, handing the branch from the God Tree to Fang Heng. Hint. Player triggers mission. Trade with the Leaf Clan. Mission name. Trade with the Leaf Clan. Mission difficulty. S tilde this mission has flexible difficulty. Mission description. You have reached a secret trade agreement with the Leaf Clan to jointly deal with the Wood Clan. In advance, the Leaf Clan has handed over a branch from the God Tree as collateral to you. Mission requirements. Work together with the Leaf Clan to deal with the Wood Clan, achieving a completion rate of at least 50%. Mission rewards. Increase Leaf Clan friendliness, Tree Spirit Clan reputation, and receive Leaf Clan rewards. Additional information. Completion of the mission will alter the game's subsequent progress. Fang Heng saw the game prompt and breathed a sigh of relief. This trade with the Leaf Clan was real. As for whether there are any other pitfalls inside, that remains to be seen. Fang Heng accepted the God Tree branch from Elder Yuri. Hint. Player receives item. God Tree branch mission item explanation. This item contains a special tracking mark. If the mark is destroyed, the item will be permanently destroyed. Warning. This item is a special mission item. If it is destroyed, lost, or traded, it will significantly reduce the Leaf Clan's friendliness and affect the player's current mission. Fang Heng quickly scanned the game prompt. The game only said that the God Tree branch cannot be destroyed, not that it cannot be used. It should be fine to use it first before deciding. With that in mind, Fang Heng put the God Tree branch back into his backpack. Well, it's the God Tree branch. Can you release the spatial blockade now? Elder Yuri glanced at Senza, forming a mark in front of him. The green light emitted from the God Tree gradually faded. Elder Senza, your people will be released after I return. By the way, I want the Shrine of Invocation in your inner world. When you're ready, come to the shrine to find me. You? Vance, upon hearing this, felt his blood pressure, just suppressed, skyrocket once again. He knew it. Nothing happens by coincidence. The trouble encountered in the Temple of Invocation in the inner world was also related to Fang Heng. Senza stopped the infuriated Vance, looked at Fang Heng, and said coldly, Fang Heng, I hope you keep your promise. Of course. With that, Fang Heng's figure slowly faded and disappeared from the sight of everyone. Watching Fang Heng leave, the Leaf Clan people suddenly showed signs of resentment. When had the Leaf Clan suffered such a big loss? Vance was the first to step forward, visibly displeased, and said, in a deep voice, Elder Senza, Fang Heng's actions are heinous. Do we really have to cooperate with him? Do we have to give him the God Tree branch? Vance, control your temper. Senza's face was gloomy as he said, in a deep voice, Fang Heng's actions are intolerable, and he must die, but not now. Currently, Fang Heng has allied with the Federation. While their combined strength may not threaten the God Tree, it will bring us a lot of trouble. If we still intend to win the battle for the God Tree's nurturing, we must endure, and we must use Fang Heng's power to deal with the other three tribes. There was a moment of silence among the group. Indeed, the power of the God Tree was formidable, but the current situation of the Leaf Clan was dire. With the power of the God Tree, how long could they hold out against Fang Heng? How much capital did they have to withstand Fang Heng's pressure? Vance, you don't need to participate in this cooperation with Fang Heng. I have more important tasks to entrust to you. Senzo knew Vance had a bad temper and was difficult to control, so he decided to hand over the cooperation with Fang Heng to another elder. Remember, our cooperation with Fang Heng is only temporary. Once the matter is resolved, Fang Heng must die at all costs. Yes, elder. Everyone present understood clearly that the Leaf Clan was gradually heading towards defeat in the battle for the God Tree's nurturing. During Fang Heng's absence, the Leaf Clan had not been idle. They had been secretly planning and preparing to strike against the Wood Clan. They had a preliminary plan in place. Although the timing was not yet ripe, they were running out of time. They had to take a chance, otherwise, they would surely lose. Even without Fang Heng, they would act soon. At the moment, Fang Heng's presence gave them an opportunity to increase their chances of success. Despite their deep hatred for Fang Heng, the Leaf Clan had never been threatened like this before. Senzo said coldly, when this matter is settled, Fang Heng will surely pay the price for his actions. Report. Elder. Just as Senzo was rallying the Leaf Clan's morale, a guard hurriedly came forward and reported, Elder, we have just checked the area for nurturing the God Tree and found. Yuri sat up straight and stared at the Leaf Clan guard. Found what? We found that the sacrificial urn exchanged with the Soul Clan earlier. The guard had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, paused, and said, it's missing. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Missing. Who else could it be? Fang Heng. Senza clenched his fists. I will not rest until you pay for your deeds. ... Outside the Leaf Clan settlement, Fang Heng stepped out from the spatial projection and quickly ran towards the outskirts of the habitat. The lichors surrounding the Leaf Clan habitat had already retreated rapidly, leaving only the Blood Clan group still observing from the nearby dense forest. The Blood Clan members knelt in unison when they saw Fang Heng returning. Great King. Fang Heng raised the god tree branch in his hand. The item is acquired. Let's go back. There was a hint of excitement in the eyes of the Blood Clan members. Yes, Great King. Everyone withdrew together. Okay, I'll handle it. Fang Heng prepared to take each step as it comes. It would be best if the Yi tribe and the Mu tribe ended up fighting each other. But if they couldn't, it didn't matter. His goal was very clear. To obtain the divine tree branches, strengthen the entire clan, until they were powerful enough to sweep through the whole realm of the Wen Forest. Lava Canyon. Young fire demons emerged from the lava in droves, crawling towards the towering central altar. Along the way, crazed lichors swarmed up, wielding sharp claws and fighting the lichor group, forming a red iron wall that firmly blocked the young fire demons outside. Fang Heng stood in front of the magical array at the central altar, suddenly opening his eyes. As he had guessed before, the divine tree branches obtained from the Yi tribe could not be traded, but they could be used. So, after the zombie apocalypse, he immediately started grinding. Unfortunately, the newly acquired world was still a primitive world. After more than 30 hours of constant grinding, Fang Heng could sense the absorption efficiency of the magical array gradually decreasing. It wasn't a problem with the magical array. The biggest issue was this primitive world. Perhaps it was because the efficiency of the magical array he had modified was too high, or perhaps his luck wasn't good enough, as the two-dimensional remnants he found consecutively were minimal. In any case, just like the previous world, the dimensional power of this world was quickly being drained. Currently, the two main issues affecting the absorption efficiency are the strength of the dimensional power and the quantity of the sacrificial jars. If more dimensional jars could be obtained, a lot of time could be saved on the back-and-forth trips. Time was running out. As the entire lava world showed signs of imminent collapse, Fang Heng performed a final wave of sacrifice and led the group back to the zombie world. Upon returning to the game world, the Blood Clans all knelt down together. We pay our respects to the Lord King. Gale stepped forward. Lord King, as per your request, with the help of Miss Claire, we have arranged the core structure of the summoning magical array of Abakia on a specially made alchemy stone tablet. Due to the size of the tablet being too large to carry, we have temporarily divided the tablet into 16 pieces. Fang Heng's eyes brightened as he surveyed the neatly arranged tablets in the Grand Hall. Each piece was about 1.5 meters long and wide. Very good. Since Abakia's summoning magical array was considered a super large magical array, occupying a huge area, after the assembly of the 16 tablets into the core magical array, only peripheral supplements were needed in a short time before it could be utilized. This greatly reduced the time required to set up the magical array. Well done. Each piece of the tablet will be protected by Duke-level Blood Clans. Let's go. Yes. The Blood Clan set off again towards the inner world. The Leaf Tribe's prayer temple, previously captured, remained in Fang Heng's hands. Senshi harbored intense hatred towards Fang Heng, but at a critical moment, he chose to bide his time. After all, the Leaf Tribe's situation was extremely difficult at the moment, and they didn't really need the prayer temple, so they decided to give it to Fang Heng. As long as Fang Heng agreed to the plan, it would be his death knell, and they could reclaim the prayer temple then. Fang Heng was unaware that Senshi had started scheming a trap. He was still considering having Abakia attempt to simulate his completion of the prayer temple. Unfortunately, after several attempts, Abakia indicated that he couldn't complete the simulation. Even after upgrading again, it was still very difficult to achieve. Perhaps some special method was needed. Fang Heng was not in a rush. He would take it slowly. Under the cover of the night that's filled the sky like a blanket, descending slowly from the sky and converging around the prayer temple, looking solemn. Inside the temple, the magical array slowly revolved, emitting eerie red light under the moonlight. Tipped. Current storage of dimensional energy for Abakia is 5-7-3W, 8000W. Tipped. Current state meets the conditions for Abakia's dimensional level upgrade. Tipped. Abakia's current dimensional level has been upgraded to LV 8. Consuming 1200 West energy points due to the level of the prayer temple. Energy consumption for upgrades decreased by 12%. Tip: due to the upgrade in Nabakia's dimensional level, the Ally blood clans receive an additional 40% increase in base attributes only calculated based on gains from academic and bloodline skills. Tip: the dimensional level can be upgraded to the level of Abakia, 10+1 at most. Current level of Abakia, LV 81, can be upgraded to LV 9 at most. Tip: half an hour later, Fang Heng stopped controlling the main magical array, and the red glow in his eyes gradually faded. Since the dimensional level could not exceed the current limit of Abakia's level, he had to expend a large part of the dimensional power to raise Abakia's level. In the end, the enhancement of dimensional power was slightly less than he had anticipated, only increasing by 3 levels, to LV 10. Calculating, through the Divine Tree Abakia, a 300% increase in base attributes could be achieved. It was already very good. Fang Heng stopped the operation of the magical array, slowly opening his eyes to perceive the changes in his body attributes. Although he didn't feel as dramatically empowered as the last time, the enhancement was still noticeable. Thank you for the gracious gift, Lord King. The blood clans felt their inner strength increase once again and kneeled before Fang Heng. Meanwhile, Selj of the Leaf Tribe led a group of over 10 elite Leaf Tribe members swiftly towards the temple. Upon arriving at the temple, they saw the layer of blood red covering the outside of the temple and couldn't help but pause. Even though Selj had lived in the clan for thousands of years and had an extraordinary outlook, the scene before their eyes filled them with astonishment. What kind of power was that? The temple emitted an extremely heavy wave of blood energy. As Selj examined this power, a sense of unease rose in their heart, and they murmured to themselves, Divine Tree. This power was somewhat similar to the wave emitted by the Divine Tree. Fang Heng, what had they done to the prayer temple? A terrifying thought suddenly rose in Selj's mind. Had Fang Heng's significant increase in strength during this period something to do with the Divine Tree? Indeed, after Fang Heng left, there were such speculations within the Leaf Tribe's Elder Council. However, this speculation was quickly refuted by several respected elders within the tribe. The power of the tree spirits came from the Divine Tree, and it was absolutely impossible for those outside the tree spirits to use the power of the Divine Tree. However, the scene before Selj caused some doubt. They really wanted to enter the temple personally to see what was going on. But the nearly 100 humans kneeling outside the prayer temple made them hesitate. Sergei raised his head again. Surrounded by a group of bloodline members, Fang Heng walked out of the temple. After working for more than 30 hours, his dimensional power had increased by 3 levels. He was feeling pretty good. Fang Heng noticed Sergei waiting at the door, smiled and asked, Elder Sergei, what a coincidence, I was just about to look for you. Are you ready to take action against the Wood Clan? I came for that purpose, Sergei replied with a nod, focusing his gaze on Fang Heng. Everything is ready. We are prepared to move. Then let's go. ... Since the failure of the Federal Spiritual Domain Network blockade, with the absolute reversal of strength between the spirits of the Tree Clan and humans, the actions of various Tree Clan tribes have become increasingly unscrupulous. Except for the habitat of the Soul Clan, which remained hidden, the locations of the other 3 major clan habitats were exposed blatantly in front of humans. In fact, none of the clans had any plans to hide. The power released when cultivating the Divine Tree was extremely vast. There was no need to waste time concealing it. Everything was for the rapid cultivation of the Divine Tree seedlings. Even temporary cooperation with humans was acceptable. On the outskirts of the Wood Clan habitat, guarding the Wood Clan, they remained hidden in the watchtower on alert. Even at night, they did not relax their vigilance towards the outside world. They heard that the Leaf Clan had been attacked by humans a couple of days ago and had been left embarrassed. The enemy had suffered a setback, which was great news for the Wood Clan, who had always had a bad relationship with the Leaf Clan. This incident quickly turned into gossip among the Wood Clan. Naturally, they did not want to be the next target of the attack. The Wood Clan also strengthened their security. A Wood Clan guard suddenly noticed something and looked up towards the distant dense forest, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. What was that? Seeing a red shadow emerging from the thickets, the Wood Clan guard felt a chill in his heart. It couldn't be. What a coincidence. No. It's an enemy attack. In the distance of the dense forest, red life forms emerged from the crevices of the primeval forest, rushing towards their habitat. That's right. The lickers are coming. The habitat immediately sounded the alarm. The light blue defense barrier opened, and a large number of Wood Clan guards rushed out from the habitat to support, casting nature arrows first on the approaching licker group. The effect was not good. The Wood Clan guards quickly realized the terrifying vitality of the lickers. The forest on the outskirts of the habitat shook violently. The giant trees that had been entrenched in the primeval forest seemed to come to life, uprooting themselves and halting in front of the oncoming licker group. This was the Wood Clan's expertise, tree people summoning. In the past, most of the time, the Wood Clan's tactic was to use the towering tree people to block the front line, while attacking from the back with spell arrows. This time, the situation had changed somewhat. The licker group wasted no time, and pounced on the tree people. Due to the massive size of the tree people, after a large number of lickers had pounced on them, they climbed directly up the tree people's bodies, clinging to them, and wildly slashing with sharp claws. The sharp claws tore through the thick trunk defense of the tree people immediately. The Wood Clan guards were horrified. The attacking power of the lickers was much higher than they had anticipated. Combined with their terrifying numbers, a large number of lickers overwhelmed the tree people, madly clawing at the tree trunks, quickly eliminating a tree people guard. What's more terrifying, from afar, there was a dense red tide of lickers pouring in, seeming endless. Quick! Fall back! Releasing nature arrows to push back the lickers, the Wood Clan guards quickly retreated behind the barrier of the habitat. Use the wood tendrils to entangle them, trap them. A large number of small roots extended out from the ground, flying rapidly forward to entwine and bind the lickers once they reached their feet. The effect was somewhat effective. Most of the lickers were entangled and struggled in place for a while before breaking free. However, continuously using the entanglement skill on a large scale consumed a great deal of the Wood Clan's mental power. The vitality of the licker group was terrifying, and even though they were temporarily trapped, the Wood Clan still had no good way to deal with them. What's that now? The Wood Clan suddenly discovered that the lickers tightly entwined by vines were quickly creating a cocoon right on the spot. The rapidly expanding cocoons almost instantly broke free from most of the vine restraints. It was the fusion tyrant body. Unlike ordinary lickers, the fusion tyrant body was a large-sized creature with additional strength attributes. Immediately, the vines entwined around their feet were forcefully torn apart by the fusion tyrant body. No. Be careful. They're getting closer. Watching the external defense line being gradually torn open by the fusion tyrants, the Wood Clan guards were greatly astonished. Just a while ago, they had been mocking the Leaf Clan. Facing the looming crisis now, they realized that the lickers were indeed not easy to deal with. Quick! Retreat! The guards fell back behind the barrier of the habitat and engaged in battle. The fusion tyrants once again began pounding against the defense barrier of the habitat with their fists. In the rear of the primeval forest, Sergei watched the situation in front of him and felt a deep sense of shock. 2 days ago, their Leaf Clan habitat had faced a similar crisis. He noticed that the strength of these lickers seemed to be higher now than when they attacked the Leaf Clan habitat 2 days ago. Was it an illusion? Or had there been enhancements in the past 2 days? Sergei couldn't help but turn his head to look at Fang Heng. If it was the latter, it would be too terrifying. The Wood Clan was in chaos, struggling to deal with the lickers, and there had already been a considerable number of casualties. On the other hand, Fang Heng seemed to have dealt with only over 100 lickers. Sergei began to understand the decision of the great elder Senzo. It was truly unwise to engage in such a drawn-out battle with Fang Heng. It was a pity that Fang Heng was truly uncontrollable. Otherwise, if they could use him for the Leaf Clan. Here it comes. Sergei sensed something, stopped overthinking, and looked up at the central of the Wood Clan habitat in the distance. A dark cyan light rose straight up into the sky. Flecks of light attached to each Wood Clan guard within the habitat. Suddenly, the entire strength of the Wood Clan guard surged. Several elderly Wood Clan guards led the charge with the people, launching a counterattack. Almost simultaneously, the fusion tyrant bodies that had been attacking fiercely at the outer defense barrier of the Wood Clan habitat rapidly transformed back into licker forms and fled swiftly. Sergei couldn't help but glance at Fang Heng beside him. 2 days ago, Fang Heng's tactics against their Leaf Clan were being replayed on the Wood Clan. This disgusting tactic. Furthermore, the Wood tribe demonstrated extreme caution. After chasing the group of lickers for a certain distance, they quickly retreated back to guard their habitat area firmly. Is it time for the second wave now? Sergei couldn't help but look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng happened to be looking at Sergei as well, with a hint of a smile on his face. Sergei, speaking of which, I still don't know what tactics your Leaf tribe uses. You wouldn't be attracting the Wood tribe's attention here while secretly doing something else elsewhere, would you? Caught off guard, Sergei forced a smile. Ha ha. Fang Heng, you're joking. Darn it. How did this kid figure it out? Fang Heng hit the mark. Tonight is the monthly gathering of the 4 major clans of the Tree Spirit tribe. They have an agreement with the Wood tribe to conduct a trade after the meeting concerning related resources. The trade process will be witnessed by the Soul tribe and the Root tribe as intermediaries. So, taking advantage of the time when the Wood tribe's elder is away from the camp, Fang Heng and the humans plan to attack the Wood tribe headquarters. The Wood tribe elder will receive the news of the attack on their habitat and rush back to take charge. At that time, the group led by Ven Ness will act in secret against a cursed temple of the Wood tribe, directly seizing parts of the God Tree seedling and the essence of the God Tree seed. After being cultivated for some time, the Leaf tribe received word that the Wood tribe's essence of the God Tree seed had been fully cultivated and was being absorbed. Now is the best time to seize it. The Leaf tribe is well aware that there are God Tree seedlings in the Wood tribe's habitat, and with the power of the God Tree, it would be difficult for them to capture the area. Therefore, by having Fang Heng attack the Wood tribe openly and draw their attention, they can seize the essence of the God Tree seed. Once they have fully absorbed the essence of the God Tree seed and the Wood tribe's seedling parts, the clan's strength will significantly increase. As for any objections from other clans at that time, they can simply continue to argue. Fang Heng is unaware of the Leaf tribe's tactical intentions. Following the plan, he continues to control the Licker group to wear down the Wood tribe's forces at the outskirts of their habitat, just as he did 2 days ago. The Wood tribe, however, remains composed. The guards maintain the outer defense barrier, engaging in a tug-of-war with the zombies, relying on the barrier and the Inet horde. Once the barrier weakens to a certain extent, a wave of God Tree power is released. It appears they are stalling for time. Soon, after several back-and-forth engagements, Federal reinforcements arrive. The Federation had already deployed a space jump device 30 kilometers away in advance, and within half an hour, a remote beam array deployment and targeting were completed. Boom, boom, doom. The long-range beam attacks penetrate 30 kilometers, ultimately landing on the outer defense barrier of the Wood tribe's habitat. The entire energy barrier shakes violently, showing signs of struggling to hold. Inside the Wood tribe, Elder Chrono, responsible for protecting the habitat, furrows his brow. What timing to be attacked tonight? The elders of the major clans are attending their monthly meeting, and the chief elder is personally present with a few other elders. They have already rushed to inform the chief elder. The trouble is, like a stubborn adhesive, these groups of lickers cannot be shaken off. Adding to that, the Federation's continuous beam cannon support. The outer barrier is on the brink of collapse. Elder, the intensity of the Federation's long-range beam attack is very high. It will be difficult for us to withstand their continuous attacks for a long time. Activate the power of the God Tree, strengthen the magic array operation, and block their attacks. Chrono has always acted prudently, not seeking merit but avoiding fault, even at the cost of consuming more of the dimensional power of the God Tree. Understood. Inner world. The high-level meeting of the 4 major clans of the Tree Spirit tribe is interrupted halfway. A person rushes in and whispers a few words to the Wood tribe chief elder, Tamsanga. Tamsanga's expression changes slightly upon hearing this. Facing the gaze of everyone, Tamsanga stands up and nods, saying, "Our habitat has been attacked. Today's meeting ends here. I'm sorry." Without further explanation, Tamsanga leaves hurriedly with several other elders from the tribe. The expressions of the remaining 3 major clans vary. Subsequently, a quiet discussion ensues. Our habitat was attacked from outside. Is it the Human Federation? When did the humans have the audacity to attack our Tree Spirit tribe's territory? Speaking of it, I heard that the Leaf tribe was also reportedly attacked by the Federation a few days ago. With Fang Heng getting involved with the Federation, it's hard to deal with. As the others mention the Leaf tribe, Senzo remains calm and stands up as well, saying, "If any of you want to see the joke, then spare me. Since the Wood tribe elders are absent, we have no reason to stay. We'll leave first, excuse us." With that, Senzo waves his hand and leaves with his followers, leaving behind Soul and Root tribe members looking at each other in confusion. Upon leaving the council hall, Senzo nods, and the order is given. Action. Yes, sir. Outside the Wood tribe habitat, Fang Heng glances sideways at Sergei. Obviously, the Leaf Tribe is secretly plotting something behind his back again. On the current battlefield, the Licker Group remains advantageous, as the Wood Tribe's outer barrier and the power of the God Tree are being continuously weakened and depleted. The Wood Tribe's combat strategy is very conservative, to the extent that Fang Heng cannot even find an opportunity to discreetly kill an elder or acquire a prism crystal. What? Chief Elder Senzo still hasn't arrived. Don't worry, the operation has begun, and everything is going according to our plan. HMPH. Fang Heng snorts, speaking coldly. Can you tell me your plan now? And where is Senzo? If he doesn't show up soon, our cooperation may need to end here. Seeing that Fang Heng has lost patience, Sergei reluctantly reveals the prepared script. Fang Heng, we are already in action. Oh, currently, the Wood Tribe Elder is attending a high-level meeting in the inner world of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Chief Elder Senzo will find a way to keep the Wood Tribe Elder entangled to buy us time. Oh, playing mysterious. We're just concerned about the information accidentally leaking. As Sergei explains, a call comes through on the communicator from the Federation Command Center. Fang Heng, there's been a significant power fluctuation detected in the nearby area. Based on the location of the fluctuation, it appears to have occurred at a cursed temple controlled by the Wood Tribe. We have dispatched personnel to investigate immediately. Is that so? Fang Heng's mouth curled in a sneer, just about to make a sarcastic remark, when he saw Sergei take out a small box from his close-fitting package. What is this? The corrupt seeds of destruction. Fang Heng watched as Sergei opened the box, revealing 3 black, date-sized objects lying inside. Sergei handed the box to Fang Heng, explaining, "Take care of these 3 seeds. While they may appear to carry some essence of the ancient god trees on the outside, they are actually contaminated inside, completely unusable. If the tree spirit saplings accidentally absorb them... Fang Heng grew more curious, not immediately reaching out to take them, but instead examining the seeds inside the box. Oh, are you saying that these things could cause trouble for the wood spirits? It would be a very big problem. Is that so? Well, that's good to know." Fang Heng lifted his gaze from the 3 seeds, looking back at Sergei, and asked, "Tell me more about your plan. Just like how you infiltrated our habitat before, we hope you use your special abilities to enter the inner part of the Wood Spirit Tribe. This is the map of the Wood Tribe's interior that we obtained. It's been a while, so there might be some discrepancies, but we believe they won't be significant." Sergei placed a map on top of the box and handed them both to Fang Heng, continuing to explain, "With your abilities, finding the seeds of the God Tree won't be difficult." "Indeed. And then, next, we will need to use the contaminated seeds of the God Tree. When you are near the area of the tree spirit saplings, simply infuse your mental energy into the seed and crush it. The contamination within the seed will then erupt. This power has a strong suppressive effect on the tree spirit saplings, capable of blocking some of their abilities. Of course, it would be even better to find a way to directly place the seeds into the magical formation used to cultivate the tree spirit saplings. Once the seeds are absorbed by the god tree seedlings, the impact will be greater, and the effect of backlash will last longer." Fang Heng became even more curious, wondering how powerful this seed could be. "Once you have completed this task, find a way to leave immediately, and leave the rest to our Leaf Tribe. If you still have the strength, consider destroying the various teleportation channels within the Wood Tribe's ancestral tribes to buy us more time." Fang Heng took the box and the map handed to him by Sergei. Prompt: Player obtains item. Seed filled with corruption. Prompt: Player obtains item. Wood Tribe habitat map partially damaged. Prompt: Player triggers special mission. Leaf Tribe's plot. Mission name: Leaf Tribe's plot. Mission description: the Leaf Tribe hopes you can infiltrate the Wood Tribe's camp, using the corrupted seed to temporarily disrupt the power of the God Tree saplings, significantly reducing their strength. Mission requirements: temporarily disrupt the Wood Tribe's God Tree saplings to buy time for the Leaf Tribe. Mission rewards: main task, completion progress and friendly relations with the Leaf Tribe increase. After reading through the game task instructions and item details, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Wait, this thing. Prompt: item, seed filled with corruption. Item description: a common seed emitting the power fluctuations of the God Tree. Though it appears intact on the outside, it is said to be thoroughly contaminated inside, filled with impure energy. Additional notes: there seems to be some unknown power within the seed. Additional notes triggered by task prompt: Crushing this seed will cause the rapid spread of its contaminated power, creating a localized area pollution effect. Additional notes triggered by the player's internal power. This seed has been tainted by demonic influence. Source of contamination not confirmed. It's contaminated. A demonic influence. Fang Heng suddenly turned back to Sergei, his eyes filled with doubt. How did they get their hands on this thing? Is the power of the demons also present in this world? Where did you get this thing from? We discovered it by chance while exploring the remnants of various tree spirit tribes in the inner world a while back. Sergei noticed that Fang Heng's emotions seemed to be in turmoil and asked, "What's wrong? Does it seem strange?" "No. Nothing." Fang Heng played with the seed in the palm of his hand, suppressing his doubts, and looked towards the wood tribe habitat in the distance. "So, what is your plan? What will you do next after I break through the outer defenses?" "We have already arranged our people inside the wood tribe. Once the god tree shows anomalies, our people will immediately activate the backup teleportation magic array, taking advantage of the chaos to secretly infiltrate the center of the wood tribe habitat and capture the wood tribe's god tree seedlings in one fell swoop." Sergei paused for a moment and reminded, "The internal guard of the wood tribe is extremely strict. If something unexpected happens midway, try infusing your mental energy into the contaminated seed and crush it to cause some chaos. But remember, there are only 3 seeds in total." You have things well planned." Fang Heng chuckled lightly, giving Sergei a glance as if he had seen right through him. Triggering the contamination voluntarily. If it were an ordinary person, being hit by the contamination explosion at close range would most likely be corrupted. Sergei felt a bit guilty under Fang Heng's gaze. "What? Is there anything else?" "Nothing." Fang Heng was too lazy to continue probing and stopped asking, stepping forward and disappearing into the flickering spatial fluctuations. Watching Fang Heng leave, Sergei's gaze gradually turned cold. The contaminated god tree seeds contained a high concentration of pollution within them. If they were to be detonated at point-blank range without preparation, even their tree spirit tribe would not be able to withstand it, and there would be a high probability of being affected by the corruption, leading to a bad outcome. The elder protectors of the Yi tribe, including the chief elder, will definitely rush to the tribe's protection together. This will be Fang Heng's death knell, and they can take this opportunity to plunder the branches of the sacred tree seedlings and the essence of the sacred tree that originally belonged to the Mu tribe. They want to reclaim all the losses they suffered from the Mu tribe in the past. Outside the primeval forest, the scattered Yi tribe has already begun to attack several praying temples of the Mu tribe. The guards of these praying temples immediately sent out urgent requests for reinforcements to the Mu tribe's headquarters, but the headquarters is already in danger themselves. They are not only hoping for help to arrive, but they are also counting on the chief elder to come back quickly to rescue them. Chrono feels immense pressure. At this moment, Chief Elder Tamsonga and his group, who are on their way back, have already learned about the situation on Chrono's side through remote imaging. After thinking for a moment, Tamsonga did not return to the headquarters, but chose to rush to support a praying temple on the outskirts of the primeval forest. In Tamsanga's view, the Mu tribe's headquarters is heavily guarded by the sacred tree and various elder protectors, making it highly unlikely to be destroyed by the mere Federation. The Yi tribe's actions are just for show, trying to divert their attention back. He believes that the Yi tribe's real goal is the seedlings and the essence of the sacred tree inside the praying temple. After some time of nurturing, the essence of the sacred tree taken from the ruins of the Treeling's Elder's Core in the previous battle has been restored, and the Mu tribe is now absorbing the energy. Most likely, this information leaked out and was discovered by the Yi tribe. Tamsonga guessed most of the situation correctly, but he did not consider Fang Heng as an unstable factor. At this moment, Fang Heng has quietly infiltrated the Mu tribe's habitat using his secondary spatial projection skills. Most of the guards in the Mu tribe's territory have joined the external defense battles, making the defenses within the territory particularly weak. Fang Heng cautiously avoided the guards, using the map as a guide to enter the underground area of the settlement. Along with his perception ability towards the sacred tree seedlings, Fang Heng quickly located the hall where the Mu tribe nurtured the sacred tree seedlings. There it is. Fang Heng lurked in the shadows outside the hall, observing the sacred tree seedlings being nurtured by the Mu tribe from a distance. At first glance, the seedlings nurtured by the Mu tribe seemed slightly shorter than those of the Yi tribe. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and began to assess the environment inside the hall. The Mu tribe's protection of the sacred tree was even tighter, with not only an elder in charge of operating the magic array, but also 12 elite members of the Mu tribe assisting in the operation of the magic array, along with 2 other elder-level guardians. If he were to launch a direct attack, the chances of success were slim. Fang Heng considered this for a moment. His ultimate skill was still on cooldown, and the Mu tribe elders could enhance themselves at any moment using the sacred tree's power. A direct attack would be difficult. It seemed that he would have to use the tainted sacred tree seeds in his possession as a breakthrough point. Fang Heng was contemplating when he noticed a subtle disturbance in the space within the hall. The mirror image flickered. The Mu tribe's honored elder responsible for the nurturing of the sacred tree seedlings, Shaman, looked towards the figure that appeared in the projection and nodded, asking, "Chrono, how is the situation outside now?" "The same as before. After the repulsion of the feeders, they returned and caused trouble once again. We tried to split into 2 teams to break through the Federation's mechanical camp, but we were intercepted halfway and had to retreat." "What about the chief elder? When will he arrive?" "He won't be coming back for now." Chrono shook his head, explaining, "Currently, all our peripheral praying temples are under attack by the Yi tribe. The chief elder believes that the Federation's attack this time is manipulated by the Yi tribe behind the scenes. The feeders outside the habitat are only trying to distract our forces, engaging us in battle, while the Yi tribe seizes the opportunity to take our seedlings and sacred tree essence from the praying temple. The chief elder's orders are for us to continue holding the habitat for now. If we encounter a crisis, they will return immediately." "The Yi tribe? It's indeed them. We have always been at odds with the Yi tribe, originally planning to confront them after absorbing the essence of the sacred tree, but it seems they couldn't wait and took action first." After hearing Chrono's explanation, Shaman nodded and continued, "I understand. The power of the sacred tree is more than enough. Even if the Yi tribe launches a massive attack, we can hold them off." In the mirror image, Chrono nodded, "Yes, we'll rely on the power of the sacred tree." After the communication ended, the mirror image slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, in the distance, Fang Heng was observing silently, clutching 3 tainted sacred tree seeds in his hand. Unlike the previous encounter with the Yi tribe seedlings, the internal defenses of the Mu tribe seemed to have strengthened significantly this time. He had been observing for a long time, but had not found a better opportunity. So, why wait any longer? If he waited further, the chief elder of the Mu tribe might return, making it even more difficult. With no chance in sight, he decided to act boldly. Suddenly, a crazily spinning magic array reflected in Fang Heng's right eye. Almost at the same time, an anomaly appeared in the magic array surrounding the sacred tree seedlings in the distance. Shaman, the Mu tribe elder, noticed the change and furrowed his brows, immediately focusing on controlling it. Strangely, the magic array became increasingly unstable. "What's going on?" Just as he was pondering, Shaman suddenly sensed something and turned his head sharply towards the darkness behind him. "What?" In the shadows at the entrance of the hall in the distance, a figure could be vaguely seen. "Who goes there?" Fang Heng was taken aback. "Oh no. He's been discovered." Fang Heng immediately crushed one of the tainted sacred tree seeds in his hand. Doom. The seed shattered in his hand. Almost instantly, a thick, pitch-black corruptive aura exploded from the broken seed. The black mist spread rapidly throughout the entire underground space. The black mist obscured vision, even blocking most perceptions. Shaman's mind shook as his surroundings were quickly enveloped in a densely black haze, followed by a sudden shock. "It's the power of corruption. How could this be?" Hiss, hiss. The black mist rapidly infiltrated the magic array, producing a hissing sound as it boiled like a cauldron. Influenced by the corruptive aura, the magic array that controlled the absorption by the sacred tree became unstable instantly. At the same time, within the darkness, magical arrays began to emerge around Fang Heng. Under the cover of the black mist, a horde of zombies staggered towards the sapling of the god tree not far away. "Be careful. It's contamination. Do not breathe in the polluted air. Cover yourself with the power of nature to block the invasion of the air." Sha Wu, an elder within the tribe who had experienced the holy war in the past, knew the terror of contamination very well and shouted to remind the other Wood tribe guards. The guards rarely saw Elder Sha Wu so alarmed, and upon hearing his warning, they immediately stepped back while forming a layer of flowing natural power armor around themselves. This could resist the contamination invading their bodies, but required a great deal of mental energy. They then saw the shapes of the zombie horde gradually becoming visible within the black mist. Xiaowu's heart skipped a beat. Was it corruption? Stop them. Don't let them get closer. The guards deployed their natural arrow skills, pushing back the approaching zombie horde. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of arrows piercing through decaying flesh echoed in the hall. Due to the effect of the black mist, although people could not see clearly, they could sense the large number of corruptions outside. The Wood Tribe guards continued to release arrow skills to drive back the horde of undead, sweat dripping down their foreheads. As more and more corrupted beings approached them, the atmosphere grew tense. An elder asked in a deep voice, "Xiaowu, why is there contamination here? Are you sure it's related to the Leaf Tribe?" Xiaowu furrowed his brow, knowing that the trouble was not just with the corrupted beings, but also with the sapling of the God Tree. Stimulated by the contamination, the magic array around the sapling became somewhat unstable. First stabilize, then clean up. Xiaowu's words were interrupted as a sudden violent spatial fluctuation erupted not far from his right side. A figure wearing a mask stepped out of the space, and at the same time, a large amount of blood around that person condensed into blood spikes, rushing towards one of the guards. "Be careful." Xiaowu felt a sense of danger and shouted, clasping his hands together. Two guardian elders also cast spells at the same time. Several natural arrows bombarded the blood spikes, causing them to explode into bursts of blood. Fortunately, the attack was blocked. However, they didn't notice that in the splattering blood, there was a contaminated seed of the God Tree. Heh. Success. Fang Heng saw that his attack had succeeded and didn't linger, immediately retreating and disappearing into the darkness. Xiaowu and the other two elders, seeing the opponent vanish after the attack, felt uncertain about Fang Heng's origins and became more vigilant. The next moment, the contaminated seed fell into the magic array, and the magic array automatically activated, absorbing the contaminated energy from the sea and converting it into a burst of energy transmitted to the sapling. Suddenly, after absorbing the power of the contaminated sea, the young God Tree in the center of the magic array emitted intense fluctuations with a bright blue light. Upon closer inspection, one could see wisps of black smoke emerging from the blooming blue light. What's going on? Up to that point, Shaw, who still hadn't noticed the seed Fang Heng had tossed into the magic array and was confused about the sudden change in the sapling. Give it your all to protect the magic array. Support will arrive soon. Almost simultaneously, the special magic array set up by the Wood Tribe on the sapling was triggered, and all bearers of the sensing marks felt that the sapling was in crisis. What's happening? What's wrong with the sapling? The tribe members who had gathered to guard the magic array around the sapling were full of doubts and looked towards Xiaowu. Xiaowu's face became extremely solemn. He didn't know what had happened to the sapling, but the current situation was definitely not good news. Be careful. That person will appear again. Don't let him near the sapling. Xiao, who immediately focused all his energy on controlling the magic array, enhancing his senses to guard against external attackers. Outside the Wood Tribe habitat, the Wood Tribe's Grand Elder Tamsonga had just arrived with several tribal elders at a cursed temple, only to find the Leaf Tribe led by Vanis attempting to destroy the defensive perimeter of the temple. Naturally, Vanis and his group couldn't defeat the Wood Tribe's Grand Elder, so they quickly retreated. Tamsonga led his people in pursuit into the forest outside the cursed temple and, upon seeing a figure emerge from the trees behind them, his expression became even graver. Senzo. Tamsonga looked at Senzo and coldly said, "I knew that your Leaf Tribe would set sights on the seed of the God Tree, but aren't you a little too eager? Now that I'm here, I won't let you succeed." Seeing Senzo showing no intention of leaving, Tamsanga's expression darkened. What's going on? The God Tree imprint left within him had been triggered. This indicated that the young God Tree was facing a great threat. More surprisingly, the imprint contained a specific teleportation rune crafted by the Wood Tribe. In case of an emergency danger to the God Tree, it could immediately teleport back to provide assistance. However, at that moment, the attached teleportation rune was influenced by some unknown force, temporarily malfunctioning and unable to complete the teleportation. What's happening? Tamsonga was puzzled and looked at Senzo, his eyes flashing with anger. It's you. Senzo gazed back at Tamsonga. From Tamsanga's expression, he knew things had turned in their favor. It appeared that Fang Heng's actions had been successful. With that, their plan to take the sapling of the God Tree was halfway to success. Seeing Tamsonga and his group leaving, Senzo finally cracked a smile on his weathered face. After battling with the Wood tribe for so long, they had finally gained an advantage. When Tamsonga returned to the tribe and found Fang Heng damaging the young god tree, the Wood tribe would definitely go all out against him. By then, the power of the contaminated seed was likely to have been depleted. Not good. Something went wrong with the god tree saplings over there. In an instant, there was a significant fluctuation in the power of the god tree saplings. Within the wood folk habitat, most of the various enhancement effects that were originally shrouded over the wood folk were instantly cleared out. A wood folk guard hurriedly stepped forward to report, "Elder, an anomaly has been found in the god tree cultivation area. The communication with the projection mirror has been interrupted. We have already sent someone to investigate it immediately." Not good. Without the support of the god tree's power, the energy value of the habitat barrier rapidly decreased. Let Walter block the attacks from the outside Federation. The rest follow me. Chrono did not dare to be careless, immediately leading everyone to the underground god tree cultivation area to provide support. Chrono hurried all the way to the entrance of the underground passage leading to the god tree cultivation area, where two woodfolk had just opened the lower gate, and suddenly a black mist gushed out from the passage. What? The woodfolk guards were shocked at the scene. This black mist could affect perception. Not good. It's the contaminated mist. Seeing this eerie black mist, the two elders at the front immediately realized something was wrong, their expressions changing, and they quickly backed away. The two elders glanced at each other, their eyes filled with extreme vigilance, then turned to the elder Chrono behind them. Chrono's eyes were also full of surprise. It's the contaminated mist. The contaminated mist affecting the imprint transmission. Why would the contaminated mist appear here? Quick! Retreat! Don't inhale the black mist. Release your spiritual power armor to cover yourself. Do not let the contamination invade your bodies. The two elders also immediately reacted, shouting and leading the woodfolk guards to retreat. Most of the younger generation of the Tree Spirit tribe had not experienced the previous holy war and knew little about the power of the contaminated mist, so seeing the elders so on guard, they found it strange. Is it really that terrifying? At least from the looks of it, the black mist could shield vision and perception. Before the younger generation of the Tree Spirit tribe could figure out the situation, they obeyed the elders' orders and backed away. Soon after, they heard a rustling sound coming from the black mist. What is it? The senior woodfolk elders stared fixedly at the entrance of the passage. They saw shaky figures emerging from the black mist. Chrono and the two older elders of the tribe looked at each other. Corrupted beings. They looked like it but seemed different somehow. Deal with them. Try not to get too close. Chrono reminded the guards, clasping his hands together in front of him. Suddenly, countless thin vines extended from the ground, rapidly spreading towards the dark mist from the passage and quickly entangling the group of undead creatures that emerged from the mist in place. The group of undead creatures groaned as they struggled to free themselves. Seizing the opportunity, the woodfolk in the back used long-range natural arrows to bombard the group of undead creatures. Bang, bang, bang. The natural arrows exploded on the undead, making a dull sound and creating bloody holes. However, the bloody holes rapidly healed before their eyes at a visible speed. Like the outside group of feeders, the undead creatures possessed terrifying vitality. A cautious woodfolk elite guard asked, "Elder, what is this black mist?" The senior elder of the tribe glanced at the woodfolk and shook his head, as if unwilling to say more. "It's a natural disaster. Is it the work of the Leaf tribe?" Chrono frowned and said, in a deep voice, "It's not clear at the moment. Let's cleanse this black mist first." At this moment, in the god tree cultivation area on the other side of the passage, under the erosion of the black mist, the entire god tree was shrouded in the mist, emitting a hissing sound continuously. Fang Heng did not rush to escape as Sergi had planned but carefully observed in the dark. He was also partially affected by the black mist, but not as severely as the Tree Spirit tried. "Are you kidding? Leave now. Wouldn't the big fish in hand slip away?" Greed flashed in Fang Heng's eyes as he stared at over a dozen woodfolk elite guards surrounding the central magic array in the temple. In the center of the magic array, the god tree sapling was blinking with waves of green and black light. Besides, there was also a sacrificial bottle and nature crystal placed in the center of the magic array. Good stuff. He must act. Fang Heng had begun nurturing Abe Chi from a seed, and had already established a soul connection with Abe Chi. But the Tree Spirit tribe did not have this ability. so their control over the God Tree was much weaker than Fang Heng's. The God Tree sapling was influenced by the contamination and had sunk into an extremely agitated state, even experiencing partial loss of control. Sha, who was suppressing the magic array, while the other two elders were fully cooperating with the woodfolk guards to repel the group of undead creatures surging from the surrounding darkness. At that moment, no one noticed that, using the cover of the black mist, Fang Heng had quietly blended in with the group of undead, approaching the God Tree sapling area just a short distance away. Mental piercing, blood stimulation. Fang Heng continuously launched disturbing attacks on an elite woodfolk who was controlling the main magic array. The elite woodfolk card was assisting Sha when stabilizing the magic array, his mental focus high, and he was caught off guard as he was suddenly hit by a mental impact, causing his mind to falter briefly, and blood in his body to boil rapidly. These two moves were normally used by Fang Heng to deal with senior elder-level Tree Spirit tribe members. How could ordinary elite woodfolk withstand them? Suddenly, the elite woodfolk was hit hard, spitting out blood, and flew back, disappearing into the darkness. What? Everyone heard the commotion and looked towards the location where the woodfolk was thrown into the darkness. What happened? How come he suddenly? The remaining woodfolk guards who were controlling the magic array all turned pale and were filled with extreme fear. His perception told him it was the person he had just encountered. However, the polluted black mist blocked his perception, and he could not see clearly the figure of Fang Heng. The opponent's methods were too mysterious. Under the shroud of the black mist, he couldn't find a way to counterattack. Tough, puff puff. As he watched his subordinates assisting in controlling the magic array spit blood one by one and fly out, the fewer people remained, the faster the fear spread among the crowd. Similarly, as the numbers decreased, it became increasingly difficult for the remaining people to control the magic array. In just 3 short minutes, except for Shamu, all the wooden tribe guards assisting in controlling the magic array without exception began to spit blood and fly into the black mist, disappearing without a sound. Beads of cold sweat formed on Shamu's forehead. Holding on to operate the magic array single-handedly, he consumed mental and spiritual energy many times higher than usual. Shamu had a foreboding feeling that perhaps he would be the next one. Come on, let me see your true face. Shamu focused his mind, preparing to counterattack secretly. Click. Suddenly, Shamu was hit by a shock of mental power, causing his mind to falter for a moment. When he snapped back, he felt a dull pain in his chest, and his blood flow uncontrollably faster inside his body. Up to this point, Shamu finally understood what his subordinates had experienced. This terrifying invisible attack power was impossible to defend against. In the darkness, Fang Heng was fully controlling the flow of blood in Shamu's body, while a magic array rapidly spun in his right eye pupil. What? Shamu's face turned pale with shock. Because of the burst of pollution, the entire divine tree seedling was extremely unstable. He needed to devote a significant portion of his energy to operate the magic array, while also suppressing the restlessness of the blood within him. Unexpectedly, the magic array he was trying to control showed a huge fluctuation. The magic array suddenly accelerated, forcibly extracting his spiritual power. Under the triple suppression, Shamu's complexion turned white instantly. Who exactly was the opponent? Various mysterious methods kept emerging. In the midst of his confusion, Shamu suddenly sensed a powerful spatial fluctuation nearby. Here he comes. Almost instantly, Shamu's muscles tensed, his awareness reaching its peak. Swish! Fang Heng stepped out of the spatial projection and delivered a powerful punch. The force exploded. Fang Heng's full-force punch landed heavily on Shamu's shoulder. Just before being hit, Shamu revealed a sly smile and, using his last bit of strength, placed a palm on Fang Heng's body. Unable to see Fang Heng's figure in the black mist, this moment was the best opportunity for Shamu to wait for Fang Heng to attack first. This was the perfect chance he had been planning for all along, a moment to completely solve Fang Heng. He finally got what he wanted. Doom. Under Fang Heng's enhanced strength attribute, Shamu spat out a mouthful of blood and was almost instantly blasted away. Snap. At the same time, Fang Heng was also struck by Shamu's palm, and the vigorous natural force burst open in his palm, leaving a bloody imprint as Fang Heng was flown out like decaying flesh. Dang. System prompt. Player has been injured by the Elder Shamu of the Wood Tribe. The player's passive skill Life Drain is in effect, and this damage is shared with nearby zombie group. System prompt. Player enters the state of being knocked back and parasitized by vines. System prompt. Player's undead body effect is active, and some abnormal status conditions are removed. Just like Shomu, Fang Heng was sent flying by the palm strike. However, he performed a quick double jump in midair and landed steadily on the ground. Crack! He landed right in the center of the magic array. In the blink of an eye, the core of the wooden tribe's divine tree seedling along with the sacrificial pot and numerous natural crystals were fully exposed in front of Fang Heng. On the other side, Shomu was heavily injured by Fang Heng. Seeing that his powerful strike had not even scratched Fang Heng in the slightest, but had inadvertently led Fang Heng into the interior of the magic array, Shomu's expression changed drastically. Who is this guy? How did he manage to withstand his imminent attack with ease? What exactly did he do? No, the most important thing now is not to let him near the divine tree. Stop him! Shomu bellowed, forcibly suppressing his injuries and running desperately towards Fang Heng. Almost simultaneously, the other two elders also rushed towards Fang Heng, trying to stop his next move. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Heng was already standing in the center of the magic array. With a slight wave of his hand, the 5 sacrificial pots placed before the divine tree seedling were immediately collected into his backpack. System prompt. Player acquire sacrificial pot *5. Hiss. The short sword on Fang Heng's back burst open, and the blood swiftly condensed, wrapping all 12 remaining natural heart crystals. Harvest time. All the sacrificial items were in his possession, and Fang Heng finally glanced at the divine tree seedling in front of him. It was a pity that he could feel the immense power contained within the divine tree seedling, but it was preserved in the center of the magic array and could not be moved. Lacking a method to preserve the divine tree seedling, forcibly moving it would only harm the seedling and render it useless for absorption. As for calling a spirited force to absorb the divine tree seedling, Fang Heng had considered the feasibility of this plan more than once. But unfortunately, apart from Shomu, the other two elders were in good condition. External support from the Wood tribe would also arrive soon, making the plan highly improbable. It was not worth it. There would be another chance later. Seeing Shomu and the remaining two elders sprinting towards him, Fang Heng's mouth curled into a cold smile. Just like back in the Yi tribe, he followed the familiar pattern. Threaten them. Fang Heng reached out his hand, quickly pressing it on the divine tree seedling, preparing to use it to threaten the wooden tribe once again and escape. Sure enough, seeing Fang Heng's actions, Shomu and the others immediately changed their expressions. Stop! Fang Heng paid no heed to them, firmly pressing his hand on the divine tree seedling. However, in the next moment, Fang Heng's expression turned to astonishment. Snap! The moment his fingers touched the divine tree seedling, the corrupt black mist lurking in his consciousness was once again triggered. The corrupt power of jealousy in his consciousness surged, and a small part of it uncontrollably flowed out along the consciousness. What's going on here? Seeing a random message pop up in the game log, Fang Heng felt puzzled. It was strange. How could the divine tree sapling absorb the pollution from its own body? Unfortunately, it only absorbed a small portion before stopping the energy absorption and entering an even more chaotic and unstable state. For Fang Heng, weakening the jealousy seed power by such a small amount was insignificant and had no practical effect. However, the divine tree's transformation was significant. After absorbing the power, a dense black mist overflowed from the divine tree sapling. Fang Heng was momentarily confused and dared not get too close, quickly stepping back a few paces, cautiously observing the sapling. It seemed that the sapling had been stimulated by the pollution of the jealousy seed within it and had entered an unstable state. As a large amount of black mist was released, the area around the divine tree sapling had become the most densely covered in black mist. At this point, it was impossible to see the sapling's location with the naked eye. People were sweating nervously, feeling tense. The magic array had completely lost control, and so had the divine tree sapling. Fang Heng kept his eyes fixed on the sapling. It seemed plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Even though he didn't understand what was happening, this wave of black mist seemed more intense than before. It was his chance. Since they had come to this point, he might as well go all out. Within the black mist, Fang Heng quickly retreated, using the cover of the mist. Done. A crimson sparkle flashed on Fang Heng's forehead. The red dot quickly floated into the air, forming a mark. The Blood King's teleportation portal. Suddenly, a crimson teleportation portal formed in the air. The red passage even dispersed a small section of the surrounding black mist area. In the next moment, The Blood King Gare emerged from the teleportation passage. What's going on here? Gare, with an alchemical stone slab floating behind him, stepped out from the teleportation gate and saw a world shrouded in black mist, feeling alert. Gare, I'll deal with the enemies. You set up and activate the Blood Race teleportation array directly underneath the gate carefully to avoid contamination. Yes. Upon hearing the king's command, Gare immediately reacted and swiftly headed toward the spot directly below the Blood Race teleportation gate. Meanwhile, outside the Wood Tribe's habitat, Sergei was closely monitoring the interior of the habitat. It seemed that the plan arranged by Elder Senzo had worked. All they had to do now was wait for the contaminated divine tree seed to deplete its contaminated energy. Then, the transmission blocking ability of the contaminated mist would completely fail. The various elders of the Wood Tribe would immediately use the mark to teleport back for support. That would be Fang Hang's end. The Grand Elder's plan was flawless. Sergei's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as he looked forward to seeing Fang Hang meet his demise. Suddenly, Sergei furrowed his brows. He noticed that the group of Blood Race troops who were supposed to be nearby had suddenly disappeared using their spatial abilities. Strange, where did they go? For some reason, Sergei had a bad feeling in his heart. After observing for a while, Sergei, who had planned to leave at this point, felt that something was off. He had an inexplicable foreboding that something was beyond his control. Inside the Elder Tribe's habitat, in the passage leading to the internal cultivation area of the Divine Tree, Clone Nu and his men were carefully casting purification spells to cleanse the internal passage of the pollution and zombie group. What? Suddenly, Clone Nu sensed a warning sign. Looking up, he saw a dense black mist pouring out from deeper within the passage. High levels of pollution. Clone Nu's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Back off!" The Wood Tribe members in the passage immediately turned around and ran frantically towards the exit of the passage until they were outside. Doom. The next moment, the black pollution overflowed from the passage and spread outwards instantly. In a blink, the entire Wood Tribe habitat was shrouded in a thin layer of black mist. As they turned back to see the continuously billowing black mist in the passage, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Clone Nu's heart was almost squeezed in midair. He could almost be certain that something had gone wrong with the Divine Tree sapling. But in the current situation, they couldn't go in for rescue in the short term. Divine Tree sapling cultivation area. Rush, 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 rush. In a chaotic darkness, numerous lickers rushed towards the few remaining Wood Tribe guards. Under attack from the lickers, the protective natural shields surrounding the ordinary Wood Tribe guards were triggered frequently and quickly broke. The dense polluted black mist invaded their bodies through their skin. Even the Wood Tribe members could not escape the corrupting effects, gradually entering a state of decay. The three elders of the Sand Tribe could withstand the attacks of the zombie creatures for a moment, but their perception was suppressed to the limit, having to rely on the occasional black and white light emitted by the Divine Tree and the blood-red light in the air to orient themselves. Break that. It's their car. Seeing a large number of lickers pouring out continuously from the blood-red teleportation portal, Sand swiftly exchanged a few words with the other two elders through telepathy. "Let's go together." Sand, along with the two elders, broke through the lickers in front of them with all their might and swiftly approached the direction of the teleportation gate, attempting to break the Blood Race teleportation gate. You're dreaming. A cold snort rang in Sand's ears. Rush. Fang Hang's figure surged out from the dense black mist, and he struck Sand with a fist. "I've been waiting for you." The three elders of the Sand Tribe purposely drew Fang Hang out. As Fang Hang appeared, the three elders simultaneously formed a mark in front of them. Woodthorn seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless dark wooden thorns coalesced around Fang Hang, rushing towards him from all directions. Each dark wooden thorn contained extremely condensed power fluctuations. All the wooden thorns gathered together, blocking all of Fang Hang's retreat and advancement routes. There was no way to avoid them. Even the space had been sealed off. Fang Hang's pupils constricted. The three elders of the Wood Tribe were indeed formidable opponents. It was only at this moment that Fang Hang realized that their hasty actions earlier were deliberately done to mislead him, leading him to misjudge the situation and provoke him into action. The three elders Sand whose hearts skipped a beat, as they did not expect Fang Hang to be so tenacious, to make a life or death decision in this situation. Dang. One of the elders on the far right was unable to dodge and was immediately sent flying by Fang Hang's punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Hiss, hiss. A large group of feeders crouching on the ground immediately rushed towards the elder, crazily devouring him. Crackle. Almost simultaneously, Fang Heng was pierced by hundreds of thin dark wooden poles. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. He did not feel the excruciating pain he had anticipated. This meant that the skill also had a paralyzing and poisoning effect. However, Fang Heng thought this was good news. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly from such intense pain. Game prompts refresh densely. Hint. Player receives 125,000 puncture damage. Player receives poison, paralysis, bleeding status. Player's talent skill life drain takes effect. The damage is shared by nearby clones. Hint. Player receives 131,000 puncture damage. Hint. Player enters entangled vine state, strength seal state, seed parasite state. Hint. Player receives 151,000 puncture damage. Hint. Player's undead body effect triggers. Some negative physical effects on the player are cleared. Instantly, hundreds of damage prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Fang Heng's body was pierced by hundreds of dark wooden spines, with layers of entangled vines covering his skin, making him resemble a hedgehog. However, he quickly adjusted his posture and swiftly moved into a patch of black mist at the back. Sandhu and the other elder exchanged a glance, showing extreme shock. Who is this person? How is it possible that even with the combined efforts of the three of them, they could not kill him? Although they could not sense Fang Heng's aura, they were confident that he was definitely not dead. To survive under the skill cast by the three of them, and even sacrificing one elder, his resilience was terrifying. Forget about him. Destroy the teleportation gate first. Sandhu shouted loudly, quickly moving towards the teleportation gate. In fact, it was not that they did not want to use long-range attacks to destroy the teleportation gate. They had tried many times before, but all long-range attacks against the gate were blocked by the feeders using their own flesh and blood. They had to get closer to attack. Fang Heng retreated into a patch of black mist, breathing heavily. The skill cast by the three elders temporarily rendered him incapable of combat. He was now covered in numerous negative statuses, including strength seal, petrification, entangled vines, seed parasite, wooden spike puncture, all of which were magical negative effects that could not be cleared by the undead body effect. And the surroundings were shrouded in contaminated black mist. It would be suicidal to switch to the holy form to dispel these effects in such an environment. Fang Heng could only gulp down a potion and endure until the negative effects subsided. From a distance, Fang Heng observed Sandhu and the other elder, taking on 3 wooden tribe elders alone, even with the help of the black mist, was slightly arrogant. However, all 16 Blood Clan members had successfully completed the teleportation with the stone tablets. Even if the Blood Clan's passage was destroyed, it didn't matter. Although he was affected by various nasty negative effects at the moment, his health was not weakened at all. He couldn't let them easily destroy the teleportation gate. Discuss them some more. Drain them. Thinking this, Fang Heng once again used the skill Bowling Blood targeting Sandhu. Sandhu and the other elder were forcefully attacking the teleportation gate, daddling against the feeders and the black mist. Damn it! The large number of feeders rushing out from the darkness caused them a lot of trouble, compounded by the intangible psychic piercing and Bowling Blood effects. The 3 elders had never experienced such disgusting battles, and they could not find a way to defend themselves. They had to endure it. Dang. After enduring the onslaught of feeders and several waves of attacks from the feeders and Fang Heng, the blood-colored teleportation gate finally let out a bang, exploded in front of them, and ceased to function. The continuous flow of feeders pouring out from the teleportation gate finally stopped temporarily. Sandhu breathed a sigh of relief that the problem had not been resolved. There were still a large number of feeders and ordinary and dead creatures in the hall, and Fang Heng was constantly ambushing them. Worse still, they had to divert their attention to protect the sapling of the god tree. After the repeated battles, Sandhu's injuries became increasingly severe, with a trend of being overwhelmed. Let's go. Another guardian elder observed Sandhu's extremely bad condition, reached out to pull him, but when he didn't budge, he frowned. Sandhu, staying here will only lead to a burial. What's the point of talking about protecting the sapling in this situation? The only chance is to leave. Sandhu clenched his teeth. He knew the other party was speaking the truth. Staying here would only make him a live target for the enemy. If he couldn't even protect himself, let alone protect the sapling of the god tree. One elder had already died. There was no need to waste his life here in vain sacrifice. Knowing it was impossible, the two of them joined forces to break through towards the outer periphery of the God Tree Cultivation Hall. The group of feeders rushed forward, but the two of them managed to tear open a gap and escape. "It's a shame," quietly, Fang Heng said. If the two of them had stayed a little longer, waited until most of the negative magical effects had been cleared from his body, and then overlaid the boiling blood effect, he was confident he could have detained both of them. Unfortunately, they ran too fast. Fang Heng glanced back at the previously severely injured wooden elder. Under the continuous feedings of the feeders, the elder had already lost his breath, leaving several crystal fragments on the ground. Rainbow crystal. Even in the thick black mist, the rainbow crystal still flickered with a faint light. Fang Heng reached out and collected the exploded crystal. Hint: player killed the wooden elder case. Player receives rainbow crystal *5. Player gains 120,000 Tree Spirit Clan reputation. Watching Santu and the other elder flee, Fang Heng took prompt action to command all the feeders and regular undead in the hall to block the exit of the outer area of the God Tree Cultivation Zone completely. Let's go. Let's see how Abe Shia's teleportation magic array is arranged. Lord King. Galan the Blood Clan had placed the 16 magic formation stones in the corner of the room. Seeing the figure emerging from the surging black mist in front of them, the Blood Clan members all saluted together. In just 3 minutes, with the collaboration of everyone, Abe's Akira magic array was quickly set up. Fang Heng stood in front of the magic array, looked up at the God Tree sapling in the center of the hall in a chaotic state. The only problem was that he was worried whether Abe's Akira would also be stimulated by the contamination. No time to think about it. Follow me and activate the magic array. Yes. Fang Heng folded his hands in front of him. His spiritual power surged rapidly, quickly infused into the stone magic array. Suddenly, a red vortex appeared in the center of the rotating magic array, emitting a faint dark red light. Several roots of Abe's Akira overflowed from the magic array. Hint: player summon Abe's Akira and part of the roots through a special magic array. Hint: Abe's Akira is currently influenced by unknown forces with greatly reduced abilities. Fang Heng shouted, "Abe's Akira, can you absorb it?" Abe's Akira had not yet figured out the situation clearly, but upon Fang Heng's reminder, it immediately noticed the God Tree sapling emitting black smoke in the distance. Abe's Akira got excited. Just like a hungry ghost seeing food after 3 days, Abe's Akira's vines quickly overflowed from the magic array and spread toward the central God Tree sapling. Fang Heng immediately communicated with Abe's Akira mentally, reminding, "Be careful, this thing might be poisonous." Abe's Akira saw a feast right in front of it, so it did not care much about the warning and took a bite to try if it was poisonous. Abe's Akira absorbed the energy. Abe's Akira's experience points increased by 12 West. Abe's Akira absorbed energy. Abe's Akira gained 325 points of dimensional energy. Abe's Akira absorbed some unknown energy. Unknown energy level is too high. Beyond control. Abe's Akira fell into a state of confusion. Abe's Akira experience points decreased by 30 West. Game prompts flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. As Abe's Akira's vines uncontrollably danced wildly, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. He had just resolved all the trouble and summoned Abe's Akira with great effort, and now it couldn't absorb it. Wasn't this messing with his state of mind? Fang Heng walked up to the God Tree sapling again, observing the changes. According to what Augur said, the contaminated seed coat indeed disrupt the stability of the God Tree sapling and make it ineffective for a period of time. However, due to the effects of the black mist within their bodies, the damage they caused to the God Tree sapling had far exceeded Augur's expectations. So, the real culprit causing the instability of the God Tree sapling was not the contaminated God Tree sap, but the power of the jealousy seed that had just overflowed from him. According to this line of thought, since the contamination of the jealousy seed was released by himself, could he find a way to retrieve it? But Fang Heng didn't have time to think much. He immediately reached out and touched the sapling of the God Tree again. Absorb it. Fang Heng immediately activated his spiritual power, attempting to reabsorb the power of the jealousy seed. There was actually a fluctuation. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. Damn. It really worked. With the control of his spiritual power, the black pollution ore was slowly absorbed back through his palm. However, Fang Heng's brows furrowed. During the absorption process, he needed to fully control the flow of spiritual power. Once he relaxed slightly, the polluted energy would uncontrollably flow back. Damn. It was like driving a manual car. Luckily, thanks to the enhancement of dimensional power, his mental strength had greatly increased, allowing him to maintain the absorption of the power of the jealousy seed for a period of time. He continued to persevere, using his spiritual power to steadily absorb the contaminated power back into his consciousness. As the contaminated power was withdrawn by Fang Heng, the originally irritable god tree sapling stabilized at a visible speed. Quickly, Abe Zakira. It's okay. Abe Zakira quickly approached and attached its vines to the sapling of the god tree. Gulp gulp. A vigorous absorption. Abe Zakira absorbed the dimensional power store in the god tree sapling. Abe Zakira's current dimensional energy was converted into experience points plus 89.82 W. Abe Zakira absorbed the energy of the god tree sapling. Abe Zakira's experience points plus 211.22 West. Abe Zakira absorbed some unknown energy. Unknown energy level was too high. Beyond control. Abe Zakira fell into a state of confusion. Abe Zakira experience points decreased by 54.3 W. Although Fang Heng had not completely absorbed the pollution energy from the god tree sapling, Abe Zakira still experienced some negative effects, but it was much better compared to before. At least it was a win-win situation. Fang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very good. Let's increase the intensity. Keep absorbing. Fang Heng soon realized that this time was different from when he absorbed the sapling of the Yi clan god tree. The former contained more dimensional power, but at that time, Abe Zakira had not awakened its dimensional abilities, so the dimensional power was directly converted into experience points. Abu Chai, accelerate. Accelerate to the fastest speed. Devour it for me. Time is running out. Whatever you can devour, devour it. Abu Chai received Fang Heng's spiritual power perception. Knowing that there wasn't much time left, he immediately accelerated and absorbed with all his strength. Under the influence of the black mist, a magic array on the ground formed a rapidly swirling vortex. Abu Chai's vines crazily shot out from the vortex, converging towards the divine tree sapling, enveloping it and rapidly absorbing. Fang Heng gritted his teeth, controlling his spiritual power to absorb the polluted power from the divine tree sapling. Every second he held on, Abu Chai could earn another second. At the same time, hundreds of meters away in a straight line, at the other end of the passage outside the main hall nurturing the divine tree, Chrono and his group were retreating in a temple outside the passage. After stabilizing, they used natural forces to purify the pollution within the passage. Then, they saw Shamu, who had escaped from deep inside the passage, and another senior clan elder, Elder Shamu. Seeing Shamu in such a sorry state, everyone was shocked. What had happened in the divine tree cultivation area? Shamu raised his hand to stop to clan members who wanted to come help, looked up at Chrono, his expression grave, and quickly summarized the situation in the divine tree cultivation area. We encountered intruders who used polluted power to affect the divine tree. The divine tree is now extremely unstable. Where is the Grand Elder? When will he be back? Chrono's heart sank and he answered. He's already on his way, at most 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Shamu clenched his fists and turned to stare tightly at the rear area. He really wanted to rush in to see what had happened, but he couldn't. Chrono asked, was it done by the Leaf clan? It should be. Shamu was extremely angry and almost gritted his teeth to pieces. The pollution outbreak has nothing to do with humans, it can only be the Leaf clan. Cough. In his extreme anger, Shamu's internal injuries acted up, and he couldn't help but cover his chest and cough. Looking back, the Leaf clan guards were working hard to purify the black mist emanating from the passage and eliminate the feeding creatures. Suddenly, Shamu made a slight sound of surprise. It seemed like the power of the black mist was rapidly weakening. What was going on? Unease grew in Shamu's heart, and he couldn't help but look up at Chrono. Their gazes met briefly in the air. Let's go in first and check. Seeing that the pollution concentration had significantly decreased and the visibility had improved from less than half a meter to 6 or 7 meters, Chrono waved his hand, leading his elite team into the passage to investigate. The enemy is very strong. Be careful. Along the way, a small number of feeding creatures continued to emerge from the depths of the passage, slowing down the group's progress. After advancing along the passage for nearly 2 minutes, both Shamu and Chrono suddenly sensed something, their pupils tightening. The sensation of being absorbed came again. It felt like the depths of the passage ahead were a void that was swallowing up all the senses they released. Oh no! Chrono's expression changed drastically, and in a panic, he shouted, "Quick! Retreat!" Once again, the group swiftly retreated back the way they came from the passage. In the next moment, a dense black fog swept out from the front. The black fog was even denser than before, filling the entire rear hull quickly due to its high concentration. "Get out first, go outside." Yes. As Chrono and the group exited the passage, the high-concentration black fog pollution gradually began to dissipate. Just as the Wood Clan members breathed a sigh of relief, they heard a hissing sound coming from the passage in front of them. Following the sound, they saw a large number of feeding creatures surging out of the passage. "Here they come again," Chrono said in a deep voice. "Stop them." The Wood Clan guards immediately moved forward to intercept the feeding creatures. Xiaomu stared intently at the depths of the passage. How had such a high concentration of black fog been produced? Hiss, hiss, hiss. What was that sound? Hearing the hissing sound coming from the black fog, Xiaomu couldn't help but look up into the sky. Bats. From the black fog emanating from the passage, there were bats mixed in, quickly flying towards the sky and disappearing into the night. Xiaomu furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected Feng Heng himself to be among these bats. In midair, after escaping, Feng Heng immediately withdrew towards the outskirts of the Wood Clan settlement. Reflecting on what had just happened, Feng Heng couldn't help but feel regretful. He had forcibly used his spiritual power to control the envy contamination and held it back for 5 minutes until Abu Chai absorbed most of the power from the divine tree sapling. Unable to hold it any longer, he relaxed his mind, and the contamination from the envy suddenly rushed back in like floodwaters bursting through a dam. In an instant, the previously half-powered divine tree sapling was filled with a massive amount of pollution, and then, it exploded in front of him. What a pity! It was a shame that Abu Chai didn't fully absorb the vitality of the Wood Clan's divine tree. It was indeed a pity not knowing how much experience points Abu Chai had just gained. Once out of the Wood Clan territory, Feng Heng finally had time to open the game log and observe. There it was. The game log. Hint. The player completely destroyed the divine tree sapling. Current task: Leaf Clan's plot completion rate 100%. Hint. Player's current main task: trade with the Leaf Clan. Completion rate reached 100%. The player can now seek out the Leaf Clan to complete the task. Hint. Player Abu Chi's level has increased to LV 148. Not bad. Not bad. After that absorption, Abu Chi's level soared to 148. In addition, he also absorbed over 10 million units of dimensional energy. This was an extra harvest. Added together, it fully compensated for his hard work of the past half-month. Not to mention the additional gains of the sacrificial bottle and the crystal of nature's heart. The only regret was not finding the branch of the divine tree. With that in mind, Feng Heng glanced down below. Next, he had to go and talk to Sergei. The plan was for the Leaf Clan to join the battlefield amidst the chaos, but in the end, there was no sign of them at all. Without a doubt, it was intentional. Feng Heng suspected that the Leaf Clan had never intended to come. They simply wanted to draw the Wood Clan's attention and gain benefits from the outside. If they didn't get an explanation and good compensation from the Leaf Clan, it wouldn't be easy to let things go. Of course, if the Leaf Clan refused to give them what he wanted. Outside, the Federation and the swarming creatures continued their relentless assault on the Wood Clan settlement. The strong presence ... not good. It's the elder of the Wood Clan. Elder Tam Sangha of the Wood Clan hurriedly arrived with his team. Sergei was taken aback. Feng Heng is in trouble for sure this time. Although Sergei wanted to stay and observe the situation, he knew it was not the time to do so. Let's go, Sergei called to a few elite members of the Leaf Clan. Turned to leave, but suddenly he felt a jolt in his heart. Quickly turned back to look towards the Wood Clan settlement behind him. There, a thick black mist exploded within the Wood Clan settlement. The visible black fog quickly spread and diffused. Contaminated air. What's happening? Why is there such a violent contamination in the air? This intensity is definitely beyond what those 3 polluted sacred tree seeds can cause. It's too strange. Sergei was full of suspicion and doubts. In the black mist, it seemed like he could vaguely see a few black dots. Sergei squinted and looked carefully, but the black dots disappeared into the night sky. Was it an illusion? Not good. Sergei now had a head full of question marks, and he already felt that something was off. It's best to leave. No matter what happens, it's not safe to stay here. What if the elder of the Wood Clan takes care of Feng Heng? What should he do then? Let's go. Without thinking further, Sergei hurriedly led his elite members of the Leaf clan to slip away. They quickly left the frontline battlefield area and entered the primal forest, heading towards the Leaf clan settlement. Suddenly, Sergei frowned, stopped in his tracks, and looked up at the sky. Bats, the group of 30 or 40 bats he had seen earlier were hovering above him, flying low. Sergei keenly sensed that something was amiss, so he stopped and stared at the bats above him. Suddenly, the bats stopped circling in midair, transformed back into human forms, and stood opposite Sergei. It's you. Seeing Fang Heng appearing unscathed in front of him, Sergei's eyes showed extreme astonishment. Are the Wood clan all idiots? How could they let Fang Heng escape in this situation? And why? Exposed to such intense contamination, why does Fang Heng seem like nothing has happened to him? Sergei. Why the rush to leave without even saying hello? Fang Heng looked at Sergei with interest, asking, are you returning to report to the Leaf clan? While speaking, the group of Blood clan princes circling in the sky also turned back into human forms one by one and surrounded Sergei and his men. After landing, Fang Heng, Sergei broke into a cold sweat on his forehead, his brain spinning rapidly, looking for an excuse. Our plan deviated, we encountered resistance from the Wood clan halfway, and we suffered heavy casualties, but we have managed to delay the elder of the Wood clan, or else he would have come back to support sooner, and you wouldn't have escaped. Oh, really? I must thank you then, Fang Heng said, taking a step forward and staring at Sergei. Tell me, what gains have the Leaf clan made from this battle? I have sacrificed a lot for this, as we agreed beforehand. I need the sacrificial vessel and the branches of the sacred tree. Sergei forced composure. Fang Heng, the Leaf clan will fulfill its promises to you. At the moment, I only know that Elder Wanus has successfully taken control of the 3 prayer temples of the Wood clan, so there should be some gains. After I return and inventory the supplies, I will. That's good. But such trivial matters do not require Elder Sergei to handle personally. This is your first time visiting our human territory. We haven't shown proper hospitality. Let your subordinates report it. During this period, you may rest here peacefully. Hearing the threat in Fang Heng's words, the guards of the Leaf clan around Sergei all showed readiness for battle. Hold. Sergei raised his hand and said, in a deep voice, I will stay. You go and report to the elder in detail. Sergei didn't know what exactly had happened on the Wood clan side now. Anyway, Fang Heng had run out alive. This meant that the elder's plan had deviated. The next steps would be left for the elder to handle. Most importantly, if things turned hostile, Sergei had no confidence in surviving under the siege of these people. Hehe, a smart choice. Fang Heng nodded, showing a hint of appreciation, waved his hand. Let's go. Meanwhile, Elder Tam Sangha of the Wood clan had just returned to the camp with his elite team. The sudden outbreak of black mist had dissipated significantly. Together with the Chrono group outside of the joint passage, the Wood clan worked quickly to purify the black mist. No one spoke. The whole team maintained a silence akin to deathly stillness. Everyone felt their power slowly draining from their bodies at a steady pace. All had some inkling of what was happening, but nobody dared to mention it. It wasn't until they entered the grand hall that, from a distance of more than 10 meters, they could see the withered sapling at the center of the magic array, with only a few roots left. The flames of anger in their eyes could no longer be contained. Sout Shah suddenly knelt in front of the elder. Elder, I have failed to protect the sacred sapling. Please grant me death. Get up. Tam Sangha's eyes turned red, suppressing his inner anger and trembling hands. Before you die, there is something more important to do. Shah slowly stood up. Leaf clan. I want the entire Leaf clan to be buried with us. On Fang Heng's side, it was a bountiful harvest. Abiakia reached a full pot and bowl of rewards, significantly increasing in level. With the level increase, Abiakia's various attributes received a small boost. The increase in strength was one aspect, but most importantly, the upper limit of the dimensional level that could be increased also rose. Of course, there was also an additional one for Tua West dimensional energy. It was estimated to advance by another level in the dimensional level. Upon returning to the Human Federation, Fang Heng didn't rush to find the Leaf clan, but headed straight back to the Praying Spirit Temple in the Otherworld to use the power of the sacred tree to level up again. At this time, the Leaf clan also learned about Sergei being temporarily confined by Fang Heng. Senzo came to his senses and looked at Vanus, nodding. Well done. Vanus saw that the Grand Elder was not very pleased and couldn't help but ask, Grand Elder, has something happened? Well, I just received news that Fang Heng is not dead. What? Vanis was greatly surprised. Not dead? How is that possible? I also find it strange. And not only did he not die, he even captured Sergei and sent a message asking us to deliver the agreed supplies to him. HMPH. Vanis snorted heavily. He's dreaming. Senzo said, in a deep voice. Fang Heng is trying to leverage Sergei to exchange for supplies from us. If we don't give them, Elder Sergei won't come back so easily. And I'm worried Fang Heng will continue to cause trouble for us. So, should we just give him everything? Vanis was itching with anger, feeling uneasy, complaining, the wood race is also a bunch of waste. So many people can't even handle one Fang Heng. Senzo was also very curious about this. The wood race was not weak. How could they let Fang Heng leave so easily? According to several tribe members who were executing the mission, Fang Heng left the wood race habitat in perfect condition, without any signs of injury. Could the wood race have reached some agreement with Fang Heng? Impossible. Senzo dismissed this speculation. Vanis was getting impatient. Would they just hand over everything they fought so hard for to Fang Heng? Have they become his workers? Grand Elder, you don't really intend to agree to Fang Heng's conditions, do you? Senzo frowned, feeling a headache coming on. From their interactions with Fang Heng, it was clear he was not willing to take any losses. If they didn't give him the supplies, the liquor army would likely come over soon, and Senzo could already guess that Fang Heng would probably use those despicable attrition tactics. Then it would be a headache for them. But why should they hand over what they took so hard to get from the wood race to Fang Heng? On what grounds? Even Vanis, let alone Senzo, was extremely unhappy. Report. While they were talking, a Yi tribe guard hurried over, kneeling down and handing over a report. Reporting. Grand Elder, there is the latest news from the Wood tribe. Senzo read the latest report handed to him, his eyes filled with a deep sense of strangeness. Grand Elder. Vanis saw Senzo's changing expression and couldn't help but quietly ask, what's going on? The Wood tribe is rapidly assembling and heading towards our territory. Oh. Vanis's eyes flashed with a hint of combativeness, speaking coldly. I knew they wouldn't swallow this injustice. Their timing is perfect. I've always wanted to meet them head-on. Grand Elder, I'll personally handle them. No. Their arrival this time is strange. We should retreat to the defense barrier first. Senzo's expression was solemn. The message stated that Wood tribe Elder Tamsangal led the clan directly to mass toward them. The entire Wood tribe poured out in a very short amount of time, coming straight at them. It was a direct desperate posture. Weren't they afraid of being ambushed in their habitat? Why? Vanis asked in puzzlement. Wood tribe Elder Tamsangal is personally leading the team. You are not his match. What? Leading the team personally? Yes. This matter is truly strange. I have already sent people to investigate carefully. Right now Sergei is still being held by Fang Heng, and you are in charge of all external guards of the habitat. Yes. Senzo and Vanis couldn't guess that Fang Heng had actually absorbed all the god tree seedlings that the Wood tribe had cultivated for years in the process of entering the Wood tribe's territory. How could the Wood tribe not be furious? They were coming over with eyes red, ready to fight the Yi tribe. Although they couldn't figure out the reason for the Wood tribe's outburst, seeing their desperate posture, Senzo also felt a bit nervous. The Yi tribe's strength was not as great as before. Also, the rest of the loot should be transferred to the secret warehouse first, and let Julio immediately start absorbing the essence of the god tree's offspring. We need to enhance our combat power immediately. Yes. Vanis nodded in agreement. Thinking carefully, the Grand Elder's deployment was actually convenient to implement. In any case, the Yi tribe had already started to withdraw in advance for defense, and they only had a few outer temples under their control, making it easy to retreat. Grand Elder, how should we handle the matter with Fang Heng? Are we really going to return the plundered goods to Fang Heng? Senzo thought for a moment. Regardless of the Wood tribe's intentions, it is a critical time right now. It is not wise to deal with both the Wood tribe and Fang Heng simultaneously. I will send someone to inform Fang Heng that we need his help. After the matter is resolved, including the sacrificial pot and the branches and leaves of the god tree we looted from the Wood tribe today, we will definitely hand them over with both hands. In the world inside, the prayer spirit temple emitted a crimson light. Tipped. Bakira's current dimensional level has been increased to LV 11. consuming 2200 West energy points due to the influence of the Prayer Spirit Temple level. The upgrade energy consumption is reduced by 12%. Tip: due to Abakira's dimensional level increase, the affiliated blood clan group gains an additional 80% basic attribute enhancement, only calculating the attribute enhancement obtained through academic, bloodline-related skills. Tip: the maximum dimensional level can be increased to Abakira's level 10 plus 1. The current Abakira level LV 148. The maximum dimensional level can be increased to LV 15. Very good. The dimensional level has been upgraded once again. Dimensional strength levels 1 to 5. Each level increase provides an additional 20% basic attribute boost. Starting from level 6, each level increase will provide an additional 40% basic attribute boost. Starting from level 11, the boost becomes 80%. Similarly, the consumption of dimensional power for upgrades increases exponentially. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from the magic array. Hail the Great Lord. Around the magic array, a circle of Blood Clan members all knelt down. Blood King Guile reported, "Great Lord, an elder from the Yi tribe is seeking an audience. I've asked him to wait at the door." Let's go see what the Yi tribe is up to again. With that, Fang Heng left the Prayer Spirit Temple with the Blood Clan. Outside the temple, Elder Miles had been waiting for some time. "Fang Heng, is that so?" Fang Heng gazed at Miles and asked, "Have you found the book on making branches and leaves of the divine tree?" Miles shook his head. The book on making branches and leaves of the divine tree was just a trick to fool Fang Heng. Even if there was one, it wouldn't be found inside the Temple of Curses. Fang Heng had also guessed this. He was still holding on to a glimmer of hope, without much disappointment. "Well, when will you be sending over the other things? I believe Elder Sergei will be willing to go back with you once your items arrive here." "Indeed, we were initially planning to send the supplies over immediately, but there have been some issues," Miles said seriously. "Suddenly, the Wood Clan launched concentrated attacks on our habitat, and we are fully engaged in dealing with the Wood Clan's onslaught, with no extra capacity to transport supplies. Please inform Elder Sergei that the clan needs him to return immediately to help protect the lineage. In addition, we also hope you can help us resist the Wood Clan's attacks. In return, we are willing to provide an additional branch from the Divine Tree. When we repel the Wood Clan's attack, all supplies will be delivered to you together." "Oh." Fang Heng's expression gradually darkened as he said, "Elder Miles, this seems to be beyond our agreement." "Please help." Miles reluctantly said the word please. Asking a human for help? For the members of the Leaf Clan, it was a major disgrace. Fang Heng stared at Miles. "I can't help feeling like you're threatening me." "Absolutely not. The Wood Clan's attack came very suddenly this time, and our defense forces are also very weak. The Divine Tree seedlings are still in a critical period of energy absorption, and if they are interrupted, all previous efforts will be in vain." Miles was not lying about this. If it weren't a crisis, they wouldn't have come to ask for Fang Heng's help. Fang Heng sneered internally. "Interesting, the Leaf Clan is resorting to scheming again. No problem, he'll play along." With the Wood Clan attacking the Leaf Clan with such force, it provided him with a good opportunity to take advantage. "All right, I agree. I will come with you to check out your area." "Thank you. Please follow me." "No need. We will go ahead, and we will meet at the teleportation point." With that, Fang Heng raised his hand. "Russell! Russell!" Almost instantly, the Blood Clan members gathered outside the Temple of Curses transformed into their Blood Clan forms and flew quickly towards the direction of the teleportation point. Through the teleportation channel, Fang Heng and Miles entered the teleportation point outside the Leaf Clan's territory. The Wood Clan teams have gradually invaded the outer area of the primeval forest. This time, their attack is fierce and crazy, Miles explained, stealing a glance at Fang Heng, as if trying to read something from his face. "Fang Heng, did you discover anything when you entered the Wood Clan territory before?" "No." Fang Heng shrugged with a poker face, but he couldn't stop himself from holding back a laugh in his mind. He certainly knew why the Wood Clan suddenly became so aggressive. The divine trees they had diligently nurtured were destroyed by him. Who wouldn't be upset? Needing an outlet for pent-up frustration was only natural. Unfortunately, the Leaf Clan became the target of their frustration. Miles couldn't read anything from Fang Heng's face, so he reluctantly showed the map he held, saying, "Fang Heng, we need your help to control the Bloodlickers to help us block the Wood Clan's advances at this strategic point." "So, All I need to do is guard this location. Yes, precisely. This strategic point is crucial and will definitely become the main target of the Wood Clan's attack. Guarding here will give us a significant advantage. Got it. Fang Heng glanced at the map location and nodded. No problem. I will help you guard that area. Thank you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Miles clasped his fists and hurried away. Watching Miles' departing figure, Fang Heng secretly chuckled. Upon learning that the Wood Clan had launched a full-scale attack with the whole clan, the Leaf Clan was somewhat panicked, even seeking his help to resist part of the Wood Clan. However, even so, the Leaf Clan remained extremely wary of him, and had never considered letting him enter the Leaf Clan's habitat, only hoping to deplete the Wood Clan's strength outside. They were treating him merely as a pawn. The tactics were clear, but it didn't bother him. After all, he wasn't genuinely there to help. Thinking this, a game prompt appeared in his retina. Hint: player's current quest deal with the Leaf Clan triggers further tasks. Task name: resist the Wood Clan's invasion. Task description: the Wood Clan has launched a major invasion into the Leaf Clan's territory, and they hope you can assist them in repelling the Wood Clan's forces. Task requirement: consume the Wood Clan's living forces until their assault withdraws. Task reward: unknown previous stage task rewards will be accumulated and issue after completing this stage. Here we go again, more scheming. Huh. Seeing the refreshed task prompt, Fang Heng smiled. He was now certain that unless the task clearly specified the reward, the Leaf Clan would likely find all sorts of reasons to backtrack and delay offering the task rewards. Once or twice, he might feel annoyed at being deceived, but after multiple instances, it would become less bothersome. After all, when it comes to rewards, one often has to strive for them themselves. Let's go. A touch of coldness flashed in Fang Heng's eyes as he hurriedly left with the Blood Clan. Great King. The Leaf Clan's high-handedness and irrationality made Gare realize that things were not normal. Feeling a bit displeased, he followed Fang Heng and asked, Great King, do we really have to go guard the position to help the Leaf Clan resist the Wood Clan? Why not? Fang Heng chuckled and said, good people should see things through to the end. Fang Heng thought he might as well manipulate the Bloodlickers to show themselves in front of the Wood Clan. This would further convince the Wood Clan that their divine seedling's destruction was related to the Leaf Clan. When the Wood Clan attacked the Leaf Clan, they could put up even more of a fight. Over half an hour later, the Wood Clan's elite vanguard team split into multiple small teams and tentatively entered the Leaf Clan's habitat perimeter. The Leaf Clan, not holding back, launched direct attacks on the invaders concealed in the shadows. The battle commenced. Fang Heng had already deployed a wave of Bloodlickers ambushing at the location chosen by Miles. After the initial confrontation, it was immediately apparent that the enemy was formidable, and they quickly couldn't withstand the pressure, retreating towards their habitat. Senzo had to personally confront Tamsonga, the elder of the Wood Tribe. Tamsonga, do you have so much free time to visit me? HMPH. Tamsonga wanted nothing more than to tear Senzo apart, with no interest in exchanging pleasantries. With a heavy grunt, he coldly said, Senzo, stop pretending. Today, I want you to accompany us in burial. Senzo furrowed his brow, wondering what had gotten into Tamsonga. Were they abandoning their habitat, their ancestral tree? Were they willing to exchange blow for blow with the Yi tribe to the extreme? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under Tamsanga's control, a massive wooden spike rose slowly from the ground, directly attacking the barrier outside the Yi tribe's habitat. Doom. The giant wood collided with the barrier, shattering it, and causing the entire structure to shake violently. Suddenly, with a deafening explosion, it entered a state of energy depletion and restart. Senzo, witnessing this, had a hint of astonishment flash through his eyes as he tightly focused on the ring in Tamsanga's hand. The ring of inheritance passed down by the Wood Tribe among the Tree Spirit Tribe. Was the entire Wood Tribe going mad with Tamsonga, using the power of the inheritance items recklessly today? Without him noticing, Fang Heng had already hidden in the shadows not far away, silently observing. He also noticed the ring in Tamsanga's hand. Looks like a formidable tool, Fang Heng murmured to himself, feeling somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered Tamsonga when sneaking into the Wood Tribe's camp earlier, or it wouldn't have been so easy to target the sapling of the ancestral tree. In the center of the Yi tribe's camp, under the blessing of the sapling of the ancestral tree, a green light shone once again. Empowered by the ancestral tree, the Yi tribe guards significantly increased their strength, using ranged attacks to deal with the Wood tribe summoned frontline tree beings. The time was now. Seeing the outer barrier of the Yi tribe breached, Fang Hen didn't hesitate any longer. He entered the secondary spatial projection and swiftly infiltrated the interior of the Yi tribe's habitat. Since the Yi tribe refused to give him what he had promised himself, he would take it personally. The Yi tribe was fully engaged with the invaders, simultaneously urging the ancestral tree to absorb the energy from the Wood tribe's sapling branches. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Fang Heng's movements. Soon, Fang Heng followed the previous route, skillfully infiltrating the underground area of the Yi tribe's habitat and heading straight for the nurturing area of the ancestral tree. Inside the nurturing area, Elder Yuryu was concentrating on cultivating the saplings of the ancestral tree, absorbing the essence of the tree's seed. Intruder. Yuryu sensed spatial fluctuations nearby and immediately looked in that direction. He saw Fang Hen emerging from the spatial projection. Seeing Fang Hen, Yuryu's heart sank. Fang Hen. This kid was too troublesome. He would rather encounter several Wood tribe invaders than face Fang Hen. Elder Yuryu. Fang Hen greeted calmly, scanning the other Yi tribe guards in the hall with a casual tone. It seems the situation outside is not looking good. In the hall, besides Elder Yuryu, there were the newly appointed elders Desti and Renzo, who had been captured by him before. The remaining Yi tribe members were busy maintaining the magic array, indicating that manpower in the Yi tribe was already very scarce. Yuryu's face darkened as he sternly said, "Elder Senzo has made an agreement with you. If you are not resisting the Wood tribe's invasion outside, why are you here?" "Oh, nothing. Just paying a visit." Fang Heng smiled, spreading his hands. "I've been thinking, what if I help you repel the Wood tribe? When the time comes, will you fulfill your promise to give me the leaves of the divine tree or not? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me?" "Stop talking nonsense," Yuryu warned, looking at Fang Heng warily. "Fang Heng, this is a crucial area of our Yi tribe. What do you want to do here?" "Oh, nothing. I'll be straightforward. I want the thing you promised me. You should give it to me first before dealing with anything else," Fang Heng said seriously. Yuryu stared at Fang Heng, his arm holding the staff showing visible veins. The blatant threat. Unfortunately, it was a critical moment for the saplings to absorb the essence of the seed of the ancestral tree. Yuryu didn't want to confront Fang Heng and could only endure his inner anger. "All the materials taken from the Wood tribe before are in the hands of Elder Vanus. If you want them, go find Elder Vanus," Yuryu retorted. "No. I know that all the cultivation of the divine tree saplings is under your responsibility. You give it to me, and I'll leave immediately." Fang Hen looked at Yuryu, continuing, "If not, don't blame me. Outrageous." Yuryu's anger reached the boiling point as he struck his staff forcefully. Last time, Fang Heng had ambushed them in secrecy, resulting in severe injuries and only half of his strength. Yet now, they had strengthened their defenses, and Fang Heng dared to act so brazenly here. Suddenly, the saplings of the ancestral tree radiated light. The ground before Yuryu rolled, and more than 10 roaring wooden dragons emerged from the earth, charging towards Fang Heng head-on. Desti and Renzo, two young newly appointed elders who had long wanted to take out Fang Heng, also rushed forward, wielding thin light green lawnswords. Clap! Fang Heng tapped his toe on the ground, swiftly retreating, while magical arrays rapidly formed around his body. Upgrade. Hint. Player's current level has increased to LV 42. Due to player's talent skill, player has gained an additional 3,250 to zombie avatars. Hint. Player's current zombie avatar quantity, 19,510. Hint. Player will need a first-order rainbow crystal asterisk, 200 for level 43 upgrade. Player currently meets the leveling conditions. Do you want to proceed with the upgrade? In the next moment, a dense swarm of zombie avatars emerged from the magic array and the rolling soul around him. Meanwhile, Fang Heng quickly condensed a mark in front of him. The alchemical magic array rotated in front of Fang Heng. Swoosh! A dark shadow shot out from the magic array. Shadow Magic Mouse. The shadow magic mouse swiftly climbed onto Fang Heng's shoulder, puffing out its cheeks. Phew! Dexy and Renzo suddenly disappeared into the black fog, closely following behind Fang Heng. Last time, being captured was a huge insult to them. This kind of shame could only be cleansed with Fang Heng's life. The two of them used specially made wooden longswords to attack, and the longswords in their hands felt extremely light to them. The rapidly vibrating longswords left a series of small and dense wounds on Fang Heng's body. However, the wounds on Fang Heng's body capped by the longswords were healing at an incredible speed. Dexy and Renzo did not have much experience in actual combat and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. How could someone be completely immune to their attacks? They continued to swing their longswords in attack. In just 1 second, hundreds of wounds were inflicted on Fang Heng's body, yet Fang Heng seemed unharmed. After struggling for a few seconds, a large group of zombies rushed towards Dexy and Renzo from behind. Dexy did not look back, but swept a sword backwards. However, what shocked him even more was that his blessed sword in hand could not effectively dismember the zombies. A few zombie creatures were only pushed back a short distance by his attack, and then quickly regrouped. Not good, huh? Where is Fang Heng? Interrupted by the zombie creatures, when Dexy turned around again, he realized that he had lost track of Fang Heng. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the large number of zombie distractions and the visual and sensory blocking effect of the black fog, Fang Heng quickly moved forward, heading towards Yuri. Yuri had not moved, standing guard in front of the sapling of the god tree. Already stolen by Fang Heng last time, he would not allow himself to fall in the same place again. Doom! A heavy muffled explosion sounded. Fang Heng's fist that struck forward was blocked by Yuri's raised hand. Huh, Fang Heng thought. There's this move too. Upon closer inspection, Yuri's palm was glowing with a blue light. The power on his fist was clearly being absorbed by that light. Interesting. Come on, Fang Heng shouted, his long sword bursting open at his back, blood thorns rapidly condensing and stabbing forward, along with his continuous punches and kicks. Boom, boom. Yuri's expression became extremely serious as he continuously blocked Fang Heng's attacks with his staff. In his view, Fang Heng's strengthening speed was too terrifying, whether it was melee attacks or that eerie blood manipulation ability. What made him even more frightened was the contaminated mist. Under the influence of the contaminated air, the enhancing effect of the god tree was partially suppressed. Not much, but very uncomfortable. The god tree sapling in the magic array behind Yuri undoubtedly made him more worried during the battle and dare not move his feet easily. Boom, boom. A large number of blood thorns in the air were continuously shattered by Yuri using natural light spheres. Crack! Suddenly, a light noise caught Yuri's attention. What? Something fell out of the explosion of the blood thorns just now. Yuri's mind stirred, immediately turning to look in the direction of the strange sound, a look of surprise on his face. Among the exploding blood thorns, a seed the size of a jujube kernel fell on the magic array. That is ... not good. It's a contaminated god tree seed. Yuri's brain blanked out for a moment. In the next moment, the seed fell into the magic array, immediately being absorbed and transformed by the magic array, transferring energy into the god tree sapling to be absorbed by it. Doom! The god tree sapling absorbed the contaminated seed's aura, shaking violently. A blue light kept flashing, while black mist gushed out from the god tree sapling. The god tree sapling immediately fell into an extremely unstable state, with a good portion of the special status granted by the leaf tribe disappearing in an instant. Damn it! Yuri immediately exerted all his mental strength to forcibly control the operation of the magic array, looking at Fang Heng with a somewhat horrified expression. Contaminated god tree seed. Where did you ... come from? Naturally, it was given to me by Elder Sergei. If you have a problem, you can ask him. Fang Heng watched his plan succeed, smiling as he rushed forward again. With the lack of the enhanced ability of the god tree sapling and the need to simultaneously suppress the operation of the magic array, Yuri immediately couldn't continue to resist his continuous attacks. Even with Renzo and Dexy behind him catching up to interfere, they couldn't help Yuri in the slightest. Doom! Under consecutive suppression, Yuri was punched up close by Fang Heng, retreating several steps before steadying himself. As he stood firm again, lifting his head, he saw Fang Heng rapidly approaching the god tree sapling, with one hand already about to touch it. Yuri's eyelids twitched slightly, a feeling of extreme unease rising in his heart, shouting, "Stop him!" Dexy and Renzo, the two newly promoted elders, caught up, swinging their long swords to stab Fang Heng from behind, trying to intercept his steps. Chirp, chirp. Two dry sounds rang out. Two blood holes were pierced behind Fang Heng by the long swords, but did not affect his movements at all. One hand steadily touching the god tree sapling. Fang Heng, stop. Yuri stared intently at Fang Heng, saying in a deep voice, stop. Quit whatever you want, we can give it to you. Don't touch the god tree sapling. Really? Fang Heng looked at Yuri, shook his head. It's too late. The next moment, the contaminated ore surging in Fang Heng's consciousness frantically poured into the god tree sapling. Suddenly, the god tree emitted an even more intense light. The dazzling white light carried a strong scent, shining on the entire main hall. The entire space of the main hall quickly became shrouded in even thicker black contaminated mist. Yuri's expression changed drastically, using all his power to try to maintain the stability of the magic array under his feet. However, it was completely ineffective. The mental power he tried to infuse into the magic array seemed to sink like a stone in the ocean with no effect at all. The entire god tree had entered an extremely chaotic state. Even denser black mist overflowed from the magic array. Almost instantly, it covered more than half of Yuri's field of vision and perception. Fang Heng, Sout. Taking advantage of the eruption of the black mist, Fang Heng suddenly exerted force. The long swords in the hands of Dexy and Renzo, two newly promoted elders, were forcibly pushed back by Fang Heng. They watched as Fang Heng swiftly disappeared into a patch of black mist in front of him. Under the effect of sensory blocking, they couldn't even continue tracking Fang Heng's silhouette. The two didn't have time to chase after him, and immediately retreated back towards Yuri. Elder Yuri, are you okay? The red light occasionally flickered in the darkness. Chirp. Suddenly, the red light burst in midair, forming a teleportation gate emitting a crimson light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The teleportation gate was covered in black mist, making it indistinct, but Yuri could sense something rushing out in large quantities from the teleportation channel. The two elders, Dexy and Renzo, felt fear rising in their hearts. Fang Heng, what exactly does he want to do? Chirp, chirp. The next moment, a dense group of feeders broke through the black mist and rushed towards them. Don't let them get close to the sapling. Yuri was suppressed by the ominous black mist of the Demon Sea, forced to retreat continuously, protecting the sapling with the two elders around it. However, around the sapling was where the demonic seeds ore was strongest. Yuri did not take a single step back. He had a very strong intuition. Fang Heng was still waiting in the shadows. If he retreated, Fang Heng would definitely lay hands on the sapling. While the feeders were dealing with the two elders, Prince Gar and his group had entered through the blood teleportation gate with the alchemy stone slab, smoothly setting up the summoning magic circle for Abakia on the side. After all, they had already practiced this operation once with the Wood Clan. This time, the efficiency of the Blood Clan had clearly improved by leaps and bounds. In just 3 minutes, almost in the blink of an eye, the entire magic circle was completed. Fang Heng had no time to pay attention to Yuri, Dexy, Renzo, and the sapling. He stood in front of the magic circle, waiting for the moment it was completed. When the magic circle was finished, he placed his hands lightly on the circle and pressed down heavily. Whoosh! A rushing red vortex overflowed from the magic circle. Several Abakia roots quickly emerged from the magic circle. Sensing the existence of the sapling, without needing Fang Heng's reminder, Abakia immediately sent out a longing emotion, extending its roots from the magic circle, quickly approaching the sapling. In the darkness, Yuri vaguely felt a familiar power surging nearby. Yuri stared into the darkness, solemnly warning, "Be careful." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the words had even finished, two thick, dark red roots thrust out from the darkness. The roots, unstraight for the sapling guarded by Yuri and the two others. Elder Dexy stepped forward, wielding his long sword with all his might against the roots. Bang! The sword was incredibly sharp, but when it struck the root, it was like hitting iron, producing a metallic clang. Dexy's strike only left a deep imprint on the root. Whoosh, whoosh. The roots recoiled in pain and quickly retreated into the darkness. Before they could relax, more roots emerged from the darkness, along with numerous vines creeping along the ground. This is bad. Dexy and Renzo swung their swords repeatedly, trying to fend off the roots and vines, but it was futile. They kept backing away. Yuri was still trying to control the magic circle to stabilize the sapling but couldn't free his hands to help. Seeing this, he could only put up a shield to delay the inevitable. However, in the next moment, the vines reached over the shield barrier. Chirp, chirp. The vines climbed over the shield, releasing a white gas. No, the vines carried a corrosive and energy-absorbing effect. There was no way to stop it. Yuri's pupils flashed with urgency. Bang! The shield lasted only 2 seconds before it shattered under the corrosive vines. After the barrier was breached by Ibakia, its roots immediately stabbed towards the sapling behind the three. Chirp! The sharpest point of the root instantly pierced the sapling's body. The already stable sapling began to move even more erratically. Yuri turned to see this scene and was filled with alarm. Gudong. Gudong ... The sapling's power was being drained by the ominous roots. All three were horrified. Fang Heng, that guy must be using some method to absorb the sapling's power. At the same time, a game prompt slowly refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: Player Ibakia absorbed sapling's energy, gaining 12,000 experience points and 18 points of dimensional energy. Standing in the darkness, Fang Heng watched calmly as Ibakia's roots slowly absorbed the sapling's power. Having had experience dealing with the Wood Clan sapling before, Fang Heng was prepared this time. Besides directly absorbing the polluted aura from the tree, there was another method he could use to manipulate the process before Ibakia completely drained the power. However, using this method slowed down the absorption speed significantly, only 10,000 experience points per jump. At this rate, it would take days to fully drain the sapling, but the Leaf Clan was unaware of this. Witnessing the sapling's power being continuously drained, how could they not panic? Fang Heng, Yuri couldn't focus on controlling the magic circle anymore. He and the two elders, Dexy and Renzo, fought desperately to sever the roots and vines creeping out of the dark mist, trying to help the sapling escape, but they were still unable to do so. The roots and vines were incredibly tough and even absorbed some of their strength with each strike. Even if they managed to cut off a few, new ones would emerge quickly. They couldn't hold back the onslaught. Fang Heng, come out! Yuri roared, staring into the darkness. He knew Fang Heng was hiding there. In the pitch-black environment, besides the feeders and creeping roots and vines coming endlessly, there was no other movement. Yuri could feel the sapling behind them being drained continuously. Fang Heng was the source of all this. Only by dealing with Fang Heng could this be stopped. The situation was already out of control, and they had to make a desperate effort. Take him down! Yuri shouted, rushing towards the direction where the vines were attacking from the darkness. Ibakia. Soon, the three of them were surrounded by a group of lickers in a quagmire. Bang! 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 Under the siege of Ibakia, Genso, and the group of lickers, the external defense shields of the three shattered one by one, following the appearance of cracks where the mental power armors outside the bodies of the three. The black mist pollution quickly corroded the bodies of the three through the broken mental power armors. With the effects of pollution, coupled with continuous loss of physical and mental strength, the strength of the three became weaker and weaker. Yuri could only feel that the strength in his body was being corrupted, gradually becoming heavier, and he felt that he was approaching the end of his life. And throughout, he never saw clearly the figure of Fang Heng in the black mist again. Hurry! Hurry! Vines suddenly burst out around them, crazily surging up from the ground, wrapping the three of them together and then slowly dragging them into the ground until they completely disappear. Hint: player controls Ibakia to use the skill Blood Offering, absorbing uranium, Desi, and Renzo, gaining 122,000 experience points. Hint: player kills the Yi Clan Elder Yuri, the newly appointed Yi Clan Elder Desi, the newly appointed Yi Clan Elder Renzo, and players gain 210,000 Tree Spirit Clan reputation. Got it. Fang Heng watched as the three elders were absorbed by Ibakia, and then waved his hand towards the stars twinkling in the enveloping black mist. Hint: player gains 20 rainbow crystals. Fang Heng slowly approached and looked at a small piece of branches left on the ground after the three were swallowed, suddenly showing excitement. Hint: player gains God Tree branches. Great. Finally got one out. Fang Heng put the branches back into his backpack, took a step forward, and continued towards the center of the out-of-control magic array where the God Tree seedling was. Come on. Fang Heng reached out his hand again on the God Tree seedling. Mental power activated. The power of jealousy previously infused into the God Tree seedling was slowly drawn out by him. Hurry. At the same time, the vines of Ibakia, who had been waiting on the side, rushed up quickly and swiftly wrapped the God Tree seedling securely. Hint: player Ibakia absorbs the energy of the God Tree seedling, gaining 2.392 million experience points, gaining 218 dimensional energy points. Hint: player Ibakia absorbs the energy of the God Tree seedling. Hint: player Ibakia absorbs the essence of the God Tree seedling, gaining 420,000 dimensional energy points. Unexpectedly, besides the God Tree Seedling, there is the power of the God Tree Seed. Looking at the game prompts, Fang Heng's heart moved. He had obtained a broken essence of the God Tree Seed in the Elder Tree Spirit Clan, which he had to throw away to escape. Later, it was said that the essence of the God Tree Seed fell into the hands of the Wood Clan. Could it be that the previous actions of the Yi Clan were actually to seize the essence of the God Tree Seed? Fang Heng carefully observed. Indeed, entwined around the God Tree Seedling was an essence of the God Tree Seed that had been mostly absorbed. Unfortunately, the Tree Spirit Clan never intended to restore the essence of the God Tree Seed, but simply absorbed it as an energy source. Well, let's just absorb it together. Compared to the God Tree Seedling, absorbing the essence of the God Tree Seed could be fully converted into dimensional power. Very good. With Fang Heng's permission, Aba Kamiya immediately accelerated and fully absorbed the power of the God Tree Seed. Hint: Aba Kamiya's level has been raised to LV 188. Hint: Aba Kamiya's level has surpassed LV 160 and can undergo the next stage of perfect body advancement. Hint: as Aba Kamiya has mastered the power of dimensions, he can continue to level up without limit. After the next stage of advancement to the perfect body state, the level will not be reset but will retain the current level. Hint: the player is currently lacking a progression route to the perfect body. Hint: players may find their own progression route to the perfect body for Aba Kamiya. Fang Heng looked at the new information that appeared. The strength of the God Tree Seedlings nurtured by the Yi Clan was generally higher than that of the Wood Clan, and Aba Kamiya's level rose rapidly after absorbing them. Unexpectedly, he quickly reached the next stage of advancement. Not bad. The good news is that after awakening the power of dimensions, Aba Kamiya will not have his level reset to LV 1 after each advancement, and his level will not be stuck at the moment. As for the bad news, without any mission guidance, where can I find a way to advance Aba Kamiya? Fang Heng couldn't help but ask Aba Kamiya telepathically. Aba Kamiya also conveyed a sense of confusion, obviously not knowing either. Forget it, I'll look into it later, but it doesn't hurt to keep an eye out. Maybe the Tree Spirit Clan has a solution. Fang Heng made a mental note. Additionally, the essence of the God Tree Seed provided a significant amount of 50 million dimensional energy, enough for him to go back and advance a level or two in dimensional rank. Fang Heng turned his head to the Blood Clan beside him and said, "You guys retreat first and wait for me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Following Fang Heng's orders, Gale led the Blood Clan back through the Blood Clan portal. Fang Heng had no intention of leaving. God Tree branches. After working hard for half a day, only one God Tree branch was obtained. This won't do. It's clear that the Yi Clan has gotten more than one branch from the Wood Clan. Look again. While the Yi Clan's internal chaos was at its peak, Fang Heng decided to search the entire Yi Clan settlement more thoroughly. Immediately, Fang Heng controlled the lickers to disperse and conduct a thorough exploration of the Yi Clan's underground base. In fact, the headquarters base established by the Yi Clan underground was not small in scale, but with so many lickers, they could easily search through the base quickly. Soon, game prompts related to the lickers battles came. Parts of the Yi Clan were guards in a certain area. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Here it is. Despite the outside battle being so fierce, there were still many Yi Clan members guarding this area, most likely hiding something important inside. With that in mind, Fang Heng quickly headed in the direction he sensed. Outside the Yi Clan settlement, Elder Senzo was observing from afar. The Wood Clan was coming aggressively, displaying a determined attitude, their entire team exuding a strong will to fight, with high morale. What made Senzo somewhat uneasy was that the additional power from the God Tree had become extremely unstable since just now. Something might have gone wrong with the God Tree Seedling. Senzo was somewhat worried. Tam Sangjia personally led the team into the battlefield, already with the determination to be buried together with the La Yi tribe. He freely unleashed the power of the Tree Spirit tribe's offerings to destroy the habitat of the Yi tribe, laughing maniacally. "Very well. Even if I perish here today, I will make you pay." As he spoke, several giant trees emerged from the rolling earth and aimed their attacks at the shields opened by two elders of the Yi tribe. With a loud bang, the shields shattered. The Yi tribe team under the protection of the shields suffered heavy injuries and chaos ensued. Senzo furrowed his brow. This operation targeting the Wood tribe was planned by him, and he believed that his strategic deployment would deal a heavy blow to the Wood tribe, but he had no doubt that the Wood tribe would not be fatal, nor would they act recklessly as they were doing now. Despite being consumed with anger at the moment, Senzo forced himself to restrain his emotions and said, in a deep voice, "Tam Sangjia, there may be a misunderstanding between us. Do not fall into the enemy's trap." "Ha ha. Trap?" Tam Sangjia, seeing Senzo feigning ignorance, became even more furious and said coldly, "Stop pretending in front of me. I have already found out that the contaminated seed of the divine tree is what your Yi tribe obtained in the habitat last time." "What? You have the ability to destroy our divine tree seedlings, but not the courage to admit it. Destroying the divine tree seedlings?" Senzo heard this news for the first time, and he was shocked. His initial reaction was whether this news was inaccurate. The divine tree seedlings were the top priority of each clan and were protected by many. It was impossible for anything to go wrong. However, did Tam Sangjia have a reason to lie to him? The contaminated divine tree seeds he had prepared for Fang Heng. It was impossible. The power of the contaminated divine tree seeds was limited and could not lead to the destruction of the entire divine tree seedlings. What had happened then? Could it be Fang Heng? Senzo was filled with doubts. The only unstable variable in the entire plan was Fang Heng. What? Nothing to say. Tam Sangjia saw Senzo standing there, unable to retort and sneer. "You say that all of this has nothing to do with your Yi tribe. I ask you, Senzo, do you believe that?" Senzo raised his head, his expression uncertain. He had known Tam Sangjia for hundreds of years. Judging by Tam Sangjia's reaction, it was highly probable that the Wood tribe's divine tree seedlings had indeed been destroyed. Senzo wanted to say something to pacify Tam Sangjia, but suddenly, a commotion came from deep within the Yi tribe's habitat. What? Senzo turned to look inside the Yi tribe's habitat and saw a thick black mist rising from the center. Black mist. Senzo's pupils contracted. Not good. It was contamination. Why did contamination suddenly appear within their Yi tribe? And that direction. It was the various central areas underground where the Yi tribe was established. Suddenly, a terrible premonition rose in the great elder Senzo's heart. From the beginning, the power of the divine tree seedlings was extremely unstable. Could it also be due to contamination? If so, it was highly likely that the underground divine tree seedling cultivation area had already encountered problems. Nearby, Wanis was fighting against the Wood tribe invasion. Seeing the sudden outbreak of contamination, he also showed a look of astonishment. "You stay behind to block the Wood tribe, and the rest come with me. Go back and check." Wanis did not have time to think further and immediately led a group of followers to investigate the source of the contamination. At this moment, Tam Sangjia also noticed that something was amiss. Looking at the spreading contamination not far away, he uttered a soft exclamation. "Strange. How did contamination occur within the Yi tribe's inner regions?" Senzo attacked Tam Sangjia a few times to hold him back, then leapt backward, saying in a deep voice, "Stop all of you. Tam Sangjia, you've also seen it. Our Yi tribe has been affected by contamination. The matter of your Wood tribe's divine tree seedlings being destroyed is by no means as simple as it appears on the surface. I swear on my life, it is definitely not the doing of our Yi tribe." Tam Sangjia coldly stared at Senzo, his face mocking. "Oh, is it? I promise you. Give me some time, let me investigate thoroughly, and I will definitely give you an explanation." Senzo finished speaking, cast a deep glance at Tam Sangjia, and rushed to support the source of the contamination leak. Tam Sangjia pondered for a moment, then signaled the Wood tribe team to temporarily stop the attack. He couldn't tell how much of what Senzo said was true or false at the moment, but at least the contamination mist was real. The Yi tribe was full of tricks, and he didn't know what they were up to. "Let's go. Summon your people. Let's go check it out." Tam Sangjia thought for a moment and immediately led his elite Wood tribe followers to follow Senzo. Both the Wood tribe and Yi tribe maintained a tacit understanding and temporarily paused their conflict. Soon, Senzo led his people to the entrance to an important area beneath the Yi tribe's habitat, where a dense black mist continuously gushed out. Wanis was leading the Yi tribe guards in purify the pollution at the entrance. As a significant portion of the black fog had already dissipated outside, the concentration of the black fog in the inner passage had also decreased significantly. Everyone looked at each other. Senzo stepped forward, creating a mark with his hands in front of him. Under the dim green light, the black fog around made a hissing sound and dissipated rapidly at a visible speed. Meanwhile, in another secret large warehouse in the underground area of the Yi tribe. This was the storage area for the valuable assets of the Yi tribe. Most of the important assets of the Yi tribe were guarded here. Originally, a senior Yi tribe elder was responsible for guarding this place 24 hours a day. However, due to the recent heavy losses suffered by the Yi tribe, the clan could not spare so many elders to guard the area. So the previously injured elder Nanu was temporarily assigned here for protection. 10 minutes ago, with the outbreak of the black fog, the Yi tribe guards panicked and retreated into the warehouse, sealing the large door. Huddling together, continuously purify the black fog that seeped in through the door gap to temporarily preserve their lives. Thinking that the black fog outside was dissipating and the crisis was about to pass, Nanu decided to go out to investigate the situation with his people. However, as soon as they left the warehouse and entered the passage, they quickly encountered a group of lickers rushing from the other end of the passage. Seeing the vast number of lickers, Elder Nanu was startled and hurriedly led his people back inside, firmly locking the entrance door to the warehouse. But the effect was not good. The liquor group began to attack the door. Inside the warehouse, the guards could clearly hear the sound of the liquor group outside swinging their claws and attacking the metal door. Nanu watched as a group of lickers entered the hall from behind, his heart suddenly pounding. It was Fang Heng. Although Nanu had already guessed when he saw the lickers, he was still startled to see Fang Heng actually appear. Fang Heng, what do you mean by this? Fang Heng's gaze swept the large warehouse and landed on the familiar face of Nanu, a smile appearing on his face involuntarily. So it's Elder Nanu. Fang Heng made the liquor group temporarily stop the attack, raising his hands and continuing, "It's nothing. Elder Senzo promised me something and didn't deliver, so I came to check. We're all so familiar with each other, you should understand me. If you're willing to hand over the God Tree branches to me, I promise to leave immediately. It would make things easier for everyone. What do you think?" Nanu broke into a cold sweat on his forehead and replied, "Elder Senzo is still resisting the invaders. Now is not the time to discuss these matters. Everything can wait until after the invaders retreat." Fang Heng shook his head. "Don't try to fool me." Nanu, being weak in strength himself and having been severely injured before, now realized he was no match for even a newly appointed elder. Since he was unwilling to cooperate, Fang Heng decided not to waste any more time. "Since you're unwilling to give it, then I'll just take it myself." Fang Heng didn't bother to say much and gestured forward. More liquors surged out from behind Fang Heng, accelerating towards the front. Nanu clenched his teeth and shouted, "Stop them!" The guards of the Leaf tribe were horrified. Countless lickers emerged from the black mist behind Fang Heng, swiftly infiltrating the entire warehouse area. There were at least 1,000 of them. The mere 20 or so Leaf tribe guards stood no chance against so many lickers. Numerous arrows rained down on the lickers. Those hit only flew back injured, but more lickers rushed towards them. Elder Nanu also tried to join the fight, firing several natural arrows at the lickers. But as soon as they clashed, he realized they were no match at all. Without the power of the God Tree, not to mention facing Fang Heng, they couldn't even handle this group of lickers. They could only quickly retreat to a corner of the warehouse, helplessly watching as a large number of lickers took over the entire area. "Don't come any closer." Nanu knew he couldn't win, so he retreated to a wall behind the warehouse, glaring at Fang Heng and threatening, "If you take one more step, I'll detonate the entire hall. People outside will definitely come to investigate, and everything you want will be buried under the rubble." Fang Heng raised his head, looked at him coldly. A threat? He wasn't afraid of death. What to do? It was clear Nanu was stalling for time. The Leaf tribe would soon realize something was wrong and come back. Support was probably already on the way. He couldn't delay any longer. Fang Heng quickly considered his options, narrowing his eyes. The vial and the God Tree branches shouldn't be so fragile, right? Most likely, a blast wouldn't cause any real harm. If they did get damaged, well, it was just bad luck. Nanu stared at Fang Heng, seeing a mocking expression on his face, his expression changing drastically. "Stop. Don't." Boom. In the passage, Senzo hurried along with a group of elders towards the direction of the God Tree nursery. The foul smell encountered along the way was quickly cleared. Upon entering the God Tree nursery hall and seeing the situation clearly, everyone's faces turned extremely grim. It seemed the nursery hall had experienced a terrifying disaster. In the center of the hall, where the God Tree sapling had been, there was only a small piece of withered root left. Not good. The god tree sapling. The members of the leaf tribe were shocked and rushed to inspect the condition of the god tree. The situation was extremely dire. An elder checked for a moment, his eyes full of disbelief, turning back to the group, his face visibly aged in an instant, shaking his head at them. The god tree sapling had completely withered. There was no chance for salvation. Senzo gazed at the small section of withered tree root in front of him, fists clenched, eyes red. Despite his composure, he couldn't control his emotions at such a turn of events. Who is responsible for this? His eyes gleamed with a menacing light. Tam Sangha and a few others who followed the leaf tribe into the hall also felt somewhat dubious upon seeing the scene. Oh my. Not only them, even the leaf tribe's god tree sapling was destroyed. Initially, Tam Sangha had some doubts about Senzo, but now seeing this scene, he was beginning to believe. Seeing everything here somewhat resembled the scenery of their woodland habitat, was the same person behind both incidents. Doom. Just as everyone was in doubt, they suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, followed by a violent explosion from afar. Senzo quickly turned his head backwards. It was the secret warehouse area. The warehouse area had safety devices installed, and under extreme circumstances, these devices would be triggered by the guarding elders, causing the entire warehouse to collapse. Let's go see. Senzo immediately led his group to investigate the warehouse area. Tam Sangha pondered for a moment, then raised his hand, signaling his team, let's follow, but be cautious. Meanwhile, in the underground warehouse area not far away, a dazzling holy light exploded. The huge rubble covering the holy shield was instantly blasted away. Fang Heng emerged from the layers of debris, looking around. Nanu hadn't lied to himself. He had really been blown up. The entire warehouse area had collapsed mostly due to the explosion. Even the entrance was completely blocked by fallen debris. If he hadn't erected a holy shield at the critical moment, he would probably be buried under the rubble now. Hey, did he really think this would stop him? Fang Heng shook his head and waved his hand. Search. The liquor group crawled out from the buried crevices of debris and quickly regrouped into zombie forms, searching through the rubble left behind by the explosion. Found it. After waiting for a moment, Fang Heng saw the game hints popping up continuously after refreshing, and he immediately showed a happy expression. It's here. It's here. The crystal of the heart of nature, the sacrificial vessel, and the divine tree branches and leaves. Ha ha. A bountiful harvest. ... In the outside world, despite Senzo's group rushing to the secret warehouse area, soon as they discovered the explosion, they were still blocked by some polluted black mist in the passage, delaying them for a bit. Additionally, there was a tunnel completely blocked due to collapse. The Yi tribe guards saw that the area ahead was blocked by fallen rocks and immediately started clearing the debris. Suddenly, Senzo keenly sensed something and turned his head to look towards the front space. There. Senzo sensed a spatial fluctuation. The more frequently secondary spatial projections are used within a short period, the larger the spatial fluctuations caused, and the easier they are to detect. Due to Fang Heng's continuous use of skills, the spatial fluctuations caused at this moment could already be perceived and captured by most of the elders present. Although unable to attack, everyone could feel something piercing through the space of the ruins ahead. Fang Heng, Senzo shouted loudly, immediately following the spatial perception, taking a big step forward. Stay put. Fang Heng's pupils shrunk. The previous several uses of spatial projections had been too smooth, causing him to lose some vigilance. Never did he imagine that Senzo could actually track the secondary spatial projection sensor. Senzo, the Grand Elder, swiftly moved, pinpointing Fang Heng's exit point from the secondary spatial projection and continuously pursuing him. The moment Fang Heng emerged from the spatial projection, a fist struck forward. Doom. At the instant Fang Heng left the secondary spatial projection, Senzo's precise punch hit his right scapula bone, sending him flying backward. In an instant, dense vines spread rapidly from the spot where Senzo had hit him, covering almost half of his shoulder. Hint. Player receives 110,000 points of myths damage. Player's talent effect Undead Body is activated, and this damage is shared with the zombie duplicate. Hint. Player suffers from parasitic vines, power seal, entanglement, life drain, natural blessing effects, and all player attributes continue to be extracted. Hint. Player is being tracked by an unknown force. Fang Heng looked at the game hints on his retina, feeling shocked. Senzo's strength was more than a tier above Manus. a punch causing a damage increase of 100,000, along with various negative effects, including tracking. Trouble. Senzo could clearly see Fang Heng's face now, further fueling his anger. He was already certain that the destruction of the divine tree was closely related to Fang Heng. He must capture Fang Heng. Unexpectedly, as Senzo punched Fang Heng out, little flickering stars reappeared around him, trying to escape. Stop him. At the same time, the other elders around Senzo launched a dense barrage of natural arrows towards Fang Heng. Unfortunately, it was too late, as when the attacks landed, Fang Heng had already stepped into the secondary spatial projection. Doom. Boom boom. All attacks exploded on the rocky wall behind Fang Heng. Fang Heng. Senzo clenched his fists. Fang Heng's spatial skills were too tricky. Just a pause, and he vanished without a trace. He hasn't gone far. Seal off the area and block him. Fortunately, during the recent attack, Senzo had already left a tracking mark on him. Senzo immediately moved forward to chase Fang Heng. Hey, Senzo. At this point, Tam Sangha and a group of Wood Tribe members block Senzo's path. Don't rush, you owe me an explanation. Senzo forcefully suppressed his rising anger and said, in a deep voice, Tam Sangha, the person who just left is Fang Heng. The destruction of the divine tree is closely related to him. Once we find him, everything will be clear. Tam Sangha looked at Senzo and sneered coldly. Senzo, your acting skills are quite poor, aren't they? What did you say? You think by performing in front of me, you can absolve yourself from what happened before. You think you can just blame everything on a human whose name we've never even heard of. Do you think I will believe you by doing this? Tam Sangha. As the tracking signal left on Fang Heng weakened, Senzo felt increasingly anxious. Humph. Tam Sangha coldly looked at Senzo. What? Do you want to teach me a lesson yourself? At this moment, Fang Heng had no idea that the Wood Tribe was so thoughtful to help him block the pursuers. After stepping into the secondary spatial projection, he rapidly retreated from the Yi Tribe camp. He felt a bit strange. Originally thought that Senzo had cast a tracking skill on him, meaning he would have to put in some effort to escape, but he actually quickly left the underground passage just by using the secondary spatial projection skill. There was no hindrance along the way at all. Until the effect of the tracking skill on him completely disappeared, he encountered no pursuers from the Yi Tribe. Although he found it a bit odd, Fang Heng didn't dwell on it. Anyway, he now had 3 divine tree branches in hand. Even though the 3 branches corresponded to low-grade worlds, they would be enough for him to enjoy for several days. Time to go. Let's go back and grind some more. After leaving the Yi Tribe habitat, Fang Heng hurried back to the zombie apocalypse world. Finally, Fang Heng glanced back at the now ruined Yi Tribe camp. The overall strength of the entire Blood Tribe should be able to contend head-on with the Tree Spirit Tribe by the time he returns next time. Hint: Abi Sahan absorbs dimensional energy. Current stored energy value 321.7 M. The game hints flew rapidly across Fang Heng's retina. 5 full days of continuous grinding. Even for Fang Heng, his eyes showed a hint of bloodshot. One of the 3 divine tree branches he previously obtained corresponded to a mid-level intensity game world. The energy value contained in the mid-level world was much higher than in regular worlds. It took 3 full days to deplete it. This was even with a batch of sacrificial vessels to speed up extraction. The federal troops stationed in the inner world suffered a devastating blow from the Tree Spirit clan. The temple we occupied was also destroyed by the Leaf clan, forcing us and the Human Federation to abandon the camp and retreat from the inner world. There is another important matter. The Ru clan has conducted several trades with us privately, and they are very interested in the proposal to exchange for branches of the God Tree. They want to meet with you personally to discuss the trade. Fang Heng nodded lightly. It seemed that a lot had happened during the time he secluded himself to cultivate dimensional energy. The Leaf clan and the Wood clan would definitely retaliate once they regained their composure, as he had expected. While hiding in the zombie apocalypse world could avoid many troubles, in order to complete the final upgrade, he still needed to return to the prayer temple in the inner world. Currently, he had collected over 3 billion units of dimensional power and optimistically estimated that he could advance by 5 to 6 levels. After further strengthening, he believed that the power of the Blood clan would be able to rival the 4 major tribes of the Tree Spirit clan, or even be stronger. You go and figure out a way to contact the Root clan. I am very interested in their trade. Also, prepare to go to the prayer temple in the inner world. After a moment of thought, Fang Heng added, Oh, contact the Federation and inform them that I have returned. Gare's expression lifted, solemnly saying, yes. Inside the Central Command headquarters of the Federation, the members of the Emergency Command Squad were somewhat worried. Since Fang Hen left seclusion last time, the attacks from the Tree Spirit Clan had intensified. The Wood Clan and the Leaf Clan seemed to act madly, launching concentrated attacks on various key areas of the Federation, searching everywhere for Fang Heng's traces. Even in the later stages, the Leaf Clan had threatened, stating that if the Federation did not hand over Fang Heng, they would launch direct attacks on various vital military and civilian areas of the Federation. The Federation was forced to retaliate. Despite the assistance of the Psychic Team and the Blood Clan, their actual strength was somewhat lacking, resulting in more losses than victories. Judging from the movements of the Leaf Clan, we believe they are preparing to attack the central control area of the large-scale teleportation in the northern region of the Federation. With our current defensive strength, it will be difficult to hold. What about the evacuation of the people? The personnel have already been evacuated promptly, but the time is tight, and the pressure to evacuate is great. Hey, everyone, relax a bit. There's no need to be so gloomy. Sandy, also a representative sent by Fang Heng Sai, participated in the combat deployment meeting. He waved his hand and said, without the God Tree seedlings, the strength of the Wood Clan and the Leaf Clan will gradually decline. They won't be able to hold out much longer. When Boss Fang comes back, they'll have to cry. Indeed, the federal military also felt it. The strength of the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan was weakening day by day, making them more impatient. However, it was difficult for them to withstand the fanatical attacks from the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan. After all, the losses caused by the war were real, and they didn't have Sandy's boldness. While they were discussing, a soldier hurriedly pushed open the door and said, in a low voice, "Good news, we have news of Fang Hen." Upon hearing this, everyone stood up from their seats and looked towards the soldier at the door. "Ha ha, I knew it. Is Boss Fang Hen back?" Sandy looked at the soldier and asked, "What did Boss Fang say?" "He said he wanted to contact the Root Clan to discuss trading tree branches and leads, and then immediately led the Blood Clan to the inner world. Now that's what I'm talking about." Sandy heard the news and became even more excited, waving his hand. "Brothers, get ready. I guess it's almost time for the final battle to completely eliminate the Tree Spirit Clan." Minister Lei nodded at the words. Never mind completely eliminating the Tree Spirit Clan for now, at least the pressure they faced would be reduced significantly when Fang Heng returned. At this moment, Fang Heng had already led the senior members of the Blood Clan into the inner world. This time, instead of causing trouble with the Leaf Clan, he went to the Wood Clan. After all, the temple occupied by the Wood Clan was closer to their teleportation point. Moreover, the Wood Clan's sacred tree seedling had been stolen, so there was no point in occupying the prayer temple. Therefore, the elder guarding the temple had been withdrawn a few days ago. When Fang Heng and the zombie horde entered the prayer temple with the intent of a big battle, they found the defense of the temple to be extremely weak. The prayer temple was easily taken over by Fang Heng. Once again, the Blood Clan gathered in the hall, using the large alchemy magic array stones to set up the summoning magic array of Abria. In an instant, the magic array was activated. The entire prayer temple was enveloped in a crimson hue, with the powerful spiritual force driving it. Even the sky bore a blood-red color. Tipped. Abria's current dimensional level has been upgraded to LV16, consuming 1 to OM dimensional energy due to the influence of the prayer temple level. The energy consumption for upgrading is reduced by 12%. Tip. Due to Abria's dimensional level increase, the affiliated Blood Clan tribes receive an additional 150% basic attribute enhancement, only counting attribute enhancements obtained through academic and bloodline-related skills. Fang Heng looked at the mission prompt and had only advanced 5 levels. The higher the level, the more dimensional energy was required for advancement. With only 10 units of dimensional energy left, and the energy required for advancing to level 17 soaring to for 1 OM, he had accumulated over 3 OM dimensional energy after continuously working for 5.5 days. Even without encountering any accidents and with sufficient resources, it would probably take another week to advance to the next level. The power of the dimensions was indeed formidable, but it required a lot of effort to achieve it. Outside the temple, feeling the sudden surge in power, the Blood Clan members all knelt on one knee. "Thank you, my lord, for your grace." Fang Heng walked out of the prayer temple and gestured for everyone to rise. With his dimensional power level raised to 16, shouldn't he be able to compete with the Tree Spirit clan now? "I heard that the Federation is currently resisting the invasion of the Tree Spirit clan. Let's not stay here. Let's go and support them first." Gare raised his head, his eyes filled with strong fighting spirit. During Fang Heng's absence, the Blood Clan had joined forces with the Federation to fight against the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan, and they were at a disadvantage on the front lines. There was also a fire burning in their hearts. "Yes, my lord. On one hand, it is to concentrate forces, but more importantly, it is to provoke friction between the Mu and Yi tribes." Compared to these, Fang Heng now looks forward to meeting the Root tribe more. The Federal and Tree Spirit tribes have had contact with the four major clans, utilizing spatial minerals for material trading. Cooperation with the Root tribe is relatively pleasant compared to the other two tribes. In the designated inner world, a dense forest, Fang Heng met the Mu tribe elder Pawa. A few days ago, upon hearing that Fang Heng needed branches from the God Tree, the Root tribe expressed a desire to meet Fang Heng in person to discuss cooperation in detail. Fang Heng, Pawa saw a figure emerge from the forest and looked around warily. A few days ago, the Mu and Yi tribes had a big fight, reportedly because someone used polluted power to destroy the carefully cultivated God Tree seedlings. The Mu tribe firmly believed that the Yi tribe was manipulating everything behind the scenes, while the Yi tribe claimed that their own God Tree seedlings had also been destroyed. They shifted the blame to the Human Federation. Tensions rose between the two tribes, leading to casualties among the elders. Ultimately, it was the intervention of the Soul Tribe that temporarily stopped the conflict. It wasn't until the Soul Tribe's High Elder confirmed through a special secret method that the God Tree seedlings of both the Mu and Yi tribes were completely dead that the Mu tribe was willing to give the Yi tribe some trust and hear their explanations. In any case, the Mu tribe believed that the matter was closely related to the Yi tribe. Or perhaps it was originally a plot of the Yi tribe, but in the end somehow, the Yi tribe suffered losses as well. Regardless, the two desperate clans had lost their eligibility to compete for the next leader of the Tree Spirit tribe and faced a significant decline in overall clan strength. Currently, Fang Heng is the key to unraveling the entire event mystery. Therefore, the entire Tree Spirit tribe is searching for Fang Heng. Since the incident also involved pollution, the Tree Spirit tribe had to handle it cautiously. "I came alone." Fang Heng looked at Pawa and asked, "It's just a cooperative transaction. No need to be so cautious. Shall we meet privately in this kind of remote place? The entire Tree Spirit tribe is searching for you now. We don't want to have too close of contact with you. We hope you understand." Pawa nodded at Fang Heng and continued, "I'm curious, are you willing to exchange 5 God Tree branches and leaves we have for 3 of the ones you possess? It's a clear loss for you. What's the reason?" "No reason. Just consider it my collecting hobby." Fang Heng shrugged. During this time, he had tested it, and once the dimensional energy of the world was drained, it could slowly recover on its own. But the rate of recovery was so slow that it was almost negligible, so he instructed Gaul and the Federation to ask if other clans were willing to trade. After all, the God Tree branches were real, but a minor problem happened when entering that world. Pawa didn't believe Fang Heng's explanation, but seeing he was hesitant, he didn't force the issue, just said, "Our Root tribe wants to use your strength to help us ascend to the leadership of the Tree Spirit tribe." The Root tribe's thinking was clear. Regardless of the process, the outcome was that the Yi and Mu tribes were now defeated, leaving only them and the Soul tribe to contest the next clan leader position. The Soul tribe, relying on inherited items from the previous generation, if they could settle the grievances between the Mu and Yi tribes and help take revenge on Fang Heng, most likely the Mu and Yi tribes would defer to the Soul tribe. Then, only their Root tribe would remain. 3 against 1. What a joke. Better to surrender early. Hence, the Soul tribe's actions needed to be stopped by their Root tribe. After careful consideration, taking advantage of the stable trade relationship with the Federation, they aimed to cooperate with Fang Heng using his power to restrain the 3 major tribes. At the very least, they didn't want the 3 major clans to easily kill Fang Heng. From the Root tribe's perspective, since Fang Heng was able to manipulate the Mu and Yi tribes into that state, it was probably due to luck, but he definitely had the ability. However, Fang Heng was a difficult person to control, and it was said that he had a huge appetite. Pawa's visit this time was to see if he could convince Fang Heng to cooperate. Good proposal, Fang Heng shrugged, pretending to be relaxed, but inwardly chuckling. Help their root tribe become leaders? The root tribe probably wasn't aware that the blood tribe was also a strong competitor for the new leader of the tree spirit tribe. I agree. After a brief thought, Fang Heng agreed with a blank check open. Having more contact with the tree spirit tribe, he had become adept at these kinds of deceptions. Fang Heng now couldn't be bothered to verify if the root tribe genuinely wanted to cooperate. He would wait for the trade to complete, get the god tree branches and leaves, and then consider boosting his own power. If the root tribe was willing to submit by then, he would think about keeping them. Otherwise, they would be taken out together. How do you plan to proceed? Shall we directly join forces to eliminate the Soul Tribe, then divide the resources of the Soul Tribe together? It's not that simple, Fang Heng. The power of the Soul Tribe isn't strong, but they possess various strange abilities. We need some time to prepare for how to deal with the Soul Tribe, Paul replied. Okay. Can we trade now? You should understand, for our first meeting, I won't carry such a valuable item with me. Also, we are not in a hurry for this trade since our clan's god tree branches and leaves are sufficient, Pawa explained further. Fang En's expression immediately darkened. They didn't want to trade branches. Then why did they call him here? Was it a waste of time? He would rather go for a direct confrontation. Seeing Fang En's reaction, Pawa continued to explain. If the cooperation goes well, we will offer all our god tree branches and leaves. Your pie is too big for me to swallow. Fang Heng shook his head. How about this? Let's be realistic. Set a KPI. I'll go kill a few Soul Tribe elders. How about giving me a few god tree branches and leaves in return? Pawa didn't understand the meaning of KPI, but soon grasped it. Looking at how Fang Heng casually mentioned killing Soul Tribe elders, which left him somewhat shocked and scared. Fang Heng looked at Pavo, not willing to continue to bring out the divine branches and leaves, lacking interest. The promised trade turned out to be lonely. But this time, he couldn't come for nothing. He had to get some benefits from them. If there were no actual benefits, he could at least get some information, right? Fang Heng decided to get to the point and looked at Pava, asking, since we are going to cooperate, I have a few curious questions that I would like to get answers from you. What questions? What's the deal with pollution? Pava looked puzzled and glanced at Fang Heng a few times. He felt that Fang Heng should know more about pollution than him. I don't know much about the specifics of how it happened. I only know that during that period, the Tree Spirit Clan experienced a brutal war when monsters suddenly appeared, posing a great threat to our survival. In that holy war, the entire Tree Spirit Clan paid a huge price to seal the monsters once again. Listening to Pava's account, Fang Heng pondered silently. At first glance, it felt like some kind of demonic species accidentally entered the realm of the 10,000 forests and was ultimately sealed by the ancient divine tree of the Tree Spirit Clan. What about the battle for the cultivation of the clan's divine tree? Fang Heng continued to ask. I heard that your Tree Spirit Clan will determine the next leader through the cultivation of the divine tree. When will the cultivation battle take place? To be precise, the cultivation battle doesn't have a set time. After a clan confirms that they are capable of passing the test left by the ancestor divine tree, they can request entry into the sacred place from the previous leader's clan. If the nurtured seedling is approved by the ancestor divine tree, it will be considered a victory in the cultivation battle. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. The sacred place seems like a place he had never heard of. Let me guess, the key to the entrance of the sacred place is in the hands of the Soul Clan. No. There is no key. The sacred place is only temporarily guarded by the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan is the previous leader, tasked with guarding the sacred place. So, forcefully breaking in shouldn't be difficult. Fang Heng inquired. How can one determine that the divine tree has reached a certain level of cultivation? There are no specific standards for assessment. Most rely on the experiences of various clans. If the trial set by the ancestor divine tree is not recognized, the divine tree seedling will fall into a weakened state for a long time. Therefore, without full certainty, no one will easily enter the sacred place. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of game hints quickly appeared on Fang Heng's retinal display. Reminder: player-triggered special mission, assessment of the Tree Spirit Clan in the Sacred Land. Mission name: assessment of the Tree Spirit Clan in the Sacred Land. Mission description: from the elder of the Root Clan Pava, you have learned some details about the cultivation battle of the divine tree. Perhaps you can try to pass the assessment. Mission requirements: If you believe the divine tree of the Blood Clan has reached a certain level of cultivation, go to the sacred place and pass a test left by the ancestor of the Tree Spirit Clan. Mission reward. Subsequent missions. Carefully reviewing the mission prompt, Fang Heng's mind raced. Got it. Mission triggered. Winning the cultivation battle of the divine tree is a significant part of the hidden main quest. He had been wondering how to accomplish it before, but now he had a mission prompt. Fang Heng pondered briefly. At least for the time being, Abe Chia could not undergo a qualitative improvement, so why not try going over to the sacred place now? If all else failed, he would just fail. At most, Abe Chia would enter a weak state for a while. He was patient. After all, in 5 days, when the pursuers from the Holy Court caught up, if he couldn't complete the main task, he would have to run away. Enough time for him to recuperate. Fang Heng looked up and asked, "Where's the entrance to the sacred place?" In the inner world, it is said that the sacred place has become a ruin, and the Soul Clan took over to rebuild it as soon as they entered the inner world. Our 3 major clans have only observed from the periphery and have not truly entered. Fang Heng stroked his chin and looked at Pava. Pava, seeing Fang Heng's malicious gaze, couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do?" "I am very interested in going inside. And since I have time now, why not accompany me to take a look inside?" "Why? What's so interesting about that place?" "Who knows? Maybe there are useful things left inside the sacred place." "Are you crazy?" Pava's first reaction was that Fang Heng was crazy. He actually wanted to go on an adventure to the sacred place guarded by the Soul Clan. Can anyone just go there? Does he think it's a zoo visit? But then he thought, why not give it a try? After all, the sacred place is guarded by the Soul Clan. If there were any troubles on the way, the Soul Clan would probably have a headache too, right? Moreover, maybe they could really find something useful. In Pava's subconscious, he felt that Fang Heng wouldn't pose a big threat to the sacred place. Seeing Pava's changing expression, Fang Heng felt he had convinced him, so he lightly licked his lips and said, "How about it? Now's a good opportunity. Why not take me in to have a look? Now, my men are dealing with the Wood Clan and the Leaf Clan. I believe the Soul Clan will definitely lend a hand. This is the right time when they are distracted," Fang Heng said, looking at Pava with a hint of provocation. "What? Are you afraid?" "I'm just worried about uncontrollable risks." Pava nodded, saying, "I have no objection, but I need to report to the elder." Fang Heng made a gesture of approval and walked toward the thicket. "You have 5 minutes. I'll wait for you outside." After Fang Heng left, Pava formed a mark with his hands in front of him, opening a long-distance communication mirror. "Elder." Watching the image of the Root Clan elder in the mirror, Pava bowed respectfully and roughly recounted the conversation with Fang Heng. After hearing this, the Root Clan elder stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "Indeed, I just received a message that the Federation is engaged in a large-scale conflict with the Wood Clan and the Leaf Clan. If they run into trouble, the Soul Clan will indeed offer support. So, Elder, about Fang Heng's plan this time. You can try. Follow him and see what he's up to. If necessary, you can give him some help. But remember, this matter must be done secretly. We must not expose our own selves. Losing the seed of the divine tree, the entire clan's strength will gradually decrease within a month, entering a trough." Suddenly, sharp alarm sounds shattered the tranquility of the habitat. The Wood Clan guards responsible for vigilance in the external watchtower suddenly discovered a large group of lickers rapidly gathering outside the habitat. Although the lickers currently showed no signs of aggression, the rapid gathering of such a large group of lickers immediately brought immense pressure to the entire clan. Sweat unknowingly dripped from the foreheads of the elders responsible for guarding the Wood Clan habitat. "Do not make any moves. Do not dare to actively attack and disturb them. Immediately report this to the Grand Elder. Request support from the Soul Clan. Currently, the main force of the Wood Clan is engaged in battle with the Federation outside, and cannot return in the short term." Originally, they thought since there was nothing valuable at home and the Federation would not invade, they had sent out the main force. Ironically, these lickers were so unreasonable and attacked again. After receiving the news, the Soul Clan immediately dispatched several teams to provide support. Seeing the external gathering of licker groups, the Soul Clan guards also felt the situation was unfavorable. The Soul Clan excelled in spiritual and sealing skills, naturally countering the nearly immortal creatures like lickers. However, there were too many lickers at the moment. Even if they stood there to seal them, it would take them several days to deal with it. Let's hold off for now. The Soul Clan dared not provoke this group of lickers first, only thinking about temporarily stabilizing the situation. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the Wood Clan remained unaware that their home had been infiltrated again. With the Federal Psychic Research Team and a small number of Blood Clan members joining the battle, the attacks of the Leaf Clan and Wood Clan also fell into a predicament. Tree Spirit Elders did not make an appearance, and Count Gao, who was leading the battle, did not allow any Blood Clan members above Counts to join the fight. Both sides consciously controlled the scale of the battle, keeping their trump cards hidden. Soon, Senzo realized that something was amiss and his gaze shifted to the Blood Clan in the high skies of the battlefield. These Blood Clan, they were powerful. Although the Blood Clan's self-healing abilities were not as terrifying as the undead creatures, their agility in combat and intelligence far surpassed that of the undead. Coupled with Blood Clan's advantage in high-altitude flight, they firmly held their superiority on the battlefield. There were even Federal Psychic teams in the rear providing mental impact abilities and a semi-mechanized legion for support, capable of launching all-encompassing strikes. This battle was completely different from the one a few days ago. The Leaf Clan's Grand Elder, Senzo, couldn't help but look at several high-ranking Blood Clan members who had not yet joined the battle in the Federation's rear. He could faintly feel that the enemy's strength was formidable. Winning this battle would be extremely difficult. Senzo dared not go all out yet, as the one he feared most had not joined the battle. While the Blood Clan Federation and the Tree Spirit Clan faced off on the front lines, Feng Heng, guided by the Root Clan Elder Pavbo, had secretly arrived at the outskirts of the sacred area in the inner world. From a distance, the sacred area appeared as a mountain covered by a barren desert, with white snow covering the area near the mountaintop. The entire mountain seemed bare, starkly contrasting with the world covered in giant vines in the inner world. Feng Heng, we have arrived. This is already within the sacred area's range, and the ancestral temple is on the mountaintop, Pavbo said cautiously, glancing around carefully and warning, beware of the Soul Clan's people. The defenses on the outskirts seem weak, but the internal situation is unclear. They may have arranged other guards. Try not to conflict with them. Okay, I understand. Since returning to the inner world, the Soul Clan had promptly regained control of the sacred area. The other clans had at most conducted some explorations on the outskirts, without truly entering the interior for investigation, resulting in very limited knowledge of the specific situation. Feng Heng looked into the distance. On the hill, several Soul Clan guards could be seen standing watch on the watchtowers. Let's go. Follow me. We'll go around. Pavbo led Feng Heng around the right side of the hill, taking a more covert path to ascend the mountain. The sacred area seemed to have weathered countless battles, and under Feng Heng's feet, the sand felt unusually soft, giving him a sense that he might sink at any moment. Pavbo led Feng Heng up along a small path towards the mountain peak. I've been here before leaving the inner world. The ancestral temple is at the top of the sacred grounds. There will definitely be Soul Clan elders guarding it. Be careful not to attract their attention, or the Soul Clan will surely come to investigate. Understood. Along the way, relying on his exceptional perception, Feng Heng avoided detection by the Soul Clan guards. As the altitude gradually increased, the temperature dropped, and a snow-covered area appeared ahead. The entrance to a large wooden temple emerged in the distance. We're here. Pavbo looked towards the temple in the distance and explained softly, that is the ancestral temple of the Tree Spirit Clan ahead. Each generation's nurturing of the divine tree is conducted here. Approval from the temple's ancestral divine tree signifies passing the assessment. Feng Heng gazed at the outer structure of the building from a distance. Interesting. Let's go inside and take a look. Wait. Pavbo stopped Feng Heng and cautiously looked at the temple, saying, there are Soul Clan elders guarding the temple's interior. Rushing in might be dangerous. Indeed. Do you have any ideas? The Soul Clan is different from us ordinary clan members. They have many tricks and are very tricky opponents. Pavbo shook his head and continued. This visit was sudden, and I wasn't prepared in advance. Feng Heng knew Pavbo was worried about getting entangled, nodded and said, okay, you stay here. I'll go in and check the situation first. After a moment of thought, Pavbo nodded. All right, stay safe. With a flickering of spatial fluctuations next to him, Feng Heng stepped forward and entered the temple's interior through a secondary space projection, venturing in alone. As Pavbo watched Feng Heng's departing figure, a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Inside the temple, to Soul Clan elders, and over a dozen guards stood watch 24 hours a day. The closest elder of the Soul Clan was shocked and immediately raised his hand, creating a faint light blue vortex in front of him. Fang Heng's fist struck the vortex, shattering it instantly. Dang! The Soul Clan elder spat out blood as Fang Heng's punch sent him flying backward. Another Soul Clan elder, seeing this, quickly formed a mark in front of him and launched a soul attack at Fang Heng. The Soul Clan specializes in mental and soul attacks in combat. Unfortunately, Fang Heng, with his expertise in undead studies, had a high level of resistance in this aspect. What? Nullified. The Soul Clan elder was astonished to see Fang Heng completely unaffected by the attack, a sight he had never encountered before. The man in front of him seemed to be completely immune to the skills, swiftly approaching him, Fang Heng threw a second punch, bringing forth a gust of wind with it. Dang! The second elder was also sent flying by Fang Heng's punch, crashing heavily into the wall and losing consciousness. Fang Heng turned to look at the remaining Soul Clan guards in the hall, rubbing his wrist. In just half a minute of fighting, he had knocked out both elders, rendering them completely incapable of further battle. The terrifying display of strength left the rest of the Soul Clan guards in the hall trembling with fear, backing away. Who are you? The squad leader of the Soul Clan looked at Fang Heng, feeling a dryness in his throat. Fang Heng glanced around at everyone. The Soul Clan resembled spellcasters, monk humans, with weak physical abilities. When he attacked the Soul Clan elders before, his fist would encounter an invisible outer force before hitting them. He had reached a level of strength capable of crushing this outer defense layer directly, causing serious damage upon impact. If it had been himself a few days ago, it might have taken a much longer time to deal with the situation. Phew! Fang Heng wasted no time, lightly tapping his foot on the ground and swiftly approaching the captain of the guards. Bang! Bang! Dang! A series of rapid attacks landed on the Soul Clan guards, sending them flying. In just a moment, only Fang Heng remained standing in the hall. Tavao was still waiting outside the temple. Among the various tribes of the Tree Spirit Clan, the Soul Clan was not the strongest, but they controlled the most mysterious power, causing many young members of the tribes to avoid dealing with them. Would Fang Heng encounter any trouble going over alone? Tavao was worried. If any trouble arose, it might come back to their root tribe. Just as he was feeling anxious, Tavao suddenly saw someone swagger out of the temple. It was Fang Heng. Fang Heng emerged from the temple, waving at Tavao from a distance. Tavao swallowed cautiously. What did this mean? Was he being asked to come over? Did Fang Heng already resolve the issue so quickly? Could it be a trap? Tavao carefully scanned the surroundings, took a mask out of his backpack, put it on his face, and then slowed his steps towards the temple. As he approached Fang Heng, Tavao peeked into the hall and tentatively asked, "Is it done?" "Of course. What took you so long?" "Hurry up." Fang Heng glanced at Tavao, sounding somewhat displeased, before turning back into the hall. Tavao had no intention of making conversation and followed Fang Heng inside. It was then he noticed the Soul Clan guards in the hall lying helpless on the ground, the two elders already unconscious and bound by iron chains. Tavao looked at Fang Heng, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had heard that Fang Heng could outsmart the Wood Clan and Leaf Clan, so he must be powerful, but he never expected Fang Heng to be this formidable, single-handedly incapacitating to Soul Clan elders in less than 5 minutes. How did he achieve that? So, any insights? Insights about what? I mean the stone wall. Listening to Fang Heng's question, Tavao finally realized and followed Fang Heng's gaze to the carved wall. Fang Heng was standing in front of a wall at the back of the temple, examining the carved images and text. Yes, that's the stone wall, rumored to be left by the ancestor, the god tree, Tavao explained as he walked over to Fang Heng. I've heard from the elder that the wall depicts a portion of the ancestral god tree of the Tree Spirit Clan. It is said that a part of the power of the ancestral god tree is forever trapped here, and every successor of the god tree will receive its blessing after and during a trial. Is that so? Fang Heng turned to Tavao and asked, any specific instructions on what to do? I'm not sure, as the last succession of the god tree occurred before I was born or present, Tavao said helplessly, looking up at the carvings on the wall, and added, I've only heard that when the power of the god tree seedling reaches a certain level, it can resonate with the ancestral god tree on the wall, naturally triggering the energy contained within the wall, infusing it into the god tree seedling, thus putting the seedling into a mature state. Likewise, if the strength of the god tree seedling is not sufficient, attempting to force a resonance with the god tree may backfire. What does resonance entail? I really don't know, Pavao sighed, taking a step back and surveying the hall, suggesting, why don't we search around first to see if there's anything else we can take? I'm not sure if the Soul Clan has set any prohibitions here. Staying too long might cause trouble. Pavao just wanted to leave quickly. It was strange. Why was Fang Heng so interested in the succession of the God Tree? Weren't they here to plunder? Fang Heng showed no signs of leaving and took a few steps back, a drop of dark red blood appearing on his forehead. Whoosh! The dark red drop quickly floated into the air. Dang! The blood exploded, and a portal appeared in midair, quickly materializing. What? A teleportation channel? Pavao, standing nearby, was shocked and quickly stepped back a few paces. The blood-colored teleportation portal rapidly took shape in midair. Pavaro's heartbeat gradually accelerated, and he sneakily glanced at Fang Heng. Wasn't it agreed to come over and seize the opportunity? How did it suddenly turn into occupation? And what's the deal with this super large magic array? Don't worry, Fang Heng looked at Pavaro and explained. The lickers will be on alert on the periphery. If we encounter the Soul Clan, we will be the first to receive the news, and there will still be time to run away. Pavaro hesitated for a moment, reluctantly nodded, thinking to himself that his concern was not about that. Fang Heng walked to an empty space and started to set up the stone slab magic array. The so-called Spirit Tree Tribe incubation ceremony was also unclear. In any case, first summons Abaki, and then take a look at the specific situation. Maybe Abaki will have ideas when he sees the stone wall. Soon, the magic array was set up in Fang Heng's hands. Hiss! Hiss! As the magic circle operated, a dark red whirlpool emerged from the center of the magic circle. Abaki's vines quickly spread out from the magic array. Seeing the vines overflowing from the magic array, Pavaro's face suddenly changed. What is this thing? The dark red vines gradually disperse and quickly climb towards the stone wall in front of them. What amazed Pavaro even more was that after the vines touched and wrapped around the stone wall, there was a reaction. Stimulated by the vines, a touch of dark red light appeared on the stone wall. What? Pavaro thought in shock, turned around, and stared at Fang Heng. The stone wall was triggered. Fang Heng's retina immediately displayed a game prompt. Hint. Player has discovered the ancestral god tree mural pattern. Hint. Detected that Abaki has part of the bloodline inheritance of the ancestral god tree. Abaki can now undergo the assessment of the god tree successor. Will you proceed? Warning. If Abaki fails the inheritance assessment, Abaki's level decreases by 20 and enters a weakened state. All attributes reduced by 50%. Duration, 20 days. Abaki. Seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng immediately tried to establish a mental connection with Abaki and asked, Abaki, how do you feel? Can you pass the assessment? Abaki conveyed a sense of excitement, looking confident. All right. Let's give it a try. Fang Heng immediately infused his mental strength into the magic array. Doom. Doom. The magic circle suddenly burst into a bright red light, fully operational. More dense vines sprang out from the summoning magic array, rushing straight towards the stone wall, almost enveloping the entire wall in an instant. Doom. In an instant, a rich dark red light rose from the entire temple, piercing through the sky. Under the red light, Pavaro's face turned crimson, looking at Fang Heng with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Fang Heng. He was actually conducting the Spirit Tree Tribe's God Tree Inheritance Ceremony. Who is he after all? Why can he perform such a ritual? And what is the deal with the vine summoned from the magic array? At that moment, Pavaro's mind was filled with question marks. Hint. Player completes the mission, assessment of the Spirit Tree Tribe in the Sacred Land. Abaki is currently undergoing the assessment of the God Tree successor. Hint. Player has triggered the mainline mission branch. Guarding Abaki. Task name. Guarding Abaki. Task difficulty. A fluctuating difficulty task. Lowest difficulty. Task description. You have found the first-generation God Tree stone wall in the sacred land of the Spirit Tree Tribe and successfully allowed Abaki to undergo the assessment of the first-generation God Tree successor. Regardless of the final result, your actions have alerted the major tribes of the Spirit Tree Tribe, and the major tribes may hinder the assessment. Task requirement. Protect Abaki. Ensure that he is not damaged within 1 hour and successfully completes the assessment. Task completion countdown. 1 hour. Task reward. Spirit Tree Tribe reputation. Task punishment. Mainline completion rate decreases. Unable to undergo the assessment of the first-generation God Tree successor within 60 days. Fang Heng shifted his gaze away from the task prompt. Indeed, causing such a commotion, all the major tribes of the Spirit Tree tribe would probably come to investigate. However, the Leaf Clan and Wood Clan are still engaged in battle with the Human Federation on the battlefield. By the time they return, an hour will have passed. As for the remaining Soul Clan and Root Clan, Fang Heng looked up at the Root Clan elder Pavaro. Pavaro was completely shocked by the scene before him, staring at Fang Heng with a hint of trembling in his voice. Fang Heng, who are you exactly? Me? In the long history, the Spirit Tree tribe has had many clans. Have you heard of the Blood Clan? Pavaro's pupils constricted. You're from the Blood Clan. *** Blood Clan, a branch of the Spirit Tree tribe. Never heard of it. But he had a deep-rooted sense of terror. Fang Heng's words seemed to him all too real. The Blood Clan actually exists. Otherwise, why would there be a special reaction from the remnants of the ancestral God Tree on the stone wall? There is only one explanation. In other words, Pavaro couldn't help but look at the roots and vines in the magic array behind Fang Heng. Is this the God Tree cultivated by your Blood Clan? Yes. Fang Heng nodded lightly and continued. We have been away from this world for too long, and only recently have we returned. As a member of the clan, we naturally have the qualification to compete for the next successor of the Spirit Tree tribe. Don't we? Pavaro took a few steps back slowly, gazing at Fang Heng, feeling utterly confused. The situation arose suddenly, and as an ordinary elder of the clan, he could not make a decision on behalf of the clan. Forget it. I don't think you can make a decision. It's better to stay here and watch carefully. Don't make any moves. In consideration of our kinship, I'll spare your life. At the same time, the blood-red light pillar that rose in the sacred temple immediately attracted the attention of the four major tribes. Today, the unexpected counterattack from the Federation and the Lickers against the Wood tribe has led many members of the clan to be dispatched to assist in defending the habitat. Strangely, according to the news that came back, a large number of Lickers only gathered near the Wood tribe's habitat, showing a gathering posture without initiating an attack. As most of the energy home was involved, the frontline fighters of the Wood tribe were becoming distraught. Not only did they fail to gain an advantage on the front line, but there were also issues arising at home. The gap between the Wood and Leaf tribes began to deepen once again. Although there had been no news from Fang Heng in recent days, as if he had disappeared, the appearance of the Lickers today meant that the human was about to cause trouble again. Moreover, their focus was solely on the Wood tribe, making it hard not to associate this issue with the Leaf tribe. Yan Nuo became vigilant. All of this could possibly be the other party's intentional arrangement. While contemplating this, a messenger hurriedly arrived to report to the Grand Elder. An anomaly has appeared in the sacred temple in the inner world. It is suspected that someone is undergoing the trial assessment of the ancestral tree. What? Yan Nuo was taken aback by the news and immediately sat up from his seat. Upon hearing the report, everyone present also showed expressions of shock. It was known that the sacred place had always been under the control of their soul tribe. They had never received any news of anyone entering. How could someone suddenly conduct the inheritance trial without any warning signs? Among those present were elders sent by the Wood and Leaf tribes besides the Soul tribe. The elders present exchanged glances with each other. Was it the Root tribe? The sacred tree saplings of the Wood and Leaf tribes had already been destroyed, and the only possibility was the Root tribe. Did they actually have the ability to cultivate the sacred tree? During this period, the attention of the three major tribes had been attracted by Fang Heng, so when did the Root tribe take advantage of the situation? Let's go and take a look. The cultivation trial of the sacred tree was of great importance, and the Grand Elder of the Soul tribe couldn't afford to remotely command the battle, so he promptly gathered a team to hurriedly go to the origin site for investigation. Soon, the Leaf and Wood tribes engaged in frontline combat also received the news. Strange. Senzo's eyes showed a hint of confusion. At present, the sacred tree saplings of his Wood and Root tribes had been destroyed. Apart from the Soul tribe, only the Root tribe had the ability to cultivate the sacred tree. When did the Root tribe gain such strength? Perhaps it was not necessarily bad news. After all, they were already destined to not be able to compete for the next leader. If the Tree Spirit clan could choose a formal leader sooner, it would be good to unify their strengths against Fang Heng. Seeing that they couldn't make progress on the front lines for the time being, with the threat from the Lickers to the Wood tribe at home, they were already clamoring to return for support, and probably wouldn't gain any advantage by continuing. Therefore, Senzo announced the withdrawal and led the elite forces back to the inner world to investigate, alongside the Wood Tribe. Similarly, on the side of the Root Tribe, they discovered the light pillar rising from the sacred place, and the first reaction was towards the Soul Tribe. Among the four major tribes, only two were left with the ability to compete for the leader position of the Tree Spirit clan. If not their Root Tribe, it would naturally be the Soul Tribe. Unexpectedly, the efficiency of the Soul Tribe was so high, the Root Tribe was unwilling to lose like this, and in any case, they had to go and take a look. So the Root Tribe and the Soul Tribe immediately rushed towards the sacred place. It was quite a coincidence that both sides' habitation headquarters in the inner world were not far from the location of the sacred place. In just half an hour, both sides had already arrived. No one had expected that, halfway there, the Soul and Root tribes would encounter each other. Both sides were stunned to see each other and then showed a strange expression on their faces. What? The one conducting the inheritance assessment was not from either of their tribes. Then who could it be? One of the Leaf or Wood tribes? Everyone looked with doubt in their hearts until they reached the mountaintop and saw the gathering of lickers outside the sacred place. People from the Soul and Root tribes all wore a strange expression. They saw Fang Heng standing in front of the main hall, looking at the leaders of the Wood and Root tribes. "Welcome, people of the Tree Spirit clan," said Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, why are you here? How did you get here?" Surprised. "Let me introduce myself." Fang Heng looked around at the arriving people, paused, and continued, "I am of the Blood Tribe. As one of the descendant tribes of the Tree Spirit clan in exile, I have returned to compete for the leadership succession rights in this clan battle." Blood Tribe. The elders present were shocked to hear this and then began whispering among themselves. One elder sternly rebuked, "Nonsense. I grew up in the clan since childhood and have never heard of any Blood Tribe. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Fang Heng shrugged. "The ability to undergo the trial and inheritance of the sacred tree has already validated my identity, hasn't it?" The elders fell silent. Indeed, the power fluctuations emitted by the temple could not be faked. Even many people suddenly felt that their long-standing confusion had an answer at this moment. It was not surprising. How could a human suddenly emerge so powerfully? Now it was confirmed. This person was also a member of their Tree Spirit clan. This made sense. Fang Heng was also a member of the Tree Spirit clan. T Pai, an elder of the Soul Tribe, looked at Fang Heng with a somewhat serious gaze. Fang Heng's sudden appearance completely disrupted the Soul Tribe's original plans. Would they really allow the next leader of the Tree Spirit clan to fall into the hands of a tribe they had never heard of? A Soul Tribe elder stood up and said, "Even if everything you say is true, participating in the sacred tree cultivation assessment of the Tree Spirit clan requires prior approval from the clan. You directly intruded into the clan's temple, attacked our people indiscriminately, and even the destruction of the sacred tree saplings cultivated by the Leaf and Wood tribes is related to you. Do you still have the qualification to inherit the leadership of the Tree Spirit clan? Well, I apologize for my previous actions, but you all know, for the sake of winning the victory in the sacred tree cultivation battle, sometimes you need to resort to some means. How many times have there been countless casualties in the conflicts between the Wood and Leaf tribes?" Fang Heng looked at the countdown on his retina display, calmly continuing to deal with the situation on the surface while his thoughts were solely on delaying the time further. With so many people from the two major tribes coming over, if they really started fighting, it could very likely affect the success of Abaki. Every second of delay was precious. I didn't expect that there would actually be a large branch of the exiled Tree Spirit tribe. Venice followed everyone and saw Fang Heng, with new and old grievances combined. The anger surged in his heart. Don't listen to his nonsense, talking about the planning of the branches of the Tree Spirit tribe, wanting to become the leader of the Tree Spirit tribe. I will be the first to disagree. As he spoke, Venice took the lead, leapt over everyone, and charged straight towards Fang Heng. "Hey, I knew the task wouldn't be completed so easily." Fang Heng snorted coldly and, facing the rapidly approaching Venice, stood his ground, also throwing a punch forward. Venice felt that he was being underestimated, and his anger rose to the extreme. He struck with all his might, vowing to shatter Fang Heng with one punch. Doom! The two punches clashed in the air, emitting a dull impact sound. Venice only felt a huge force rushing towards him, and then he was instantly sent flying backwards. In an instant, Venice's mind went blank. What What was that huge force all about? He was actually sent flying backward by Fang Heng's punch, until he heavily collided with the trunk of a withered tree more than 10 meters behind him. Raising his head, Vanis looked in astonishment at Fang Heng, who was still standing in the same spot nearby, with a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. In just 2 months, his strength had actually increased by at least 10 times. Fang Heng disdained to pursue, just coldly glanced at Vanis. After not seeing each other for a week, Vanis' strength had degraded again. It seemed that losing the sacred tree seedling had indeed a great impact on the Leaf tribe. No need for more useless talk. If any of you don't agree, just go ahead and fight. You don't need to come up with any pompous excuses. If I lose, I'll just walk away. Fang Heng looked around at everyone and sneered at Vanis, saying, "But if that's the extent of your strength, there's no need to come out and make a fool of yourself." Fang Heng. Vanis gritted his teeth in anger at the words, his eyes red, staring fiercely at Fang Heng. The Tree Spirit Tribe members also furrowed their brows, feeling that Fang Heng's words were too arrogant. But since Fang Heng was able to repel Vanis with one punch, his strength was evident. Besides a few elders within the tribe, who had the strength to contend with Fang Heng, were few and far between in the entire Tree Spirit Tribe. Who would step forward? Many people shifted their gaze to the Soul Tribe Elder Tipper. In recent years, the health of the elder of the Soul Tribe had deteriorated, and it was said that his strength had decreased drastically. Currently, Tipper was being groomed as the successor of the Soul Tribe, and many important occasions were entrusted to Tipper. Even the sacred relics of the tribe were handed over to Tipper. Unconsciously, the members of the Tree Spirit Tribe did not realize that Fang Heng had already directed everyone's attention to a one-on-one fight. Don't listen to his nonsense. Take him down. Everyone, attack together. Vanis' veins popped on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "What single combat? Attack together." In the past, if Fang Heng had brought him more anger, now he felt a kind of indescribable fear emanating from Fang Heng. This kid's growth rate was so fast that it was suffocating. If he didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, Vanis even felt that the next time he saw Fang Heng, he would only have to run away. Charge. The Wood Tribe and the Leaf Tribe had no goodwill towards Fang Heng. With the permission of the two tribal elders, they immediately charged towards the direction of the temple. Just then, suddenly, the temple of the god behind Fang Heng once again emitted a blood-red light. The burst red light dispersed into the sky, even dyeing the entire horizon red. Those who were preparing to attack were frozen in place. Everyone involuntarily looked at the rising red beam of light, with an expression of disbelief in their eyes. It succeeded. It actually succeeded. The so-called Blood Tribe had passed the inheritance assessment of the Ancestor God Tree. At the same time, a series of game prompts refreshed on Fang Heng's retinal display. Hint: Player Abakia successfully passed the trial assessment of the first-generation Divine Tree. Abakia's level increased by 20 levels. Hint: Abakia unlocks Dimensional Shuttle ability. Abakia can directly absorb dimensional abilities and can charge the sacred artifacts of the Tree Spirit Tribe with dimensional energy. Hint: The player has completed the current main branch task, Protect Abakia. The player gains 200W reputation of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Hint: The player's support rate from the major tribes is less than 10%. Please continue to complete the mission. Hint: The player's control over the inner world is less than 1%. Please continue to complete the mission. It succeeded. Fang Heng looked down to check the game prompts. There were 3 conditions for the hidden mainline task. The first one was already completed, and the remaining needed the support rates of the major tribes and world control. Following the path of destruction would undoubtedly help complete the game faster. In addition, after Abakia passed the assessment, he gained 2 more skills. Skill: Dimensional Shuttle. Skill description 1. Abakia's dimensional abilities have been further enhanced, giving him the ability to teleport across dimensions, allowing Abakia to transport target units by consuming dimensional energy. Transporting non-tribe members of the Tree Spirit would require additional energy. Skill description 2. Abakia can directly absorb world dimensional energy. Absorption efficiency is extremely slow. Estimated speed is less than 100 per minute. Skill: Energy Infusion. Skill description: Can infuse dimensional energy into the sacred artifacts of the Tree Spirit Tribe, allowing the artifacts to be charged. It can also infuse a large amount of energy into superior grade items, giving them special effects. Using will consume dimensional energy. Dimensional energy can be charged by Ibakia. Fang Heng quickly reviewed the skills. Simply put, dimensional shuttle is teleportation. After unlocking the skill, Ibakia became similar to a super-large space teleportation hub. As long as Ibakia was summoned into a dimension in advance, and with sufficient supply of dimensional energy, Ibakia could instantly teleport millions of troops into various dimensional worlds. It was a very practical skill. As for Ibakia directly absorbing dimensional energy, only 100 points per minute. It was too slow, almost useless. As for the second skill, its usefulness was negligible. The effect of the skill was similar to enchanting a weapon. The Blood Tribe also had a similar skill, where they could attach special effects to weapons through blood refining. Fang Heng had tried it before, and while it seemed good based on the skill description, the actual effect was mediocre. Most weapons with academic properties could not be enchanted due to conflicting attributes, and the enchantment effects were rather average, requiring frequent recharging. Abe Chia, Shu. Abe Chia immediately returned to a combat state after completing the ceremony, revealing its fierce sigh. The ground churned. Dense bloodthorns sprouted from the ground and quickly rolled towards the guards. Retreat. The guards from the Mu and Yi tribes immediately backed away upon seeing the situation. Until they retreated from Abe Chia's attack area, everyone looked towards Fang Heng standing in front of the main hall, momentarily silent. The inheritance of the Tree Spirit clan, actually obtained by a blood clan that emerged out of nowhere. According to the rules set by the Tree Spirit clan throughout history, theoretically, they should recognize this clan as the new leader of the Tree Spirit clan. However, Fang Heng looked at everyone with a hint of contempt, saying coldly, "Everyone, since I have successfully obtained approval from the inheritance of the first-generation divine tree, pass the test. Naturally, I am the new leader of the Tree Spirit clan. Why haven't I seen you all kneeling to me yet?" Everyone looked at Fang Heng, but no one spoke. Fang Heng's face showed more mockery. It seems you are unwilling to acknowledge. Talking about rules all the time. In the end, you forget the inheritance left by our ancestors. The elder of the Root clan said sternly. Fang Heng, don't be so presumptuous. Fang Heng shook his head, and said, "Well, I'll give you some time to discuss slowly. Tell me where to find you after you reach a decision." Fang Heng glanced coldly at everyone, quickly stepped into the secondary spatial projection. Go. Run away quickly. Leaving one person to deal with all four major clans at the same time. Not necessary. Besides wasting time, it's also prone to failure. Run first and deal with them one by one later. No one can escape. Even after Fang Heng left, the members of the four major clans of the Tree Spirit clan still stood in their original positions with varied expressions. The incident happened so suddenly that the various clans are still somewhat confused. Many clan members have just started to clear their thoughts right now. So, the person who used that mysterious blood power is actually from their Tree Spirit clan, a special clan, the Blood Clan. From the bottom of their hearts, no one is willing to let such a clan that suddenly emerged become the new leader of the Tree Spirit clan. However, Fang Heng was the first to successfully complete the cultivation of the Divine Tree and gain approval from the first-generation Divine Tree. What to do? In a moment of silence, Jekno, the elder of the Soul Clan, shook his head and sighed heavily. I never expected that after struggling so long, the four major clans ended up benefiting an outsider. I refuse. Tam Songa scanned everyone and said angrily, anyone can become the leader of the Tree Spirit clan. Only he cannot. I agree with Tam Songa. Senzo also nodded in agreement, his eyes flashing coldly. The Root clan's grand elder said with a hint of helplessness in his tone, even if you deny it now, the Blood Clan did pass the test of the first-generation Divine Tree. Senzo shook his head. It doesn't count without a formal succession. The Blood Clan has no authority to order us to do anything. Jekno, the elder of the Soul Clan, asked. Senzo, what do you want to say? Does Fang Heng want to get the legitimate inheritance of the Tree Spirit clan and our acknowledgement? All right. Tell him that if he wants our recognition, he must first find out the truth of the clan's destruction and completely eradicate the pollution source hidden danger. Otherwise, our four major clans will never recognize the existence of the Blood Clan, and Fang Heng will never become the new leader of our Tree Spirit clan. Tam Songa raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, suddenly feeling that this method was feasible. Yes, there is a solution. If Fang Heng is so capable, Let him deal with the pollution problem. Tam Sangha looked at Senzo with some appreciation in his eyes. In terms of intrigue and plots, Senzo was very suitable. Check no. The elder of the Soul clan stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. Using the entire clan's strength backed and only temporarily sealed the source of pollution. A task of such great difficulty to be completed by Fang Hen. The elder of the Root clan nodded. Indeed, this method is feasible. I believe everyone still harbors doubts about the clan's destruction. If Fang Hen is truly capable of resolving the troubles left by the pollution, then our Root clan will agree to recognize the Blood clan led by Fang Hen as the trusted leader. Ha ha. Just him. Tam Sangha laughed and said, the Tree Spirit clan was nearly destroyed because of him. Can he, by himself, completely resolve the issue? Dream on, Soul clan. You were the previous leader of the Tree Spirit clan. What do you say? Check no. The elder of the Soul clan pondered for a moment and nodded. We, the Soul clan, can communicate with Fang Heng about this matter. But if he is unwilling to accept this condition, if he doesn't accept it, then he can forget about becoming the leader. After returning to the Federation, Fang Heng once again went into hiding. Surprisingly, after publicly revealing his Blood clan identity, his prestige and support among the Tree Spirit clan skyrocketed. The support from the other clans increased directly to 7%. This was a tremendous increase from nothing to something. Well, it would be almost impossible to complete the task with just 7% support. As for the next steps, he had a plan in mind. Divide the major clans of the Tree Spirit clan, gradually eat away at them, and eliminate all the clans that do not recognize him as the heir to the clan, until the completion percentage of the mission reached 100%. He would start with the Yi tribe first. Of course, to be safe, he had to communicate with the Federation first and join forces to deal with the Yi tribe. Back at the headquarters of Jihaishan Corporation, Fang Heng immediately contacted the Federation. In the battle earlier today, it seemed that the Federation had repelled the Tree Spirit clan, but in reality, the war was spreading on Federation land, causing significant losses in manpower and resources. The victory was a Pyrrhic one. The Federation was holding a lot of resentment. Upon hearing that Fang Heng was preparing to launch an attack on the Yi tribe again, the Federation's response was very positive, and ultimately, both sides decided to launch a full-scale attack on the Yi tribe's habitat at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The attack aim was to deplete the Yi tribe's living forces and completely erase the Yi tribe's habitat from the map. Fang Heng had already summoned the lickers in the primitive forest to cultivate and multiply in preparation for the wave that would flatten everything tomorrow morning. After discussing some of the details of the attack with the Federation team, Fang Heng left the meeting room and prepared to rest for a while. The busy period of day and night was sustained by the refreshing effect of the game item coffee and his body's attributes. When he relaxed his mind, he suddenly felt an extreme drowsiness wash over him. Worried about any special circumstances, this time Fang Heng did not log off. Instead, he found a VIP resting room in the Jihaishan Research Institute to rest for a while. Fang Heng stroked his chin, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Among all the major clans, the Soul clan was the most mysterious, and he had the least contact with them before. It seemed like an odd person had arrived. What was the other party's purpose? Earlier, he had said to have the Tree Spirit clan come up with a plan and then come to find him, but it was just a joke, a way to delay time and stabilize the Tree Spirit clan's intentions. In his view, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the major clans to come up with a plan. It was even possible that they might just flip the table and attack directly. He had not expected the Tree Spirit clan to actually come looking for him, and so quickly. Fang Heng forced himself to focus. Let's go. Let's meet her. In the reception hall, Fang Heng saw the young woman sitting across from him, elder type of the Soul clan. Among all the major clans of the Tree Spirit clan, the appearance of a Soul clan was most similar to humans. Despite being several hundred years old, Type still looked like a young girl. Fang Heng had observed Type in secret once before. She was very strong, and Type still possessed the sacred artifact left by the Tree Spirit clan, the Divine Tree Branch. Unlike the Divine Tree branches and leaves that had the coordinates for world teleportation, the Divine Tree Branch was very combative. At that time, Type had defeated Wanus, who had been strengthened with the Divine Tree Seedling, with ease using the Divine Tree Branch. Elder Type, I didn't expect you to come looking for me in person, and so quickly. Type observed Fang Heng and nodded, saying, Fang Heng, This time I come as the successor of the previous leader of the Tree Spirit Clan, representing the various clans of the Tree Spirit Clan to meet with the leader of the Blood Clan. Going this formally, Fan Heng couldn't help muttering to himself, puzzled. Why? Are you suggesting that you've actually come to a conclusion? Yes, we, the four major clans, unanimously believe that since the Blood Clan has passed the inheritance assessment, naturally they have the qualifications to become leaders. Oh, Fan Heng was surprised. The Tree Spirit Clan had actually acknowledged this. This didn't seem like their usual style, but to truly become the leader of the Tree Spirit Clan, you also need the recognition of all four major clans. Fan Heng heard this turning point, and nodded inwardly. Exactly. This was the consistent style of the Tree Spirit Clan. Fan Heng smiled. They wanted him to obtain the qualification of the Divine Tree. Completely unnecessary. He could just eliminate all those who were dissatisfied with him. However, Fan Heng was also a bit curious. What were the requirements given by the four major clans? So, what do I need to do to get your approval? Fan Heng, do you know the reason the Tree Spirit Clan completely dissipated in the other world? Fan Heng's heart stirred. He immediately put away his playful demeanor, and his eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. He indeed did not know about this. Since entering the realm of the Forest of 10,000 Trees, although he had suspicions about the departure of the Tree Spirit Clan from the other world, with the reopening of the passage to the other world, and the beginning of the Divine Tree competition among the four major clans, he had cast aside these doubts. After all, enhancing his strength was crucial at that time, and he had no time to focus on these matters. Fan Heng made a gesture to signal type to continue. The outside rumors say that we, the survivors of the four major clans, stayed in the outside world before the passage to the other world was completely closed, escaping a disaster by a stroke of luck. However, the truth is different. The Tree Spirit Clan has always detested life in the outside world, and if it was not necessary, we would not easily leave our habitat. Type sighed deeply and continued to explain. We, the four major clans, were all under the command of the Elder Council, and left the other world to carry out a mission. Fan Heng couldn't help but be a bit more curious and asked, what mission? To evade disaster and seek power. Type looked at Fan Heng and slowly explained. When we left, the power of the polluted mist erupted again. In order to combat the erosion of the black mist, the power of the Tree Spirit Clan's Divine Tree was greatly consumed. After a long period of suppression and sealing against Saluba, the black mist finally returned to calmness, but the power of our Divine Tree also suffered great losses. The polluted mist, also known as the demonic taint. So the Tree Spirit Clan had indeed fought against the black mist, and it seemed that the Tree Spirit Clan had gained the upper hand, at least temporarily sealing the black mist. However, who was Saluba? One of the demonic taints. Fan Heng's heart stirred. He interrupted type and asked tentatively, what is the black mist? And who is Zaluba? The black mist is a very special force. Its most notable feature is its ability to devour perception, and it possesses a terrifying infectious and corrosive ability. In areas shrouded by the black mist, one could easily get infected and gradually become a puppet controlled by the black mist. Zaluba is a creature born from the black mist, likewise a controller of the black mist, possessing extremely powerful strength. I have heard from the Leaf Clan that you have used a power similar to the black mist before. Type looked at Fan Heng and asked, how did you come into contact with that power? This matter was the highest secret of the Elder Council. At that time, only a few senior elders from each clan knew about it, to the extent that the younger generation of our clan now only thinks that we were lucky to have escaped from the other world at that time. Fan Heng realized this upon hearing it. No wonder it was so coincidental. The four major clans each possessed a cultivatable seedling of the Divine Tree. You must already know what happened next. The sudden closure of the other world passage, T-Pai said with a sigh. The four major clans lost communication with the other world and the ability to enter it. Therefore, we could only continue to use the Divine Tree branches and crystals of natural hearts to extract energy from the dimensional realm. Slowly restore the Divine Tree seeds brought out by each clan from the other world. Cultivate them into Divine Tree seedlings, and thus maintain the stability of each clan. So that's how it is. Fan Heng listened to T-Pai and sorted out his thoughts before continuing. Cultivating Divine Tree seeds into seedlings is not a simple matter. I guess your Tree Spirit Clan originally did not pay attention to humans until you completed the cultivation of the seedlings and realized that the Human Federation had discreetly established a spirit realm blockade, sealing your powers and preventing you from returning to the other world, right? Indeed, we underestimated humans, T-Pai nodded, continuing. After the spirit realm blockade was lifted a while ago, we were finally able to break free from our shackles, return to the other world, and confirm the extinction of the Tree Spirit Clan and the previous Divine Tree. As for the location where the Dark Mist was sealed, T-Pai paused, looked at Fang Heng, and said in a serious tone, for safety reasons, our four major clans only conducted one external exploration and have not found any signs of the seal being broken, so we did not investigate further. Are you saying the seal is intact? Yes. For now, it seems stable, but I found some records related to the Dark Mist in the Council's ruins. Fang Heng, curious, asked, what did they say? After we left the other world, the power of the Dark Mist became extremely unstable once again. To prevent the mist from spreading further, the clans decided to activate the full power of the entire Tree Spirit Clan to completely seal it. That's as far as the records go. After that, all information is lost, and the situation is likely not ideal. T-Pai shook her head, looking at Fang Heng, and continued. If the Blood Clan wishes to become the leaders of our Tree Spirit Clan, then please prove your ability by investigating the source of the Dark Mist and completely eliminating it. Regardless of how other clans feel, the Soul Clan will regard you highly. Fang Heng looked at T-Pai and fell silent for a few seconds. This deal seemed tempting, but in reality, it was a huge pit. Leading others on might work, but he knew firsthand the horror of the demon race. As he pondered, a game prompt appeared. Hint: player triggers main quest branch. Unknown Shadows. Task name: Unknown Shadows. Task description: the Tree Spirit Clan was once shrouded in a huge shadow of dark mist. T-Pai believed that the dark mist could erupt at any time, posing a threat to the survival of the Tree Spirit Clan. Each clan of the Tree Spirit believes that only by eliminating the Dark Mist can the Blood Clan prove its leadership qualities over the entire Tree Spirit Clan. Task requirements: investigate the location of the Dark Mist seal and completely eliminate the source of the Dark Mist. Task rewards: loyalty of the Soul Clan, increased friendly relations with other clans, significantly improved reputation and influence within the Tree Spirit Clan, and a substantial increase in support from the Tree Spirit Clan. Fang Heng reconsidered the game prompt. It wasn't bad at all. The rewards of gaining the Soul Clan's loyalty and increased support from the Tree Spirit Clan were something he needed. However, it conflicted with his original mission plan. Was this an unexpected turn of events? Originally, he had planned to eliminate the Tree Spirit Clan in phases and complete the main quest directly. Now, T-Pai had presented an additional option. It might be worth considering. The key point was that this matter was related to the demon race and seemed to have hidden implications. Fang Heng had a premonition that he might find clues related to the demon race. If he couldn't handle it, he could always revert to his original plan and take a more aggressive approach. All right, I agree. Fang Heng nodded, but I have a request. Please speak. I need the assistance of your Soul Clan. Yes, if needed, we will offer assistance. Good. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, we will act then. T-Pai furrowed her brow slightly and asked, why that time? It's nothing, just a preference of mine. T-Pai sensed that Fang Heng was hiding something but chose not to press further, only cautioning, the power of contamination is extremely dangerous, and you should be careful. I know. I understand more about contamination than you do. Good. I will prepare everything in the other world and await your arrival, T-Pai said. After T-Pai left, Mo Jiawei approached Fang Heng and whispered, Boss Fan, are we really agreeing to go see them? Could they be deceiving us? No worries, I have a plan. Fang Heng waved his hand. As for the Federation, arrange as planned. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, clear the habitat of the Leaf Clan. The cooldown time for the ultimate move Eternal Moon would end at 5 in the morning. Even if the Tree Spirit Clan set a trap, with the ultimate move, he was confident in escaping or even managing to take down a couple of Tree Spirit Clan elders. If the Tree Spirit Clan didn't deceive him, he could consider remaining quiet for now and figuring out what the contamination was about. Fang Heng felt that in any case, it was a worthwhile deal. All right, I'll communicate with the Federation and stay in touch. The next morning at 5 in the morning, in the other world, guided by T-Pai, Fang Heng used a teleportation channel to arrive at an area covered by sprawling vines of a giant tree. Beneath the vast canopy of trees lay an entrance to a hidden area nestled in a gorge. As they entered the gorge, the towering trees and vines above cast a dense shadow, preventing sunlight from penetrating. creating an exceedingly dark atmosphere. Fang Heng surveyed his surroundings and followed T-Pai deeper into the gorge. Soon, a large clearing emerged ahead. The seal on the passage is in a closed state, and the power of various clans is needed to open it. Tip explained, if the seal is forcibly broken from the outside, it may cause fluctuations that could affect the internal seal. The situation in the depths of the seal is unknown, and it is better for external disturbances to be minimal. Therefore, Tip called upon the major clans to assist in opening the entrance. Seeing that the elders of various clans personally appeared, Tip was somewhat surprised. Fang Heng stood still, watching the group ahead warily. How do I know this isn't a trap set up by you to deal with me? I was not informed about the arrival of the elders. Unraveling the external seal is crucial. I believe they came in person to prevent any accidents, Tip said, raising two fingers as a vow. I swear in the name of the Soul Clan, this is not a trap. All right, I hope you keep your promise. Since he had already arrived, Fang Heng was prepared to face a trap. Tip led Fang Heng to the gathering of people at the entrance, respectfully bowing to the elders. Elders, thank you for coming in person. Opening the seal is such an important matter. We naturally need to come and see it for ourselves to prevent any accidents. Senzuo scanned Fang Heng with a hint of coldness in his eyes. As for your Soul Clan, Jing Nuo, that old guy trusts you to come alone. The elder has been unwell, rarely leaving the clan, and his condition worsened when he returned yesterday. All right, enough idle chatter. Tam Sangja impatiently interrupted Tip's words, raising his hand. Let's begin. The passage ahead where everyone stood was blocked by entwined giant tree roots. Tip and three elders from the other major clans approached the entrance covered by vines, hands forming a seal in front of them. Under the light of the four-colored radiance, the vines covering the entrance dispersed rapidly, revealing a passage behind. Faint contaminated black mist leaked from the opening. After hundreds of years, it seemed only a small amount of black mist leaked out. The sealing effect seemed to be working well. Fang Heng surveyed the entrance, pondering silently. Please. Senzuo looked to Tip, nodding. Since this matter is being presided over by the Soul Clan, it is more suitable for you to lead the way. Yes. Tip nodded, stepping into the sealed cave first. Stepping into the passage, Fang Heng felt the contaminated aura slowly seeping from the ground beneath his feet. After a long period of contamination, the land had been greatly corroded, becoming extremely soft. We have arrived. After advancing a bit further along the passage, a larger open space emerged in front. Traces of the magic circle left by the tree spirits could be vaguely seen on the ground. Due to the long passage of time, the outermost layer of the magic circle had become very thin and extensively damaged, rendering it completely ineffective. The location we are in right now is the sealed area. Tip walked to the side of the open space, introducing, based on the fragments we obtained from the ancestral records of the Tree Spirit Clan. Our Soul Clan deduced that in the inner world, the Tree Spirit Clan gathered the entire clan's power, consuming all the power of the previous god tree to seal Zaluba underground. As a result, the god tree lost all its power and withered. After losing the god tree, the Tree Spirit Clan's power was not replenished, gradually weakening and eventually facing extinction. Fang Heng squatted on the ground, gently touching the black soil beneath him, feeling the breath emanating from the earth. Sealed beneath the layers of special sealing forces buried in the earth below, the demonic seed was kept deep underground. However, after so many years, the aura was slowly seeping out, resulting in the current scene. So, which demonic seed was buried below? It would be best if it was the lazy demonic seed. Perhaps the shadow demon rat could find a way to devour and transform its power. If it was a different kind of demonic seed, it might be more challenging to eradicate. Perhaps consider trying to communicate with it and ask for help in dealing with jealousy. Since they were all demonic seeds, they might be able to sit down and have a proper discussion. Fang Heng was thinking that maybe he could persuade them to cooperate. The elder of the Root Clan asked, So, Fang Heng, after observing for so long, have you discovered anything? The seal is slowly being eroded by the polluted power. Fang Heng stood up and said, I can try to reinforce the seal around the periphery and repair the magic circle every month. In theory, we can maintain the stability of the magic circle for 5 years, but beyond that, it's hard to say. The seal below will slowly decay over time. Fang Heng, Senzuo shook his head and continued, You may not be aware that the polluted power is in a calm period right now. If it undergoes severe fluctuations, it will not look like what you see now. We need you to thoroughly resolve this issue. Humph. Tam Sangja snorted, turning to leave. I have said before, no one can deal with the pollution, there's no need to waste time. I have other things to attend to, so I'll leave first. Well, it's not entirely without a solution. Tam Sangja couldn't help but pause, turning back to look at Fang Heng. Everyone was curious if Fang Heng truly had a solution. But this method is a bit risky. Fang Heng, speak your mind. All the elders are present. If you can truly eliminate the black mist, we will naturally do our best. All right, I'll be straightforward. Unlock the seal. Let me talk to the demonic seed. Are you out of your mind? At this, Tam Sangja's complexion changed instantly, rebuking sternly. Do you know how much effort we put into temporarily sealing Zaluba? Do you want to release it? All the talk about a sealed demonic seed came solely from Fan Hen. It was unknown whether it was true or false. In the eyes of the Tree Spirit clan, the Zaluba sealed beneath the sealing area was extremely powerful. Once released, it would bring catastrophic devastation to the world. Who knew if Fang Hen could really communicate with it? The elder of the Root clan gazed at Fang Hen, saying solemnly, Fang Hen, how confident are you? 100%. Fang Heng thought to himself, 100% uncertain. Ladies and gentlemen, deep down inside, we all know that the seal is only temporary, said Teef, who also understood the horrors of pollution. But she was thinking longer term. If not handled carefully, the situation will only deteriorate day by day. If there is a chance to completely solve the pollution problem, we, the Soul Clan, are inclined to give it a try. Senzo spoke solemnly. Teef, while trying is possible, we must be fully prepared. It's not as simple as breaking the seal with just his word. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fang Heng shrugged, indifferent. He had just researched the entire seal. The Tree Spirit clan was indeed not very knowledgeable about seals and alchemy, so he used a beginner's clumsy method, continuously layering seal magic arrays, combined with the power of the divine tree, to suppress the demon seed deep down. According to his rough estimate, there were at least 500 layers of seals below. Even if he wanted to forcibly break the seal, it would take some time. Very well, let's discuss and make plans after we return. Apart from the Soul Clan, the other three major clans were not in favor of opening the seal. After the final discussion, they decided to step back, prepare, and wait for the right time before attempting to open the seal. HMPH. Before leaving, Tam sang coldly, Teef, you are still too young. Don't let this guy deceive you. As the other three major clans left first, Fang Heng continued to squat down and observe the seal magic array. Aba Kaya also awakened the ability to break the seal after absorbing the seed of the divine tree, but his strength was probably not as strong as the previous god tree. If even the previous god tree couldn't completely seal the demon seed, Aba Kaya was probably in for a tough time. Teef waited for a moment, seeing Fan Heng inspecting the area, and couldn't help but walk over to him and ask softly, did you find anything? Not yet. Although it seems very dangerous, the only way to completely solve the problem is by breaking the seal. Our Soul Clan is willing to give it a try. You can only represent your Soul Clan at most. Fang Heng was already considering how to break the seal and release the demon seed. Based on the unreliable nature of the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan, it would be good if they didn't become a hindrance. Was it possible for them to come up with a plan together? Unlikely. Fang Heng, you still have biases against the Wood Clan and the Leaf Clan. For the benefit of the Tree Spirit clan, Teef was speaking when her expression suddenly changed, and she swayed. There was a faint tremor under her feet. What's going on? Fang Heng also noticed the slight shaking throughout the cave and looked at Teef by his side. Not good. Teef suddenly realized something and her expression changed. Fang Heng, we need to leave here now. With that, Teef immediately turned and ran towards the exit with two Soul Clan guards. Fang Heng followed quickly and soon saw Teef standing at the entrance to the passage with the two Soul Clan guards. Teef's face was extremely serious. The exit was completely sealed off. On the other side of the entrance, the three elders of the three clans who had sealed off the entrance to the cave glanced at each other. Teef is too young after all, to actually believe an outsider with unknown origins. Senzo shook his head, with a hint of regret in his tone. It's a pity. I had high hopes for her among the younger generation. Tam Sang silently cursed Senzo for being hypocritical and couldn't be bothered to look at him again, saying coldly, Teef fell for Fang Heng's DC and died in the cave with him. Did you all hear that? The remaining Tree Spirit clan members looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Yes. The elder of the Root clan chuckled to himself. The situation was set. The Soul Clan's elder, Junuo, had played a fool's move this time, actually believing in a bloodline with unknown origins. The Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan had deep grievances with Fang Heng. How could they easily let go? To secure the support of the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan, he had already reached an agreement with them in advance to come up with a plan to deal with Fang Heng today. As for Tief, she did not need to die. It was just unfortunate that she was too young and too easily swayed by outsiders, leading to her demise with Fang Heng. It was for the best. From this day on, the Wood Clan and the Leaf Clan would be firmly tied to his fate. 3 against 1. The remaining Soul Clan was not a concern. The elder of the Root Clan was already fantasizing about becoming the next leader of the Tree Spirit Clan. The only one to be wary of was probably Fang Heng. Although he had only met Fang Heng twice, the elder of the Root Clan was sure that Fang Heng was not easy to deal with. Could he have escaped from the seal? With the seal we set up together, can he really escape? Tam sang disdainfully. The power of the tree's branches and leaves is indeed formidable, but not enough to break the seal. I'm not talking about Tief. I'm more worried about that bow. Fang Heng. He is full of tricks and we must be cautious. Senzo shook his head. There is no need to worry. The area of the seal has been specially treated to resist spatial energy fluctuations, and Fang Heng's spatial abilities cannot escape from the seal cave. Then that's good. But since it has come to this, our act must be more convincing. Yes. Let's wait here, and later we will go rescue the Soul Clan together. On the other side of the passage, with the entrance and exit sealed off from the outside world, the concentration of polluted mist in the hall began to slowly increase. Tief could still rely on her mental power to activate her vine armor to block the external dark mist, but the 2 Soul Clan guards accompanying her were starting to feel uncomfortable. They huddled in a corner of the cave, releasing all their mental power to prevent the pollution from invading their bodies. Initially, along with Tief, Fang Heng checked the external seal. It was quite tricky to handle. With Senzo and his group blocking the outside, even if they forcibly broke the seal, they would still have to confront them head-on and gain no advantage. Fang Heng lowered his head, pondering, his thoughts inevitably drifting to the polluted seal magic array. After several attempts, Tief gradually sank into despair. It couldn't be broken. She never expected the 3 major clans to hold such deep hatred towards Fang Heng, having secretly reached an agreement and even willing to harm her Soul Clan. What should she do? With her current abilities, she couldn't break the external seal. With the Soul Clan now missing, the seal was immediately weakened to a large extent. Taipei found it somewhat ironic. At this critical juncture, Fang Heng was still thinking about these things. Taipei spoke solemnly. Fang Heng, this time I brought along the sacred artifact of the Tree Spirit Clan, the God Tree Branch. Later, I will fully activate the power of the God Tree Branch. You help me infuse our spiritual powers together. Perhaps by combining our forces, we can forcefully break the seal and escape together. I'm afraid it might not work. The original intention of this magic formation was to prevent being broken from within. Breaking through from the inside is tens of times more difficult than from the outside. Fang Heng shook his head. Moreover, the senior elders of the other 3 major clans are likely prepared. They are currently blocking us outside the seal. Even if we are lucky enough to leave, they can easily capture the 2 of us. Taipei pursed her lips. She also understood this rationale, but at this stage, they had no choice but to try. Otherwise, what could they do? Wait to die? Fang Heng saw what was on Taipei's mind and shook his head, saying, it's not just a matter of waiting here to die. In fact, we have another way. What way? Go back and break the seal. Fang Heng's words made Taipei's pupils narrow. Let me have a talk with that demon kind. I can find a way to persuade the demon kind to help us leave from here using their power. At this point in time, he was still thinking about breaking the seal. Taipei looked at Fang Heng, seeing that there was no hint of joking in his eyes. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, you're insane, Fang Heng. Is that so? I don't think so, Fang Heng shrugged. When it comes to sealed magic formations, I understand more than any of you. The demon-kind sealed magic formation is layered hundreds of times. As long as we are careful and open the seal 1 layer at a time, the overall risk should be manageable. Fang Heng paused and added, if things go south, I will stop immediately. Moreover, the more the black mist leaks out, the greater the impact on the external seal, and the greater our chances of leaving. Even so, we will also be affected by the black mist. And have you considered, if we can't control Zalubar, what if the black mist leaks outside? So what? If the 2 of us die here, handing over the future of the Tree Spirit clan to those outside. What's the difference from the contamination spreading out? Fang Heng sneered. All right, rest assured, I have a way to deal with the demon kind. Taipei pressed on. What way? It's a secret. Taipei stared at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I know you have many secrets, but if you don't clarify this point, I'll definitely stop you. All right, Fang Heng said, switching to his sacred form, spreading his hands forward. Phew. Suddenly, a dark golden sacred sword appeared in Fang Heng's hand. Swish. Fang Heng wielded the giant sword with one hand, swiping it past Taipei. As the sacred sword swept by, it emitted a ripple of sacred power. Thus, the ripple of power spread out, purify a large portion of the pollution in the surroundings. Taipei was immediately astonished, staring intently at the giant sword in Fang Heng's hand. Enveloped by the eroding black mist, the dark golden giant sword kept emitting sharp hissing sounds. It seemed that the giant sword had a great restraint effect on the black mist. No, more accurately, it was a mutual restraint relationship. The black mist also continuously eroded the giant sword. However, the strength of the sword was clearly several levels higher than that of the black mist, making it impossible for the mist to affect the sword. Taipei looked back at Fang Heng. Perhaps, as Fang Heng had said, he really had the ability to solve this trouble? Taipei asked, what kind of power is this? Divine attribute. It's a long story. I'll tell you after we get out. Fang Heng replied. Okay. Seeing that Fang Heng indeed had a trump card and didn't seem to be deceiving her, Taipei took a deep breath, made up her mind, and said, let's give it a try as you said. Fang Heng quickly stood on the ancient magic formation. At first glance, the outer defense of the magic formation had been completely damaged. In fact, what they saw was just the outer protective layer. The Tree Spirit clan's grasp of the magic formation was very weak, so they used a very stupid method, which was to layer on top of layers. Despite being foolish, it was still very effective, especially, and there was no need to guard against external destruction. Keep up with my pace. Destroy each seal one by one. I will try to telepathically communicate with the demon kind, and you help me control it. Without waiting for Taipei to reply, Fang Heng placed both hands on the magic formation beneath his feet, and a rapidly spinning magic formation was reflected in his pupils. The magic formation spun rapidly. Suddenly, the black ground under his feet churned. Boom, boom. With each muffled explosion from the underground, layer after layer of the magic formation was destroyed, and visible black mist overflowed rapidly from the cracks in the soil. The concentration of black mist inside the entire cave increased more and more. Taipei stood by Fang Heng, her expression serious. She could assist in breaking the magic formation set by the Soul Clan, but what surprised her was that Fang Heng managed to break through the magic formation set by the other three major clans in an instant, faster than even Shiko. How did he do it? As the strength of the black mist increased, Taipei reminded Fang Heng, I know. Keep going. Fang Heng could clearly feel the sealed demon kind's power below, but that power seemed to be in a dormant state at the moment. Even his mental power could not penetrate through so many layers of seals to communicate with the demon kind. So he continued. With Taipei combining the power of the God Tree branch, Fang Heng, using his all-knowing eyes in conjunction with his strong mental power and advanced alchemy skills, forcibly broke through hundreds of layers of seals. He sensed it. The demon kind sleeping at the bottom of the seal. Fang Heng condensed his mental power into a point, and ruthlessly pierced towards the deepest part of the demon kind. Hiss. The power from the source of the demon kind was stimulated by Fang Heng's mental power, and it erupted instantly. Doom. Instantly, even denser black mist gushed out like a fountain from the rolling land beneath the ground. The concentration of black mist in the entire seal area instantly rose to a higher level. The demon kind awakened. Who dares disturb me? The sealed demonic species sensed Fang Heng's power and seemed to gradually recover from a just awakened state. You are. Fang Heng tried to sense the power of the demonic species, attempting to determine the identity of the other party. Ah, I remember now. It's jealousy, that despicable guy. I'm going to take him down. Doom. The power of arrogance erupted once again. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. It was arrogance. He had heard that the power of each initial demonic species was unique. Arrogance was the strongest one. Similarly, the power of arrogance was also the most difficult to be sustained by a vessel. Previously, Fang Heng had discussed with Gu Qingju, Luo Su, and others. Based on the information they had, There were two ways in which the inheritance of the demonic species occurred. The most primitive and ancient inheritance was the first type. After the previous demonic species completely die, the new demonic species would be born 6 hours 6 minutes and 6 seconds after the complete demise of the previous one, known as eternal reincarnation. During the lifetime of the newly born demonic species, if there was no intervention, the tower of the demonic species was destined not to awaken. In most cases, after being found by the inheritors of demons and the fanatical followers of various demonic species, and after some kind of ritual, the demonic species would be completely awakened within the body. There were also many rare cases of automatic awakening, like this one, where the individual did not possess any memories related to the demonic species. Afterwards, the power of the demonic species would continue to gestate and strengthen within the body, becoming an independent entity. Fang Heng felt that he might be in this state. As for the second type, Fang Heng inferred it was the method Zia Shi tried on Gu Qingju, finding the inheritors of the demonic species in advance and controlling them. After extracting the power of the demonic species in large quantities, dividing it, and finding multiple suitable individual containers for the demonic energy, some of the power of the demonic species would be stored within the individual containers. The demonic species would silently influence the containers and continuously enhance their power, gradually increasing the container's adaptability to the demonic species. For example, the shadowy demonic rat was one of the containers for sloth. Through this method, the containers could control the power of the demonic species. However, this method had a major issue. Sometimes the containers would easily fall under the influence of the demonic species, being completely controlled by the original will of the demonic species. And the chaotic memories of the original demonic species and various demonic species would partially resurface, causing the containers to lose themselves completely. The method to determine if a container had lost itself was very simple. Despite exhibiting many characteristics of the corresponding demonic species, the container did not consider itself a demonic species, did not identify as such, and did not possess ancient demonic memories. However, the demonic species before him claimed to be arrogance, indicating that it was most likely completely controlled by the power of arrogance. Hey, arrogance, do you need my help? Get lost. I don't need your help. I can handle my own business. Arrogance shouted angrily. Well, all right. Fang Heng didn't argue much, only saying, I'm just curious, with your power, how did you end up in this situation? Jealousy, he betrayed me. There was a hint of anger in arrogance's tone. Doom. The seal burst open once again from the depths, breaking through dozens of layers in an instant. Fang Heng, Taipei watched the black mist that continued to accelerate from the ground, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. It's okay, you retreat first, protect yourself, leave the rest to me. Taipei gritted her teeth and immediately retreated to a corner of the cave, fully exerting the power of the divine tree branches to protect herself and the two soul tribe guards in the center. Fang Heng once again released his mental power, attempting to communicate with arrogance and said, well, put it another way, I have a great grudge against jealousy too. When you deal with jealousy, could you also involve me? Ha ha. Not needed. Arrogance laughed arrogantly and pushed his power to the limit, forcibly breaking through the seal without regard for the cost. Dang, dang, bang. The seal rapidly burst layer by layer until the entire seal was completely destroyed, and a thick, ink-like black mist instantly filled the entire cave. Taipei and the two soul tribe guards huddled in a corner of the cave, relying on the power of the divine tree branches to barely support themselves, with a visible distance of only half a meter. In a thick mist, a figure completely enveloped in black mist emerged from the constantly rolling land of black fog. The person was as thin as bone, with only a skeletal outline visible, wrapped entirely in a black mist, making the face indiscernible. After breaking free, the vessel of arrogance stood in place, breathing in the outside air, slowly shifting his gaze to Taipei and the few tree spirits in the corner. Fang Heng stood in front of Taipei, blocking arrogance's sight. Arrogance, these are my friends. They guided me here. The ones who actually sealed you are still outside. With that, Fang Heng gestured towards the cave exit. Arrogance did not respond, only looking away from Taipei and the others. Suddenly, Arrogance raised his hand. The dense black mist around him instantly surged outwards. Outside the sealed cave, including Senzo, Tamsangja, and other three elder tree spirits were waiting. Ha! Senzo suddenly noticed something and let out a soft exclamation. The stone door that was sealed layer by tree roots in front was trembling slightly, flashing different lights frequently. The three elder tree spirits all looked towards the entrance. What's going on? It seemed like the seal was being impacted from within. No problem. Senzo nodded. It seems Taipei is using the power of the sacred tree branches to suppress the door. No need to panic. They can't break it open. Everyone nodded in agreement and moved aside. However, the shaking of the sealed entrance did not slow down as the elder spirits had expected. Instead, it gradually accelerated, the entire seal blinking faster and faster, giving a faint impression that it was about to explode. Something isn't right. Tam Sangja's expression changed slightly, saying in a deep voice, "Come over and help." The three elder spirits immediately went forward to control the seal together, stabilizing its operation. Under the combined suppression of the three individuals, the magical array stabilized for a moment. Something's wrong. Why is the force of the seal's impact growing? It was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, and it seemed it might soon become uncontrollable. Beads of sweat appeared on Tam Sangja's forehead. Hiss! Suddenly, a gap tore open on the seal. Immediately, a dense black mist gushed out from the gap. Cracks appeared on the seal magic circle at the entrance of the cave, almost instantly breaking the entire magic circle. Doom! With a loud explosion, the entire magic circle burst open, and black mist exploded from the cave, sending all the people blocking the entrance flying out. Shoo! A figure emerged from the black mist and headed straight for the nearest elder of the Yi clan, Senzo. With an arrogant fist strike, under the envelopment of black mist, the force was incredibly strong. Senzo's face had instantly turned pale. It's Sharuba. He's broken free from the seal. Tam Sangja shouted. He's been sealed for too long. His strength is still weak. Restrain him. Let's attack together. At the same time, in the Federal Command Headquarters, Minister Lei was coordinating the final deployment of the federal team for the upcoming battle. The atmosphere in the command headquarters was tense. The great battle was about to begin. In the previous two battles with the tree spirits, under Fang Eng's diversion, the Federation had achieved good results. This time, it was the first time the Federation had targeted the complete annihilation of the Yi clan. Commander, we have confirmed the attack signals. The Lickers and Blood clan have launched an attack towards the Yi clan habitat. All units are ready and awaiting orders. Please advise. Commander. All right. Proceed with the plan. Understood. Yes. With the command, various tactical teams in the wireless communication channel responded in unison. The federal troops ambushed around the Yi clan habitat immediately joined the battle. The spatial jump device's energy was maximized, and large-scale war machines frequently appeared on the front battlefield. In fact, the defenses of the Yi clan habitat had already been weakened from continuous attacks. This time, the Federation's target was the Yi clan defenders. To deplete the Yi clan's forces as much as possible, the Lickers swarmed in from all directions into the Yi clan territory, while the Blood clan floating in the air used various blood-colored bombs to bomb the Night clan defenders who were attempting to resist. Not good. It's the Blood clan and the Federation. They're attacking. The Yi clan defenders saw a large number of Lickers and the Blood clan in the air. Immediately realizing that Fang Heng had arrived, they quickly set up defenses and sounded the alarm. The entire Yi clan habitat entered emergency mode. At the first moment, Vanis led his people to join the battle to defend against the external enemies. Activate the defense barrier. Thus, a green barrier extended. A Yi clan defender hurriedly approached and reported, Elder, besides the Lickers and the Blood clan, intense spatial jump fluctuations have been observed in the periphery of the camp. Human beings have also joined the battle, and a large number of war machines are heading towards the habitat. It is estimated that the Federation is deploying long-range beam firepower. Fang Heng. Vanis's joints creaked, his expression extremely grim. The Chief Elder Senzo was currently out investigating the pollution seal with Fang Heng coincidentally at the same time when the Blood clan and the Human Federation launched the attack. It was clearly planned. Vanis swept his gaze across the Yi clan elders who had gathered upon hearing the alarm, urgently saying, Everyone, the situation is critical. Please assist in guarding the habitat until the Chief Elder returns. Yes. Vanis led his guard team into the battle, aiming at the Blood clan in the sky. The resilience of the Lickers was proving troublesome to deal with. First, eliminate the enemy's aerial superiority. Vanis noticed that Prince Gare seemed to be commanding the Blood clan, so he immediately entered the second phase, heavily stomped on the ground, and jumped high. heading towards Gare in midair. Capture the leader first. In the air, the Blood Clan Prince Gare and his party were conducting bombings at low altitude. When they saw Vanis and his group rushing towards them, a hint of battle intent showed in their eyes. Interesting. I was looking for you. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. In an instant, Vanis reached Gare and delivered a punch. Doom. What? It was blocked. Vanis was surprised. With all his strength focused in that punch, it felt like hitting a solid steel plate. He found himself unable to deal with the ordinary Blood Clan member in front of him. After one strike, Gare was knocked backward for a short distance before Vanis completely expended the strength in his fist. The king is right, the tree spirits are indeed strong. We must not underestimate them. Gare hovered in the air, looking coldly at Vanis, who was affected by gravity and falling back to the ground again, saying coldly, "Attack together." As he spoke, Gare raised his hand, and dozens of condensed blood bombs flew towards Vanis. Just as Vanis landed, he immediately felt intense blood energy fluctuations from high above. Looking up, he saw dense blood bombs coming towards him. Dodge quickly. Vanis promptly dodged to the side. Doom. Boom boom boom. The condensed blood bombs passed by him, hitting the ground around him and creating huge exploding blood balls. Impossible to avoid. The shock waves from the explosion sent the injured Vanis flying. As he regained his balance on the ground, he saw 3 Blood Clan princes flying towards him. This is tough. Vanis grew increasingly anxious as the battle progressed. He already found Fang Heng very difficult to deal with, and now there was another Blood Clan member he had never heard of. Although the Blood Clan's various methods were not as formidable as Fang Heng's, individually, they were extremely strong. To him, each Blood Clan member felt almost half as strong as Fang Heng from half a month earlier. One-on-one, he was confident he could fight and defeat them. But against multiple opponents, impossible to stop. Far away, other participating Blood Clan princes and dukes swarmed in, taking advantage of their numbers and aerial combat advantages to engage with the Yi clan, bombarding the elders with explosions, causing them great distress. Unable to win. Simply unable to win. In the past, they might have been able to withstand for a while with the blessing of the tree spirit seedling. But now, the tree spirit seedling was destroyed. The Yi clan was utterly powerless. Taking advantage of the Yi clan elders being tied up by the Blood Clan, the lickers crazily surged into the periphery of the Yi clan habitat, causing havoc to the external barrier. Within the defensive barrier, the Tree Spirit Clan defenders started using natural arrows to defend against the swarming lickers at the outskirts of the habitat. Doom. Without holding on for more than a moment, the entire barrier exploded with a booming sound, completely shattering and plunging into a restart recharge mode. Immediately, the outer feeders rushed into the Yezu habitat like a burst dam flood. Oh no! They're charging in. The Yezu guards felt their scalps tingle instantly. With the barrier lost, they would directly face the terrifying feeders horde. After experiencing several major enhancements, the speed of the feeders further increased, making it impossible for the Yezu guards to resist. They could only retreat quickly, occasionally releasing natural arrows in return. But the number of feeders in front of them had already reached over 30,000. A vast swarm stretched as far as the eye could see. With no end in sight, the feeders were using a human wave tactic, crushing everything with sheer numbers. Mo Jiawei and Gu Qingju, along with others, watched from afar at the battlefield. Upon hearing that Fang Heng was determined to completely destroy the Yezu habitat, Ji Hating personally rushed to the battlefield to witness the scene, and couldn't help but exclaim, "After this battle, I'm afraid the Yezu's strength will hit rock bottom, and they may be removed from among the four great clans. That's right. Did we let them deceive us all this time?" Mo Jiawei finally vented out a lot of pent-up frustration and looked at Clavey beside him. "I wonder how Fang Boss's plan is going now. We haven't had any news all this time. Has he contacted you?" Clavey shook her head. "No, there have been no fluctuations in the mirror connection from Fang Heng's side. There shouldn't be a problem on Fang Heng's side. We should focus on dealing with the Yezu first. Fang Heng instructed that we should try not to let any Yezu elders escape," Gu Qingju said, looking at Ji Hating, and asked, "The Federation's people should be arriving soon too, right?" "Of course, we have been in communication with the Federation," Ji Hating said as he opened the communication device, whispered a few words into it, then looked up and said, The Federation's elite combat team will arrive in 3 minutes. In fact, although the Federation's team had come to support immediately, navigating through the complex terrain of the primitive forest area would still take some time before they arrived. The Federation had originally planned to let the feeders consume a wave of Yezu first, then converge with the bloodsuckers to launch an all-out attack. But they never anticipated the bravery of the feeders' horde. They broke through the outer defense of the Yezu directly, and by the time the Federation's team reached the front line, the feeders had already invaded the heart of the Yezu habitat. Even the beam weapon array set up more than 20 kilometers away was not yet operational. At this moment, Xianwu was leading his team, accelerating towards this direction. In the past month, due to the bloodline of the bloodsuckers, their physical qualities had continuously improved. Combined with the amplification effects of psychogenesis and the comprehensive deployment by the Federation, the combat effectiveness of the psychogenesis team had skyrocketed to a terrifying extent. At least in terms of physical fitness, the psychogenesis team was much stronger than a regular mechanical transformation team. Xianwu led the first batch of his team to arrive at the battlefield. Faster. After nearly a month of rigorous training, everyone was eager to show the Federation officials and the tree spirit people their true strength. Finally, they arrived just as the Yezu were utterly defeated on the battlefield. Seeing the bloodsuckers and the Yezu elders in combat on the outskirts, Xianwu's heart moved, signaling his team to find cover and lie low in place. They had arrived. Psychogenesis excelled at ambushes. This was their best opportunity. Prepare to lock target. Attack. Almost instantly, the 50 psychogenesis scholars targeted several bloodsucker elders at the same time, launching psychic shock attacks. The Yezu elders were instantly thrown out, heavily injured. Prince Gare, the bloodsucker, surveyed the scene, and in a cold voice to everyone, said, "His Majesty has ordered. Let none of them escape. Annihilate them all." Understood. When Nisai saw the Yezu elders quickly collapse, followed by being chased, his eyes almost consumed by anger, ready to fight desperately, but was firmly held back by 2 Yezu guards. "Elder Wen Nisai, don't act rashly. We still have 2 emergency shelters. The priority now is to retreat with the resources and the living force of the clan, to continue the bloodline for the clan until the Grand Elder returns to oversee." When Nisai clenched his teeth, "What about the emergency teleportation channel? It's already open. Elder Kai has already taken resources and evacuated ahead." Meanwhile, at the sealed land of the tree spirits, Fang Heng's retina was repeatedly bombarded with jumbled in-game prompts. Almost every second, several pages of information would flash. Prompt: player zombie clone feeder form deals 1.2 W damage to Yezu guard, causing them to enter a bleeding state. Prompt: bloodsucker Prince Gare kills Yezu elder Li Chuo, player gains 100,000 tree spirit reputation. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze. It seemed that Mo Jiawei's sign was doing well. It was time for him to take action. Fang Heng couldn't help but glance at Tip, who was curled up in a corner due to being heavily affected by thick black mist. Tip was in a terrible state at the moment. The burst of arrogant power had completely collapsed, leading to a temporary loss of energy. The high concentration pollution had invaded the bodies of Tip and her 2 subordinates. At this moment, Tip could barely hold on, forcibly manipulating the power of the divine tree branches to form a defense barrier, protecting herself and her subordinates within it. However, the power of the black mist was too strong and continued to erode the strength of the divine tree branches. Tip was approaching her limit. Fang Heng turned his gaze away from Tip. Fortunately, his consciousness had been completely taken over by the power of jealousy and would not be affected by pollution. "Stay here. I will come to take you out soon." With that, Fang Heng immediately stepped out, heading towards the outer channel. The burst of arrogant power had consumed a lot during the breakthrough of the seal earlier. Due to the influence of the black mist, their perception was suppressed to an extremely low level, to the point where they didn't even notice when Fang Heng appeared beside them. As the battle continued, the mood of the 3 individuals grew heavier. The power of the demon race did not diminish in the slightest as the battle progressed. Instead, it kept increasing. "This is bad. His strength is quickly recovering." The 3 elders all sensed the issue simultaneously, and the same thought rose in their minds. "We can't win. We have to run. We can't stay here any longer. We need to find a way to leave. Everyone, let's figure out a way to leave together. Let's go." Listening to the conversation between the other 2 clan elders, Senzo shouted in the black mist and immediately dashed towards the exit, Ha! Just as he turned around, Senzo suddenly heard a sound of something breaking through the air near his ear. Who? What was that? Senzo was startled, immediately putting his hands up in defense. Crash! In the next moment, a figure shot out from the darkness, a fist smashing towards him. Dang! Senzo only felt a huge force coming at him, being heavily hit and pushed back. This power is... Looking through the black mist, Senzo saw the person in front of him clearly and was instantly overwhelmed by extreme anger. It was Fang Heng. He was not dead. He had even completely destroyed the seal of the demon race and unleashed them. Senzo stared fiercely at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, do you know what you're doing? Hey. Fang Heng let out a disdainful laugh, then rushed at Senzo again. What's the matter? Afraid now? How come you didn't think about the consequences when you trapped me earlier? As he spoke, Fang Heng approached Senzo and continuously attacked him with punches. At the same time, the container of the proud demon race noticed Fang Heng interfering, somewhat displeased, but did not stop, immediately chasing after the other two elders who wanted to escape. In a blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared one after another from the outskirts of the sealed tree cave. Moments later, the two elders, Tam Sangja of the Wood Tribe and the Root Tribe's elder, joined forces to escape the cave. It wasn't until they reached the outside of the tree hole that the surrounding black mist dissipated rapidly, their perception restored, only to find the elder of the Leaf Tribe, Senzo, nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Where's Senzo? That old guy is pretty cunning. How could he have not escaped? The two men looked at each other, a hint of doubt in their eyes. The next moment, a dense black mist burst out from the cave behind them. A figure shrouded in black mist quickly rushed towards the two elders. It's the demon race. The two elders felt a tremendous pressure coming at them. Just moments ago, three people working together couldn't deal with the proud demon, and now with one person missing, they had even less intention to fight. Split up and go. The elder of the Root Tribe shouted, immediately retreating to the opposite direction with Tam Sangja. The proud demon cast a disdainful glance at the two who split up and ran, snorted lightly in place, and then chased after Tam Sangja. Inside the sealed tree cave, Fang Heng diverted his attention from the exit, focusing his gaze back on Senzo. With all external interference eliminated, it was now a one-on-one battle between Fang Heng and Senzo. Under the shroud of the black mist, the terrain was an absolute advantage for him, and Senzo had already fought the proud demon before. With some energy expended, there was no reason for him to lose. Realizing this, Fang Heng launched a full-on attack, relentlessly pursuing and attacking Senzo with fists and kicks. Senzo was pushed back repeatedly by Fang Heng's pressure, his eyes full of shock. He had watched Fang Heng's strength rise step by step to this point, and now, even he felt a tremendous pressure. Retreat! Senzo shouted, stepping back several paces, his hands revealing a green lotus seed in his palm. The green lotus bloomed. Under the green light, the surrounding black mist was dispelled slightly. Hiss! 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 Stimulated by the presence of the green lotus, the surrounding mist started making hissing sounds, crazily rushing towards the lotus. Seeing this, Fang Heng didn't aggressively attack, but instead retreated into the black mist, waiting for an opportunity. The thing in Senzo's hand seemed to be a sacred tool of the tree spirit tribe, similar to the ones held by the tribe's type, a divine tree branch. They had a fatal weakness. Their energy was limited and could not be used for a long time. So, Fang Heng continued to delay, trying to exhaust him. He immediately changed tactics, forming a cross with his hands in front of him. Dang! The blood sword hanging behind Fang Heng burst open, forming sharp blood swords that stabbed towards Senzo. Humph! Senzo snorted heavily, raising his hand. The green light burst out, shattering all the blood spikes coming at him. Dang! Dang bang! The blood spikes kept exploding in the air, condensing into sharp spikes again and again, continuously attacking Senzo, draining his strength. At the same time, Fang Heng secretly used the blood bowling skill again. Senzo's face suddenly changed. He had heard from the elders in the clan that Fang Heng possessed this kind of variability, and had found it very strange at the time. Now, feeling his blood bowling uncontrollably, Senzo immediately called upon his mental power to suppress it. A terrifying ability. Senzo had to divert a large part of his attention to stabilize the violent blood flow, quickly scanning the black mist around him with his eyes. Where was Fang Heng? Where did he go? The black mist caused him great trouble, as his perception couldn't pinpoint Fang Heng's exact location. Moreover, the energy contained in the green lotus was limited and couldn't be operated for a long time. Senzo's face darkened to the extreme. Fang Heng, hiding your head but showing your tail. Dare to come out and fight me. There was no sound from the darkness. Fang Heng was hiding in the shadows, feeling somewhat amused. He was just enjoying teasing Senzo, angry and frustrated. Senzo clenched his teeth, unable to do anything to Fang Heng. I'll leave this place first. Relying on his memory of the surrounding environment, Senzo moved his feet, swiftly rushing towards the exit of the sealed channel. Still want to run? Fang Heng was standing at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Senzo rushing towards him, he once again formed a seal with his hands in front of him. Beast Mastery. At one point, the radiant light of the blue lotus seed was stimulated and became somewhat unstable. Whoosh! Fang Heng took advantage of this opportunity to dart out from the side. Seizing the moment when Senzo controlled the blue lotus seed with an unsettled mind, he once again struck out with a punch. Dang! Senzo realized the danger and, in a panic, raised his hands in front of him to block, but Fang Heng's punch pushed him back into the depths of the black mist. The dense black mist around him once again rolled towards him. Fang Heng. After several unsuccessful attempts to break through, Senzo felt his injuries weighing heavily on him, and the Chan blood raging in his body could no longer be suppressed. With bloodshot eyes, Senzo once again rushed towards the exit. The longer he procrastinated, the lower his chances of escaping. Fang Heng hid at the exit, watching Senzo futilely launch attacks time and time again, depleting his and the blue lotus seed's powers, until his last bit of strength was exhausted. No one could have imagined that the elder of the Yi clan would be trapped and killed in a shroud of black mist. Doom. The blue lotus seed shattered. Senzo's pupil suddenly contracted, unable to control the surging Chan blood in his body, spraying out a mouthful of blood and black blood flowing continuously from his facial features. The surrounding black mist surged madly towards Senzo's body, almost infiltrating every pore. Sout. Senzo's body arched backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Hint. Player kills the Yi clan elder Senzo. Player gains to 5OW reputation with the Tree Spirit clan. Player's hostility towards the Yi clan decreases to the lowest. Player's relationship with some characters changes. Hint. Player has severely affected the Tree Spirit clan. Yi clan branch. Current Tree Spirit clan. Yi clan branch bloodline prosperity. 32.9%. Bloodline prosperity will gradually decrease below 10%. Bloodline prosperity below 3% will result in the complete extinction of the Yi clan. Bloodline prosperity is related to the clan strength and bloodline population. Not bad. Saved a major cooldown. Fang Heng watched as Senzo was completely engulfed by the black mist, waving his hand forward. Under the cover of the black mist, over a dozen iridescent crystals flew into his palm. Hint. Player obtains iridescent crystals *19. Is there anything useful among the items dropped? Fang Heng quickly stepped forward to search. Found it. A dim halo appeared on the ground. Fang Heng picked up the item dropped after Senzo's death. Hint. Player gains the item Broken Blue Lotus Seed. Item. Broken Blue Lotus Seed. Description. One of the sacred artifacts of the Tree Spirit clan. Needs to be charged in advance by the Divine Tree. Description. This item is currently damaged, unable to be used, and detailed skill information cannot be obtained. Damaged. Fang Heng frowned as he looked at the game notification. Time was running out, and he had no time to carefully examine it. The other two fleeing elders of the Tree Spirit clan and the arrogant demon kind outside didn't know what was happening either. After some thought, Fang Heng turned back towards the depths of the sealed cave. In the darkest depths of the cave, under a shroud of black mist, Tippy controlled the branches of the divine tree, emitting a faint light. The surrounding darkness seemed to constantly erode her mind. Tippy's spirit was on the verge of collapse, with only a glimmer of light guarding her sanity. The two guards by her side had already succumbed to the corruption and fallen silent in the darkness. Tippy. Suddenly, in the darkness, Tippy heard a faint call. Then, a bright light bloomed in front of her. The Holy Giant Sword's holy power dispersion dispersed a small area of black mist around it. Tippy. Wake up. It was Fang Heng. Tippy, who was on the verge of sinking into darkness, was suddenly startled awake, raising her head abruptly and asking, "Where's the demon kind?" "Gone. When I chased after them, the demon kind was already chasing after 3 elders." Fang Heng didn't want to stir up trouble by revealing Senzo's death, nodded and said, "This place is too dangerous. Let me take you out first." "Okay." In this critical moment, Tippy didn't have time to think too much and struggled to stand up. Infected with a small amount of pollution during the recent outburst of arrogant power, Tippy was extremely weak at this point. By the time the two reached the cave entrance again, there was no sign of the demon kind. Fang Heng looked up and gazed into the distance. With his senses, he could roughly determine the direction the demon kind had escaped. To the right. Fang Heng's gaze focused on the area on the right side obscured by densely packed giant trees. The demon kind was still lingering there, following to see if there might be any unexpected discoveries. Fang Heng glanced at Tippy next to him. "Are you okay? Can you hold on?" Tippy bit her lip, her face turning pale. She wanted to say she could hold on, but her body was in a critical state of pollution, and she was already extremely weak. Before she could say a word, her consciousness surged, and Tippy was unable to support herself any longer, swaying and fainting in front of Fang Heng. "Well, it seems like that's not going to work." Fang Heng lifted Tippy onto his back and quickly rushed to a higher ground far away, where the black mist had not spread, temporarily placing Tippy outside the contaminated mist. Tippy, and even the Spirit Clan, could still be of use. At least she couldn't die now. Squatting beside the fallen Tippy, Fang Heng reached out, closed his eyes, and began to absorb most of the pollution inside Tippy's body into his consciousness. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, there was a reaction in his consciousness. The power belonging to the jealousy demon kind sensed external pollution, intrusion, and quickly activated, swiftly eliminating it. The faint presence of the arrogance demon kind was clearly no match for jealousy and was easily eradicated. Until Fang Heng had extracted most of the inadvertent pollution in Tippy, he withdrew his hand. No wonder ordinary people paled at the mention of pollution. Even with his current abilities, he couldn't completely remove the pollution. There was still some residue in Tippy's body, but that was fine. Sacred art. Two holy beams of light shimmered in Fang Heng's pupils. Purify. Disperse the pollution. Beams of sacred light fell on Tippy. After several consecutive purification attempts, confirming that the pollution in Tippy's body was no longer life-threatening, Fang Heng stood up, quickly heading towards the direction where the arrogant demon kind escaped. On the other side, Tam Sanka, the elder of the Wood Clan who was chased by the vessel containing the arrogant demon kind, dashed for his life, loudly cursing his misfortune. Of all the people, the demon kind had chosen him. Underneath the enveloping black thick fog, the arrogant demonic species appeared in a flash and threw a punch. Hiss, 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 hiss. Tam Sanga's pupils suddenly constricted. Before the punch of the demonic species reached him, a hurricane of fist wind surrounding the periphery clashed in advance with the natural power shield condensed around his body. The entire shield emitted a boiling hissing sound. In an instant, the shield's power was dissolved by the black fog by 7 or 8 times. Dang! Tam Sanga was struck out by the subsequent arrogant demonic species punch. Tam Sanga was extremely shocked. The power of the demonic species was so terrifying that during their chase, which lasted only 5 or 6 minutes, its power had actually increased. In a flash, the demonic species swiftly surged through the air, its figure moving rapidly as it teleported briefly in midair, appearing in front of Tam Sanga. Dang! The second punch. Tam Sanga was once again blasted away, with the armor on his body instantly shattered. The next moment, the surrounding black fog swiftly surged towards Tam Sanga. It rapidly burrowed into their bodies, devouring what little strength he had left. Despair flashed in Tam Sanga's eyes. Was he going to die here today? He could feel his body being rapidly corroded, and the surroundings gradually becoming hazy. Dang! Eventually, Tam Sanga could no longer control his body to maintain balance and fell heavily to the ground. The contamination within his body had completely gone out of control, attacking his consciousness. He couldn't even manage to prop himself up and stand. His end was near. Tam Sanga never imagined he would meet his end in this manner. He was unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, Tam Sanga saw a figure appearing before him, while a familiar voice sounded in his ear. "Arrogance, don't be hasty. How about we have a chat instead? I am very sincere." Raising his head, Tam Sanga saw a figure standing in front of him, blocking the arrogant demonic species' path. It was Fang Heng. Tam Sanga's mind was filled with uncertainty, and a glimmer of hope for survival ignited in him at that moment. When the arrogant demonic species saw it was Fang Heng, it coldly looked towards him. "What? Do you want to persuade me to spare his life?" "Not quite. I simply wish to personally deal with him." Hiss. As he spoke, a blood-red long sword burst open behind Fang Heng, forming an extremely dense short blade. The blade flashed through the air. An expression of disbelief appeared in Tam Sanga's eyes, followed by a deep blood mark on his throat, and his eyes lost their light. Hint: player kills the woodland elder Tam Sanga. Player gains to 5OW of the tree spirit tribe's reputation. Player's hostility with the woodland tribe is reduced to the minimum, and the player's relationship with some characters changes. Hint: the player has dealt a heavy blow to the woodland tribe. The current bloodline prosperity of the tree spirit tribe, woodland tribe, 40.2%. When the bloodline prosperity falls below 10%, it will gradually decrease. When it falls below 3%, the woodland tribe is declared completely extinct. Bloodline prosperity is related to tribal strength and the number of bloodline members. A successful finishing blow. Fang Heng waved his hand towards Tam Sanga's fallen body. Retrieving the colorful crystal burst out by Tam Sanga's death into his palm. Hint: player obtains 18 colorful crystals, and there was a box. It's the crystal of the nature's heart. The spilled blood rapidly enveloped the box all around. Hint: player obtains a wooden box containing the heart of nature *1. A decent harvest, not in vain for all the effort spent chasing. Fang Heng stored away the box, then looked back at the arrogant demonic species and waved at him. Thanks a lot, brother. You've been a great help to me. The arrogant demonic species appeared extremely emaciated, with his entire being shrouded in a layer of black fog, making it impossible to see his true face clearly. Fang Heng, you seem quite self-important. The arrogant one scrutinized Fang Heng and said, in a heavy tone, I will let you off this time, as you indeed helped me. If you dare interfere in my affairs next time, think carefully about the consequences. Leaving behind a warning, the arrogant demonic species paid Fang Heng no further attention and quickly left. Fang Heng gazed at the departing figure, his brow furrowed. Truly troublesome. Encountering the most difficult to communicate of the 7 deadly demons, pride. If it had been any other demon, Fang Heng was confident he could persuade them to cooperate against envy. Oh well, although he couldn't persuade pride to cooperate, with this kind of simple-minded brute, there would be ways to use him. First, he had to go check on Dipper's situation. Returning along the original path, Fang Heng sought out Dipper, who was injured and unconscious. Dipper felt like she had been in a long dream while she was dazed. She was continuously walking down a dark passage. Just as she was about to reach the end, Fang Heng pulled her away from there. Suddenly, Dipper jolted awake, immediately grabbing the staff in her hand, then looking at a figure's back in front of her. Fang Heng? Dipper froze for a moment, then quickly looked down at her own body. She wasn't dead. That couldn't be. She had clearly been contaminated. Her consciousness had been invaded by the corruption. How could she not have died? Looks like you've woken up. Fang Heng was checking the game hints, and hearing someone call his name behind him, he slowly turned his head to find Dipper staring at him in shock. What's wrong? What about the contamination in my body? Don't worry, it's been cleared out. In just a few words, Dipper found it almost unbelievable. In the past holy wars of the tree spirit tribe, numerous people perished due to contamination. Once the consciousness was invaded by contamination, there was absolutely no possibility of survival. She had already prepared for the worst. How did you? Dipper paused, then continued. How did you do it? Used a little trick, as you've seen before. Fang Heng shrugged. The power of the arrogant demonic species was strong, but it was far from reaching the level of the envious one. After the contamination invaded the body, while some of it continued to linger and harm the body, the remaining attacks would gradually spread to the consciousness. Thus, they had to be resolved separately. The contamination attacking the consciousness could be directly absorbed using the rejection ability of the demonic species and then handed over to jealousy to get rid of. Dealing with the contamination that had entered the body was much easier. By simply using the sacred studies dispel ability several times, it would be cleaned up. Depot did not doubt. Perhaps because Fang Heng had just saved his life, things happened too quickly and too suddenly, with too many clues. She needed time to sort out her thoughts. Fang Heng continued. Currently, the demon race is chasing after the elder of the Root clan. If my guess is correct, the next step for the demon race may be to seek revenge on your tree spirit clan. Otherwise, why would that arrogant guy hurriedly run away? He knows the demon race well. They are very narrow-minded. If this plotline really develops, Fang Heng thinks it wouldn't be bad. With the addition of that arrogant lackey of his, tasks could be completed faster. Depot's expression changed, and she slowly raised her head, looking into the distance with a serious look. What's that? Fang Heng also raised his head and followed Deepo's gaze into the distance. A dense black mist was rising from afar. Deepo's heart sank. It was just like during the previous holy war. The black mist was spreading in the other world. Under the influence of the black mist, the entire Tree Spirit Clan's power would be greatly weakened in a short amount of time. At that time, they still had the young divine tree to counter it. But now, Deepo, are you okay? Fang Heng, there is no time. We must find the Nightfall Stone immediately. Deepo turned to Fang Heng, a hint of urgency in her eyes. The Nightfall Stone? Fang Heng looked puzzled and asked, "What is the Nightfall Stone?" "It's a sealing tool. Not long ago, when we returned to the ruins of the Elder's Hall, we searched the Ancestral Hall's collection room and found some records left behind by the clan before its downfall. From the records, we learned that the Nightfall Stone was originally a special tool used to assist in sealing the Black Mist. It was due to the damage to the Nightfall Stone that the Tree Spirit Clan's suppression of the Black Mist was greatly reduced, allowing the Black Mist to break the seal. After that, the Nightfall Stone was stored in the Elder's Hall. Such a good thing exists." Fang Heng was intrigued. If the Nightfall Stone could deal with arrogance, wouldn't it also mean it could deal with jealousy? "Have you tried to retrieve the Nightfall Stone?" "Of course we have," Deepo said, with a tinge of bitterness in her smile. According to the records, the Nightfall Stone was hidden by the elders in a sealed place. Unfortunately, by the time we discovered this, the Elder's Hall was already occupied by the Stone Spirit Puppets. The strength of the Stone Spirit Puppets is very high. We have tried several times, but we had been unable to break through the blockade of the Stone Spirit Puppets. The Grand Elder was worried that forcefully attacking would consume too much of the clan's power, so this matter was temporarily set aside. The original plan was to gather the entire clan's strength to eliminate the Stone Spirit Puppets after the new Tree Spirit Clan leader was elected. Fang Heng was astonished by her words. It seemed that this matter was indeed related to him. In fact, when the 4 major clans entered the ruins of the Elder's Hall to explore at the same time, it was our best chance to find the Nightfall Stone. Unfortunately, we were not aware of it at the time, and did not enter the sealed place immediately, missing the best opportunity. Deepo looked at Fang Heng and continued, "I remember that you entered the sealed place of the Elder's Hall at that time, right?" "Yes." Fang Heng nodded, carefully recalling the situation. He remembered very clearly that he did find the crystal heart of nature and the seed of the divine tree in the sealed place, but he did not find anything related to the Nightfall Stone. "I went in to investigate and found the decaying divine tree. However, I did not see anything related to the Nightfall Stone." It was indeed strange. Upon hearing this, Deepo lowered her head in thought, then raised it again and said, "I know now. The Nightfall Stone is guarded in the secret temple established by our Soul Clan, which requires our Soul Clan secret technique to open, so you never found it." Secret temple. Fang Heng was intrigued. Indeed, at that time, he was in a hurry. After obtaining the seed of the divine tree with Sandy's guidance, he encountered the attack of the Stone Spirit Puppets, hurriedly fled with the seed of the divine tree, and did not conduct a more thorough search. It was indeed possible that he had missed it. Deepo continued, "Since that incident, the ruins of the Elder's Hall have been occupied by the monsters known as Stone Spirit Puppets. The various clans are all vying for the next leader of the Tree Spirit Clan, and naturally, they do not have the time and energy to conduct a second exploration into the ruins of the Elder's Hall. So the Nightfall Stone is still in the Elder's Hall. It's very possible." Fang Heng rubbed his chin, feeling that there was something suspicious about the situation. If, as Deepo said, the Elder's Hall of the Tree Spirit Clan had the ability to use the Nightfall Stone to suppress the power of arrogance, why didn't they do so before? Why did they let the demon race of arrogance destroy the entire Tree Spirit Clan? There must be more to this story, but for now, it would be good to go back to the Elder's Hall and take a look. If the Nightfall Stone really worked, it might come in handy against the jealousy demon race in the future. Deepo stood up, supporting her weak body, and looked towards the dense black mist rising from the depths of the forest, her eyes filled with deep concern. "Fang Heng, the black mist is spreading rapidly. We need to find the Nightfall Stone before the black mist completely envelops the other world. I will immediately report this to the Grand Elder and request the clan's support. I need your help." Hint. Player triggers main quest branch, Deepo's plea. Quest name, Deepo's plea. Quest description. The seal left by the Tree Spirit Clan has been completely destroyed, and the power of the arrogant demon race is eroding the other world. Deepo hopes that you can cooperate with the Soul Clan to find the Nightfall Stone, as recorded in the scriptures, and find a way to reseal the demon race. Quest requirements: enter the ruins of the Elders Hall occupied by the stone spirit puppets and find the Nightfall Stone. Quest rewards: Soul Clan favorability, Soul Clan reputation, Tree Spirit Clan reputation, Soul Clan support. Alright, of course. Fan Heng looked at the game prompt and asked, "But can you hold on?" "I'll be okay," Deepo said, leaning against a nearby tree, taking a moment to catch her breath before continuing. "Fan Heng, there's no time. The black mist is spreading extremely fast. Once I recover for a moment, I will immediately contact the Grand Elder through remote imaging for support. Let's go to the ruins of the Elders Hall and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Asterisk cough asterisk. Asterisk cough asterisk. This may be my last chance." "I understand. In that case, let's go to the Elders Hall first." Fan Heng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Two red shadows quickly darted out from the depths of the forest. Elder Geoffrey of the Root Clan zoomed through the dense forest at high speed. At the moment, he was unaware of the situation of Senzo and Tam. It was estimated that the situation was more bad than good. After escaping the pursuit of the arrogant demon race, Geoffrey immediately rushed back to the gathering place of the Root Clan. Recalling the scenes just now, Geoffrey's back was covered in cold sweat. "Elder." The Root Clan guards hurriedly came over. They seldom saw Geoffrey in such a sorry state, and couldn't help but murmur to themselves, "What kind of big trouble did he encounter to make even the Elder look like this?" Geoffrey said, in a low voice, "The black fog has erupted. Immediately gather all personnel and evacuate the inner world." "Yes." The guards shuddered upon hearing this and immediately began preparing to evacuate supplies. Geoffrey understood clearly that the power of the demon race was terrifying, and he alone would not be able to resist it. Since he couldn't block it, he decided to flee, hurry and evacuate from the inner world. Can't provoke it and still can't hide from it. When the Tree Spirit Clan faced a life-threatening crisis, they dispatched the 4 major clans to leave with the seedlings of the Divine Tree, also thinking about the continuation of the lineage outside. As he pondered, a guard hurriedly came forward. "Report, Elder." "What's the matter?" "Just received news that the Federation and the Blood Clan have jointly attacked the Leaf Tribe habitat. Currently, the Leaf Tribe habitat has been..." The guard paused, sympathy flashing in his eyes, and continued, "Currently, the Leaf Tribe's habitat has been completely destroyed. There is news that the Federation and the Blood Clan are heading towards the Wood Clan habitat." "What?" Geoffrey's face changed dramatically, and he asked urgently, "When did this happen?" "Just an hour ago." "An hour ago?" Geoffrey's pupils constricted. An hour ago was when they had just seen Fan Heng in the sealed cave. Fan Heng. This brat had no intention of cooperating with them at all. As Geoffrey felt extremely angry, he also felt a chill. This was bad. Today, he and the Wood Clan had planned to join forces against Fan Heng. The Root Clan was definitely on this brat's list of grudges. After the Federation and the Blood Clan finished dealing with the Wood Clan, their next target would likely be them. For a moment, cold sweat kept pouring down Geoffrey's forehead. He felt some regret. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have chosen to confront Fan Heng at this moment. "I understand. Evacuate from here. Immediately." Geoffrey took a deep breath and decided to evacuate immediately. However one looked at it, the terror of the demon race was greater than that of Fan Heng. "Yes." The guards of the Soul Clan responded, about to retreat, but suddenly, their faces changed. "Elder." Geoffrey looked in the direction of the guards' gaze. In the distance, a dense black mist was rushing towards their camp. Geoffrey's expression changed drastically. Demon race. Saluba. He was actually following them. Under the cover of the black mist, a black shadow broke into the Root Clan camp. The dense black mist outside the black shadow almost instantly swallowed up the entire Root Clan camp. Before Geoffrey could stop the Root Clan from resisting the demon race, the next moment, a black shadow burst out from the black mist. Doom. A fist. Geoffrey's outer shield shattered instantly. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he was heavily knocked back by a punch from the demon race, crashing hard against the rock wall behind him, falling down. Saluba, the demon race, briefly teleported in the air and appeared in front of the fallen Geoffrey. Saluba. Geoffrey tried to prop himself up with one hand, staring fiercely at the demon race shrouded in black mist in front of him, fear flickering in his eyes. "You are lucky. I am in great need of manpower right now, so I have decided to forgive your disrespect towards me." Zaluba looked at the helpless Geoffrey lying on the ground, slowly raising his right hand towards him. "Submit, my disciple." Hiss, hiss. The thick black mist surrounding them immediately churned violently and engulfed Geoffrey. In the next moment, the dense black mist invaded Geoffrey's body madly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a few moments, Geoffrey's pupils were covered with a pitch-black color. He stood up again, facing Zaluba. Geoffrey clenched his teeth, kneeling down on one knee. "Demon Lord, what are your orders?" "Very well, Geoffrey. I have many tasks for you to handle." Meanwhile, in a secluded forest in the inner world, two integrated tyrants trekked a long way and stopped in front of the ruins of the Elder's Hall. "We're here." Fang Heng leapt down from the back of the integrated tyrant and surveyed the ruins in the distance. During their journey, Tippy had been trying to recover, and his condition had improved a lot. "Since the last time the four major clans explored the Elder's Hall, we have come to investigate the outskirts more than once. The stone spirit puppets are lurking inside the Elder's Hall, and they will attack us as soon as we get close to the Elder's Hall range." Tippy glanced at the remnants of the Elder's Hall in the distance and explained softly, "Fang Hen, there are a large number of stone spirit puppets, very difficult to deal with. I have just informed the Elder through a mirror image, and the support from the Soul Clan is on the way, but it will take some time." "All right, let's give it a try." "What?" Tippy was taken aback. "Give it a try." "Storm in. Just the two of them?" Fang Heng observed the area of the Elder's Hall in front, quickly forming a mark in front of him with his hands. Whoosh! Fang Heng's forehead condensed a drop of crimson blood. The blood slowly floated in midair, then exploded with a bang. The scattered blood quickly condensed in midair into a scarlet teleportation portal. Seeing this scene, Tippy's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily took a few steps back. In the next moment, Prince Gall of the Blood Clan emerged through the spatial portal carrying a stone tablet on his back. "My lord." Gall knelt down immediately upon exiting the passage, taking a quick glance at Tippy standing next to Fang Heng and reporting with a nod, "The chief of the Leaf Tribe's habitat has been cleared according to your plan. Some Leaf Tribe members managed to escape during the chaos, making it difficult to track them. Currently, we are cooperating with the Federation to attack the Wood Clan's habitat." Fang Heng acknowledged and said, "I understand." "Well done. Go help Sandy now. Tell him we are searching for the Elder of the Tree Spirit Clan, and bring him here to take a look." The so-called cleaning in the mouths of the Blood Tribe. What does it mean? Suddenly, Tippy's heart moved, and she lifted her head sharply to look at Fang Heng, with a touch of astonishment in her eyes. Could it be that Fang Heng is already dealing with the Yi Tribe and the Wood Tribe? At present, with external enemies pressing in, the black mist has already erupted in this way, and the various tribes of tree spirits are still fighting each other. Tippy sighed silently in her heart, helpless. Considering the actions of the other three tribes just now, even if Fang Heng were to wipe them out, she would have nothing to say. Just as she was thinking, Tippy heard the sound of rustling. Looking up, she saw a large number of liquors continuously pouring into the inner world through the blood-colored transmission channel in the sky. The dense liquors gathered into a red torrent, quickly spreading towards the direction of the gate of the Elder's Hall. Sensing the invading outsiders, the earth began to tremble slightly. The stone spirit puppets lurking in the Elder's Hall began to reveal their forms, gathering together from the scattered rocks on the ground. The stone spirit puppets resumed their combat state, immediately using long-range intensive stone-throwing attacks, smashing the liquors. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In an instant, a multitude of stones rained down on the liquors. However, after being strengthened by the power of the dimensions, the agility and strength of the liquors had already been elevated to a terrifying level. Most of the stone attacks were avoided by the liquors. Even if they couldn't dodge, relying on the liquor's sharp claws could easily smash the stones. This kind of ordinary attack was completely ineffective against the liquors. In the blink of an eye, the liquor horde quickly approached the stone spirit puppets, wildly waving their claws to attack. The stone spirit puppets themselves had a high physical damage resistance. However, after being strengthened by the power of the dimensions, the output intensity of the liquors had greatly increased, and they were still able to inflict decent damage. Coupled with their absolute numerical advantage, often a dozen liquors would besiege one stone spirit puppet. Tippy stood beside Fang Heng, watching the battle ahead, her eyes gradually becoming solemn. In just a minute, the liquor horde had completely gained the upper hand in the battle. Let's go. Keep up. Seeing the liquor horde gradually eroding the external stone spirit puppets and penetrating into the Elders' Hall, Fang Heng called out and strode forward. Seeing this, Tippy took a deep breath, calmed herself, and followed Fang Heng. Not only their soul tribe, but other clans had also tried to deal with the stone spirit puppets occupying the gate of the Elders' Hall. Each attempt ended in failure. In addition to physical immunity, the stone spirit puppets had high magical immunity, making the damage inflicted by the tree spirit tribe very limited. But it seemed that the liquors controlled by Fang Heng were completely unaffected. Soon, the liquor horde rushed into the depths of the Elders' Hall. In the depths, a second wave of numerous high-level stone spirit puppets emerged, more densely packed, larger, and with harder rocks smashing towards the liquor horde. Fang Heng stood at the rear of the battlefield, patiently maneuvering the liquor horde to spread out, approaching the high-level stone spirit puppets along different routes, some even using subspace projection skills to quickly close the distance and engage in close combat with them. Getting closer for close combat, slowly wear them down. The tactical effect was very good. Once the liquors got close, the large and bulky bodies of the high-level stone spirit puppets became a disadvantage, making it difficult to shake off the liquors' close combat attacks, only able to vigorously shake their bodies to shake off the liquors. This way, the output of the high-level stone spirit puppets was limited. More and more liquors took advantage and closed in. Tippy was astonished to find that even the high-level stone spirit puppets couldn't do anything against this group of liquors. They were being consumed one after another by the liquors. The liquor horde was slowly advancing towards the canyon, sealing the deep part of the Elders' Hall. The Blood Tribe was indeed a powerful clan. Tippy couldn't help but admire in her heart. If one day their soul tribe and the Blood Tribe went to war, how much of a chance would they have? They're coming. Suddenly, Tippy's heart jumped, and she said, "Fang Heng, be careful." Fang Heng looked at the direction Tippy was watching and saw several leader-level stone spirit puppets condensing from the depths of the canyon in the ruins of the Elders' Hall. "They're here. Leader-level creatures, go." Fang Heng frowned and immediately controlled the liquor horde to charge forward. "Let's try this old tactic again." Whoosh, whoosh. Huge stones rained down on the liquor horde. The stones flew at an extremely high speed, creating piercing sounds in the air. Doom, boom, boom. The stones fiercely struck the liquors rushing towards them, followed by intense explosions. Instantly, large numbers of liquors were blown apart by the stones. Seeing the situation was not good, Tippy frowned and said, "Fang Heng, be careful. The giant stone spirit puppets have extremely strong physical attack immunity, making them difficult to deal with. Cooperate with me. Allow me to use the sealing technique to seal them completely." Fang Heng shook his head and said, "That's not necessary." "What?" Tippy was mentally preparing for battle. Hearing Fang Heng's words, she was surprised. Looking up again, she saw the liquors blown away by the explosion landing agilely on the ground, their previously damaged skin miraculously healing in an instant. After landing, the liquors gathered in place, forming pulsating flesh cocoons. The flesh cocoons rapidly expanded and ballooned to 7 or 8 times their original size in a short moment. Bang! Bang! The cocoons shattered, and tall figures stepped out from them. Tippy's heart trembled. It's the fusion tyrant form. The fusion tyrant's body was also tall, only slightly shorter than the leader of the giant stone spirit puppet. A large number of fusion tyrants walked out from the cocoons and quickly ran towards the leader of the stone spirit puppet. Doom, boom, boom. The stone spirit puppet continued to use giant stone blocks to attack. Tippy's face showed a look of surprise. The group of stone spirit puppets that had the entire tree spirit tribe battle loss were actually easily restrained by the Blood Tribe members. Even the support team from the Soul Tribe had not yet arrived to join the battle. Hint: the player's zombie clone liquor form deals 8010 damage to the leader of the stone spirit puppets, but due to the special skill effect, Petrified Skin, actual damage is reduced by 83. Hint: the leader of the stone spirit puppets is immune to negative effects such as bleeding, virus, corruption. Hint: the player's zombie clone liquor form against the stone. Fang Heng observed through the game hints that the leader of the stone spirit puppets had extremely high physical damage resistance. Sometimes, even the liquor's attacks didn't deal more than 100 damage. Let's go. Let's see the sealing grounds, Fang Heng thought. Even if they were to stack up a lot of liquors to accumulate damage, it wouldn't be enough to kill them at that moment. It might be better to use the fused tyrant form to temporarily engage 3 boss creatures while Tippy and him went to search for the Stone of Dusk in the Elder's sealing grounds. Okay. Tippy was also concerned about the Stone of Dusk and nodded, immediately following him. Halfway there, in midair, the Blood Prince skull descended towards the ground with Sandy, who had arrived. Hey, Boss Fang. Sandy was still in the air, waving his hands and shouting to Fang Heng eagerly. I heard there's a big discovery. Is it true? Yes. You came at the right time. Fang Heng glanced at the excited Sandy and nodded. Follow us. Call flew back to the ground with Sandy, entering the gorge towards the sealing grounds along with Fang Heng. Under Tippy's guidance, the group walked along the gorge path for 5 minutes, stopping at a side of the gorge wall. The rock wall seemed very ordinary, covered with layers of vines. Could it be a hidden path? Fang Heng thought as he looked at Tippy. Tippy extended her hand and gently touched the vine-covered rock wall. The vines that were originally attached to the rock wall quickly dispersed, revealing faint carvings on the rock surface. Tippy infused her spiritual power, and faint light blue patterns emerged on the carvings. Cracks then appeared on the rock wall, slowly moving apart. Looking at the revealed passage ahead, Tippy explained, "This forbidden area is constructed and controlled by the Soul Tribe. Other clans are unaware of the existence of this passage. I think if the Stone of Dusk is hidden by the Soul Tribe, it's highly likely to be here." Wow, it's a secret passage in the forbidden area. Sandy's eyes lit up as he gazed at the secret passage leading deeper inside. He had gone through the Tree Spirit Tribe data he collected repeatedly, but found no information related to the demon seed. Sandy had a feeling that the Tree Spirit Tribe still held some secrets. Let's go. Hurry and go in to take a look. Sandy urged them forward. The group followed Tippy into the passage and walked forward for only 5 minutes before seeing a temple located in the gorge. The temple bore the distinct style of the Tree Spirit Tribe, constructed around a giant tree with all wooden structures, though looking a bit rundown with a thick layer of dust, indicating it hadn't been visited in a long time. The temple, secretly built by the Soul Tribe, is divided into 3 parts, the main temple and 2 side temples. Tippy whispered as she stepped forward, gently pushing open the door of the main temple. Creak. The worn wooden door made a creaking sound. At the center of the temple lay a wooden altar. On the altar were placed 3 wooden boxes. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. Boxes, 3 of them. Could the Stone of Dusk be in one of those? There are archives. A voice rang in Fang Heng's ears. Looking to the side, Sandy, immediately upon entering, was drawn to a bookshelf on the right side of the temple. Flipping through the books, Tippy walked up to the altar, standing in front of it, and opened the light purple wooden box in the middle. Phew. Upon seeing what was inside the box, Tippy breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Heng, we guessed right. The Stone of Dusk is here. Fang Heng's interest piqued. He walked over to Tippy and peered into the box. Inside was a black stone with intricate cracks spread all over. The cracks had already started to spread throughout the stone, looking like it could shatter at any moment. Turning to Tippy, he asked cautiously, "Is this the Stone of Dusk?" "Yes. It's the broken Stone of Dusk." Tippy nodded solemnly, then shifted her gaze to the shelves on the other side. Just as the elder predicted, the Stone of Dusk was damaged and can't be used further. Other records related to the Stone of Dusk are deemed as secrets of the Tree Spirit Tribe by the Soul Tribe. There might be a backup here. Let's search and see if we can find a way to repair the Stone of Dusk from the records. Can I look at the Stone of Dusk? Yes. Tippy handed the wooden box to Fang Heng and went to search for clues on the bookshelf. While Tippy was busy searching the shelf, Fang Heng opened the box once again, attempting to touch the Stone of Dusk to gather some game information. Ha! Hiss! Hiss! As soon as his hand was about to touch the stone, black sparks emerged from his hand. Feeling a slight shock, Fang Heng instinctively withdrew his hand. What was that? Fang Heng, puzzled, stared closely at the Stone of Dusk in the box. Tippy heard the sound and turned to Fang Heng, asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's nothing." Fang Heng shook his head. The situation just now seemed like some kind of attribute restraint. Did this stone counteract the demonic aura within his body? Fang Heng pondered and tried switching to his divine form, attempting to touch it again. Sizzle. Sizzle. Still, it didn't work. Even with the transformation ability, no matter which form he used, each attempt to touch the stone triggered black sparks. Then, Fang Heng frowned and decided to endure the discomfort caused by the black sparks, forcing his hand forward to tightly grasp the stone. Game notifications immediately appeared in his sight. Wow, the Nightfall Stone is really used to deal with demonic creatures. And every time you store it in your backpack, it costs 10,000 main god points. It's basically robbing you. Of course, this also indirectly indicates the value of this item. Fang Heng reinserted the Nightfall Stone back into the wooden box, feeling even more curious. So how did the tree spirits create this Nightfall Stone? With that thought in mind, Fang Heng looked at the two remaining boxes on the altar. Crystals of Nature's Heart. Opening the boxes, each box contained 3 crystals of Nature's Heart. 6 in total. Good stuff. Let's take them all. Type found some information by searching through the ancient texts in the temple, and involuntarily furrowed her brows, whispering softly on the side, "Fang Heng, I found something, come take a look." Fang Heng walked over to Type with the wooden box, asking, "What did you find?" "Take a look at this paragraph." Type handed over the book in her hand. Fang Heng and Sandy leaned in together to take a look. Power of Dimension. Fang Heng's heart stirred. The scripture actually described the power of dimensions. According to records, since a certain generation of the god tree awake in the power of dimensions, the tree spirits gained the ability to enter other dimensional realms. The tree spirits also began exploring other worlds, attempting to absorb the dimensional power of each world. Initially, this process was very slow, often taking several years to extract a bit of dimensional power. However, the tree spirits still gained many benefits from the dimensional power. This process lasted for thousands of years. During this time, through absorbing dimensional power, the entire tree spirit tribe's strength greatly improved. Seeing this, Fang Heng silently nodded. The information matched up. After a beast completed the initial God Tree Inheritance Assessment, he awakened the ability to traverse dimensions, which included direct absorption of dimensional energy. However, the efficiency was too slow, taking a minute to absorb 100 points. And now, upgrading one level of dimensional grade would require billions. This absorption efficiency was clearly insufficient. Fang Heng continued reading. By a chance opportunity, through the ability to traverse dimensions, the tree spirit tribe was guided into a rather special world. The tree spirits called that place the White Prison. Within the White Prison, there was no greenery, no sunlight all day, just white, an extremely isolated and desolate world for the tree spirits. However, there, they encountered a powerful human group. There were no detailed records in the human scriptures about what the tree spirits encounter in the White Prison, but it seemed that an agreement was reached between the tree spirits and the human rulers of the White Prison. They learned of a precious item called the Dimensional Core. The Dimensional Core could greatly enhance the efficiency of absorbing dimensional power. The White Prison was willing to provide the tree spirits with a Dimensional Core. That as an exchange condition, the tree spirit tribe needed to help seal something for the White Prison. Turning the page, Fang Heng's pupils contracted. There was no detailed description of the demons in the scriptures, but there was information about the Nightfall Stone. The Nightfall Stone was used to strengthen the seal. That's right. It's the demons. Fang Heng suddenly looked up at Tide. At the same time, a game prompt quickly appeared. Prompt: player triggers hidden side quest. Traces of the White Prison. Quest name: Traces of the White Prison. Quest description: from ancient texts of the Tree Spirit Tribe, you learned about the existence of the White Prison. Players can search for more information, attempt to find information related to the White Prison, and obtain its coordinates. Quest requirements: search the texts to obtain coordinates related to the White Prison. Quest reward: follow-up quests. Type also looked up, meeting Fang Heng's gaze. According to the scriptures, after the tree spirits obtained the Dimensional Core, they used the Tree Spirit Tribe's secret method to transform it into crystals of Nature's Heart. After that, the God Tree's absorption speed of dimensional energy greatly increased, and the strength of the entire Tree Spirit Tribe made a significant breakthrough in a short period of time. However, unfortunately, the Dimensional Core is a consumable item. In order to prevent the sudden death of a God Tree from causing a significant decline in power for the next God Tree, the Tree Spirit Tribe temporarily left some crystals of Nature's Heart sealed for emergencies. They also stored some relatively safe dimensional worlds as records within the branches of the God Tree for use in crisis situations. Recalling the past, Type sighed softly and said, even during the Holy War era, the Tree Spirit Tribe had never explored the reason for the appearance of the Black Mist. Now it seems that what the scripture said is probably true. Sandy rubbed the back of her neck and asked, "But why did the Nightfall Stone break later on?" "I'm not sure. There's no relevant record in the scriptures." Fang Heng's heart stirred, wondering if the destruction of the Nightfall Stone was related to the progenitor of the Blood Clan. "Forget that for now. Does the scripture have any records on how to restore a damaged Nightfall Stone?" Type flipped through a few more pages in the scripture and shook her head, saying, "I can't find anything. No relevant information. So the current issue is finding a way to repair the Nightfall Stone. Since the Nightfall Stone was obtained from the White Prison, maybe we can find clues there. Fang Heng said, looking at Type and asking, "Is there a way to find the path to the White Prison, or the coordinates of the White Prison world?" "Not at the moment. I'll continue to search for relevant information, hoping to find some clues. But there are many books stored here. The part of the information store in the main hall is frequently checked by the Elder Council, and there are a large number of materials piled up in the two side halls where the precious materials of the Tree Spirit tribe throughout the generations are stored. There's simply not enough time to go through all of them." Type frowned slightly and shook her head. "It's impossible. We can only pick out some important ones to read." Type, "Wait a moment," Sandy said, waving a book in her hand, asking, "Why are the records in the scriptures in my book all a bunch of gibberish? Is this your Tree Spirit tribe's encrypted information? What are they going to do? Do they really want to move all these books in one go?" Facing Tippy's puzzled look, Fang Heng had a look of utmost certainty on his face. The inner world is about to be contaminated. It's not suitable to confront the arrogant demons head-on at the moment. Let's take all the information back and investigate slowly. Hehe. Sandy also began to rub his hands in anticipation, nodding in agreement by saying, "Yes, yes, empty out the place. These are all important historical documents. Let's take them back and examine them slowly." Outside the ruins of the Elder Council, the support team sent by the Soul Clan had just arrived. Seeing a group of zombie duplicates carrying bags of books in a row coming out of the sealed passage to the Elder Council from a distance, the guards of the Soul Clan were puzzled. What's going on? Weren't they supposed to come together to deal with the stony puppet? Where is the stony puppet? What's the deal with these zombies moving the books? The captain of the Soul Clan team was also a bit confused. The undead creatures seemed to be controlled by Fang Heng, so most likely, they were not enemies. While hesitating, Tippy happened to leave the canyon with Fang Heng and his group. Tippy nodded at the support team from the Soul Clan. "There had been some special circumstances. We are leaving here first. We will talk about other matters later." "All right." The captain of the Soul Clan support team nodded immediately, signaling everyone to protect the group of zombie duplicates and evacuate quickly. It must be said that there were much more books in the two library side halls than Fang Heng had expected. The books completely filled the two large halls. There were as many zombie duplicates as there were books, or else it wouldn't have been enough to move them all at once. They safely returned to the outer world. Fang Heng and Tippy nodded to each other and immediately split up. Tippy would escort the books and the Stone of Nightfall back to report to the Soul Clan, while Fang Heng would return to the Federal Research Institute, where Ji Hai Ting was located, preparing to go to the Soul Clan's habitat to meet up with Tippy later. By the time Fang Heng returned to the Research Institute, the Federation had already launched a sweep on the two main habitats of the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan together with the Blood Clan. The results were remarkable. Seeing Fang Heng return, Duke Lebu of the Blood Clan knelt down before him and reported, "Your Highness, we have thoroughly cleared out the encampments of the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan. A few Tree Spirit members managed to escape during the battle, and as per your orders, we are currently pursuing them. Good job." After killing the two senior members of the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan, the strength of the two major tribes had greatly diminished, making them no match for the Blood Clan and the Federation on the front lines. Any reaction from the Root Clan? "We have surveillance set up in the outskirts of the Root Clan camp, and have not yet detected any anomalies." Well, no anomalies. Fang Heng thought to himself that currently, only the Soul Clan, the Root Clan, and the Abishakya had the ability to open the passageways between the inner world and the outer world. As long as these three channels were sealed, in theory, the arrogant demons would be temporarily trapped in the inner world and unable to escape. We can temporarily ignore the demons and focus on clearing out the remnants of the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan, then unite with the Soul Clan to eliminate the Root Clan, and find a way to persuade the Soul Clan to pledge allegiance, completing the hidden main mission. After all, time was running out. Fang Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of determination as he glanced at the game reminder, which stated, Hint, current bloodline prosperity of the Leaf Clan, 12.1%. Hint, current bloodline prosperity of the Wood Clan, 9.7%. Under current conditions, unless there are special influences, bloodline prosperity will gradually decrease. Where did the fleeing members of the Wood Clan and Leaf Clan go? Is there a way to track them? We are working with the Federation to search for them. Their ability to conceal their presence is remarkable, and there are reports that they have entered several secret temporary backup habitats through teleportation channels. Alright, I see. Fang Heng had heard that the various tribes of the tree spirits had more than one backup habitat prepared to handle emergencies. Initially, this design was meant to deal with the dependents. In the event of a devastating blow to their habitat, they could immediately move to the temporary shelter. Continue the search. Once found, leave none behind. I entrust this matter to you. Yes, Your Highness. Fang Heng glanced at Prince Gale standing nearby and asked, Are you ready for another battle? Gale's expression brightened as he nodded. Yes. Very well. Prepare to attack the Root Clan's habitat. With two of the four major tribes down, they had to act quickly and take advantage of the situation to defeat the Root Clan. Understood. Gale responded, his eyes filled with a strong sense of battle readiness. Fang Heng then looked at Ji Hai-Ting and said, Mr. Ji, please help communicate with the Federation. Of course. Ji Hai-Ting looked at Fang Heng and nodded solemnly. It was beyond anyone's expectations that in just over a month, Fang Heng could single-handedly eradicate the Tree Spirit tribe. As everyone started preparing for the battle, a Blood Clan Duke entered the meeting hall, knelt down, and reported, Your Highness, we have found the trace of the fleeing Wanis. Oh. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. He is currently leading a few clansmen deep into the primitive forest, and based on the direction, it is likely towards the Root Clan's habitat. In the primitive forest, Wanis ran forward with hatred burning in his eyes. Not long ago, the Blood Clan, in alliance with the Federation, had slaughtered their homeland where they lived. He had fought fiercely with his clansmen, but in the end, they were powerless. In order to preserve the remaining fire of the tribe, Wanis was forced to lead the young clansmen to evacuate through a secret teleportation channel. Their home had become a complete ruin, and there were traces of the Blood Clan found near the peripheral locations of the temporary backup habitats. Even the Grand Elder Senzo had been unreachable. Wanis was very worried that something had gone wrong with Grand Elder Senzo, but he had no time to think about it now. Their home was almost gone. The few remaining backup locations were also on the verge of being discovered. They couldn't delay any longer. Wanis had a terrifying intuition that the Leaf Clan's backup habitat would soon be found. The only way he could think of to change the current situation was to seek help from the Root Clan. There was a pact of cooperation between the Root Clan and them. We are almost at the tribal habitat of the Root Clan. Vans gritted his teeth. The humiliation suffered today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. In the rear, Prince Gall flew to Feng Heng's side, kneeling on one knee and reporting, My lord, it has been investigated. The front 'tis a hidden habitat of the Root Clan. It seems that Vance is at a dead end and wants to seek refuge with the Root Clan. Should we take action now to deal with him? Feng Heng looked far away at the miserable figure of Vance fleeing, stroking his chin, a pensive look on his face. In fact, ever since they started chasing Vance just now, they had been pursuing him from afar. He had not allowed the vampire princes to join the battle, instead patiently wearing down Van's forces, slaughtering most of his subordinates. He was hoping to follow the clues and see if he could find any secret strongholds to completely eliminate the Yi clan. It was a stroke of luck. Unexpectedly, they found the territory of the Root Clan. In terms of habitats, the Root Clan is more cautious than the Wood Clan and the Leaf Clan. According to precise information obtained from the Federation, the sapling of the Root Clan's sacred tree is not cultivated in the main habitat, but in some hidden area. It's very likely to be here. Is the Federation ready? Long-range beam weapons have been deployed on the outskirts of the Root Clan's main habitat. Feng Heng nodded and said, Good. Let's move. Earlier, when Vans escaped from the Leaf Clan habitat, he also took away many precious items belonging to various clans. Delaying may bring trouble. Since they no longer had any value to exploit, it's time to finish them off, seize the items, and move on. Vans has something I need. Don't let him enter the Root Clan's camp. Yes. 3 vampire princes received the order and immediately joined the battlefield, flying swiftly towards Vans in the distance. Sensing the sudden emergence of 3 powerful blood energies behind him, while fleeing for his life, Van's face turned pale. Damn it, he was so close. Just a little further, just a bit further and he would see the Root Clan's secret habitat. This 1-kilometer stretch now felt like an insurmountable barrier in front of him. Despair flashed across Van's face. Just a bit more. The 3 vampire princes caught up with Vans, their hands conjuring up spheres of burning blood in front of them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, a dense burst of blood balls rained down towards Vans. Doom. Boom, boom, boom. The blood balls exploded on the ground, creating huge craters, sending mud and debris flying. Clouds of smoke billowing. Huh. Vampire Prince Gull looked into the deep craters, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, from the smoke and dust, dense vines emerge, forming a barrier in front of Vans, blocking the shockwaves from the blood explosions. Elder. Vans turned around and saw the arrival of the Root Clan's great elder Jeffrey, filled with joy. They made it. They managed to save their lives at the last moment. Jeffrey scanned Vans and then looked at the tide of feeders rushing towards the Root Clan's habitat behind Vans, immediately conjuring a mark in front of him. Tree prison. Bang, bang, bang. The ground in front cracked open. Countless dense black roots surged out from the ground, heading rapidly towards the feeders. Bang, bang, bang. The massive tree roots danced wildly. They crashed into the feeders, chasing after Vans, pushing them back. More and denser roots quickly rose behind Vans, intertwining and forming a giant tree prison barrier inverted on the ground. The entire dark barrier securely guarded the area of the Root Clan habitat in the center. Jeffrey stood before the barrier, coldly watching the feeders regrouping and preparing for a second attack in front of the barrier, sternly saying, "Fun Heng, I know you are there. Come out." After the feeders surrounded the tree root barrier, they did not continue to attack but instead made way. Fun Heng walked out from the opening and looked at Jeffrey. "Elder, are you looking for me?" It was strange. Fun Heng noticed that the Root Clan's great elder had significantly improved in strength compared to before. What's going on? The Root Clan had not lost the sapling of the sacred tree, so their overall strength was stronger than the Leaf Clan and the Wood Clan, which was within Fun Heng's expectations. However, this increase in strength was somewhat excessive. Upon closer inspection, Fun Heng noticed faint black mist emanating from the tree roots and vines summoned by Jeffrey. Contamination. Fun Heng's pupils contracted suddenly, thoughts stirring in his mind. Seeing a chance to escape, Vans, despite his weakened state, stood up and approached Jeffrey, whispering, "Elder Jeffrey, Fun Heng and the Federation just invaded our habitat. Now he is coming for you. Be careful. Fun Heng's progress in strength is too fast, very abnormal. By the way, have you seen Chief Senzo?" Jeffrey's tone was cold as he replied, "No, but I suspect he is in grave danger." "What?" Vans's pupils dilated, staring intensely at Jeffrey, asking, "What happened? What's wrong with Chief Senzo?" "I don't know." Jeffrey looked coldly at Vans, then continued, "Since the habitat has been destroyed and your Leaf Clan is at the end of the road, I will give you a chance to live. Will you pledge allegiance to our Root Clan?" Vans was momentarily stunned by Jeffrey's words, standing still not knowing how to respond. The Chief Elder was dead, the Leaf Clan's habitat destroyed. In just a second, Vans felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Submit or die. Vans snapped out of his daze. Understanding Jeffrey's intention, he clenched his fists tightly, looked back at Fun Heng, eyes filled with extreme anger. It was all because of Fun Heng. To survive. Only by surviving can he seek revenge. "I am willing to submit. Please, Elder, give me a chance for revenge in the future." "Very well, you will not regret your choice today." Jeffrey raised his head, looking at Fun Heng, who was slowly approaching, and said, in a deep voice, "Fun Heng, you heard it. Vans has submitted to our Root Clan. We do not wish to engage with you. Leave this place, and we can pretend that nothing has happened." Fun Heng stared at the Root Clan's elder, then opened the game prompt to read the next task. Upon hearing the answer, Fang Heng instantly realized that he was in big trouble. The main mission required him to gain the approval of the 4 major clans of the Tree Spirit tribe. With the mission still ongoing, it meant that the Root Clan had not been expelled from the Tree Spirit tribe yet, and he would have to continue with this task. However, the Root Clan had already pledged allegiance to Arrogance. If he attacked the Root Clan, he would be in direct conflict with Arrogance. Fang Heng quickly calculated in his mind, his gaze scanning the Root Clan camp not far away as he said, in a deep voice, "Is Arrogance inside?" I would like to have a face-to-face talk with him. Fang Heng, I am not obligated to answer your questions. Leave this place, Joffrey said, raising the staff shrouded in black mist. This is your final warning. Vannis listened to the conversation between the two and sensed Fang Heng's hesitation, causing him to feel doubtful. What were they talking about? Who was the Root clan loyal to? Seeing Fang Heng's cautious expression, did the Root clan still have some hidden cards yet to be revealed? He couldn't let Fang Heng get away like this. Vannis worried that Fang Heng would escape, so he yelled arrogantly, Fang Heng, get out of here. Be careful and wait for me. One day, I will personally seek revenge on you. Fang Heng's gaze gradually darkened. In the next moment, the frenzied group of devourers swiftly rushed towards the Root barrier outside the Root clan's habitat. Attack together. In midair, Prince Gare and his group all released blood-colored explosive orbs. Suddenly, thousands of concentrated blood-colored explosive orbs whistled towards the Root clan's camp on the ground. Under this intense wave of attacks, Fang Heng lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure flashing rapidly. He quickly approached Joffrey. Vannis had to die today. Fang Heng could already sense that Vannis had been chased for a long time, and at this moment, he was exhausted and weakened to the extreme. More importantly, Vannis carried a large amount of treasures on him. With both hands pressing on the staff, Joffrey's body trembled violently, and several wooden dragons roared out from the rolling soil towards Fang Heng. The wooden dragons clashed head-on with Fang Heng, causing a thunderous explosion as they ruptured around him. Boom! Boom! The explosion created thick fog, obscuring everyone's sight. Was he taken down? Joffrey dared not be careless, staring intently at the location where the wooden dragons exploded. Where is he? In the next moment, he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation nearby, startling Joffrey. Not good. Watch out. Next to him, Vannis had already heard the warning, but at this moment, he had no strength to fight back or escape. Stop. Swish. Just as the words fell, Fang Heng stepped out from the secondary spatial projection, completely ignoring Joffrey's warning, and viciously thrust his hand forward. Crack! His palm pierced through Vannis' heart in an instant. Vannis' eyes flickered with immense shock. He never expected that his life would end in such a way at Fang Heng's hands. Fang Heng looked coldly at Vannis, saying, There is one thing you got wrong. The person I want to kill won't get away so easily. I kept you alive before just because I wasn't ready to finish things. Vannis was now unable to speak, his eyes gradually losing the overwhelming anger as his life slipped away. Fang Heng reached out towards Vannis' fallen body, and at the same time, a blood-colored lawn sword burst open behind him, with pure blood rushing towards Vannis, wrapping up all the items that emerged after his death. The game prompt refreshed on the retina. Hint. Player dealt 21.2k piercing fatal damage to Fang. Player killed the Blood Clan Elder Vannis. Player Tree Spirit Clan reputation plus 45k. Hint. The prosperity of the Leaf Clan has dropped to 4.22%, and it is continuously declining. Once the Bloodline prosperity drops below 3%, the Leaf Clan will be completely wiped out. Hint. Player obtained the Illusion Crystal *8. Hint. Player obtained the God Tree Branches *3. Player obtained the Crystal of Nature's Heart *6. Player obtained the Sacrificial Jar 3. Fang Heng, how dare you? In the next moment, Joffrey's furious voice suddenly resounded in Fang Heng's ears. Joffrey did not expect that Fang Heng would kill Vannis in front of him. His eyes burned with raging anger as he fiercely struck the staff on the ground. Doom. Boom boom. Dense root thorns extended from the underground and quickly climbed towards Fang Heng, attempting to trap him. Fang Heng swiftly dodged backward, avoiding the vine's attachment and root spear attacks, his eyes observing Joffrey's movements. With the enhanced pollution aura, this old man's strength had increased again, but it was still within a manageable range. Without hesitation, Fang Heng decided to take him out now, as the branch clans of the Tree Spirit tribe would experience a significant decline in prosperity without their Grand Elder. After several dodges, Fang Heng found an opportunity and once again stepped into the secondary spatial projection. The same move as before. Swish. Stepping out from the spatial projection, Fang Heng was about to strike Joffrey heavily from the side. Suddenly, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Swish. In front of him, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the black mist, carrying an extremely dense aura of darkness. Not good. Dang. Fang Heng immediately went on the defensive, placing both hands in front of him, but he was still sent flying by a punch from the dark shadow. Midway, Fang Heng smoothly performed a double jump in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Fang Heng raised his head, brushed off the dust on his body, and looked at the black shadow shrouded in the black mist in front of him, casually saying, "Arrogance, nice to see you again. It's not easy to find you." After a brief probing, Fang Heng already knew in his heart that he probably couldn't take down Joffrey today. Arrogance's basic attributes were very strong. He had just lost the simple contest of strength. In addition, the pollution damage included in Arrogance's punch swiftly invaded Fang Heng's body from the outside, quickly spreading to his sea of consciousness. It was relying on the power of jealousy in his sea of consciousness that managed to rapidly eliminate the contaminated power added by arrogance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained as calm as he was now. "Greedy, you little rascal," Arrogance looked at Fang Heng, sounding somewhat displeased. "You're becoming more and more lawless by attacking my followers in front of me." Fang Heng looked from a distance at the Root Tribe's camp, shook his head, and said, in a deep voice, "No need. Have them stop immediately." Arrogant power still surpassed him at the moment. Forcibly attacking the Root Tribe's camp would not yield good results and might even lead to more hostility from the arrogant side. At least maintaining the current status was acceptable to him. Fang Heng had a premonition that Arrogance seemed to be plotting something within the Root Tribe's camp. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to talk to. "Less than 4 days left," Fang Heng said. "Tell the Federation to temporarily block off this area. The pollution from the black mist here is very dangerous and could spray." "Understood." "Really?" The Yi tribe banned the Wood tribe ... Inside the Soul Tribe's habitat, the Soul Tribe's Grand Elder, Gino, listened to Type's statement and expressed some regret in his tone. "These are the paths they chose themselves, and we cannot interfere. At the moment, I need to unite all forces to find a way to control the spread of pollution ... Gino pondered as he stroked the wooden armrest of his chair and continued, "In any case, we need to find a way to limit the pollution to the realm and buy us more time." Type nodded. "Yes, Grand Elder, I understand. I've already arranged for communication with the Root Tribe." Just as they were discussing, a Soul Tribe Gar entered and whispered a few words to Type. Type's expression changed. "Type, what's wrong?" "Reporting, Grand Elder. Fang Heng has arrived, waiting outside the main hall. In addition, he brings very bad news." "What is it?" "The Root Tribe has been completely controlled by pollution, becoming servants of Sharuba. Currently, Sharuba can freely enter and exit the realm through the Root Tribe's passage." Soul Elder Gino fell silent for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh. "Is that so? What a pity. Many people were affected by pollution in that holy war, becoming puppets of Sharuba. From that moment on, they completely lost their minds, stood on our opposing side, and became enemies. This is the scariest aspect of Sharuba." Type asked, "Grand Elder, have you heard of the White Prison?" "White Prison, White Prison." Gino muttered the name softly a few times before shaking his head and looking at Type, saying, "I have never heard of it. What place is it?" "We found some clues about the White Prison in the data you retrieved from the Elder Court ruins in the realm. It is said that the ancestors of the Tree Spirit tribe obtained the Night Veil Stone from the White Prison. We will continue to investigate in the hope of gaining something." "Well, thank you for your hard work, Type. For the continuation of the tribe, Type will do his utmost." Type said solemnly, "There is one more thing to report, Grand Elder. This time, we were able to successfully transfer all the data in the temple within a short period, thanks to the help of the Blood Tribe. I believe the Blood Tribe can be a force to counter the demonic Sharuba, so please approve Fang Heng and his companions to enter the Soul Tribe's habitat to search for related documents in the tree hut." "Yes, go ahead. In the future, you will have full authority over matters concerning the demons. You are the next successor of the Soul Tribe Elder, and it is time for you to take the lead." "Yes. Thank you for your trust, Elder." Type nodded and quickly excused himself. Leaving the main hall, Type, led by the Soul Tribe guards, arrived at the resting hall and saw Sandy and Fang Heng waiting inside. He immediately nodded and said, "Elders, the Grand Elder has agreed to let you access the ancient records in the tree hut. Please follow me." "Great." Sandy's face lit up with excitement. Among all the tribes, the Soul Tribe preserved the ancient records of the tree spirits most completely. After returning to the realm, The Soul Tribe was the first to enter the Elder Court and various sealed areas and collected all the available records and documents to be securely stored in the Soul Tribe's tree hut. In addition, a large part of the Soul Tribe's collection was used as a cipher book to decipher encrypted information. They had spent half the day moving a large number of records from the hidden temple in the Elder Court and needed the cipher book to translate them. Fang Heng followed Type into the Soul Tribe's camp, and upon entering the tree hut cave, he realized how exaggerated the collection of ancient records stored in the Soul Tribe was. Wow, it's so big. Seeing bookshelves packed full inside a tree hollow roughly the size of a soccer field, Sandy was also amazed. The tree hut was oval-shaped, somewhat resembling a sports stadium. All the walls were divided into grid-like wooden compartments filled with layers of books. Type nodded, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. When the Grand Elder left the realm, he brought a large number of records with him. At the time, I was a bit curious, but now looking back, I'm afraid the Elder Court has already prepared to perish together with the forces of pollution. Sandy rolled up his sleeves enthusiastically. Let's get started. Which layer has the cipher books? Most of the newly acquired records had been encrypted by the Elder Court, making it not so easy to decode them. For this reason, Type had specially recruited a group of people to help translate the records. Type gently raised his hand, and a wooden bookshelf on a distant wall slowly descended, vines coiling around and securely placing books on the round table. These are the cipher books. According to the timeline, each term of the sacred tree has corresponding records. Fang Heng's head throbbed at the mention of these cipher-related items. There was no way his zombie clone could help with deciphering the information. After observing for a while and realizing he couldn't be of much help, he simply closed his eyes to rest for a moment. After some time, gradually, Fang Heng opened his eyes again to see Sandy still enthusiastically translating information. He couldn't help but yawn and ask, "How's it going?" Sandy waved his hand without turning his head, casually responding, "Not so fast. Just getting started." Fang Heng shrugged helplessly. It seemed the game had hit a dead end at this stage. Well, since there didn't seem to be any leads on the White Prison in the game for now, why not exit the game and think of a solution from outside the gaming world? Lu Yanlong couldn't wait to pat his chest and assure Fang Heng as soon as he got him on the phone. He said they could set any conditions, even a 9-to-1 revenue split, and his Hakes & Company would happily accept. More than half a year has passed, and Hakes & Company has reviewed its semi-annual financial statements, finding that revenue and profits have increased by an astounding 800% month-on-month. Over 80% of the revenue came from Fang Heng. The partners at Hakes & Company unanimously agreed to firmly hold on to this wealthy benefactor, Fang Heng. Fang Heng was left dumbfounded and could only express regrets, saying he just happened upon a task and wanted to find some relevant clues. "All right, we will investigate immediately," Lu Yanlong said, somewhat disappointed but still very proactive. "Mr. Fang, we will contact you with any updates, mm." Fang Heng hung up the phone and tossed it aside. There was no news from Lao He and Haibao for the time being. The messages he had sent seemed to have disappeared into thin air, indicating they were likely busy. After some contemplation, Fang Heng pulled out his notebook, logged into the dubious website given by Lao He, and searched for clues about Baiyu with a sense of trial. Surprisingly, there were indeed some. After entering the keyword Baiyu in the search bar, a related post immediately popped out. Seeing the post's posting date, Fang Heng's heart sank. It was from 2 years ago. It seemed outdated. Fang Heng clicked on the post and discovered it was a request for help related to Baiyu. The poster had encountered Baiyu during a task and was seeking players who could help him enter the world of Baiyu or provide useful information. Other than that, there was no specific description of Baiyu in the post. Fang Heng scrolled down to read the replies. Among the scattered questions, one reply quickly caught his attention. The respondent was a senior VIP forum member who had heard a rumor in a hidden high-level world, suggesting that Baiyu was a very special place where one could exchange for almost anything they wanted. However, the condition was to gain Baiyu's approval first and help Baiyu with a task. Fang Heng pondered on this information. Did the Tree Spirit Clan and Baiyu strike a deal in the past? Was the deal about helping Baiyu seal arrogance? And what did the Tree Spirit Clan gain in return? Additionally, why did Baiyu want to entrust arrogance to the Tree Spirit Clan for sealing? Since Baiyu could provide anything, they must be powerful, so wouldn't it be safer to seal the demonic seed themselves? How did arrogance end up in Baiyu's hands? As Fang Heng continued reading, his doubts only grew. Most of the follow-up replies were trivial inquiries, and there was no further information. Fang Heng tried to contact the original poster to inquire further. Oddly, the account couldn't be found. Was there an issue with the account? It's been over 2 years, so the poster might have died in the game or deleted their account. Fang Heng chuckled self-deprecatingly. After some thought, he left a message below expressing interest in Baiju's-related tasks and wanting to chat with the poster. After completing this, Fang Heng closed his notebook, lay back on the bed, and prepared to get a good night's sleep. He had been battling in the game for most of the past month, relying on game coffee and occasionally taking a few hours to rest. His body was extremely tired. Only the immortality effect could resist many negative effects caused by fatigue. Otherwise, an ordinary player would have given up long ago. As he lay on the bed, his mind relaxed, and Fang Heng immediately fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't clear how long had passed when a nosy ringtone woke Fang Heng up. Still drowsy, he absent-mindedly picked up his phone from the cabinet and answered with a mumble, "Hello." The voice of Mo Jiawei sounded excited on the other end of the line. "Mr. Fang, are you available? Hurry and come back into the game. Sandy has made a significant discovery." "All right, I'll be there immediately." Fang Heng's spirits lifted at the news of the discovery, and he quickly got up from the bed, set down the phone, and rushed back into the game world. Back in the game world, Fang Heng headed to the tree house. Inside the book house, he found Sandy enthusiastically explaining something to the Soul Clan members gathered around the table. "Did you make a discovery?" Fang Heng approached the group that was in the midst of discussion. "Fang Heng, you're here just in time." Sandy, upon seeing Fang Heng, excitedly waved the stack of translated manuscripts in his hand and said, "I've just translated part of the historical records, detailing the trade between Baiyu and the Tree Spirit Clan at the time. It clearly states that the Tree Spirit Clan obtained something called the High-Density Dimensional Core from Baiyu. After the Tree Spirit Clan obtained the Dimensional Core, they researched it for a long time. Eventually, they used the World Tree to divide and decompose the core. Then through a series of catalytic reactions, they formed tiny crystalline structures. You should be familiar with this crystalline structure, Mr. Fang. It's the natural hard crystal you've been searching for." Fang Heng's pupils contracted abruptly. It was indeed a trade with Baiyu, and it matched the information he had found on the website earlier. "Then what?" "That's it. This is the biggest discovery at this stage," Sandy said, scratching his head and tentatively suggesting, "If we must think about then, maybe we can start from the Dimensional Crystal Core. Does anyone know anything about the Dimensional Crystal Core? Perhaps it's also a direction of inquiry. Better than having no gains at all," Fang Heng said, shrugging and looking at Mo Jiawei. "It is indeed a significant discovery, but does it warrant waking me up from my bed and immediately going online in excitement?" "Fang Heng, that's not the point. Look at this." Mo Jiawei grabbed the draft paper from Sandy's hand and handed it to Fang Heng. The ancient text details the method of creating the Crystal of Nature's Heart. This is the most crucial part. The Crystal of Nature's Heart. Is the method of making this thing really that important? Fang Heng took the draft paper with some confusion. The creation of the Nature's Heart requires the Dimensional Crystal Core, but hasn't the Tree Spirit Tribe already used up all they had received? As he spoke, Fang Heng picked up the paper and began reading through the information. As he read, Fang Heng suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, and his eyes lit up. "So that's it." Fang Heng's eyes gradually lit up. The evolutionary path of the Tree Spirit Tribe's ancestors was very singular. By relying on the power of the divine tree, they occasionally comprehended the power of dimensions, which led to a huge increase in strength and the ability to transcend dimensional levels. But due to the short time and the singular evolutionary path, the Tree Spirit Tribe completely did not understand how to transform that power. Even after obtaining the Dimensional Crystal Core, they still couldn't figure out how to directly use it to absorb dimensional energy. After pondering for hundreds of years, a genius within the Tree Spirit Tribe eventually managed to divide the Dimensional Crystal Core and transform its fragments using the power of the Divine Tree into the Crystal of Nature's Heart. This was like using natural power to serve as an intermediary layer. From then on, the Tree Spirit Tribe was finally able to rapidly increase its dimensional level and greatly enhance the strength of the clan in a short period. This genius left a profound mark on the history books of the Tree Spirit Tribe, detailing the transformation method in the ancient text and carefully preserving it. But in Fang Heng's view, This was actually a very foolish way of utilizing power. Now that he had clearly understood how the dimensional core and the crystal of nature's heart could be transformed, he could follow the method in the ancient texts to reverse the transformation of the crystal of nature's heart. Then directly use the dimensional crystal core to absorb dimensional energy. This would greatly enhance the absorption efficiency. Roughly estimated, it could at least increase by more than 10 times, getting exactly what was needed. Previously, the Blood Clan had thoroughly cleaned out the main habitats of the Wood Tribe and the Leaf Tribe, and the zombie avatars had subsequently thoroughly searched the ruins of the habitats, discovering some branches of the Divine Tree and Crystal of Nature's Heart. In addition to the support from the Spirit Tribe, with the fallen leaders and elders of the various clans, all added together, there were currently as many as 17 Divine Tree branches. Fang Heng had been worried before. He had suddenly acquired many Divine Tree branches, but couldn't absorb them all in a short time. With the great enemy right in front of them, the pursuers from the Divine Realm would soon catch up. Even if he worked hard for another day or two, at most he would only rise one level in dimensional ranking, without making any substantive changes. Not to mention that the inner world was still occupied by arrogance, and to enhance dimensional power, one had to enter the inner world and use the Temple of Prayer. Now, with someone unexpectedly delivering a pillow when he was about to nod off, Mo Jiawei asked, "How is it, Fang Laoban? Any chances? Okay. Let's give it a try." With that, Fang Heng's mind shifted. Dang! The long sword behind Fang Heng burst open, enveloped by the sword's blood and spirit. The crystal of nature's heart floated slowly towards Fang Heng within the sword's blood and spirit, falling into Fang Heng's outstretched hand. With a hissing sound, as onlookers gazed in amazement, the natural energy on the surface of the crystal of nature's heart in Fang Heng's hand gradually dissipated, releasing wisps of blue smoke. After a moment, with the natural energy that had been covering the surface of the crystal of nature's heart completely dissipated, Fang Heng was left holding tiny granular crystalline fragments of the dimensional crystal core. Is this it? Fang Heng opened his palm and observed the tiny crystalline fragments, each about half the size of a rice grain. Hint: player discovers special item, dimensional crystal core fragments. Item: dimensional crystal core fragments. Description: a crystalline body containing unknown power, currently shatter, possessing only a partial power of the complete core. Attention! This item cannot be placed in the backpack and will definitely drop upon death. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt. The good news was that after the conversion of the crystal of nature's heart, it no longer continuously released natural energy fluctuations, not even a trace of them. However, like before, it could not be stored in the backpack. Looking up and meeting the gazes of the crowd, Fang Heng turned to T-Pei and said, "I need to leave for some time to conduct tests on the dimensional crystal core." T-Pei nodded. "Okay. Leave it to me here. If there are any new clues, I will contact you immediately." "Yes. If there are any contamination issues, let me know and I will come back right away." Fang Heng then looked at Sandy and asked, "I'll be leaving for some time. What about you? Will you stay here?" Sandy, not quite understanding the importance of the dimensional crystal core fragments, and not really interested in these matters, casually waved his hand and said, Got it. You go ahead. I'll be safe here. If I find any new clues, I'll inform you all." 1 hour later, Fang Heng led Prince Gall and the others from the Blood Clan into the dimensional realm through the Divine Tree branches. On the wilderness, the Blood Clan quickly set up the Abyss Crimson Fire Magic Array. Fang Heng further modified the Dimensional Power Magic Array on the side, completely removing a portion of natural power and simulating the operation transformation according to the Dimensional Crystal Core. Then, he linked the Dimensional Absorption Magic Array with the Abyss Crimson Fire Summoning Magic Array. After quite some time and several failed attempts, a game prompt appeared. Hint: verification task. Fang Heng and Abe Bacchus briefly communicated, sensing the eager emotion emanating from Abe Bacchus. Fang Heng took a deep breath, maintaining his composure as he slowly pressed his hands onto the large magic array. Instantly, a large amount of mental energy poured into the magic array. The giant magic array was stimulated and the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. The dimensional crystal core at the center of the magic array floated in midair, emitting a dazzling white light. The Blood Clan members guarding around the magic array had a slight change in their complexion. What a terrifying power fluctuation! They could sense a powerful force gathering rapidly towards the magic array from the earth. As the ground trembled, black figures emerged on the horizon of the wilderness. A large number of primitive world centaur creatures became extremely irritable. A dense centaur herd emerged from all directions, charging towards the giant magic array. The devourers guarding the outer circle of the magic array immediately rushed forward. Prince Gal solemnly said, "Everyone, protect the magic array." Understood. In the center of the magic array, Fang Heng slowly straightened his body, sensing the operational status of the magic array. By replacing the natural heart crystal with the dimensional crystal core as the core of the magic array, they could accelerate the extraction of dimensional energy from this world. Originally, the extracted dimensional energy was temporarily stored in the sacrificial jar, but this time was different. Abacus had been directly summoned to this world. After passing the initial test of the divine tree, Abacus had completely awakened to dimensional energy and could directly absorb the gathered dimensional energy through the magic array. Abacus had already felt this immense energy and eagerly waved the vines, madly absorbing it. Suddenly, within Fang Heng's line of sight, game notifications began to flood in. Tint. Abacus absorbed dimensional energy 3023. Tint. Abacus absorbed dimensional energy 6283. Tint. Abacus absorbed dimensional energy 12,834. Tint. Abacus absorbed dimensional energy 23,781. Good. Seeing Abacus' absorption speed of dimensional energy skyrocketing, Fang Heng quietly praised in his heart. Everything was going as planned. Next, they just needed to maintain the operation of the magic array. After Abacus, drain it. More than 10 minutes later, cracks appeared in the earth, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. No matter how much they increased the absorption efficiency of dimensional energy, the remaining dimensional energy in the whole world was still limited. Just over 10 minutes, the entire dimensional power of a lower-level world was almost completely drained. Fang Heng opened his eyes, temporarily stopping the operation of the magic array. He spread out his hands, and the dimensional crystal shards in his hands dimmed slightly. Similar to when using the natural heart crystal, dimensional crystal shards would also be continuously consumed. Fang Heng glanced at the game notifications again. He had absorbed a total of about 30 meters of dimensional energy, still not enough to upgrade to the next level of dimensional power. Calculating, including the time spent setting up the magic array, it took more than 2 hours. This was just his first attempt at modifying the magic array, so he was still unfamiliar with it. Efficiency could be increased in the next repetition. Fang Heng looked at Abacus next to him and asked, "Abacus, how do you feel?" Abacus shook the branch, indicating that he felt very good. Good. Fang Heng nodded. By this efficiency, with at most 2 days, all the leaves and branches on his body could be completely utilized. He even felt that it wouldn't take that long. There were no valuable clues to follow in the current mission, and they couldn't confront the arrogant demon race head-on. So, it was better to take full advantage of these few days to enhance their strength. Thinking of this, Fang Heng looked at Prince Gal beside him. "Get ready. We will move to the next dimensional realm as soon as possible." After circling in the low sky, Gal flew down, knelt on one knee, and reported, "My lord, we are ready and can depart at any time." 2 days later, in front of the dimensional magic array passage, Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. After working continuously for 2 days, he finally completed the exploration of the 18 dimensional realms corresponding to the tree branches he had on hand. Tint. Current remaining energy of Abacus, 2962 Fang Heng glanced at the game notifications. Since 4 of the branches corresponded to intermediate worlds, the total dimensional energy absorbed was higher than expected, around 3 billion, enough for him to go through another round of upgrades. Optimistically, he might be able to level up 5 to 6 times. Looking at the game notifications, there were still 27 hours left before the special protection of the Wanshan Realm game rewards would end. By then, pursuers from the Divine Realm might be able to sense his location and directly appear in front of him using special methods. "My lord." The Blood Clan Prince Brule was already waiting at the teleportation passage to greet Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng appear, he knelt on one knee and reported, "During your absence, we have completed the eradication of the remnants of the Mu and Yi tribes." Fang Heng looked at the game notifications. Indeed, as Brule said, the prosperity index of the Yi and Mu tribes had dropped below 3%, and they were completely removed from the Trine tribes. Currently, the main quest only required gaining the recognition of the remaining Soul and Root tribes. Well done, Fang Heng commended, then continued to ask, any movement from the Root tribe? Not for now. Ji Hating and the Federation had been monitoring the area of the Root tribe's camp for 24 hours. During this time, the Root tribe had not left their habitat and, other than the black mist emanating from the camp, no other abnormalities were detected. Although the Federation had never encountered infection by the black mist, seeing Feng Heng and the Tree tribe acting so cautiously, they didn't dare to be careless and immediately evacuated the personnel from the outer region of the primitive forest while attempting to establish an outer barrier to guard against potential unforeseen risks. That's strange. Listening to Brule's report, Feng Heng couldn't help but stroke his chin. It's odd. With his arrogant nature, after escaping confinement, why wouldn't he seek revenge and instead hide in the Root tribe's habitat? Could it be that he's willing to give himself face and not cause trouble for the Soul tribe anymore? It all seemed unrealistic. So, what is he really planning? As Fang Heng muttered softly, Brule asked in a low voice, My lord, should we move closer to investigate the Root tribe's habitat? Sandy's face was excited as she waved a book in her hand and exclaimed loudly, Fang Heng, come and take a look. It's a book on creating path markers. I found the way to create path markers. Path markers? Fang Heng's heart stirred. From Sandy's description, the path marker should correspond to the dimensional worlds transported by the branches of the divine tree. Previously, he had been deceived by the Leaf clan, who claimed that the Wood clan had brought many books from the Tree Spirit clan when they left the inner world, including the method of creating markers for the divine tree branches. However, despite turning the Wood clan's habitat upside down, he still couldn't find any so-called creation books. Also accompanying Sandy and Mojave was Tipper. Tipper looked at Fang Heng and nodded, saying, Fang Heng, the elder of the clan mentioned before that the divine tree branches and leaves are nurtured from the ancient divine trees. By using the power of the divine tree branches and leaves along with the power of the divine tree, tribesmen can freely travel to various dimensional worlds to collect dimensional energy. But from the part of the ancient records we have just translated, we have found that the information obtained by the elder may not be correct. In reality, the method of creating divine tree branch markers requires the power of the divine tree and dimensional crystal nucleus to locate the world. Listening to Tipper's explanation, Fang Heng vaguely felt something and furrowed his brows. Are you saying that the location you mentioned? Fang Heng, let me explain. Mojawe's face turned serious as he looked at Tipper and confirmed, Elder Tipper, do I understand correctly that in the future, as long as we find a world, figure out a way to enter it, place the divine tree summons in that world, and then use the power of the dimensional crystal nucleus, we can create the markers for the divine tree branches, right? Yes. Fang Heng was surprised to hear this, suddenly lifted his head and looked at Mojave sharply. Does that mean he can create a spatial teleportation marker using Abakayat and the power of the dimensional crystal nucleus? Heh. Sandy walked up with a book, smiling. Yes, and there's more than that. More than that. What other discoveries? Sandy teased. First, take a look at the ancient texts I translated. Taking the book, Fang Heng quickly read through the pages, his heart beating faster involuntarily. Could it be? Sandy couldn't help but answer first. More importantly, by using crystal nucleus location, we can pinpoint and absorb the dimensional energy of a world. Location. Fang Heng's face lit up instantly. There's more to it. When absorbing dimensional power into the dimensional world through the divine tree branches, Fang Heng had considered a question. Since the dimensional world corresponds to a novice or intermediate game world in the game, could he also use the crystal of natural heart and crown of sacrifice to absorb the power of this world for other game worlds? With a mindset to try, Fang Heng attempted to absorb a certain blood clan world for testing. Unfortunately, the test failed. The magic array did not respond, unable to absorb the dimensional power. But now he was sure it was because the divine tree had not positioned this world in advance. Judging from the translated texts, positioning required the use of the dimensional crystal nucleus and a divine tree accepted by the Tree Spirit clan's first-generation divine tree. In other words, Abakaya had inherited the special ability of dimensional power. Now, as long as he brought Abakaya into a new world and performed a location ritual with the dimensional crystal nucleus, he could continue to draw out the dimensional energy of that world. Theoretically, any world could be extracted from. Fang Heng pondered. a glint of determination in his eyes. Mo Jiawei saw Fang Heng silent for half a day and walked over to gently pat his shoulder. "Hey, Fang Heng, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." Fang Heng raised his head, a hint of a smile on his face. "I just came up with a good idea." "Oh," Mo Jiawei whispered. "Don't worry, I'll think it through again. I need to go to the inner world now to find the Temple of Prayer Spirits to complete the dimensional level upgrade." To the inner world. Tipper expressed some concern upon hearing this. Frowning, "Fang Heng, the inner world is now shrouded in black mist. Very dangerous." "I'll be careful," Mo Jiawei whispered, reminding him. "Fang Heng, there's also the Divine Domain Psi. And our time is running out." "Don't worry, I've got an idea." Fang Heng smiled lightly and whispered, "What do you think would happen if the pursuers from the Divine Domain saw the pollution of the black mist in the inner world?" Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up. "Do you want them to fight each other?" "Gorgeous and worried," reminded Fang Heng, "the killers from the sacred domain are very powerful. You must be extremely careful and not take any risks." "I know. I'll think about it again." In fact, Fang Heng had this idea a long time ago when he saw the arrogant demon. It's just that his strength was not enough at that time, and he felt the risk was too great. Now, with nearly 30 billion energy harvested, plus a large portion of dimensional crystal nucleus in hand, extracting energy from a lucky game world these days, gathering a total of 100 billion energy, his own strength could have a sudden burst. This way, the control is more certain. Although Fang Heng didn't want to take such a risk, the current situation was a bit complicated, and this was the quickest way for him to complete the mission. In an ideal scenario, luring the Divine Domain pursuers into the inner world to battle with arrogance. If the Sacred Court side wins, following the consistent style of the Sacred Court, most of the remnants of the Root clan may be wiped out, and he just needs to find a way to persuade the Soul clan to pledge allegiance to complete the world mission and obtain the reward. If the Sacred Court side loses, at least it can get rid of the Divine Domain's pursuers, or even in the process of the Sacred Court and the arrogant demon fighting, find a way to get rid of the Root clan, completing the main line. Following the teleportation channel opened by Ibukaya, Fang Heng once again entered the inner world. Unlike the outside world, the inner world was completely engulfed in a thin layer of black mist at this time. Under the influence of the black mist, the towering trees that had previously nested layer upon layer in the world had begun to wither from the outside of the tree bark. Is arrogance really planning to turn the inner world into a base? Fang Heng looked around and immediately rushed towards the nearest temple of prayer spirits. In the inner world, at the Root clan camp, the great elder of the Root clan, Geoffrey, frowned as he sensed the continual surge of blood and energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the distant temple of the praying spirit. This familiar power fluctuation, is it Fang Heng? What is that guy up to again? Another elder looked towards the direction of the perception from afar and asked, "Great Elder, should we report to the Lord of the Demons?" Geoffrey shifted his gaze towards the demon Shaluba, who was concentrating on forming a magic array to the side. Shaluba was sitting in the center of a circle of towering black stone monuments, with his eyes closed tightly, appearing completely immersed in the magic array laid out around him, oblivious to the unusual happenings outside. Lord Shaluba is concentrating on forming the magic array. It is not advisable to disturb him. You all wait here and report immediately, and Lord Shaluba wakes up, Geoffrey ordered. Yes. Geoffrey had not forgotten the humiliation he suffered at Fang Heng's hands before. Now, with the empowerment of the demon's power, Geoffrey could feel a significant increase in his own strength, presenting a perfect opportunity for him to seek revenge against Fang Heng. "Come, the rest of you follow me to take a look." Geoffrey immediately led his followers towards the direction of the Temple of the Praying Spirit. Soon, upon entering the area of the temple, far away, everyone saw a dark red pillar of light rising from the temple. The pillar of light dispelled the surrounding mist, and red halos emanated from the Temple of the Praying Spirit, continuously spreading outward with the temple at its center. Geoffrey's expression turned grave. The power fluctuations of the halos were very strong. Duke Gare of the Blood Clan stood at the entrance of the temple, coldly watching the approaching group led by Geoffrey. A large number of lickers firmly blocked the area around the Temple of the Praying Spirit. Geoffrey held his staff, gesturing for the tree spirit clansmen behind him to halt. He spoke in a deep voice. "Blood Clan, Fang Heng has already reached an agreement with Lord Shaluba. They will not interfere with the affairs of the Lord of the Demons." "Why are you here again?" Gare scanned the group coldly and said, "I don't know about any agreement. I am just following the orders of the Lord, and no one is allowed near the temple of the praying spirit." "Humph," Geoffrey sneered, stepping forward and saying coldly, "What if I insist on entering?" Gare remained expressionless, replying in the same cold tone, "Then there will be no mercy." "Ha ha ha." Geoffrey seemed to find something extremely amusing, laughing heartily as he slammed his staff heavily on the ground. "I want to see how you show no mercy." As the staff struck the ground heavily, black mist poured out from the ground around the staff, quickly spreading and rushing towards the temple of the praying spirit. Gare's expression changed slightly. What was that? The power displayed by the Root clan this time was completely different from previous encounters. The Lickers were stimulated by the attack of the black mist, immediately pouncing towards the Tree Spirit clansmen. Behind Gare, a group of Blood Clan dukes retreated together while releasing bursts of blood-colored explosions to block the spread of the black mist. Boom! Boom! The blood balls exploded in the black mist, and the next moment, dark vines and roots burst out from the darkness, entangling and dragging the Lickers tightly into the black mist. The Tree Spirit clansmen behind Geoffrey condensed the power of nature, and arrows shot densely towards the front, with each arrow shrouded in a layer of black mist. Swish! Swish! Gare evaded several arrows by sidestepping, his brow furrowed. The natural arrows passing by him had a great corrosive effect on his blood-colored shield. Strange! The overall strength of the Root clan had increased significantly in a short period of time, especially the black mist surging towards the temple of the praying spirit, from which dark, intangible shadows emerged. Gare glanced back at the temple of the praying spirit. The Lord had ordered them to protect the temple. They could not stop the spread of the black mist anyway, so it was better to find a way to directly take down Geoffrey, which would also help dissipate the mist. Take down the leader. Understood. Gare immediately led the Blood clan into the air, flying over the black mist below and heading swiftly towards Geoffrey. HMPH. Geoffrey watched the Blood clan flying towards him from above, grunting lightly and once again striking his staff heavily. Bang! Bang! In an instant, several dark tree roots turned into huge wooden dragons, emerging from the ground in front of Geoffrey, roaring as they rushed towards the Blood clan in the air. This was not good. Gare sensed trouble. The wooden dragons emitted a faint black mist all over. The next moment, several wooden dragons were heading towards him, almost sealing off all his forward attack routes. He had no choice but to retreat. For a moment, Gare and his group of Blood clan members were forced to retreat back and forth by the surging wooden dragons. Boom! Boom! Occasionally, a Blood clan member had no space to dodge, and after being hit head-on by the wooden dragons, they were immediately struck by a secondary explosion, violently thrown backwards into a state of severe injury, losing their ability to fight. The situation was very grim. They could not approach Geoffrey. Gare, be careful. In the midst of distraction, Gare heard a warning, his heart jumping, as he looked up to see several wooden dragons, shrouded in dense black mist, pouncing towards him. He immediately dodged to the side. However, the next moment, Gare realized the problem. Behind him was the temple of the praying spirit. If he avoided the attack, not good. Gare cursed inwardly, looking back towards the position of the temple of the praying spirit and rushed towards it at the fastest speed, trying to intercept the wooden dragons before they could strike the temple. Doom! At that moment, there was an explosion. A rich red light burst out from within the temple of the praying spirit, the dazzling red light soaring into the sky. A tangible red ripple emanated from the temple, expanding outward with the temple at its center. Boom! 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 The wooden dragons that were attacking the temple shattered like paper under the impact of the red ripple. What? A look of extreme astonishment appeared in Geoffrey's eyes. After pledging allegiance to Shalubo, his own strength had also been greatly enhanced. The attacking capabilities of the summoned wooden dragons had been raised several levels compared to before. Yet, the wooden dragons were easily shattered. Meanwhile, Gare suddenly felt a massive power surging from within him. It was a power derived from his bloodline. Geoffrey shouted and quickly retreated with the Root tribe. The Blood tribe, led by Gare, was experiencing a rapid increase in power, completely caught off guard by the decisive action of the Root tribe elder. When they looked down once again, Geoffrey and the Root tribe had already retreated quickly. As they hesitated whether to pursue, they heard a voice from behind. There's no need to chase. Gare turned around to see Fang Heng emerging from the temple of prayer. Hint. Aba Kai's current dimensional level has been promoted to LV 22, with a total attribute increase of 2050%, only calculating attribute increases obtained through academic and bloodline skills. Fang Heng observed the game prompt and comprehended the enhancement effect brought by the significant increase in his attributes. Not only were all his physical attributes strengthened, but there were also significant enhancements to his mental and perceptual abilities. From levels 1 to 5 of dimensional power, each level increases the basic attribute enhancement by an additional 20%. From levels 6 to 10, each level increases by 40%. From level 11 to 15, the enhancement becomes 80%. At levels 16 to 20, the enhancement becomes 150%. From level 21 onwards, each level directly increases the attribute enhancement by 300%. Similarly, the energy required for leveling up has become billions. The next upgrade will require a full 15 billion units of dimensional energy. Based on past experience, on average, absorbing energy from a novice game world only yields around 0.3 to 0.6 billion units of dimensional energy. You all go back first, leave the rest to me. Yes, Lord King. Fang Heng looked into the distance, his perception keenly capturing Jeffrey rapidly fleeing. Since we are here, let's follow and see what the arrogant demon sea is up to in the Blood Tribe's camp. Thinking this, Fang Heng masked his aura and swiftly followed Jeffrey's escape route. Jeffrey was unaware of the tail following far behind him, leading the Root Tribe back to their camp. The power he had just sensed in the temple made him uneasy. Fang Heng, how did he manage it after all? When Jeffrey returned to the Root Tribe camp, the arrogant demon seed had already completed the setup of the magic array base and noticed the sudden surge of blood and power in the distance. Seeing Jeffrey return with a group of people, Zaluba raised his head and asked, "Have you investigated the source of that blood and power surge?" It was Fang Heng. Jeffrey detailed what happened when exploring the Temple of Prayer and reminded, "Lord Zaluba, Fang Heng is a very dangerous individual. We need to deal with him as soon as possible." Useless. Zaluba coldly glanced at Jeffrey, displeased. "Can't even handle such a small matter. Do I need you to remind me?" Jeffrey silently lowered his head. "Have you gathered all the supplies as I instructed?" Jeffrey, used to Zaluba's arrogance, promptly responded, "The preparations are already underway, and can be delivered by tonight at the latest. Know your place. From now on, if we encounter Fang Heng again, I will handle him personally. Your job is just to keep watch here. Understand?" "Yes." Zaluba and Jeffrey did not notice that just outside their camp, Fang Heng was stealthily observing. From a distance, Fang Heng saw Root Tribe guards constructing a large magic array in the center of the camp. The array was still incomplete, only the base was finished. Fang Heng's eyes displayed a hint of puzzlement. Although it was not clear from afar, judging from the scale, it seemed to be an enormous magic array. What was the arrogant demon seed planning? He could sense an extremely dense aura of dark mist continuously condensing and enveloping the Root Tribe camp, even more concentrated than he had seen in Vaz, even after his strengthened dimensional level at the Divine Tree. Fang Heng slowly withdrew his gaze. His keen perception had a robust ability, and getting close would likely be detected. There was no need to force an exploration and conflict with the arrogant one. Moreover, the demon seed's magic array was not fully set up, and there wouldn't be much to understand even if you went to investigate now. It's better to wait, let the arrogant one and the Holy Court deal with each other. He could find a way to benefit from it on the side. So, the next step was to find a way to lure the pursuers from the divine realm into the inner world. Fang Heng felt this goal was easily achievable. Even if he did nothing, the Holy Court would chase him into the inner world. But, thinking further, after being chased by the Holy Court for so long, shouldn't he provoke them a bit more? Get more amity value to be more secure. Coincidentally, learning about the method of absorbing dimensional energy, why not find a lucky world from the Holy Court? The Divine Realm. The pursuing team led by the Divine Realm's Judge Okni simultaneously opened their eyes. After the relative calm of the past 2 months, they had recently sensed Fang Heng's actions becoming more frequent. One of the purifiers, adept at tracking and locating, said in a deep voice, "It's Prunos, the gathering place of undead." Fang Heng has gone to Prunos. Looking at each other, they all turned their gazes towards Olkney. "That's the gathering place of undead. We shouldn't go there." Olkney shook his head lightly and continued, "Wait a bit more." The great sage Alertin advised that if Fang Heng is willing to remain in the land of the undead, our goal will also be achieved. Understood. Once again, the team closed their eyes to focus. Despite what was said, Olkney's eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. The situation on the Blood Tribe side was very unsettling recently. Various information received from the Holy Court indicated that the Blood Tribe might have already touched the power of the dimensions. Olkney murmured to himself, "I hope the Great Sage's judgment is correct." The undead world, Prunos. With the guidance of an undead attendant, Fang Heng entered the Tower of White Bones and found the undead tutor Gullo at the top floor. Gullo had coincidentally gone out but rushed back upon hearing that Fang Heng had come. Upon seeing Fang Heng reappear before him, Gullo's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared intently at Fang Heng. After a moment, Gullo burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Well done, Fang Heng. Excellently done." Gullo never expected that Fang Heng's casual words about exploring the world and seeing other powers were actually true. He had indeed found the legendary power of dimensions. Gullo did not ask Fang Heng what had happened. He just looked at him admiringly and nodded, saying, "It seems that you have gained a lot during this time again. Perhaps your strength will soon surpass mine. What confusion did you encounter that made you come looking for me in such a hurry? Or do you want to continue exploring further in the study of spirits?" Gullo was very willing to help Fang Heng and guide him further on the path of spirit studies. Fang Heng respectfully performed a mage salute to Gullo. Being able to come this far, the undead faction had provided him with a lot of help. "I do have some doubts that I want your help with, teacher." Gullo sat back in his seat, motioning for Fang Heng to sit down as well. "Don't be so restrained. Sit down and speak slowly." Fang Heng moved a chair and sat across from teacher Gullo, asking, "Teacher, have you heard of Baiyu?" "Baiyu?" Gullo murmured the name twice in a low voice, shook his head, and replied, "No, I have never heard of it." "How about the dimensional crystal core?" I do know a bit about the dimensional crystal core. I have seen it in ancient texts." The dimensional crystal core is a very powerful item that can provide immense power support and also be used for auxiliary cultivation. However, the number of dimensional crystal cores discovered in this world is extremely rare. Even our undead faction only has one. Fang Heng fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Just as he had expected, the dimensional crystal core was not something common that could be easily acquired in bulk. "Thank you for your explanation, teacher." Gullo asked, "By the way, why are you suddenly interested in this?" "Well, I have discovered a special power called the Power of Dimensions and I need the dimensional crystal core to enhance it." "I see." Gullo already had an idea and nodded. "I am not familiar with the power of dimensions, but we undead have been around for tens of thousands of years. There must be someone who knows something. I will try to find out for you." "Thank you, teacher. Besides this, I also want to know some information related to Baiyu." I will also inquire about that for you." "Thank you, teacher." Fang Heng continued, "Teacher, during my absence, how has the war between the undead and the Holy Court on the front lines been?" When Fang Heng brought this up, Gullo's expression suddenly became a bit grim. "We lost." Gullo only said 2 words and then fell silent. "Teacher, do you have any suitable missions for me here? I want to participate in the war." Gullo was a little surprised at the sudden interest displayed by Fang Heng, and asked, "Why are you suddenly interested in this? Don't forget that you are still being hunted by the Divine Realm. If the Holy Court discovers you on the battlefield, the Divine Realm's pursuers will come after you immediately." "I understand. It's just a side matter. I'll be careful." "All right. In that case, go find Li Qingren. She should be in the Undead City. Misi Castle participating in the Undead faction's campaign against the alliance formed by the Federation. The task I have for you is simple. Find a way to destroy the living forces of the Holy Court and gain a greater advantage for the Undead faction on the battlefield. Go and do it well, and your efforts will not go unrewarded." Hint: player triggers special faction mission. Participate in the Forefront Battlefield Undead faction. Mission name: participate in the Forefront Battlefield Undead faction. Mission description: the battle between the undead and the Holy Court has gradually intensified. Teacher Gullo hopes that you can join the Forefront Battlefield and cause enough destruction to the Holy Court to gain more advantages for the undead faction. Mission requirements: destroy the forces of the Holy Court during the mission process. The player will gain corresponding contribution levels based on the level of destruction, with a minimum requirement of reaching 1,000 contribution points. Current contribution points: 0.001. Mission rewards: according to the contribution points achieved in the mission, the player will receive the corresponding main god point reward. Hint: player receives the rune of Misi Castle in the Undead City. Note: this item is limited to certain open areas in the Undead City. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt and nodded silently. Teacher Guo was indeed very considerate of him, as the related mission requirements were quite broad, focusing on striking the Holy Court faction as much as possible, and the mission rewards were exactly what he urgently needed: main god points. Thank you, teacher. I'll take my leave now. All right, waiting for good news from you. Folding up the mission prompt, Fang Heng immediately bid farewell to Teacher Guo and left. Undead City, Misi Castle. As an open mini-world for the high-level game world of the Undead faction designated this city as the headquarters for this war. In the fortress meeting hall, Li Qingren was in deep discussion with representatives of various Undead faction forces on how to counter the Holy Court. While Fang Heng was away, the battles between the Undead and the Holy Court for some contested territories had intensified, and the fighting had even begun to spread to the high-level world. Thanks to the advantages Fang Heng had established in the preliminary stages, the Undead faction gradually expanded its influence in the early stages and achieved quite a good record. However, as several high-level game worlds of the Holy Court began to decline, the Holy Court started using the power of descent frequently to directly intervene in the wars within the mid-level game worlds, winning several key battles and gradually turning the tide, shifting the advantage towards the Holy Court faction. The Undead faction found that support received on the front line was relatively limited, and winning in a head-on confrontation was difficult. Therefore, they changed tactics, abandoning large-scale battles and opting for small-scale skirmishes at multiple points, stretching the battle lines to the maximum, frequent harassment, to deplete the support of the Holy Court's high-level forces. After all, descent required a large amount of energy, and the Holy Court couldn't keep using it indefinitely. Currently, the war had fully erupted in various early and mid-level game worlds, with several dozen small-scale battles taking place every day. During this time, the Undead faction had quietly devised a decent ambush plan which, if successful, could provide considerable help to the overall war situation. In the hall, a young man named Shai Lai Peng was presenting the deployment plan to the assembled people. Li Qingren was sitting below, listening attentively. Suddenly, she saw a message on the survival radio station in the game and couldn't help but be moved. It was Fang Heng. He had returned. Shai Lai Peng noticed Li Qingren's unusual expression and stopped, asking, "Li Qingren, what's wrong? Do you have any questions about the plan?" "No. It's nothing." There are even rumors that, due to Fang Heng's influence, the Holy Court was initially badly defeated, giving the Undead faction a significant advantage. However, these advantages are rapidly diminishing. Is that so? I've heard of his name. His strength is formidable, Shai Lai Pei said with a gentle smile, looking at Li Qingren. He indeed has the ability to join the high-level meeting. Let's invite him in for a detailed discussion. Okay. None of the Undead players present objected. Fang Heng's past achievements were all achieved through sheer strength. Didn't he survive relentless pursuit by the Holy Court God realm and stand lively here? Whether he shrinks back or not, being relentlessly pursued by the Holy Court at any cost itself symbolizes strength. In addition to players, there are also several NPC elders from the Undead faction in the council hall. Most of the time, they remain silent, resting with their eyes closed, but upon hearing Fang Heng's name, they opened their eyes with a hint of curiosity. Shortly after, two Undead attendants escorted Fang Heng into the council hall. Instantly, countless gazes were fixed on Fang Heng. Just as rumored outside, he looked very young. Initially, Fang Heng only wanted to understand the current situation between the Undead and the Holy Court, and discuss with Li Qingren on how to deal with the Holy Court for maximum benefit. After all, he had limited time on his hands. Seeing such a grand arrangement in the hall was a bit unexpected. Fang Heng scanned his surroundings and noticed that Lady Donnie of the Federation was not present. Only Li Qingren and a few players from the Undead Research Society seemed familiar. "Fang Heng, I've heard of your great reputation. We are discussing how to deal with the Holy Court, and your timing is perfect," Shai Lai Pei said with a gentle smile, pointing to the seat next to him. "Please sit." "Thank you." Fang Heng glanced at Shai Lai Pei. This guy looked very young. It seems that he is in charge of the Undead faction's combat meetings. Fang Heng was straightforward and walked directly to his seat before saying, "For various reasons, I have been pursued by the Holy Court recently, and I've come across a good opportunity to strike back against them. I intend to target and destroy a game world controlled by the Holy Court completely." After a moment of thought, Fang Heng continued, "I have limited time and can only spare 24 hours, so the battle needs to be concluded within that time frame. That's the gist of it, and I would like your help." Upon hearing this, the players immediately started discussing in hushed tones. A grand statement indeed, talking about completely destroying a world controlled by the Holy Court, and within 24 hours. It sounded a bit too arrogant. A senior member from the Undead Faction's player team pondered for a moment and asked, "Fan Heng, do you have a target in mind to strike?" "Not yet. I have been outside the realms recently and am not very familiar with the Holy Court. So, I came here hoping to discuss with everyone and find a suitable world to target. Of course, during the operation, we can also consider attacking other worlds to gain greater benefits." Fang Heng's words immediately silenced everyone. It sounded as if Fang Heng could destroy a world controlled by the Holy Court with just a casual remark. A player furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Fang Heng, your plan sounds too broad. I think we shouldn't rush into action and should carefully discuss and formulate a comprehensive plan first." Another elderly player nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's too hasty to set the plan in motion now." "Fang Heng, I'm curious. How do you plan to destroy the Holy Court's game world? Please introduce your plan, so we have an idea." "I'm sorry, I don't have much time to stay here. The general plan is this. I need your help in selecting a suitable target, guiding me into that world, providing me with some assistance, and then I will figure out how to destroy that world. As for the method of destruction, it's my personal secret and cannot be revealed to anyone." The group fell silent, and all eyes turned to Shai Lai Pei. Shai Lai Pei found the situation a bit tricky. Fang Heng had high prestige within the Undead Faction. Whether player or NPC, they all praised Fang Heng. While Fang Heng's proposed plan seemed a bit far-fetched, his requests were not unreasonable. They only needed to offer some support. In normal circumstances, even knowing it was unfeasible, Shai Lai Pei would have agreed, simply to do Fang Heng a favor. However, at this moment, they were at a critical point in executing their next plan. This plan had been in the works for half a month and couldn't afford any mistakes. They didn't have the time to lend support to Fang Heng's actions. "I'm sorry, Fang Heng, I can't agree." Shai Lai Pei turned to Fang Heng and, after observing for a moment, nodded. "Can you give me a reason why? Originally, this matter was confidential, but you are not an outsider, Fang Heng." Shai Lai Pei looked at Li Qingren. "Qingren, you are the one who formulated the action plan. You explain." "Well, Fang Heng, we have already devised an action plan. The target is a mid-level game world mostly under the influence of the Holy Court's faith. We will operate covertly, releasing the highest level creatures in that world controlled by the Holy Court. Once successful, the Holy Court will inevitably be affected and become burdened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we have made more arrangements in secret, such as finding ways to completely overthrow the Holy Court's rule on this continent of this world." Fang Heng quickly understood after listening carefully. In general, the Undead Faction would use a mostly Holy Court-controlled mid-level game world as a starting point, releasing the highest level creatures in the world to disrupt the Holy Court's position in this game world, setting up an ambush to drain the Holy Court's higher level support, while dragging this world into the quagmire of war. It was a decent plan. However, it would take too much time. It would take several days, and he couldn't afford the delay. Following his own plan would be simpler and more effective, but, except for Li Qingren, he wasn't familiar with anyone in this group. Convincing them to follow his plan would be too difficult. "Well, I understand. I have to leave first," Fang Heng said before standing up and leaving amidst the gaze of onlookers. Fang Heng was about to leave the council hall to go back and inquire about the situation with Starfish Company. He sensed Li Qingren catching up from behind, so he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. "Senior Qingren, Fang Heng, please don't mind. Master Shai didn't mean it that way. This is a crucial matter, and we need more intelligence to make decisions." "All right, I understand." Fang Heng really could understand when it came to Master Li Pan. As for any dislike towards Master Li Pan, it couldn't be said. putting oneself in someone else's shoes. Suddenly someone popped up and started talking big, saying to quickly halt the plans you've been working on for half a month, then listen to him because he has the ability to deal with the holy court. Fang Heng wouldn't easily believe that, and sending him away was already polite enough. Li Qingren looked at Fang Heng and nodded, saying, Fang Heng, the involvement of the undead faction is significant. Resources cannot be easily mobilized. But I'm different. What do you need right now? As long as it's within my power, I'll help you. After going through so much, Li Qingren had a high level of trust in Fang Heng. Fang Heng thought for a moment. Good. It would be enough to have Li Qingren's help. All right. Thank you. First, I need to understand the situation on the front lines between the undead and the holy court. Okay. Let's walk and talk. Li Qingren led Fang Heng back to the side hall, roughly explaining the current battle situation along the way. Both sides were somewhat restrained. Several high-level worlds hadn't actually started fighting, while the mid-level worlds had become the real battleground, with both sides engaged in a war of attrition. On the undead side, they used 3 high-level worlds as the core, constantly sending in large numbers of low-level forces to the mid- and low-level worlds. On the other hand, the Holy Court used the 7 major high-level worlds as starting points, continuously descending upon the mid-level gaming worlds, directly supplying high-end combat power. Due to the numerical advantage on the undead side, they adopted a strategy of harassment from multiple points, trying to avoid direct confrontation. Listening to Li Qingren's analysis of the battle's situation, Fang Heng lightly stroked his chin. You mean the Holy Core has a special ability to directly descend from higher-level gaming worlds, right? Yes. This ability gives us a headache. The Holy Court judges who join the battlefield through this descent have the peak level of high-level gaming worlds. Once they enter the front lines, the entire battle situation changes. Li Qingren sighed and shook her head. Several times was because the Holy Core suddenly descended onto the battlefield that we lost battles we should have won, leading to a complete defeat and a great advantage for the Holy Court. At the mention of the descent ability, Fang Heng's mind raced, and he immediately thought of the pursuers from the God Realm. They were using the descent method to hunt him down. Why did the Holy Court choose these 7 high-level gaming worlds? Is there any explanation? This is unclear to us. As far as we know, these several high-level worlds are mostly controlled by the belief of the Holy Court. The Holy Court has established large-scale descent ceremony temples in these worlds, and the interaction between the ceremony temples of the 7 worlds achieves the best descent effect. Li Qingren thought for a moment and continued. At present, most of the Holy Court judges who have descended into the battle come from these 7 high-level gaming worlds. Fang Heng raised his head and asked, so, if we can find a way to destroy one of them, can we disrupt the Holy Court's descent ability? Destroying the ceremonial temples in the high-level worlds. Li Qingren did not expect Fang Heng to be so aggressive, talking about destruction from the outset. She was a bit stunned, bowed her head, thought carefully, and replied, well, from my estimation, it probably won't completely eliminate the descent, but it could affect the duration and success rate of the descents. Fang Heng nodded. It was similar to what he had guessed. If they could break the descent anchor points in these 7 high-level worlds, maybe it could also affect the tracking from the God Realm. It was worth a try. If the dimensional worlds were likened to low-level, mid-level, and high-level games, without considering the time to set up the magical formations, absorbing the low-level or mid-level world directly through the dimensional core would take about 5 minutes or 9 minutes respectively. The speed of absorbing dimensional energy increased rapidly as you moved forward. As for how long it would take to absorb a high-level world, he had never tried. Initially, Fang Heng was thinking of targeting some mid-level worlds of the Holy Court, but after listening to Li Qingren's account, he had a new idea. Since they were already here, if they wanted to cause the greatest damage to the Holy Court, why not target a high-level world instead? Well, that would be interesting. If they were going to play, they might as well go big. Li Qingren watched as Fang Heng once again fell into thought, waiting beside him without interrupting. She seemed to be accustomed to it. Most of the time, before Fang Heng had some crooked ideas, he would think like this. Of course, there were also moments when a flash of inspiration would lead to immediate crooked thinking. Fang Heng suddenly looked up and asked, Senior, do you have any way to temporarily let me enter one of those 7 high-level worlds? You mean infiltrate? Li Qingren's heart couldn't help but beat faster at the thought, and she asked, Do you have a plan? Yes, I want to try to completely destroy one of them. Help me analyze which gaming world would be easier to target. Li Qingren looked at Fang Heng and fell silent for a moment. Not to mention that Fang Heng was currently being chased by the God Realm. Even under normal circumstances, destroying a high-level gaming world controlled by the Holy Court wouldn't be so easy. Even the entire alliance formed by players from the Undead faction had never had such an idea. Their actions in the past half-month were mainly aimed at a mid-level gaming world controlled by the Holy Court, with at most a Holy Court Great Arbiters from a high-level gaming world. Unlike Fang Heng, who directly chose to target a high-level gaming world. Luckily, Fang Heng didn't reveal his plan in the council hall just now. Otherwise, the situation might have been even more difficult to control. Fang Heng nodded. Can you help me with that? Li Qingren took a deep breath and calmed herself. I understand. Just need to send me in alone, please. Fang Heng glanced at the game's time prompt as he spoke. Miss Li Qingren, I have other matters to attend to and can't stay here for long. Contact me immediately if there is any news. I'll take my leave. Li Qingren and Fang Heng briefly discussed before returning to the meeting hall. Seeing Li Qingren return alone, the others couldn't help but cast inquiring glances at her. Once Li Qingren seated herself, Master Li Peng asked, Has Mr. Fang Heng not returned? I believe there might have been some misunderstandings between us that we should clear up. With the current formidable enemy, there should be no discord among players in the Undead camp. It's all right. Fang Heng doesn't hold any grudge against us. He just prefers to work alone and isn't used to cooperating within a team. Next time there's an opportunity, we can continue to collaborate with Fang Heng. Li Qingren nodded. I just agreed with Fang Heng that we will provide him with some assistance as long as it doesn't affect our plans. All right, just say if you need anything, as long as it doesn't disrupt our operations. Master Li Peng nodded in agreement, then asked, May I know what Fang Heng's next plans are? I'm not entirely sure. He may be planning to take action in a high-level game world of a sanctum. High-level world. Hearing Li Qingren's words, the people around the conference table couldn't help but look at each other, with some doubts in their hearts. They had planned for half a day only within the mid-level game world. What does it mean for Fang Heng to directly take action in a high-level world? Master Li Peng couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. Did Fang Heng leave just because he thought their set goals were too small? Isn't one mid-level game world satisfying enough for his appetite? It's a bit arrogant, isn't it? Master Li Peng took a deep breath to reassure himself. As long as Fang Heng's actions don't affect the Undead count, he can do whatever he wants. Advanced Game World, DRIZZLE. This is one of the high-level game worlds highly propagated by the Sanctum belief. Almost 80% of the continent's forces are under the control of the Sanctum Church, and 90% of the population are followers of the Sanctum. Using the power of a small teleportation gem, Fang Heng was sent into this world. Reminder: players use directional teleportation stones to enter the world. DRIZZLE. Reminder: players currently invading the world through an unknown method will highly likely have their initial favorability affected when interacting with world characters. Reminder: 24 hours of remaining teleportation time. Players need to use the teleportation gem. Small directional teleportation gem can only be used when not in combat status to exit this world within 24 hours or use other ways to leave this world. Default death if not completed. Reminder: the player has crossed inter-realm positions. The Divine Realms tracking team will attempt to retarget your position after 9+15 additional increase due to Divine Skill Influence hours. The game prompt sounded, and Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes, looking at the two figures in front of him. Two undead mage players wearing gray robes. For the Sanctum, despite controlling over 80% of the continent's forces, there were still shadows lurking behind the sunshine. The undead studies and various minor factions not favored by the Sanctum were developing secretly in the remaining 20% of the area. In the dark cave, the two players from the Undead Association looked at Fang Heng and nodded gently. Fang Heng, I'm Ling, and this is Light. Li Qingren asked us to meet you here, mm. Fang Heng nodded lightly and continued. Qingren mentioned to you that I don't have much time to stay here, only 24 hours in total. Are you ready for this? The two nodded at each other. We have already reviewed relevant information in advance. The time is too tight. With our power alone, we can't acquire these supplies, so we need you to complete a task first. Li Qingren has explained to me. Let's not delay. Let's get started. please follow us. The two players from the Undead study had received a commission from Li Qingru a while ago, saying that Fang Heng was preparing something big in this world and needed their full cooperation, sending them a long list of supplies. The lengthy list gave them a headache. Joking aside, they were undead players barely surviving in this world, let alone getting these many supplies. Leaving the underground passage, Lane explained to Fang Heng their current situation in the undead camp. Fang Heng, over 80% of the nations in this world believe in the sanctum, leaving our undead to develop secretly only in some peripheral areas. We are currently on the border of the Hall's kingdom. It's a small country that just regained independence a few years ago, surviving in the squeeze of the surrounding major countries. The collapse of this country in the past was related to the sanctum, hence this nation harbors extreme hatred towards them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we undead are quietly developing in the Hall's kingdom on a small scale. Furthermore, to strengthen their power, the Hall's kingdom has attracted many opposing forces of the sanctum to join them. Currently, we are in a stage of accumulating strength, and the task we received from the undead camp is simply to gather intelligence in this world. Lane and Light both came to this desolate place because they had accepted relevant tasks from the undead camp. Otherwise, this place lacks resources for cultivation, faces hostility from the sanctum, and ordinary undead players can't survive here. There are several small neighboring countries around that have always been at odds with the Kingdom of Holst. They are all the lackeys of the Holy See, and the entire country is under the control of the faith of the Holy See. The King of Holst has tolerated them for a long time, and he hopes that we can show our strength and teach them a lesson properly. As they spoke, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retinal display. Prompt: Player triggered mission. Demonstrate strength. Mission name: Demonstrate strength. Mission description: As a newcomer, the young king has not heard of your name and does not believe in your abilities. It's time to show everyone what you are capable of. Mission requirements: Cause damage to several neighboring countries hostile to the Kingdom of Holst to earn corresponding contributions until the contribution accumulates to 2OW. Mission rewards: Friendly rating with the Kingdom of Holst. Resource support from the Kingdom of Holst. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt and asked, are these countries very strong? They are just small countries, with overall strength considered weak compared to all countries on the continent, but... Langdon paused, then continued, but even if the countries are small, they all have high-ranking knight legions affiliated with them. Furthermore, all these countries, without exception, believe in the Holy See, so most cities have troops of the Holy See stationed, making it very difficult to deal with. If they discover traces of undead, it will cause a lot of trouble. I understand, Fang Heng replied. As they spoke, the three of them walked out of the cave. The cave was located at the highest point of a mountain range. Fang Heng looked towards the distant mountain range below and asked, you said this is the imperial border here, and beyond it are hostile neighboring countries. Lady pointed to the distance and nodded. Yes, ahead is the Baiju Duchy, once one of the largest empires on the continent, now fallen, but there is still an aging empire swordsman guarding inside, so it's still standing until now. Okay, then let's choose them. Fang Heng immediately selected the Baiju Duchy as the target. He knew that the pursuers from the God's domain were behind him, leaving him only 24 hours. If the Holy See finds out, the time for the pursuers from God's domain to arrive may even be shortened. So either don't make a move, or act decisively and swiftly, aiming to resolve the trouble in the shortest time possible. This... Lady and Langdon exchanged glances. Is it so casual? In their view, choosing the Baiju Duchy as the target of the mission was not a good choice. The Baiju Duchy has a protector swordsman, and there are natural barriers at the border. More importantly, the Baiju Duchy has only a few small cities, and each city has troops of the Holy See stationed inside. However, it seemed that Fang Heng had already made his decision. Well, let's first see how capable Fang Heng is and then make the next step plan. At the border of the Baiju Duchy, the sun was gradually setting. On the watchtower, several imperial guards leaned against the wooden railing, joking and laughing. Life for the guards on the borderline was somewhat boring. Separating the two countries was a huge mountain range, perfectly dividing the two small countries on each side. Any attempt to launch an attack would put either side at a significant disadvantage. So even if the two countries formally began hostilities, they would not be affected. As the Imperial guards were chatting and laughing, suddenly, one of them noticed something, looked up towards the distance, rubbed his eyes, and said, Hey, Loke, what are those red dots? The others turned to look in the direction the man was pointing, and immediately noticed something strange. What are those things? They saw red dots appearing on the mountains. Was it some kind of creature climbing rapidly on the mountains? The deputy captain of the guard picked up the binoculars and looked towards the mountains. What kind of monsters are those? Upon closer observation, the deputy captain of the guard felt a chill down his spine. From the top of the distant mountains, red-bodied creatures were rapidly emerging, crawling on all fours along the ground and the cliffs. Their numbers were vast. The deputy captain of the Imperial Guard felt a shock and realized, oh no, it's an enemy ambush. Quick, sound the alarm. The guards also immediately reacted. They had guarded this area for many years. When had they ever seen such creatures in the mountains? And so many of them suddenly appeared. It was definitely related to the enemy. Immediately, the alarm sounded throughout the camp. Within half a minute, the devourers swarmed all over the entire mountain range. The Imperial Guard stood on the watchtower and saw a torrent of strange creatures rushing down from the mountains in the distance. Their target was the Imperial border defense line they set up on the border area. The guards couldn't help but shiver. Prepare. Aim. The large crystal cannons placed on high positions around the watchtower defense line started up one after another, aiming the muzzles at the oncoming swarm of devourers. Fire. Doom. Boom boom. The large crystal cannons were activated, and magical beams shot towards the swarm, accompanied by a violent shaking of the earth. Explosions spread, creating huge craters on the distant cliffs as a layer of smoke and dust covered half the mountain range. As the smoke cleared a little, the faces of the Imperial Guards paled even more. What? How is this possible? The guards were completely taken aback. As the smoke dissipated, each devourer popped out of the deep craters formed by the cannon fire, one after another. What kind of monsters were these that couldn't be killed by the crystal cannon fire? The captain of the guard was in complete chaos and shouted, "Quick, use magic. Where are the mage teams? Use magic quickly. Don't let them approach the defense line." The mage team in the group immediately gathered and cast spells towards the oncoming devourers. However, it was still ineffective. Colorful ice cones and fireballs exploded among the devourers, creating a spectacular display, but without inflicting any damage. These attacks couldn't harm the devourers at all. The captain of the guard even watched as a monster was hit by over 10 spells head-on, flying backwards, rolling in the air, and after a graceful somersault, the injuries on its body instantly recovered, continuing to charge towards their defense line. What kind of monsters were these after all? Yes, the Imperial Guards shouted in unison to dispel the fear in their hearts. Following their captain, they charged forward to confront the incoming horde of lickers. Swiftly, the captain of the guard, taking the lead, swung his magical crystal longsword with all his might. Die. Doom. The captain's pupils contracted. As a grand swordsman, he could easily cleave even refined iron in half with one stroke, but when the blow landed on the licker, it only made a dull thud. The magical crystal longsword left a white mark on the licker from the point of impact, merely pushing it back. Such strong defensive capabilities. What kind of creatures were these monsters? In just a few seconds of combat, two guards beside the captain had already been overwhelmed by the lickers, their sharp claws swiftly piercing their throats. The captain witnessed something terrifying next, his eyes filled with extreme fear. From the fallen guards' bodies, cocoons quickly formed. From the wriggling cocoons, undead zombie creatures emerged. The resurrected zombies immediately launched an attack on the nearest Imperial Guards. Undead. They were undead creatures. The horrifying scene on the battlefield greatly dampened the morale of the Imperial troops. The already disadvantaged Guard Legion was quickly overwhelmed by the surging licker horde and the resurrected zombies. Meanwhile, Fang Heng had already taken control of the licker horde to encircle the entire Guard Legion in a siege. Not a single person could escape from the encirclement of the licker horde. From afar, on the mountain peaks, two undead players, Line and Late, watched in astonishment as the Imperial army was completely engulfed by the licker horde in just a few minutes. Their eyes revealed a mix of shock and disbelief. Goodness, the rumors outside were too understated. This Fang Heng guy is simply too powerful. They had heard some stories about Fang Heng before, saying he could control a large number of terrifying licker creatures. However, in the high-level gaming world, most players believed that Fang Heng's abilities were only excellent but not top-tier. Summoning players could excel in neither quantity or quality, rarely balancing both. With so many lickers, It was assumed their quality would be compromised. Players in the high-level gaming world had broad perspectives, thinking that Fang Heng's ability to control liquors could only be impressive in low-level games. In the face of higher-level gaming worlds, his true strength was limited. Lin and Late exchanged glances. They, too, had been misled by such rhetoric before, even finding it somewhat convincing. Today, upon witnessing the scene, they wished they could crack open the heads of those who had spoken such words to see what was inside. The strength of the liquors was extremely formidable. Even in high-level gaming worlds, they stood at the top of the food chain. The ordinary imperial guards of the Baiju Principality stood no chance. The two turned their heads to look at Fang Heng, understanding why. If he could control such terrifying creatures, it was no wonder Fang Heng had such confidence and dared to invade the empire directly from outside its defenses. As the defense line set by the Baiju Principality at the imperial border was breached, the liquor whore, like tearing open a wound, formed a surge rushing towards the empire's interior, directly heading for the imperial capital. Hint: players eliminate the Baiju Principality Border Guard Legion. Destroy the Baiju Principality Border Defense Line. Players receive 160,000 mission contribution points. The mission game prompt also appeared on the retinas of Lin and the others. Wow, reaching 160,000 points was so easy. Just a little more and we can complete the mission. Lin and Late looked at each other. They admitted they had underestimated Fang Heng's abilities initially. Fang Heng, Lin whispered. The Baiju Principality itself may be weak, but there is a powerful swordsman guarding the Empire. After entering the Empire, there are additional forces, like the Court of Holiness Station, in the cities, including the Sanctuary Honor Paladin Legion and the Church Legion. We need to be extra careful. I understand. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and continued to control the liquor horde to invade the next city within the Baiju Principality. Since he had already started, he intended to accomplish it thoroughly and cleanly. The news of the Baiju Principality's frontline assault quickly reached the capital city, plunging the entire principality into extreme panic. Even more terrifying, the liquors, after invading the Baiju Principality's territory, surged through, breaking down all defenses the principality had set up along the way, heading straight for the principality's capital city. In the Great Hall of the principality's city, the young Baiju Principality Lord had never experienced such an upheaval before. He anxiously asked, "Have we found out anything yet? Who invaded us? Where did those creatures come from?" "It's still not clear. We are investigating urgently," a senior Imperial intelligence officer reported, sweat beading on his forehead. "We only know that they came from the territory of the Holes Nation, and this matter is definitely related to them." Report. Two more soldiers hastily entered the palace to report the latest frontline report. The liquor whore has already breached the city of Vinastro. What? The lord of the principality was shocked. They broke through the external defense line so fast. What were those guards outside doing? What were they up to? My lord, the enemy is very powerful and in overwhelming numbers. Our army may not be a match for them. Thankfully, the city is protected by the Knights of the Sanctuary Church. In such emergencies, the Church Knights will surely join the battle. I suggest we urgently communicate with the Church leadership, hoping to leverage their power to resist the formidable enemy. Yes, you are right. Go and get them. The Lord of the Principality was already in a state of panic. The suggestion was like finding a life-saving straw for him. He stammered. Quickly, asked the Sanctuary Church for assistance. That is the Honor Knight group of the Holy Court. In their eyes, the Honor Knight group is an extremely sacred existence. It is almost equivalent to invincibility. In this continent, even if a country has the strength to forcibly suppress the Holy Court Honor Knight group, they will not easily act, and will definitely give face to the Holy Court. That the current situation has gone beyond everyone's understanding. No one knows where those monsters came from, but they actually managed to defeat the Holy Court Honor Knight group. Who are they really? Aren't they afraid of retaliation from the Holy Court in the future? Report. A soldier entered the hall, knelt down, and reported, "Your Majesty, the monsters are approaching our main city with great force. The Grand Marshal has already urgently assembled the army to join forces with the Holy Court to resist the invasion of the monsters." With the Grand Marshal there, we can defend, right? The monarch's hand trembled slightly as he struggled to conceal his fear. A minister stood up and suggested, "Your Majesty, The situation is already at the brink of losing control. I suggest we ask the Sword Saint to take action to ensure there are no mistakes. Yes. There is also the Imperial Sword Saint. The monarch thought of the Imperial Sword Saint, and hope ignited in his heart. He nodded solemnly. Go and get the Sword Saint. No, I'll go myself. By now, the sky was completely dark. Fang Heng, controlling the group of flesh-eaters, had successively destroyed 3 towns of the White Bamboo Principality, advancing directly towards the central capital of the principality. As discussed with Ryan and Wright during the previous sieges, they encountered the Holy Court Honor Knight Group station in the city. The number of knights in the group was not large, and their threat was very limited. Fang Heng directly had the group of flesh-eaters kill them all without leaving anyone behind. The strength of the Holy Court Knights in the high-level game was several times greater than those encountered in the mid-level game. But Fang Heng's group of flesh-eaters had also been enhanced by the power of the high-level dimensions. All their attributes had increased nearly 20-fold. Coupled with the huge numerical advantage of the flesh-eaters, they completely annihilated the Holy Court Honor Knight Group in just a moment. Ryan and Wright, who were accompanying him, were stunned. They had thought Fang Heng would be able to push through with the flesh-eaters, but they hadn't expected it to be so easy. A small group of Holy Court Honor Knights was assimilated into the group of flesh-eaters without causing any ripples and were completely slaughtered. Taking advantage of their victory, Fang Heng directly controlled the group of flesh-eaters and pushed towards the main city of the White Bamboo Principality. Along the way, the 3 towns fell into ruins under the feeding frenzy of the flesh-eaters. Looking up into the distance, they could already see a corner of the White Bamboo Principality's capital city. The magical crystal cannons on the outer walls of the main city were already aimed at them. Fang Heng, isn't it about time to stop? Do we need to continue? Ryan wiped the sweat from his forehead and, along with Wright, persuaded Fang Heng, the completion percentage of the mission has already exceeded 2,000%. Such achievements will surely satisfy the Emperor of Holes. It's fine. Fang Heng waved his hand, looked towards the main city not far away, and nodded. Since we are already here, why not just finish it cleanly? Brush it all in one go. It won't take much more time, and it will prevent any future trouble. As he spoke, the group of flesh-eaters surged madly towards the main city of the White Bamboo Principality. Doom. Boom boom boom. The magical crystal cannons set up on the walls immediately began to rumble. The wide-ranging magical beam cannons fell among the group of flesh-eaters, exploding. Ha! Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. These were magical crystal cannons specially modified. They even had additional attribute effects. The cannon fire from the magical crystals erupted on the ground, causing a frost to spread and spread around. As soon as the flesh-eaters touched the frost, they were instantly frozen. For a moment, under the influence of the frost effect, large numbers of flesh-eaters were frozen in place and unable to move. Success! Quick! Get rid of them! The Imperial guards on the wall saw the modified magical crystal cannons taking effect and became excited, launching a large number of follow-up arrows and magical attacks against the frozen flesh-eaters, hoping to use this opportunity to completely eradicate them. Hint: player zombie doppelganger flesh-eater form is hit by the magic crystal frost spell, enters the ice frost magic status. In this state, all damage received is increased by 50% and health cannot be restored. Interesting, Fang Heng looked at the game prompts appearing on the retinas, murmuring to himself. The freezing effect happened to counter the undead effect. The advanced game world really had some tricks. If he hadn't entered the forest world to obtain the power of the dimensions, this wave of flesh-eaters would probably have been completely defeated. The frost spell effect was not a physical negative effect, so it could not be automatically removed using the undead effect. However, the flesh-eaters still retained his high physical attributes and health. Even though they were focused on by the Imperial guards, they couldn't be killed immediately. The frozen effect lasted for more than 20 seconds before dissipating. Dang, dang, bang. Crystals burst open on the battlefield. The flesh-eaters quickly burst out of the ice crystals. The Imperial guards on the wall were horrified to see that the wounds on the flesh-eaters are healing at an extremely fast rate, and they once again lunged towards the wall. Damn it, they're back. Why can't they be killed? Quick, what are you waiting for? Where are the magical crystal cannons? The magical crystal cannons need recharging. Hold on a bit longer. Under the anxious urging on the wall, the gate below slowly opened. The Saint Honor Knight group, dressed in extremely magnificent attire, joined the battlefield. The leader of the Knight group, Baloo, looked at the overwhelming group of flesh-eaters pouring in from outside the city, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The White Bamboo Principality itself was only a very small country, not a strategic location, so the strength of the Holy Court Knights stationed here was relatively average. He had received an urgent report over 20 minutes ago, saying that a large number of strange creatures had invaded the White Bamboo Principality. But he hadn't had time to investigate the situation clearly, and the frontline defense of the White Bamboo Principality had completely collapsed. Even the Holy Court troop station in the other 3 cities had lost all contact. The Luyev sensed the strong scent of undead from the group of lickers, roared, raised the long spear in his hand high, and charged forward with the Glory Knights behind him, all using the Glory Charge skill. The Holy Knights of the Glory Court charged towards the large group of lickers on the right side of the battlefield that had been frozen by the magic crystal cannon. The sacred power condensed on each of the Glory Knights, gathering together to form a sharp arrow, fiercely piercing towards the battlefield. The Luyev, as the sharpest point of the arrow, tightly gripped the knight's long spear in his hands. Chi. The terrifying bonus of the charge skill and the attachment of divine power brought additional damage. The Luyev relied on the long spear to instantly kill several of the frozen lickers, breaking into the frozen group of lickers. The Luyev furrowed his brow, gradually realizing that something was wrong. It seemed that only he could completely crush the lickers. The charging knights beside him could only knock the lickers back at short distance. How could these monsters have such tenacious vitality? The hearts of the knights sank. This was bad. Everything was not as Beluyev had anticipated. He thought that even if the Legion's charge didn't have a great effect, at least it could cause some damage to the lickers, ensuring their safety. Never did he expect that these monsters would be so difficult to deal with. Even the Legion's most powerful charge could not produce more effective damage. As the speed of the charge gradually slowed down, the overall team's attack intensity was greatly reduced. Bang! 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 The frozen lickers around suddenly broke free from the ice. The next moment, a group of lickers that had burst out from the ice crystals rushed towards the Glory Knight Legion. The entire team was instantly dragged into a quagmire by the lickers. At this point, it was too late to retreat. In a higher position not far away, Lane and Leet looked at the Glory Knights being heavily surrounded by the lickers. They exchanged glances, with a bit of bitterness in their smiles. This situation was completely out of control. If the Glory Knight Legion was wiped out, the Holy Court would definitely initiate a full investigation, and the Kingdom of Halls would not escape responsibility. They wouldn't be able to continue staying here. In this world, there were few countries willing to accept them. They would probably have to spend time finding a new employer and live a period of time on the streets. Lane was about to say something when suddenly his brow furrowed, sensing a sharp force suddenly erupting. That was. Leon's heart trembled as he looked in the direction of the imperial capital in the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. Fang Heng, be careful, that old guy is coming. Fang Heng also raised his head and curiously looked in the direction indicated by the two, asking, "Who?" Mustafa. Light's eyes carried a hint of vigilance as he explained, "The first sword saint of the White Bamboo Duchy, the younger brother of a former ruler of the duchy. He has been devoted to swordsmanship since childhood, always guarding the last face of the White Bamboo Empire and serving as the final defense of the duchy." Lane said, "Fang Heng, that's enough. The achievements of this operation are sufficient to satisfy the Kingdom of Halls. We should consider retreating." Fang Heng observed the emaciated elder, who walked out of the city gate, paused for a moment, and disdainfully said, "Humph, he boasts quite a bit. I will go see how skilled the sword saint really is." "Hey, Fang Heng." Lane and Leet heard what Fang Heng said, and their hearts skipped a beat. Did he want to confront the Imperial Sword Saint? Before the two could react to stop him, Fang Heng lightly stepped on the ground and quickly led towards the battlefield. Mustafa, the Imperial Sword Saint, was already 500 years old. At this moment, Mustafa stood outside the city wall, eyes closed, body straight, giving the impression of an ancient scabbard. Shoo, shoo, shoo. After devouring the Holy Knights of the Order of the Glory Corps, a large number of lickers rushed towards him frantically. Mustafa suddenly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, a dense sword light appeared around Mustafa's body. Chi, 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 chi. Instantly, numerous monsters rushing towards him had wounds cut by the long swords. In the blink of an eye, a group of lickers who had been moving towards the city had thousands of cut wounds, screaming as they were thrown backward. Mustafa's eyes flashed with surprise. What were these creatures? 100 years ago, he combined his own hundreds of years of insight into swordsmanship to create this ultimate swordsmanship, confident that he could handle even a whole army. But he could not eliminate these monsters. Their resilience was unexpectedly strong. Mustafa raised his eyebrows and looked up. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from the group of monsters that had been thrown away and was rapidly approaching him. That person, so young. Mustafa felt a strong pressure coming from the young man. The opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. Seeing the enemy swiftly approaching, Mustafa's pupils contracted. That was. The young man's wrist flicked, and a huge sword glowing with divine light suddenly appeared in his hand. What? Could it be someone from the Holy Court? The next moment, the power of the divine attribute erupted fiercely. Mustafa was puzzled but did not step back half a step, his long sword drawn. The sword energy that had been condensed for hundreds of years suddenly burst forth in an instant. Divine sword art. Chi. Chi chi chi. In an instant, numerous sword lights condensed by mental power and will struck towards Fang Heng. The speed of the flying sword points had reached a point where the naked eye could not catch them, only seeing a rapid flash of light across the sky, leaving numerous lacerations on Fang Heng's body. Hint. Player receives laceration damage -43k. This damage ignores defense. Hint. Player receives laceration damage -43k. This damage ignores defense. Hint. Player receives laceration damage -43k. In an instant, Fang Heng's body was covered with lacerations, bleeding profusely. Yet disregarding them, he quickly approached Mustafa, until the two were close to each other. Fang Heng stood still in place without moving. Mustafa's sword skills were still in effect. Countless thin flying sword auras continued to flicker around the space, causing dense wounds on him. Even his originally gray robe was now dyed blood red with blood. Mustafa slowly stood up and looked at Fang Heng, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He never expected such a young man to be able to withstand his killer moves and even push him to this point. What's this? In the next moment, the admiration in Mustafa's eyes turned into fear. What happened? The wounds on Fang Heng's body cut by the psychic blade were visibly healing at a rapid pace. In just a moment, the body that was cut open by the divine sword had completely healed. How did he do it? Mustafa had experienced countless battles, again small in his life, but had never encountered such a bizarre opponent. In the next moment, Fang Heng lightly tapped his toes on the ground and swiftly approached him again. Facing the charging Fang Heng, Mustafa took a deep breath, controlled his posture, took another deep breath to stabilize his emotions. He now viewed Fang Heng as the greatest opponent he had ever faced in his life. Unfortunately, I still don't know your name, Mustafa muttered to himself, his face calm as a still pond, the long sword swiping forward again. The dazzling light burst out from the swiping long sword, almost stinging the eyes of anyone daring to look at it directly. Fang Heng also felt a burning light in front of his eyes. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, uncontrollably being knocked back. Hint. Player suffers laceration damage -14. 3 West. This damage ignores defense. Hint. Affected by skill life drain. Player's damage received. Hint. Player suffers laceration damage -14. 3 West. This damage ignores defense. A series of dense game tips refreshed on Fang Heng's retinas. He didn't even see how the opponent attacked, but he was already hit. The strength of the Imperial Sword Saint could be considered top-notch in high-level games. Fang Heng was secretly shocked. It was due to his attributes being enhanced by the power of the dimensional several times, combined with the Imperial Sword Saint's lack of knowledge about his own details, and the dense horde of zombies around to help disperse a huge amount of damage. Only then could he withstand this move. Performing this move, the Sword Saint Mustafa seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He looked at Fang Heng, who had been knocked back and stood up again, the dense sword marks on his body instantly healing back to normal, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. You? Mustafa opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his long sword lightly swayed, unable to hold it any longer, and then fell to the ground with a clatter. Fang Heng raised his hand, gently swiping the sacred giant sword forward. Swish! At this point, Mustafa had no more power to resist, allowing the sword aura to cut across his neck, and his eyes completely lost their luster. Fang Heng raised his hand, and two colorful crystals fell into his palm. Hint. Player kills Sword Saint Mustafa. Player gains Rainbow Crystals *2. Hint. Player gains item. Essentials of Swordsmanship Book. Item. Essentials of Swordsmanship. Type. Book Special Item. Takes effect when placed into backpack. Tier. Epic. Description. A teaching material compiled by Mustafa for his successor, taking effect when placed in the backpack, provides an additional 30% attack speed. When using a longsword, attack can be stacked with other skill effects. Fang Heng looked at the item description. A book with not much use. After all, he was completely ignorant of swordsmanship, so the increase in attack speed wasn't that significant. Just leave it in the backpack for now. Fang Heng stuffed the book into his backpack and looked up again. The battlefield fell into a silence. The guards of the White Bamboo Principality, seeing the sword saint fall at the hands of Fang Heng, first showed a shocked expression, then disbelief, and finally turned into confusion. The defeat of the soldiers was like a mountain collapsing. The last faith of the White Bamboo Principality collapsed. The terrified imperial soldiers were completely unable to organize any effective defense, and in a short moment, the last city defense collapsed under the attack of the devouring horde, the entire city visibly crumbling. On the battlefield, after the soldiers die, flesh cocoons condensed rapidly, and zombie clones emerged from them. The ranks of the zombie horde expanded in an instant. Watching this scene, Ryan and Wright, who had followed Fang Heng, were deeply shocked. They had only come to participate in the mission to test Fang Heng's abilities. Who would have thought that Fang Heng would cut through the depths of the White Bamboo Empire, defeating the border defenses, the Holy Court garrison, the city after city of the Empire, and even the Empire's Sword Saint, and now successfully capturing the main city of the Empire. Hint. The player's current task, Showcase Strength Task Completion Rate, has reached 6,210%. Fang Heng, should we be wrapping things up soon? Ryan and Wright walked to Fang Heng's side, looking at the task prompt, carefully glancing at Fang Heng. Wasn't this supposed to be a covert operation? Isn't the commotion you caused a bit too big? The Holy Court already knows about the attack on the White Bamboo Principality. If we continue, we may end up confronting the high-level team sent by the Holy Court. We have important things to do. No need to waste time. Okay. Fang Heng also glanced at the task prompt. With completion multiplied by 60 times, the favorability and reputation of Holeless Country would likely be sufficient, making handling the follow-up matters much simpler. Nearly done. Let's get ready to go back. All right. Seeing Fang Heng say those words, Ryan and Wright finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid Fang Heng would still not be satisfied, and would want to raid a few hostile small countries near the Holeless realm. Let's go. Without tidying up the battlefield, Ryan and Wright hurriedly returned with Fang Heng, the main city of Holeless's country. The Empire's lord listened to the urgent military reports coming from the front with a look of shock in his eyes. Previously hearing that a powerful undead mage wanted to come and destroy the Holy Court, Lord Angelo didn't believe it. He had only thought of giving the other party a task as a means to test their abilities. If the other party's strength was strong enough, of course he could grant the undead mage a certain status and convenience in his country. Just now, the Lord Angelo even received the latest news that the renowned sword saint of the Baiju Kingdom has also died at the hands of that person. Now, even the capital city of the Baiju Kingdom has been completely destroyed. Can such a glorious record really be achieved by just one person? Angelo looked at the frontline battle report that came in, and his hands unconsciously trembled slightly. At this moment, he still felt somewhat dazed and unreal. Lord, the Baiju Kingdom is currently in intense turmoil, making it a perfect opportunity for us to act. We must not miss it. The Imperial Grand Marshal said with clasped hands, "Please allow me to immediately send troops to conquer the Baiju Kingdom." Good. Lord Angelo finally reacted at this moment. Just as the Grand Marshal said, it was indeed the best opportunity to occupy the Baiju Kingdom's territory. Angelo immediately ordered, "Send out troops immediately. The situation is urgent, and all decisions on the battlefield are left to the discretion of the Grand Marshal." "I will obey." The Imperial Grand Marshal hurriedly accepted the command and left. Shortly after, a palace guard rushed into the hall to report, "Lord, the two temple guardians from Lane Liat have just brought back a necromancer and are waiting outside to see you." Angelo's expression turned serious as he nodded. "Quickly, please let them in without delay." "Yes, soon." Angelo met with Fang Heng. At the moment when Fang Heng was seen, including Lord Angelo, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ministers in the hall. So young, never would they have expected that the person who had single-handedly killed the Imperial Sword Saint and toppled the entire Baiju Kingdom would be so young. Greetings, young hero. On behalf of the Horus Kingdom, I welcome your arrival. Angelo made a welcoming gesture, personally standing up from his throne and showing his highest respect to Fang Heng. Reminder: player completes the mission, displaying strength. Player's current mission completion rate, 7,213%. Player's respect level with the Horus Kingdom Lord has reached esteemed. Player gains 500W reputation with the Horus Kingdom. Player's friendly relationship with some Horus Kingdom NPCs has changed. It is an honor to meet you, Lord. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt, then looked directly at Angelo, returning the courtesy. It seemed that the Lord's attitude was favorable. It was worth the several hours he had spent to gain so much reputation. Angelo waved his hand, indicating for everyone to withdraw. We take our leave. The ministers exited one after another. When only Fang Heng and a few attendants remained in the hall, Angelo stepped down from his throne and stood in front of Fang Heng, speaking solemnly. Fang Heng, I've been briefed by Lane and Liat about your situation. I sincerely hope you will accept my invitation to become the national teacher of the Horus Kingdom. Your wisdom and talents will bring prosperity to our country. Lane and Liat exchanged a glance upon hearing this, feeling moved. National teacher. In the hierarchy of the country, the national teacher was second only to the Lord, standing on equal footing with the Imperial Grand Marshal. For mages, it was a coveted position. It had only been 3 hours since Fang Heng entered the game, yet he had already risen to such a position. Fang Heng neither accepted nor rejected the offer but simply said, Lord Angelo, do you remember the promise you made to me? Of course, I will follow all arrangements made by the national teacher. Fang Heng gazed at Angelo and spoke in a deep tone. If everything goes smoothly, it is possible that this world might be destroyed because of it. Everything will perish, including your country and your people. Even then, do you not care? As Angelo listened to Fang Heng's words, his expression became serious. Initially, when Lane and Liat mentioned their plan to destroy the world, Angelo did not take it too seriously. He had heard of others wanting to destroy the world before, but who had truly succeeded. The world still existed just fine, didn't it? But Fang Heng was different. At least, he had already demonstrated his strength. Angelo had to think seriously. After a moment, he nodded and said, Fang Heng, you may not know that my parents and my close relatives were all killed by the Holy Court. Since the day I escaped from the disaster, I secretly vowed to make them all pay a price. From that day on, I have endured immense pain every day. To live until now, revenge is my greatest motivation. If I can perish alongside the Holy Court, I would gladly do so. Very well, I need a batch of resources to be collected as soon as possible. When I surveyed the terrain upon my return, I want to establish a large altar on the edge of the Baiju Kingdom, so transport the resources there first. Good. The national teacher, I have already instructed people to collect the list of resources. Most of the resources have been prepared, and the rest are on their way for transportation. Once they arrive, we will immediately deliver them to the border area. As Angelo spoke, a hint of fervor flickered in his eyes. Originally, their Horus Kingdom was just a small country struggling to survive amidst larger nations, and they could be wiped out at any moment. As for the so-called revenge, Angelo knew deep down that it was merely a fantasy. Now that Fang Heng had suddenly appeared, it was an opportunity given by the heavens. He knew of Fang Heng's impressive background. Although their Horus Kingdom might become a target of the Holy Court, what did it matter? At least now he had a chance to take a risk, to make a bold gamble. Before, he didn't even have the qualification to sit at the gambling table. The reaction from the side of the Holy Court did not come as quickly as Fang Heng had anticipated. By the time the Central Church of the Taped World learned of the destruction of the Baiju Kingdom, it was already 5 hours later. After all, the Horus Kingdom was a tiny country, so insignificant that the Holy Court had previously not paid it any attention. Little did they expect that the Horus Kingdom had suddenly erupted, directly destroying one of their small Honor Knight Glory Knight units. Such audacity! When the Archbishop of the Central Church learned of the matter, he found it very strange. With the strength of the Horus Kingdom, how did they manage to completely eliminate the Honor Knight Order? Not to mention the Honor Knight Order. Within just 3 hours, they couldn't even destroy the Baiju Kingdom. It was impossible for them based on their capabilities. There had been rumors before that there were traces of a necromancer appearing within the Horus Kingdom. Could it be the undead faction? This idea flashed through the mind of the Archbishop. Orders have been issued for the 5 nearest Honor Knight divisions of the White Bamboo Kingdom to assemble and mobilize, with Beluyev as the Legion commander, to immediately set out and thoroughly investigate the truth of the matter. In the eyes of the High Archbishop in the center of the Holy See, Beluyev's combat experience is rich, his strength is very strong, and he commands an Honor Knights division of 500 men, supplemented by 4 other nearby legions. Their strength is more than enough to easily destroy any medium-sized empire on the continent, let alone eliminate a small country like the Kingdom of A. If hostile forces such as undead are found, eliminate them immediately. Yes. After receiving the assembly order from the Central Holy See, the 5 Honor Knight divisions immediately moved to the border of the White Bamboo Kingdom to assemble, preparing to advance towards the main city of the White Bamboo Kingdom that had been breached after the assembly. As some teleportation channels had been destroyed, it took over 5 hours for all 5 teams to fully assemble and enter the devastated territory of the White Bamboo Kingdom. At this point, it had been a full 14 hours since Fang Heng entered the game. It was dawn. Honor Knight Legion Commander Beluyev led his team slowly forward, entering the now ruined main city of the White Bamboo Kingdom. Beluyev surveyed the surroundings, now reduced to ruins after the war, his eyes flashing with a hint of doubt. Everyone, something doesn't seem quite right, The other 4 Honor Knight division leaders also looked serious, nodding in agreement. According to the information obtained from the Central Holy See, the attackers of the White Bamboo Kingdom were likely undead. But now, the battle traces left behind seemed very strange, unlike the marks left by attacks from undead factions in the past. One of the division leaders pondered and said, "From the description of the survivor just now, I thought of a creature. I wonder if any of you have the same feeling as me." The group exchanged glances and then said, in unison, "Lickers? Did you all have the same thought? Could it be Fang Heng?" Beluyev fell silent. Without seeing the enemy, they did not have 100% certainty. After all, Lickers and ghouls looked very similar. Moreover, they had encountered specially mutated ghouls during their battles with undead factions in the past. "Report back to the Holy See headquarters first, and we will continue to investigate. Spread the word. The enemy may be related to demonic creatures, so everyone be careful." "Yes, understood." The team continued to advance slowly. Strangely, Beluyev found that there were no signs of undead within the ruined city. Report. In front, the Vanguard reconnaissance team found something unusual. A member of the team hurriedly approached and reported, "My lord, we just found a strange red beam of light outside the city." A beam of light. Beluyev frowned slightly, immediately alert, and said, in a deep voice, Let's go take a look." Leaving the city, everyone immediately saw a dark red light beam emerging from a distance. The beam rose straight up, piercing the sky and disappearing into the thick cloud cover above. The light beam was coming from the border area of the Kingdom of A. Since it was night, the beam appeared somewhat conspicuous. "What is that thing?" Several Honor Knight leaders looked at each other, showing signs of vigilance. They had never seen a similar red beam of light before, but from that beam of light, they all felt an extreme danger. The light seemed to be slowly condensing. The destruction of the White Bamboo Kingdom was highly likely related to this beam of light. Let's go take a look." Yes. The Honor Holy Knight Legion set off again, quickly advancing in the direction where the red light beam was rising in the distance. "Speed up. Charge." Yes. The Imperial Knights charged wildly on the plain terrain, moving at extreme speed. In just half an hour, the Honor Knight Legion passed through to breach cities and arrived at the border of the Kingdom of A. Legion Commander Beluyev raised his hand, signaling his troops to stand on a high ground at the edge of a dense forest, looking at the area where the red beam of light was rising. Looking up at the direction of the red light beam, they saw a peculiar structure appearing on the sandy ground ahead. The structure was about 5 meters high, in a strange inverted triangular shape, surrounded by a dozen tall, circular stone columns. The columns were also about 5 meters high. In terms of structure, this building complex seemed to vaguely form a magical formation. The bright red light continued to overflow from the top of the structure. Was this structure always here before? I've never heard of it. Let's go. Let's see what they are up to. Be cautious. Yes. The troops gradually approached the triangular structure. Suddenly, the sand around the structure began to shake strangely, and liquor creatures emerged from the sand and rushed towards a Holy Knights Legion at a rapid pace. A deputy commander of the Knights frowned slightly and said, in a deep voice, "Not go. They are lickers." Their instinct was correct. It wasn't ghouls but lickers. This incident was related to undead. It was Fanghan. It was a demonic breed. A large number of lickers hidden under the sand emerged quickly, forming a dense mass in a short time, surging towards a Holy Knight's Legion. Don't panic, handle it carefully. Beluyev focused on commanding. Lickers have strong self-recovery and infectious abilities. Use the power of holy purification to help eliminate them. Yes, the elite honor knights of the high-level gaming world were far superior to ordinary holy sea warriors, with high spiritual attributes, and were not affected by the sudden attack of lickers. Their morale was high. In an instant, a wave of sacred ripples burst from each knight. Under the resonance of the sacred light, their overall abilities were greatly enhanced. Charge! The holy knights urged their warhorses forward to launch an attack. The sacred attribute can cause additional damage to the lickers. Similarly, under Fangang's intentional control, the lickers switched to the undead attribute. The corrosion effect added by the undead can also cause additional damage to the outer defensive shield of the turtle shell of the Holy Court. It seems like damage for damage, but Fangang's lickers are gaining blood on this end. And in terms of quantity, the lickers even had an absolute advantage. The battle lasted only 2 minutes, and several honor knight leaders immediately realized that the situation was bad. These lickers seemed like they couldn't be killed. After initially relying on their powerful charging ability to consume a wave of lickers, they surprisingly had a hard time causing effective damage to the group of lickers in subsequent attacks. As the battle progressed, the number of lickers pouring in from all sides actually kept increasing. What's going on? The strength of these licker monsters is extremely terrifying, completely different from the data in the Holy Court files. The strength difference is at least 10 times. With the current strength of their Honor Knights team, it was almost impossible to eliminate this wave of lickers. Retreat first. Knight Commander Beluyev exchanged a glance with several other commanders, immediately giving the order for the team to retreat. The group of lickers chased after them for a while, then quickly returned to the triangular building, not running too far. Even so, the Holy Glory Legion still pay some price to complete the escape. The Holy Knight Honor Legion retreated to a distant hill outside the inverted triangular building, observing the building from afar and still feeling lingering fear. Fortunately, the aggression of these lickers is not strong. If they continued to chase after them, the team would probably have suffered greater casualties. Several commanders exchanged quick glances, each showing a hint of dread in their eyes. Previously, they had heard that the lickers had caused great destruction in the lower-tier worlds, and initially, they were somewhat dismissive, thinking that the reports might have been exaggerated. Now that they had first-hand experience, they realized the reports had not been exaggerated at all but rather inaccurate. The lickers were even stronger than described in the reports. At least a tenfold difference. How did the report writers write about them like this? They are harming people. Beluyev instructed his subordinates, immediately report the situation of the lickers be found to the Central Sanctuary and await instructions from the Central Council. As they were considering that a direct assault on the building was not guaranteed to be successful and could result in significant losses, they decided to stay in place temporarily and wait for reinforcements. However, at that moment, a powerful energy fluctuation overflowed from the front. Then, an even more dazzling light spilled out from the inverted triangular building. In the blink of an eye, the red light gathered rapidly, and a purple light beam pierced through the sky. What's going on? The knights stared closely at the purple light beam spilling out from the inverted triangular building, their eyes showing alertness. The power fluctuations emanating from the building were more than 10 times stronger than just now. What on earth was happening inside? Several Legion commanders simultaneously looked at the overall commander Beluyev. What should they do? Should they go over and take a look? Before Beluyev could make a decision, the next moment, they all felt a violent shaking beneath their feet. Is it an earthquake? Sensing something about to happen, the knights' warhorses became restless. The night order was suddenly in chaos, and everyone was trying to calm down their horses. With the violent shaking of the earth, huge cracks appeared in the distance, and from the base of the cracks crawled out groups of ugly creatures. They had a black exterior covered with black scales, had 2 legs and 2 hands, moved quickly on the ground, and had short wings on their backs. That was. The knights' commanders were surprised to see the sight. The Abyssal Demons? Abyssal demons were a type of ancient creatures that once ruled this continent in ancient times. In ancient times, Abyssal demons were the overlords of this world. However, as humans gradually became stronger and with the arrival of the Sanctuary Fate, abyssal demons were gradually suppressed and eventually disappeared into the underground world. Abyssal demons had not appeared in the world for a long time. Now they had reappeared, and in terrifying numbers. Countless abyssal demons emerged from the cracks in the ground, like evil spirits crawling out of the depths of the earth. This scene left the Holy Knight Order in uncertainty. Was this inverted triangular building a summoning circle for the abyssal demons? Did the undead want to reawaken the dormant abyssal demons, once again plunging this world into chaos? Formation. Be careful. Abyssal demons are extremely challenging to deal with, especially watch out for their mental attacks. The Luyev shouted, signaling the team to maintain high alertness. The knights quickly formed a defensive formation, ready to fend off the abyssal demons' assaults. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Instead of launching an attack, the large groups of abyssal demons pouring out of the cracks headed crazily towards the distant inverted pyramid-shaped building. At the same time, the lickers previously stationed outside the building also rushed towards the abyssal demons. The two sides quickly collided on the battlefield, devouring each other like two meat grinders. The entire battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood. What's going on? The Holy Knight Legion, who was about to face the enemy, was momentarily bewildered. Why were the abyssal demons and the licker groups fighting each other first? Was their previous speculation completely wrong? What was even more terrifying was the number of abyssal demons. With the shaking of the earth, more and more cracks spread on the ground, and the dark abyssal demons emerged from the ground, rushing towards the inverted triangular building. The horrifying quantity of abyssal demons had astonished the entire Knight Order. Despite Beluyev's rich combat experience, he had never experienced such a situation before. The faces of the various honor knight commanders were extremely grave. The number of abyssal demons far surpassed that of the licker group, and the number was still increasing. Yet, on the battlefield, these terrifying abyssal demons were still unable to suppress the licker group. You see, it seems that the target of the abyssal cavern demon has always been that eerie triangular building. Although the abyssal cavern demon has the ability to fly low altitudes, they are unable to truly attack the triangular building due to the hindrance of the lickers and resurrected zombie creatures. Beluyev was filled with suspicion. What exactly is that building? What's the deal with the purple light pillars? And why did the abyssal cavern demon suddenly appear? And why are they launching such a furious attack on this building? Meanwhile, on the mainland, the central crystal stone of the Holy See Church was also showing slight vibrations. The Grand Arbiter of the Holy See, Barty, who was in a meditative state, suddenly jolted awake, staring intently at the crystal stone at the high end of the hall, his face showing horror. How could this be? How is the energy of this world rapidly deteriorating? Not good. It's dimensional energy. Someone is absorbing the dimensional energy of this world. Grand Arbiter Barty raised his head and asked, "Who is it? Have you located the position?" Two domain judges beside him immediately stood up. "We have found out. The coordinates are in a part of the border area between the White Bamboo Kingdom and the country." "What kind of place is that? I've never heard of it before." Barty furrowed his brow upon hearing this and immediately ordered someone to bring a map to check. It was the border area between two countries. It belongs to both the White Bamboo Kingdom and the country. These two countries are also insignificant small countries, and he had no impression at all, only knowing that in that area, their Holy See's control and influence were relatively weak. What's happening? Outside the hall, the Archbishop of the church suddenly heard about the abnormality of the crystal stone and hurriedly arrived with others. Barty looked serious. "Your Eminence, there is an anomaly with dimensional power." The Archbishop of the Central Church heard that the event had occurred in the White Bamboo Kingdom, his expression suddenly changing. "Your Eminence, have you figured out something?" "Yes. Not long ago, the White Bamboo Kingdom was rumored to have been annihilated, with reports of lickers appearing on the battlefield, but this information has not yet been confirmed." Lickers. In the hall, everyone's heart sank upon hearing this. Could it be Fang Heng? After the event, I immediately dispatched 5 honor knight squads to investigate. They should have arrived by now. Barty fell into a moment of silence. The previous actions of the Central Archbishop had not been wrong. But, if there's an issue with dimensional power, relying solely on the abilities of the Honor Knight Legion may not be enough to solve the problem. Grand Arbiter Barty said solemnly, "Prepare for the descent ceremony immediately. I want to go there and see for myself." "Yes, understood." White Bamboo Kingdom, on the Empire's border. Inside the eerie triangular building, The entire interior of the building was now covered with densely packed magic arrays. Fang Heng stood at the very center of the magic array. After carefully analyzing the scrolls Sandy translated over the past 2 days, under his transformation, the magic array within the entire building was divided into 3 layers. The outer layer absorbed the magic array, the middle layer transformed the magic array, and the innermost layer was the summoning magic array of Abakira. The roots of Abakira emerged from the summoning magic array, constantly trembling and shaking, madly absorbing the dimensional energy of the world transformed by the suspended dimension core. Just as Fang Heng had expected, the dimensional energy contained in the high-level game world far surpassed that of the mid-level game world. The potential that the dimensional core could release was now being fully exploited. Hint: Abakira gains dimensional energy 5M. Hint: Abakira gains dimensional energy 11.2M. Hint: Abakira gains dimensional energy 21.3M. Abakira greedily absorbed, and the dimensional energy soared. Similarly, the intensity of the invasion attacks by primitive world creatures outside also increased significantly. The abyssal cavern demon from the native world was very formidable. If not for the fact that the zombie avatars and him had all their attributes increased by about 20 times, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist. Fang Heng raised his head, looking at the rapidly depleting dimensional core in midair, a greedy smile playing on his lips. Absorb. Take advantage of the fact that the Holy See and other local powers have not yet realized what's happening. Absorb to the fullest. Suck them dry. Fang Heng pushed his mental state to the limit, pouring it into the magic array, the magic array in his right eye rotating to its limit, even shedding tears of blood. For a moment, the magic array spun violently, emitting a crimson light. Ryan and Light, standing on the second floor of the building, felt the waves emanating from the main magic array below, exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. What exactly is Fang Heng up to? Outside, the Holy See's Honor Knight Legion was equally shocked to witness this scene. Large cracks appeared on the ground outside the building, with almost no intact areas left. The number of abyssal cavern demons pouring out from the ground cracks far exceeded their imagination, covering the sky densely as they madly surged towards the triangular building, even obscuring a large part of their vision. Hey! Look over there. The Honor Knight suddenly noticed something and pointed to the area on the right. Everyone turned to look, their expressions changing instantly. A sacred light appeared and condensed in midair. The special ability of the Holy See, Miraculous Descent. Captain Beluyev of the Knight Legion's eyes showed horror. Things were escalating. What on earth was happening? What could make the senior members of the Holy See willing to spend such a huge amount of energy to directly institute a remote dissension? Let's go. We must go welcome them. Beluyev immediately led the Knight Legion to the descent location of the Holy See. In less than half a minute, the divine light shone on the earth. The glorious descent was complete. Seeing the 3 figures emerging from the descending light, all the Honor Knights knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to the Grand Arbiter, the high-ranking Grand Arbiter Bardi of the Holy See. Within the power structure of the Holy See, the Grand Arbiter and the World Archbishop were equals, but in reality, the Grand Arbiter had the responsibility of overseeing the central church from afar, and in terms of combat power, the Arbiter was a whole level higher than the World Archbishop. Bardi was the most powerful force of the Holy See in this world. The fact that even he had personally arrived at the battlefield was significant. Along with Bardi were 2 domain judges. Beluyev and several squadron leaders beside him exchanged a bitter look, their faces showing a hint of bitterness. Goodness, what situation were they in that even they didn't know? Reporting to my lord, we have just received news that the undead forces have launched an attack on the White Bamboo Kingdom. Several churches in the kingdom have been destroyed, and the night squad guarding the churches has also disappeared. We received orders from the Archbishop to investigate, and later discovered traces of lickspittles around the building, followed by a large number of cave demons appearing to besiege the building. Beluyev gathered his thoughts and quickly recounted what he had personally experienced. Following him, the 2 domain inquisitors, Chan Chi, looked towards the building with a sense of vigilance. Fang Heng, is it really him? Beluyev said, in a deep voice. Regardless, we must stop them. The Honor Knights will stay here on standby. Yes. Beluyev immediately raised a sacred shield with the 2 domain inquisitors and headed straight towards the building. To everyone's surprise, the cave demons did not attack the members of the Holy Court. It seemed that in the eyes of the abyssal creatures, the building itself was the only enemy. As they continued madly rushing towards it, Beluyov rushed towards the building, but soon he found himself surrounded by a large number of lickspittles swarming in. Seal. A large area of holy light radiated forward. The holy power surged, and the lickspittles group was instantly hit hard, tumbling and howling as they were pushed back. Formidable. Beluyov furrowed his brow. The sacred runic staff in his hand possessed a special sealing and purify ability, exerting a strong restraining effect on the lickspittles. With each purification sealing technique, a large number of lickspittles in the target area were immediately blasted away, their attributes sealed, falling into a severely injured state, with greatly diminished strength. Yet the lickspittles could still withstand his attacks and remain severely injured but alive. Such strong resistance and constitution. As Beluyov approached the building, more and more lickspittles converged around him, making it difficult for him to continue forward. Although each of Beluyev's attacks could send a large group of lickspittles flying, they were quickly replaced by more coming in. Indomitable, impossible to kill. Roar. Beluyov felt frustrated as he raised his staff, uttering a loud shout. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the staff, forming a substantial beam of light that blasted towards the building. Doom. The beam fiercely struck a layer of undead minions climbing on the outer periphery of the triangular building, causing significant damage as the structure shook violently. Under the impact, the purple light flowing out of the altar of the building dimmed slightly. Effective. Beluyov realized and prepared to unleash the same move again. However, as he raised his staff, a figure suddenly flashed out from the triangular building. Recognizing the person, Beluyev's eyes showed a tinge of surprise. Fang Heng. It really was him. What surprised Beluyov even more was that Fang Heng, after leaving the building, charged directly towards him. Before Beluyov could react, a group of abyssal cave demons had already rushed towards Fang Heng, surrounding and encircling him in the center. Doom. The layers of abyssal cave demons exploded, and Fang Heng's figure shot out from the burst. Staring at Beluyov with determination, Fang Heng swung the metallic staff in his hand forcefully. Doom. A golden sacred shield manifested before Beluyov, blocking the strike. A formidable power. Beluyev's shield trembled violently under the impact of the attack, consuming a third of its energy. Fang Heng, you have some nerve showing up here. Beluyov glared at him as Fang Heng swung his staff for a second time. Doom. Beluyov was shocked by the even stronger force of the second attack. Fang Heng's strength had increased to such an extent. This was completely different from the intelligence provided by the Holy Court. After enduring consecutive attacks, cracks had emerged on Beluyev's shield, making it obvious that it couldn't endure a third strike. Move aside. Beluyov lifted his staff high, aiming it towards Fang Heng. A dark golden beam of divine light shot out from the staff. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. The sudden attack was unexpected, with no prior movement, and it sealed off the surrounding space, leaving him no room to escape. The forces of the Holy Court in the advanced gaming world were indeed challenging to deal with. Acting swiftly, Fang Heng crossed his hands in front of him, bracing for the attack. Dang! The beam struck Fang Heng's hands, pushing him back a considerable distance into the air before exploding. Doom! The golden glow dispersed in the air, and the radiant power it emitted sent the lickspittles and cave demons below flying, creating a massive crater in the ground. Beluyov closely watched as Fang Heng flew back, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Amidst the dissipating smoke and dust, Fang Heng, supporting himself with his staff, slowly rose from the center of the crater, his burn swiftly healing from the holy light. Unscathed, Beluyev's pupils dilated. He even saw Fang Heng glare at him provocatively. How was it possible that he not only survived the attack but also remained unscathed? HMPH. Let's see how long you can hold on. Beluyev's attacks were various, but the most effective moves had little impact on Fang Heng. In disbelief, Beluyov continued to unleash divine light beams, creating golden streaks of light in the air. The two domain inquisitors following closely also targeted Fang Heng with their successive divine judgment skills. Fang Heng evaded swiftly within the lights. However, with the speeds of the lights and their locking ability, he was forced to confront them head-on. Fang Heng once again braced for impact. But Fang Heng still did not receive a fatal injury. Ineffective. Still ineffective. Seeing Fang Heng once again emerging from the scattered smoke and dust, Batty gradually calmed down. Perhaps Fang Heng has some special ability, able to resist their sacred attacks. Fang Heng still coldly stared at him, his face showing a hint of mockery. Heh. Why stop? Didn't have lunch? Fang Heng sneered, not launching an attack but continuing to provoke, taking a glance at the game prompts in passing. Although he had joined the battlefield, Abokoi in the rear altar was still doing his best to absorb dimensional energy, so what he needed to do now was simple: keep the attention of the holy courtside firmly on himself. The more hate he attracted, the safer the altar behind him would be. Batty stared at Fang Heng fiercely, and several flashes of sacred light appeared on the rear battlefield. Obviously, watching Batty delay in resolving the battle for so long, and as time passed, the concentration of dimensional energy in the whole world decreased. The central headquarters of the Holy Core began to panic and once again used remote arrival abilities to reinforce the battlefield. Fang Heng looked in the direction of the recent arrivals, his eyes revealing a hint of alertness. More troublemakers have arrived. Just judging from the brief fight with Batty, he roughly estimated that the opponent's strength could match the Elder Tree Spirit in its peak state of strengthening. It might even be stronger. As for the other domain judges entering the battle and the just-arrived domain cavalry commander, they were probably at the level of the peak Elder Tree honorary elders. Heh. Do you think that so many people coming over can stop me? When did the Holy Court learn our undeed's human wave tactics? Really quite ridiculous. Fang Heng chuckled lightly, then rushed towards Batty once more. The three domain cavalry commanders who had just arrived on the battlefield were surprised by the scene before them. What was that triangular building? Then, their gazes turned to Fang Heng, who was entangled in battle with Batty. Fang Heng. It's actually him, Vino, the only female domain cavalry commander who came to support, frowned tightly at the sight of Fang Heng entangled in battle with Batty. Not good. Fang Heng is likely delaying time. We can't let him succeed. That building is most likely used to absorb dimensional energy from the world. We need to find a way to destroy that building immediately. Are you sure? Not certain, but it's highly likely. We don't have time. If we delay any longer, this world is likely to collapse. All right, let's go. The remaining two nodded in agreement, and the three immediately split up, urging their sacred war horses to charge into the battlefield. Taking advantage of Batty and the others engaging Fang Heng, the three domain cavalry commanders rushed towards the semi-triangular building from another side. While the domain cavalry commanders were strong, they couldn't completely eliminate the liquor, but they could break through the layers of defenses and penetrate deep into the enemy ranks. They were getting close. Facing the building 50 meters away, Vina held a short knife in each hand, swiftly drawing two blades in the air. Two substantial holy sword lights extended towards the sacrificial altar building. At this moment, Fang Heng was entangled by Batty and the two domain judges and couldn't lend support, only able to watch as the sword light struck the altar. Disaster. Doom. Struck by the sword lights, the entire inverted triangular building once again trembled violently, even becoming somewhat shaky, and the purple light emanating from the building dissipated for a moment. The entire building shook violently, giving the impression that it could collapse at any moment. There's hope. The morale of the Holy Court's camp soared at the sight. Arbiter Batty, keep Fang Heng entangled. I'll break the building. Seeing the situation, Vina knew her tactical approach was working, shouting and hastening towards the building. Fang Heng observed the battlefield with a furrowed brow. Currently, he was firmly held down by Batty and the two domain judges, unable to lend support. In that case, then, a sharp glint flashed in Fang Heng's eyes as he shouted, Abakoya, doom. Boom boom boom. In response to Fang Heng's call, crimson light suddenly spread out from the inverted triangular building. Accompanied by a loud rumbling, ripples spread out in all directions. Vina was only 100 meters away from the building, about to swing her heavy knife for another attack. What? Suddenly, giant crimson roots with sharp thorns shot out from the cracks of the violently shaking triangular building. The red spikes immediately lunged towards Vina and struck her heavily on her holy shield. Dang, dang, bang. For a moment, the shield endured violent impacts, emitting a series of dull thuds. Vina inwardly thought it was bad. The large number of thorns crazily beating her protective shield. She could feel each thorn contained an incredibly strong force, sending her flying backward heavily. What a terrifying force! Fortunately, the attack range of the roots was limited. Vina was knocked out of the attack area, stabilizing her figure and looking back. In an instant, thick vines overflowed from the building, firmly wrapping it, as if those vine roots were parasites residing in the building. What on earth is that thing? Seeing the attack was ineffective and her outer deafens. Similarly, most of the dimensional crystal cores obtained through looting from the Tree Spirit clan have also been consumed, leaving less than 1/3 remaining. Well, let's continue. Draw fiercely. Although the efficiency has slowed down a bit, it does not affect Abakaya's continued extraction. No stops until it's done. Empty the entire sanctum-occupied world. Fang Heng looked up at Body, ready to go and engage again, when suddenly something stirred in his heart. A game prompt flashed on his retina. Prompt: players causing significant impact in the current world will trigger the Divine Realm Pursuit team to arrive early. Expected to arrive in 10 to 15 minutes. Sanctum Pursuers appear. Early warning. Abakaya, you have 10 minutes left. Absorb as much as you can, and evacuate immediately in 10 minutes. Fang Heng quickly conveyed the message to Abakaya through telepathy, then rushed towards Body. Body felt extremely anxious, constantly launching fierce attacks along with two Divine Realm judges. However, the opponent's vitality was terrifyingly resilient. Despite being at a disadvantage and under attack, it seemed as if all the attacks were ineffective against him. The members of the Sanctum Honor Knights waiting in the distance had solemn expressions. Even they could feel it, the rapid depletion of the world's power. The earth continued to tremble violently, huge cracks spreading rapidly on the ground, already spreading beneath their feet, and expanding further outside. The spreading speed was unusually fast. The sky was shrouded in thick black clouds. Everyone had a sense of impending doom. If this continued, it seemed like the whole world would collapse. Look! Suddenly, a knight noticed something and looked up at a shining spot in the sky. Hot, that is. Accompanied by the shimmering spot in the sky, all honor knights sensed an extremely devout power of faith radiating. After this power's influence, everyone felt an urge to kneel and pray on the spot. The arrival of the Divine Realm's Justice Judge Okuni and his entourage was imminent. Fang Heng has been unusually active recently. I didn't expect him to appear in Teeptel this time. There are reports that there are noticeable fluctuations in dimensional power in that world. Fang Heng is highly likely to have obtained dimensional power from the world of 10,000 forests. Everyone must be careful, Okuni said coldly. We must take down Fang Heng this time. Yes. The divine light shone in the air, momentarily dispelling the dark clouds covering the sky. The figures of Okuni and his team gradually materialized in the center of the light. As the light dissipated, Okuni and his group opened their eyes, observing this world. What's going on? The dimensional power in this world is already at the brink of depletion. Fang Heng. A glint of sharpness flashed in Okuni's eyes, rushing towards Fang Heng's location at top speed. At the same time, as Fang Heng hurriedly retreated from the triangular sacrificial architectural structure, he felt a sense of danger. They're coming. Fang Heng had escaped 2 minutes earlier. Sensing that his presence had been completely locked onto by Okuni, he was stimulated, and the demonic ore within him uncontrollably surged. Abakaya, prepare to withdraw. Fang Heng shouted in his mind, quickly disappearing into the sacrificial structure enveloped in layers of red tree roots. Okuni noticed Fang Heng entering the sacrificial structure tangled by roots and vines, his expression turning serious. Then, he swung his long sword forward with force. Thus, a huge sword ore slashed out from the sword. Boom! Boom! The sword ore fiercely struck the exterior of the building, creating a violent explosion. The outer layer of vines on the building collapsed under Okuni's sword, followed by the entire structure collapsing. The withered vines and branches attached to the walls of the ruins rapidly withered and dissipated visibly. Under the radiant sacred light emanating from all directions, the surrounding swarm of liquor struggled on the ground, unable to maintain their attack postures, rolling and writhing madly, emitting faint black smoke. Is it resolved? The members of the Sanctum Legion loved towards the Divine Realms Justice Judge Okuni. Where is Fang Heng? Okuni's face darkened, staring at the distant ruins. He had lost the connection to Fang Heng. He got away again. Faster than a rabbit, Okuni took a deep breath, surveying the area. His gaze settled on the surrounding liquors riding on the ground under the effect of his passive skill Holy Radiance, his brow furrowing. 2 months ago, these liquors would have evaporated under his holy burning in a matter of seconds. Now, although the burning effect had lasted for more than a minute, the liquors had not been completely killed. It was evident that their vitality had significantly increased. As for this world, the remaining dimensional power was almost gone, unable to sustain the world's operation any longer. Fang Heng, the power of dimensions. Okuni muttered to himself, his eyes revealing a strong vigilance. The last thing the sanctum wanted to see had happened. Fang Heng had likely figured out how to utilize dimensional power, and his summoned creatures had been greatly enhanced, potentially even influencing this world through dimensional power. As the dimensional energy ceased, the abyssal cave demon in the underground crevices also stopped emerging, but the cracks on the mainland continued to spread. Grand Arbiter Body led the others forward and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Lord Justice Judge. The dimensional power of this world is nearing depletion and is probably unable to support us for much longer. Okuni sighed inwardly, shaking his head slowly. He continued, there is no longer a need to survive here. This matter is not your fault. It is not your concern. I will inform the Divine Realm in detail and prepare to withdraw from here. The members of Grand Arbiter Body's group looked at each other, a hint of helplessness in their eyes. A disaster without cause. A world that had been built with so much effort and dedication was now collapsing, with no time even given for them to react. Yes, dimensional power represents the power that beings can perceive and obtain from this world, as well as the upper limit of power that beings can reach in this world. For the lower levels in the Holy Court, Fang Heng is a nightmare. Everyone secretly thinks that if it were in any other place, even if Fang Heng were to use his old tactics again, they would still be unable to defeat him. Not to mention the mid-level game worlds, even the high-level game worlds would struggle to resist him. In this case, wouldn't all the worlds controlled by the Holy Court be facing the danger of collapse? Don't worry, he won't come back. Okani shook his head, shifting his gaze towards the ruins of the altar, feeling secretly shocked. He knew that absorbing dimensional energy on a large scale like Fang Heng requires consuming dimensional crystal cores, which are extremely rare. The likelihood of Fang Heng returning again isn't high. Initially, one reason the God Court valued the Forest of 10,000 Realms so much was because the ancestor of the blood race had fled there and used the power of the Forest of 10,000 Realms to break the curse on himself. Additionally, the blood race ancestor left behind a secret legacy in the Forest of 10,000 Realms. The Holy Court did not allow that secret to fall into the wrong hands and had been trying everything to reclaim it. Another important reason was the dimensional power. Dimensional energy is considered the source power of the world, a highly dangerous force that should not fall into the hands of other powers. The Holy Court did not expect Fang Heng to enter that world and so quickly gain control over dimensional power and find dimensional crystal cores. The horrifyingly abnormal rate of growth. They cannot let him continue to grow. Okani faintly senses Fang Heng's terrifying rate of growth, even with the intervention of the Divine Realm. If left unchecked, the consequences could be even scarier. Luckily, the Great Sage had foreseen this. Okani closed his eyes again to sense where Fang Heng was, shaking his head, and said, "It seems Fang Heng has escaped to that world again." Beside him, a purifier who had followed Okani suddenly opened his eyes, making a light exclamation, "Sir, it's strange. Over the past 2 months, we've tried to investigate Fang Heng's whereabouts more than once and attempted multiple times to track him entering that unknown world, but that place has always been interfered with by a mysterious force, making tracking impossible." Another purifier also opened his eyes, nodding. "I noticed that too. Today is different. That protective force is rapidly dissipating. At this rate, in at most 12 hours, the protective force enveloping the world will completely dissipate, and then we can track Fang Heng's presence there. If I'm not mistaken, that place is the Forest of 10,000 Realms." Okani nodded, his eyes gradually becoming cold. "Let's go back first and report the situation to the Great Sage." Yes. Necropolis City, Missisco Castle. A player from the Undead Association rushed into the lounge and looked at the 3 people talking inside the room, reporting to the Guild Master urgent news from the Holy Court. According to the information obtained, the high-level world Tapter belonging to the Holy Court has suffered heavy damage from Fang Heng. It is said to have experienced extremely severe damage, and the Holy Court has already started evacuating Tapter. It seems they are completely giving up on Tapter. What? Upon hearing this news, the 3 people who were originally sitting on the sofa all stood up in surprise, looking at the player with astonished eyes. "Is the information accurate? Fang Heng? Are you sure it was him?" The player nodded. "Based on the information we received, yes." The 3 people exchanged glances, taking several seconds to digest the news, their expressions changing several times within those few seconds. Initially, when they first heard that Fang Heng was planning to target a game world in the Holy Court faction, they thought he was joking. How could he single-handedly achieve what so many players in the Undead faction had failed to accomplish after so long of planning? But now, the reality was right in front of them. Fang Heng did it, and in such a short time. Tapter was even a high-level game world. Had Fang Heng's strength reached such a level? Upon regaining their senses, they couldn't help but feel some regret. If they had known in advance that Fang Heng had a way to destroy Tapter, they could have planned ahead and used this opportunity to deal a bigger blow to the Holy Court, gaining a greater advantage for the Undead faction. What they needed to do now was not to regret but to leverage the advantage for the Undead faction. Cerulean immediately said, "I need detailed records of the Tapter incident right away. All relevant information." "Yes, understood. Also, immediately gather everyone for an emergency meeting. We must seize this opportunity. Take action right away. Tonight." "Yes, understood." At this moment, Fang Heng had just returned to the Forest of 10,000 Realms through Abe's dimensional traversal ability, breathing heavily. Despite his attributes having increased nearly 20 times due to dimensional power enhancement, he still felt immense pressure upon sensing the presence of the Divine Realms Okeani. Even before direct contact, the pollution in his consciousness began to stir restlessly. Fang Heng took a deep breath to calm himself. He could confirm that at present, in a one-on-one battle, he was definitely not Okmi's match. However, he was in a much better position compared to the last encounter. At least he could now contend with the Divine Realm. After a brief recovery, Fang Heng checked the mission prompts. Firstly, the Undead mission. Having absorbed most of the dimensional energy in the Tapter game world, he received a task from Ancient Row, participation in frontline battle Undead faction with completion now at 6,000%. As for the follow-up, Sister would have some additional arrangements, and he estimated that the final tally could increase by another 400 to 500 points. There was no hurry now. He would submit the task to Ancient Row after everything was over. It's a pity he didn't get the overall support of the Undead faction. Otherwise, the completion rate of the task could have been lifted to another level. On the other hand, Abe had collected a huge amount of dimensional energy in Tapter this time. A whopping 250 billion units of dimensional energy. Roughly estimating, Fang Heng could increase his dimensional level by another 6 to 8 grades. By then, his strength and that of the entire vampire clan would be further enhanced. However, to complete the enhancement of dimensional abilities, he would need to re-enter the inner world and complete the ceremony at the Shrine of Prayer. Sandy, have there been any updates from the Soul Clan? It is said that they have completed the translation of most of the scriptures, but have not found any valuable clues. Sandy is currently staying in the Soul Clan's habitat, stating that he wants to consult other relevant materials to search for clues. He plans to translate and search through all related scriptures and records. Additionally, there is a message from Tippy that the Soul Clan is prepared to take action against the demon race at any time. All right, Fang Heng nodded, glancing at the final game hint. There were only a few hours left of protection time in the Forest of 10,000 Trees. Tell everyone to get ready to take action. Kel's expression turned serious as he responded, yes. 30 minutes later, Fang Heng once again traversed into the inner world through Abakai. As soon as he entered the inner world, Fang Heng was immediately surrounded by a strong aura of black mist. The absence of a few days had made the mist even more concentrated. Only royals, like blood princes, might be able to resist such pollution. In contemplation, Kale and his group of blood prince followed closely behind Fang Heng into the inner world. Everyone is here. Let's go. With that, Fang Heng led the group of blood princes towards a distant prayer sanctuary. An hour later, the group arrived at an unoccupied prayer sanctuary. Let's get to work. Yes. The blood princes immediately began setting up the magic circle. Fang Heng pondered on the sign. Currently, he could directly utilize the power of the prayer sanctuary for the next step of dimensional level upgrade, but the upgrade might cause a strong disturbance, greatly attracting the attention of Arrogance. If he inadvertently ended up fighting Arrogance, it could impact the grand plan. You all stay here to set up the magic circle. Prepare to act after I send further instructions. Understood, my lord. Inside the Root Clan camp, a thick fog had enveloped the area. The closer one got to the depths of the Root Clan camp, the more intense the polluted mist became. Ordinary people could not enter such dense black fog. Even Blood Prince's presence would be significantly suppressed. Fortunately, Fang Heng was also a demon race, so the impact on him was minimal. Fang Heng observed the exterior of the Root Clan camp for a while before sneakily infiltrating. After a few days, the interior of the Root Clan territory had undergone significant changes. Erected in what was once an empty area behind the camp were several stone pillars over 3 meters high. Upon closer inspection, the pillars were made up of small black stones stacked together. Numerous pillars were crowded together in a vast open space, seemingly intentionally arranged to form a giant magical circle structure. The dense black mist was continuously emanating from the stone pillar buildings. Some Root Clan guards were moving stones back and forth, constructing more pillars on the periphery. Stone pillars, a magical circle. Fang Heng muttered to himself, concealing his aura and cautiously approaching the stone pillars. Black mist affected visibility and perception, providing him with a better opportunity to infiltrate. The guards within the Root Clan camp were busy building the pillars and had not noticed Fang Heng slip in from not far away. Soon, Fang Heng quietly approached a black stone pillar, hiding behind it and carefully observing. Each stone pillar was covered with vertical black lines. The magical circle unique to the abyssal abyss. Fang Heng recognized it almost instantly. Each upright stone column was inscribed with a magical circle, and a large number of small pillars were orderly arranged to form a giant magical circle. Fang Heng closely observed the magical circle structure. Was it a teleportation array? Fang Heng had not systematically studied abyssal magical circles, but had some exposure in the past. At first glance, the magical circles seemed to function like a form of teleportation. Looking up, the cracks in the stone above the pillar constantly emitted black mist. So, the black mist was being teleported from somewhere. Where could that be? Doubts arose in Fang Heng's mind. Arrogance had been lurking here since its escape, setting up this magical circle. What exactly did it intend to do? Fang Heng looked towards the central area of the giant magical circle at a deeper distance. It was shrouded in a black mist, impenetrable even to his perception. Let's take a look. After contemplating for a moment, Fang Heng cautiously approached. As he delved deeper into the black mist, the visible distance for ordinary people was less than half a meter. Even facing each other, it was difficult to see each other's faces clearly. As he ventured further into the depths of the pillar group, Fang Heng noticed that the pillars around him were getting taller, and the black mist emanating from them became thicker. Fang Heng crouched and checked a stone pillar in front of him. The magical circle on these pillars had some differences compared to the earlier ones. It was indeed a teleportation magical circle, but slightly different from the typical ones. Suddenly, something dawned on Fang Heng as he looked up ahead at an area covered by a dense black fog. His heart raced quicker as he guessed what arrogance the demon wanted to accomplish: to spread the abyss. These minute crevices on the stone pillars were, in fact, the tiny gaps between the abyss and the inner world. This enormous magical circle constructed by the pillars would gradually spread these gaps, eventually merging the inner world and the abyss. It was similar to what he had seen on the outer outskirts of the abyssal gateway before. This is quite a good thing. This magical circle might be useful. Fang Heng muttered softly, surveyed the surroundings, confirmed his safety, and then focused on the magical circle, painstakingly committing all the details to memory. Abracadabra. The magical circle rapidly spun in Fang Heng's right eye. Hint: the player is attempting to remember and record an unknown magical circle. The current magical circle level is extremely high, with a chance of failure. Hint: the player gains additional success rate from alchemy heritage. Hint: the player's current attributes of mental and perceptual have exceeded the requirements, granting additional success rate. Hint: the time required for engraving the magical circle is 20 minutes. Success rate 33.11%. The success rate was a bit low. Fortunately, perhaps due to the dense black mist, the deeper areas of the stone pillars were now devoid of any Root Clan guards. The difficulty of creating a magic array is very high, and it also requires a special intermediate material called abyssal magic stone. This material Fang Heng has never heard of before and does not know where to obtain it. However, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the large black stone pillars surrounding him. He could try to directly dismantle them, extract the abyssal magic stone from the ruins of the destroyed stone pillars, or go rob the Root tribe. But the timing at the moment is not suitable for action. Fang Heng quietly made a note of the resources he needed to scavenge, stayed in place, and continued to patiently observe for a while. He didn't see any arrogant figures. Could it be in the depths of the black stone pillars? Fang Heng was hesitating whether to go deeper to take a look, when suddenly he sensed a group of people approaching from afar, so he immediately dodged behind the black stone pillars, observing stealthily. In the distance, the Root tribe elder Geoffrey and his guards were slowly approaching. Geoffrey seemed somewhat anxious. Under the urging of another elder, the Root tribe guards at the rear controlled several carts entwined tightly by root tendrils, slowly moving towards the depths of the black stone forest. Fang Heng curiously glanced a few more times. The carts were covered with layers of white cloth, completely locked by vine tendrils, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, the carts looked very heavy and left deep grooves on the ground as they passed by. What kind of stuff was on the cart? Could it be materials for making special magic arrays? Fang Heng stroked his chin and discreetly followed. Geoffrey and his group slowly moved towards the deepest part of the black stone forest until they stopped in the area where the black mist was thickest. In front of them, the dense black aura continuously merged with the surrounding environment, creating a strange fluctuation. It seemed as if the boundary of the world was gradually being erased and fused right in front of their eyes. The dense black mist kept overflowing from the front. The Root tribe people stopped at the exit area where the black mist poured out, hesitating for a moment. Geoffrey glanced at the people, then said in a deep voice, "Let's go." The group proceeded again, slowly pushing the cart into the passage, soon disappearing into a veil of black mist. Fang Heng emerged from behind the stone pillars, gazing at the gradually distorting space ahead. Wow! It turned out that Arrogance had successfully opened a gateway to the underworld. Ahead was the area where the inner world merged with the underworld. Passing through this twisted space, they were likely to enter the underworld. So Arrogance had returned to the underworld. The underworld seemed to have a strange attraction, urging Fang Heng to move forward step by step. Since he was already here, might as well go check it out. Fang Heng lightly tapped the ground with his toes and swiftly entered the passage. Hint: player enters special area, 7th level of hell. Hint: due to the player's special effect, the player is immune to current environmental attribute weakening. These two game prompts quickly appeared in front of his eyes. Passing through an area of about 5 to 6 meters where the space fluctuations merged, the dense fog ahead dissipated a lot, and the terrain gradually became open, restoring clear visibility. The air was filled with a dry heat. Fang Heng concealed his breath and figure, surveying his surroundings. Lava terrain, the familiar environment of hell. Numerous fire demons lurked in the surrounding lava pools. Not far away, Geoffrey and his group were pushing the cart deeper. Fang Heng followed from a distance. Geoffrey slowly passed through the lava area until he entered a cave in the rear. From the cave, Fang Heng vaguely felt a powerful surge of energy. It was a demon. Arrogance was very likely inside that cave. Fang Heng dared not get too close, completely hiding his aura and slowly moving to the outside of the cave, cautiously peering inside. The cave was filled with dark black altars. The black aura kept emanating from the altars. Arrogance, the demonic seed, sat in the center of the cave, seemingly in a meditative state. He appeared to be absorbing the power of the black aura. The altar. Fang Heng squinted his eyes, gazing at the rows of black altars in the cave. He had seen similar altars when he entered the edge of the underworld before. Tower of Chaos. Arrogance was absorbing the power of chaos. Fang Heng once again focused his gaze on Arrogance. Compared to the last time he saw him, Arrogance's strength had greatly increased, so Arrogance had been here recovering his strength these past few days. With the current Arrogance and the special terrain boost from the underworld, could he defeat the pursuers from the divine realm? Fang Heng's thoughts became eager. Looking up again, the Root tribe elder had already brought his group pan carts to Arrogance's side. Geoffrey respectfully knelt down and reported, "Lord Demon, we have prepared the materials you need. Also, we encountered some problems. There are a lot of spies outside the camp. If we leave the original forest area, we may clash with the Blood tribe band humans." A bunch of useless excuses. Arrogance opened his eyes, interrupting Geoffrey with a cold snort, waving his hand. "Forget it. When my strength is fully restored, I will completely destroy that world." Lowering his head, Geoffrey dared not speak. "Why are you still here? Leave the stuff and get out." "Yes." Geoffrey stood up, waved his hand, and immediately led his tribesmen to evacuate. Arrogance raised his hand forward. Doom. Boom boom. The carts on the ground exploded, and the black or crystals hidden within floated in the air. Whoosh. Whoosh. A black aura gushed out from Arrogance's body, gathering towards the crystal stones. Under the influence of the black mist, the crystals slowly rotated, revealing a layer of dark glow on the surface. From a distance outside the cave, Fang Heng's heart stirred at the sight. This thing looked very much like Abyssal Magic Stone. So, was the Abyssal Magic Stone personally produced by Arrogance's transformation? Fang Heng was skeptical when several lines of game prompts appeared. Hint: the player's current reward time in the Forest of Eternity has ended. Other players and factions can enter the Forest of Eternity area through various means. Hint: the pursuit team sent by the Divine Realm will try to locate your position again, after 9+15 additional increase due to the influence of artifact skills, plus 6 hours affected by the failure of the Advanced Game World Tower Temple Elite's portal arrival. They're here. Just as he saw the game hints, Fang Heng frowned, deciding not to continue observing. Arrogance had been found by now. The Holy Judge Okini and his group simultaneously opened their eyes. The isolation barrier outside the world of Wanson Forest is completely gone. A glint of sharpness appeared in Okini's eyes as he said, in a deep voice, "The barrier is gone. Chase." Yes. The 5 of them sat in a circle, closed their eyes again, and followed Fang Heng's induction to establish a descent channel. After 3 hours, a Divine Realm Purifier God Messenger opened his eyes and looked at Okini, reporting, "My lord, Fang Heng's location is being influenced by a special force. We may not be able to track his exact location, and the descent point may experience a significant deviation. It doesn't matter. We continue to chase. The Great Sage has given orders that Fang Heng must be brought back to the Divine Realm." Okini knew that Fang Heng must have set some traps in the world of Wanson Forest waiting for them. It doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, he doesn't believe Fang Heng has any room to resist. They can make countless mistakes, but Fang Heng cannot. The moment he shows a flaw, Okini swears he will capture Fang Heng and imprison him forever in the Divine Realm. Meanwhile, Fang Heng had returned from the Hell World and was quietly waiting in the inner world at the Blackstone Forest camp of the Root Tribe, waiting for the pursuers from the Holy Court Divine Realm to arrive. Choosing to hide in the Stone Forest was a carefully considered decision. Under the shroud of black mist, the tracking from the Holy Court might be partially affected. How much impact there would be depended on luck. Unfortunately, the black mist in this place was too thick, making it impossible for Moji Away to persist. Otherwise, he would be pulled over. With that in mind, Fang Heng slowly closed his eyes. The great battle was imminent. Without thinking about other matters, he directly closed his eyes to rest and adjusted his state to the best condition. Take a chance. This time would determine a lot. At the same time, in the outside world, Type had already assembled his Soul Tribe followers outside the resting place of the Root Tribe. Under Fang Heng's command, Duke Bella of the Blood Tribe led a group of Blood Tribes to help the Soul Tribe exterminate the Root Tribe. Since the Blood Tribe has strength and their dimensional power, the backlash in her body has been greatly reduced, and she can even manipulate the Tasters group on a small scale with Fang Heng's authorization. The group had been ambushing on the outskirts for a full 5 hours. Type was somewhat uneasy. How could he not have expected Fang Heng to find a way to deal with Xiaoluba so quickly and even plan to completely eradicate it? The fast pace made the Soul Tribe feel uneasy. Xiaoluba's terrifying strength was capable of destroying the entire Soul Tribe single-handedly. Could he really settle it so quickly? In the inner world Root Tribe camp, hidden in the thick black mist, Fang Heng was concealed behind a towering black pillar in the corner. Warning: a pursuit team dispatched by the Divine Realm will arrive within 3 minutes. Please be cautious, players. A crimson warning appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Here they come. Fang Heng's heart stirred, immediately expanding his perception to the limit. Soon, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to a distance. Outside the Root Tribe camp, faint spatial force fluctuations appeared in the sky. Flickering dots of sacred power gradually emerged. Lucky, Fang Heng inwardly exclaimed. The divine teleportation was indeed affected by the black mist, causing a slight deviation in the descent point, not appearing directly around him, but offset outside the Root Tribe camp. Although the deviation was not significant, it was enough for him to do many things. Fang Heng immediately stood up and darted towards the depths of the black mist. Outside the Root Tribe camp, under the influence of divine power, the spatial fluctuations gradually expanded, revealing twinkling spots of sacred power. Stimulated by the sacred attribute, the black mist immediately surged towards the light spots. Hiss! Hiss hiss. The black mist bowled as if it were about to evaporate violently. The high-intensity fluctuations immediately caught the attention of the Root tribe guards within the camp. Quick, report to the elder. Jofrid received information and, immediately, led his men to investigate. What kind of ghostly thing is this? Jofrid looked up at the rapidly condensing sacred energy wave in the sky, his heart sinking. The golden light spots in the air continued to converge and form a light sphere in the center, as if something was gestating within it. He had never seen this power before, and it seemed especially restraining against the power of the demonic races. This was definitely not a good sign. Jofrid frowned and raised his staff high. Swish, swish, swish. Countless natural arrows entwined with black mist rushed towards the luminous sphere in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows were not touched by the luminous sphere, as they were already impacted by external divine vibrations, exploding one after another. To burst black mist rushed towards the luminous sphere. No effect. Everyone clearly saw that the arrows and black mist only slightly affected the speed of the luminous sphere's condensation. The light continued to gestate visibly at a rapid pace. Doom. In a matter of seconds, the sacred light burst open, purify the surrounding area and creating a nearly 100-meter dark golden sacred domain. In the center of the sacred domain, the divine realm judge Okini and his four purifiers descended. Okini opened his eyes, glanced around at the dense black mist, and immediately frowned. The contamination of the demonic races. Such a high concentration? What's going on? Isn't this the world of Wonsan Forest? Why does it look more like the territory of the demonic races? Is it because of Fang Heng's appearance that this place has become contaminated? And where is Fang Heng? Okini surveyed the surroundings and looked towards the Root tribe people not far away below, asking, where is Fang Heng? Jofrid and his group saw the Divine Realm delegation descending and were not clear on what had happened. They could only judge that the other party's strength was terrifying. Then they heard the question and suddenly felt a shock in their heads. Fang Heng. Are these people the reinforcements Fang Heng called for? A purifier from the Holy Court shook his head and said, My lord, don't waste time on these servants of the demonic races. I will deal with them. As he spoke, the purifier stepped forward into the void, slashing out with a sacred long sword. Thus, as the sword swung, it extended a sword energy condensation constructed from sacred power outward. The sword energy spread several meters in the air and pressed down towards the Root tribe people below. Oh no! Jofrid felt immense pressure, his heart twisting in midair, his pupils shrinking, and he heavily struck down with his staff. A layer of black mist rapidly surged in the camp area, forming a huge barrier to block the sword energy. Boom! 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 Jofrid shouted loudly, immediately leading the Root tribe members to retreat. At this moment, Fang Heng had reached the edge of hell. Sensing the purifier's attack behind him, his heart sank. Currently, there was still a gap in strength between him and the purifier. Retreat. The next moment, Fang Heng darted into the world of hell. Thinking of running now, it's too late. The purifier of the God realm shook his head lightly, watching the Root tribe members fleeing deep into the camp in panic. Did Fang Heng just want to use these people to block their pursuit? He underestimated them too much. Behind Orkney, four purifiers extended their hands and opened them forward in unison. Divine brilliance descends. Accompanied by a deep buzzing sound, waves of holy power emanated from the four individuals. The dazzling sacred light instantly tore through layers of dark mist surrounding it, enveloping the fleeing Root tribe guards as if the dawn breaks through dark clouds. The Root tribe guards felt as if they were in scorching flames, each of them falling to the ground in agony. Black mist continuously pouring out from their bodies. Even the Root tribe's Grand Elder Jofrid couldn't act under the burning light, half kneeling on the ground, completely losing his ability to resist. Orkney didn't even bother to look Jofrid in the eye, just glanced around and asked, Where is Fang Heng? A purifier closed his eyes and pointed forward, saying, There. Let's go. Orkney led the way towards Fang Heng, and the holy domain surrounding them dispersed large swaths of black mist as they advanced, until they reached the deepest part of the black stone forest. In front of them, an area where the shadow world merged with the world of hell appeared, showing a strange distortion in the world. The God realm people halted at the entrance. Orkney gazed at the distorted passage ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of fear flashing through. Fang Heng's growth was so fast. He could already open a passage to the world of hell. This person must be eliminated. Sir, The hell space is expanding here. Fang Heng has probably awakened some hell power, and he likely guided us here intentionally. We must be careful, Orkney said in a deep voice. Understood. Let's continue the pursuit, he added, stepping forward into the gradually merging distorted space. Soon, they crossed through the merging area and entered the world of hell. The holy domain previously surrounding Orkney and his group abruptly shrunk, only half its original size. The environment of the hell world had a significant impact on Orkney and his team, visibly suppressing their strength. The fire demons lurking in the lava sensed the provocation of the holy aura and became agitated, crawling out of the lava, ready to attack. Humph! The purifier snorted, his scepter lightly tapping the ground. Thus, a wave of divine ripples emanated outwards from the point of impact, repelling the fire demons that approached them. The fire demons expelled from the aura were swiftly purified until they dissipated. Another purifier sensed something, furrowing his brows and cautiously looking ahead, whispering, "Sir, there is a powerful demonic presence over there. Is that Fang Heng? Not certain." "Pursue," Orkney said concisely, striding forward. At this moment, Fang Heng remained hidden in a vast underground lava space deeper inside. Though he had suppressed his aura to the lowest level, he could still be roughly tracked by the members of the Holy Court. Fang Heng turned around, carefully observing a nearby cave. The arrogance was there. How could that guy endure this for so long? Even when he was cornered, he could still hide there. Suddenly, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. A massive surge of power emanated from the cave. Here it comes. Not far away, Orkney and his group were tracking Fang Heng, who had just entered a vast underground lava chamber. Orkney halted, looking deep ahead. Doom! The next moment, a thick black mist surged out from a cave ahead, rushing towards them, as if to engulf them completely. Orkney's expression turned serious, and he reached out his right hand. A golden longsword materialized in his palm, swiftly slashing forward. Swish! A golden defensive barrier formed before them. Hiss! Hiss! The dense black mist collided with the sacred barrier, producing intense hissing sounds, like boiling water hitting a hot pan. Even Fang Heng lurking in the shadows could feel the vibrations in his eardrums. The black mist was rapidly purified and dissipated under the effects of the golden barrier. Sout! Next, a deep and heavy impact sounded. A figure emerged from the thick black mist, delivering a strong punch to the sacred shield. Orkney furrowed his brows slightly. Crack! Crack! Fine cracks appeared on the sacred shield. Doom! With a loud bang, the entire shield shattered before the God Realm's eyes. Ha ha ha! The remnants of the God Realm. I didn't go looking for you, but it seems you've come to me. The arrogance laughed loudly, appearing in front of Orkney and his group. I have some scores to settle with you all. Since you're here, none of you shall leave today. Stay here together. Boom! Boom! As soon as the words fell, the cave's walls and floors exploded, and gigantic dark brown worm-like monsters emerge. Hellworms, be careful, everyone. The purifiers immediately cast sacred spells to defend themselves. Let's fight. Let's fight. Fang Heng saw that both sides finally started fighting, feeling exhilarated, and even wanted to clap to cheer them on. At this moment, the elder Giavere of the Root tribe finally caught his breath under the massive range-killing move in the Holy Court, just managing to gather the remaining members of the Root tribe to guard outside the boundary of the Hellgate. Giavare's face was constantly changing. In the recent battle, he almost died there. Even though the enemy's attacks were not directed at him, he was almost killed by the collateral damage. The camp was invaded by unknown enemies, and their strength far exceeded their own. Giavere knew he was powerless to resist, so he could only fully activate the power of the sapling of the Tree of Gods, leading people to wait in the fusion area of the Hell World, hoping that the Demon Lord could successfully deal with these invaders. As he pondered, there was a disturbance coming from the fusion channel ahead. Giavare's heart skipped a beat. The rest of the Root tribe members also stared tightly at the entrance of the channel. Someone is coming out so soon. Who could it be? Is it the invaders from earlier? Giavere was astonished when he saw the figure rushing out of the channel. What? It's actually Fang Heng. Giavere was extremely surprised. It was beyond his wildest imagination that the person coming out of the channel would be him. Fang Heng had just left the fusion area of the Hell World and was also somewhat surprised to see Giavere and his group outside, frowning. How troublesome. He indeed wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely resolve the Root tribe. But now was not the time. There was no time. The battle between the Holy Court and the arrogant demon race would not last long. Get rid of them. The sooner, the better. In an instant, Fang Heng made a decision and formed a seal with his hands in front of him. The next moment, a huge amount of mental power poured into his consciousness. Suddenly, a red moonlight shadow appeared behind Fang Heng. When Jiavare and his group saw Fang Heng appear, they were momentarily stunned, then immediately reacted. Fang Heng. It was really him. The group of enemies just now were likely attracted by Fang Heng. Take down Fang Heng first. Jiavare was furious and shouted, "Stop him!" Before anyone could act, Jiavare's pupil suddenly dilated. What was that again? A profound silence emanated from behind Fang Heng. Jiavare felt as if he was in a surreal world. He faintly saw a pure black ancient tree rising behind Fang Heng. Because of its pure black color, it looked more like a reflection left after sunlight shining. As everyone saw the ancient tree, they all felt a part of the power originating from the demon race in their bodies involuntarily activated, with an urge to submit. A faint black mist enveloped the members of the rude tribe. A strange breeze passed by. Jiavare stood still, his pupils turning gray-white in an instant, losing all control over his body. Hint. Player uses skill. Eternal Moon. Hint. Detected that the player is in a high-level sequence game world, and is currently in a special environment. Hint. Fusion. In the current special environment, player's skill form is changing. In fusion. Hint. Detected the player's current academic status. High-ranking demon. Skill fusion in progress. Hint. Detected the player's current world position. World of 10,000 forests. Skill fusion in progress. Hint. The player and teammates have entered the cycle of rebirth. Hint. Eternal Moon summon skill. Hell Tree. Greedy Ancient Tree. Creature. Hell Tree. Greedy Ancient Tree. Special information. Legendary creature. The black ancient tree gently swayed behind Fang Heng. At this moment, all members of the root tribe seemed to be completely still, unable to move a muscle, including Fang Heng, who alone could see small infant demons perched on the shoulders of each tribe member, known on their souls. The demonic infants were consuming their souls. All the demonic infants were connected by long umbilical cords to the black withered tree behind them. The root tribe members stood motionless like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, unable to sense any pain, as time seemed to stand still until their souls were completely consumed, their eyes losing their radiance, falling heavily to the ground. At the same time, a gaming prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint. Player absorbed Root Tribe Guard Elite Soul Essence. Player's soul strength slightly increased. Player's academic skill. High-ranking demon bloodline experience value plus 3,310. Hint. Player absorbed Root Tribe Elder Jiavare. Soul Essence. Player's soul strength slightly increased. Player's academic skill. Demon lineage experience value plus 125,000. In just 10 seconds, except for Fang Heng, no one could stand within the range of the skill influence. In the same short 10 seconds, Fang Heng's mental power was instantly depleted. Phew. Fang Heng forcefully halted the release of the skill, placed his hand on a black pillar beside him, panting heavily, feeling a sense of relief mixed with fear in his heart. The creature summoned by Eternal Moon had once again had a surge of power. Luckily, during this time, he had undergone the strengthening of dimensional power, nearly increasing his mental attributes by 20 times. Otherwise, his mental strength would again have been exhausted. Fang Heng took a few deep breaths, tossed a pill into his mouth for rapid mental recovery, and quickly clasped his hands in front of him to form a seal. Swish! A crimson streak formed between Fang Heng's eyebrows, floated rapidly in the air before bursting, creating a portal of blood, summoning Prince Blur of the Vampires, leading a group of vampire elites, stepping out of the portal in succession. As soon as Blur emerged from the transmission channel, he saw a ground full of corpses, couldn't help but shudder, and immediately bowed to Fang Heng, reporting, "Greetings, Lord King. What are your orders? Inform everyone to start moving immediately." "Yes." Blur nodded and immediately returned through the teleportation channel. Fang Heng watched Blur leave, waited for a few breaths until he felt his mental power had mostly recovered, then turned around again to face the continuous fusion of the Hell World and the Inner World space. Swish! Fang Heng clasped his hands in front of him, and a rapidly turning magic array appeared in his right eye pupil. Suddenly, the magic array set up in the silver ground of the root tribe emitted a faint resonance. The magic array reversed its operation, Under the gaze of the vampire elites, the division line between the hell world and the inner world was gradually becoming blur. Head. During this time, he can completely wipe out the Root clan and the Soul clan, and complete the main mission to control the entire game world and obtain rewards. There was a look of excitement in Fang Heng's eyes. In the sky, Prince Buell once again emerged from the passage and reported, "Your Majesty, I have informed the various regions, and the operation has begun." Fang Heng turned and looked at the elite vampire behind him. "Get to work. Clear the remaining Root clan remnants in the camp area, and be careful not to damage the stone pillars here." "Yes, understood." Buell accepted the order, immediately leading his elite subordinates to clean up the remnants left in the Root clan camp. Fang Heng raised his head and looked into the distance at a certain place behind him. In the far distance at the location of the Temple of Prayer, a bloody red pillar of light could faintly be seen rising. It seems that Gare has also activated the magic circle of the prayer temple over there. According to the plan, the Blood Prince Gare would oversee the ceremony after the Abeshia summoning magic circle was completed, helping Abeshia raise her dimensional level again. Since he wasn't personally overseeing the magic circle, the speed at which Abeshia converted dimensional energy would be very slow. In fact, Gare's side was just a safety net provided by Fang Heng. In case his plan to entice the Divine Realm into chase and arrogance encounters any setbacks, Gare's side could take advantage of the time he spent dealing with the Holy Core and arrogance to elevate his dimensional level. It was considered a contingency plan. Things had been going exceedingly smoothly so far in theory, and he had already reaped the benefits he should have gained. But Fang Heng turned around again, looking at the rapidly fading hell world space in front of him, squinting his eyes slightly. "Pass on to Mo Jiawei for me. Everything is proceeding according to the original plan. He doesn't need to worry about me." "Yes." Just before the hell world space was about to disappear, Fang Heng darted into it. "Let's go in again." The arrogant demon race and the pursuit troops from the Divine Realm were the top fighting forces in the game. Regardless of who wins, he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Who knows? He might gain some benefits, perhaps. What if he could completely get rid of the pursuit troops from the Divine Realm? Entering the Hell World again, Fang Heng immediately followed the fluctuations of the Sacred Tower forward. Doom. Just over 100 meters into the chase, a violent wave of sacred power surged towards him from a lava cave area ahead. Fang Heng's heart sank when he saw this, immediately bracing himself with both hands in front of him. Dang! Fang Heng felt a huge impact wave coming towards him, and was pushed back half a step. Damn it! He was pushed back to steps by the aftermath of the battle between the Divine Realm's Judicators and the demonic beings. Occasionally, strong or weak waves of sacred power spread out from the battle area. Trouble. Fang Heng muttered to himself. When resisting the shock waves, they would emit their own power waves. If he got too close, he might be discovered. As Fang Heng pondered, suddenly a game notification appeared on his retina. Reminder. Due to Abeshia's dimensional level increasing to LV 22, her blood clan lineage has gained an additional 300% basic attribute boost only calculated through academic and lineage-based skills. Another increase in dimensional level. It seemed that Gare's side was on the right track. With the increase in dimensional level, additional attributes were boosted once again. Fang Heng sneered and looked towards the central area of the battle shrouded in black mist. Who cares? He had come this far. How could he give up now? How could he gain any benefits without taking some risks? At the very least, he needed to take a look from afar. He resolutely stepped into the secondary space projection, quickly rushing towards the central area of the lava cave. As he got closer, Fang Heng finally saw the Divine Realm's 5 figures fighting against arrogance in the distance. This looks bad. Fang Heng's heart sank. The situation was extremely unfavorable. The 5 members of the Divine Realm were standing around arrogance in 5 different positions, with golden pentagrams appearing under their feet. In the center of the magic circle, arrogance's body was completely suspended in midair, suppressed by holy powers from all directions, black aura constantly emanating from him, occasionally letting out painful roars. Every time Arrogance struggled, he caused trouble for the Divine Realm's 5. There was an expanding wave of sacred power. Similarly, the demonic aura emanating from Arrogance was rapidly being purified by the pentagram under the Divine Realm's feet. Bad news, Arrogance was trapped. Fang Heng could clearly sense Arrogance's power gradually weakening. It seemed that relying solely on arrogance was not enough to defeat the Divine Realm pursuers. Initially, he had thought that if Arrogance gained the upper hand, he would take the opportunity to secretly deal with 2 members of the Divine Realm. But now should he help? With his current abilities, a sudden ambush might disrupt the Divine Realm's spell casting and help Arrogance escape. But what about after that? Judging the strength of both sides, Fang Heng felt that even if he and Arrogance teamed up, they would still not be a match for the 5 members of the Divine Realm. Not to mention their greater animosity towards him. If both of them had to escape, the Divine Realm pursuers would most likely come after him. The risk of trouble was greatly increased. Moreover, even if he did rescue Arrogance, Arrogance might not show him any gratitude. After a moment's thought, Fang Heng quickly abandoned the idea of rescuing Arrogance. Stop thinking about unnecessary things. Better to see some benefits and run. With a change of mind, Fang Heng immediately turned his gaze to the area on the right side of the cave. The altar with the power of chaos. Perhaps it was still there. Thinking this, Fang Heng darted out of the secondary space projection, revealing a fleeting breath before quickly returning to the secondary space projection and speeding towards the passage behind the Divine Realm group. The Divine Realm members were currently focusing on dealing with the demonic aspect of Arrogance. Even if the demonic aspect was completely killed, its will and power would gradually disperse into other parts of the demonic beings' bodies, and if all parts of the demonic beings die, they would completely revive after a period of time. The best strategy for the Divine Realm was considered to be sealing. However, sealing also required a lot of power, especially for creatures like the demonic beings, whose power source was unknown. They could continually deplete the power of the seal. Sealing a single demonic being might have a chance of success, but sealing multiple demonic beings at the same time would bring a lot of trouble. Originally, there were a large number of inferior demons in the cave, but at this moment, they were affected by the fluctuation of external sacred power and had already escaped without a trace. Stepping into the cave, Fang Heng stepped out from the secondary space projection and immediately sensed the chaotic power filling the cave. The chaotic power has arrived. It is much denser than what he previously sensed on the outskirts of hell. Just as he had judged before, the proud demon species may have left a secret base here a long time ago. In these past few days, Arrogance has been rapidly recovering its strength in the base. There is still a large amount of chaotic power that can be extracted in the altar. Fang Heng didn't hesitate. He quickly walked forward and placed his hand on an altar. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Immediately, a pure power rushed into his consciousness through his hand. Tip. Player currently absorbing and converting chaotic power. Player's experience value for high-rank demon bloodline skill plus 368. As the chaotic power was absorbed by the greed demon seed in his consciousness, the jealousy demon seed's power that surrounded the greed demon seed was stimulated and immediately began to counterattack. But this time, Fang Heng felt that the counterattack was somewhat weaker. Previously, on the outskirts of hell, Fang Heng had absorbed a large amount of chaotic power and stopped after advancing his demon bloodline to a high rank. After all, at that time, his own attributes were not strengthened by dimensional power, and the remaining power of the jealousy demons in his consciousness could not be resisted by just his mental power. Now it's different. With the addition of dimensional power and attributes from mental studies, his mental power and willpower have increased by more than 30 times compared to before. The counterattack from the jealousy power can be completely withstood. Great. Then let's continue to extract. After testing that everything was fine, Fang Heng accelerated the extraction of chaotic power. At the same time, Fang Heng's face gradually became distorted, and a waxy gel-like substance gradually slipped off his face. Magic arrays appeared around Fang Heng. Numerous liquors emerged from the magic arrays, surrounding each altar one by one, quickly forming cocoons around them. Hiss. Hiss. The cocoons broke open, and a large number of zombie avatars crawled out, gathering outside the altar, reaching out to touch the altar and starting to madly absorb the chaotic power. With the accumulation of a large number of zombie avatars, the speed of absorbing chaotic power suddenly increased. Instantly, rows of game prompts appeared rapidly on the retina. Tip. Players' zombie avatars' normal form are absorbing and converting chaotic power. Player's experience value for high-rank demon bloodline skill plus 868. On the other side of the lava cave, just a few dozen meters away from Fang Heng's cave, The group led by the Divine Realm Holy Jojo Kaeni immediately sensed something and their eyes turned to the rear. This familiar or a fluctuation? It's Fang Heng. He's there. Kaeni raised his eyebrows, feeling a sense of unease. At this point, they understood that Fang Heng had lured them here to use the power of arrogance against them. But Fang Heng had yet to show up. It was hard not to suspect that this kid was up to something again. Kaeni said, in a deep voice, "Dokes, go check on him. Make sure Fang Heng doesn't escape. The rest of you stay with me to deal with the demon species." The power of arrogance demon species was formidable. Kaeni needed to concentrate all his attention, unable to spare a hand to deal with Fang Heng, so he had to send his henchmen, Docs, to chase after him. Yes, understood. Docs got the order and immediately left one corner of the pentagram magic circle, heading towards the right side of the cave. Instantly, Kaeni and the others felt a heavy burden. Losing a cleanser to assist them, they faced increased pressure in sealing the demon species of pride with just the four of them. Fang Heng. Docs chased after Fang Heng's perception. Just as he entered the cave, a violent pollution wave rushed towards him head-on. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. The holy light gathered around Docs's body instantly emitted intense steam, dispersing most of the polluted waves. Chew. Hidden behind the black mist, a figure flashed out, followed by a heavy punch heading straight towards him. Doom. The holy shield issued a very muffled impact sound, followed by violent tremors. Docs looked at the person in front of him. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Fang Heng. This punch carries so much force. In just over 2 months, his strength has increased to this extent. Is it the power of dimensions? Docs's face showed a solemn expression. Fang Heng had learned this move from the arrogance demon species. Seeing the opponent falling into a disadvantage, he immediately closed in, continuously punching to try to interrupt Docs's moves in order to absorb more chaotic power. Docs was not good at close combat. Underestimating Fang Heng, he was entangled in close combat, and even with the outer layer of the divine shield, he was repeatedly struck into a stiff state, unable to continue casting spells. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, he had no choice but to use that move. Docs frowned, raising both hands high above his head. Instantly, the scorching holy light shone in Docs's palms. There was a hum, and the holy ripples surged out. Fang Heng was immediately pushed back by a strong wave of holy power, while his body, affected by the skill, displayed engraved holy patterns on his skin. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. The engraved holy patterns on his body immediately heated up, emitting white smoke. Tip. Player affected by the skill cleansing seal. Punishment mark. Receiving 8,000*12 points of holy attribute damage ignores defense effect. Player's current talent skill life diversion takes effect. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and showed a mocking smile, leaping lightly into the air, quickly retreating into the secondary space projection. Seeing Fang Heng suddenly disappear into space, Docs frowned. Whoosh! The next moment, Fang Heng directly crossed a distance in space, emerged from the other side of the space, and appeared directly on Docs's right side. Bang! Another heavy punch hit the barrier of the divine shield. Docs's figure faltered. Damn it! Docs gritted his teeth and once again used the cleansing seal skill. The power of the cleansing seal skill was extremely strong and had to be released instantly. Its effect was to leave a punishment mark on the enemy, and the punishment damage would significantly increase with the accumulation of marks. However, using this move would greatly consume mental power and fate. Docs realized it. The opponent was completely fighting for his life. Time again, he was suppressed by the power of holiness and knocked out. But time again he bravely charged back up. The punishment marks left on Fang Heng's body were increasing. The damage was also skyrocketing, until Fang Heng stepped out from the secondary spatial projection for the 10th time and fiercely punched onto the barrier outside his body. Crack! The outer holy barrier emitted a weak cracking sound, revealing a faint crack. Docs's eyes flashed with astonishment. What's going on? How can Fang Heng withstand the stacking damage of the punishment marks? What made Docs even more incredulous was that he realized Fang Heng's power was steadily increasing step by step in the battle. How could he become more courageous as the battle raged on? Docs felt like he was facing a terrifying giant beast that was growing at a rapid pace. Fang Heng was indeed becoming more confident as the battle went on. Game prompts flashed on his retina. Prompt: due to the rank increase of Abakasha to LV 24, The Blood Lineage clan gains an additional 300% boost in basic attributes, only counting the attributes gained through academic and bloodline-related skills. Prompt: player zombie split ordinary form absorbs and transforms chaotic power. Player's current advanced demon bloodline skill experience plus 368. Prompt: player's advanced demon bloodline rank increased to LV 24. Originally, after the last upgrade of the advanced demon bloodline was LV 1. Each time it rose, the attribute bonuses or almost reset to 0, but after the absorption of chaotic power by the zombie split, the rank advancement instantly led to a rapid increase in attributes. The numerical value of attribute enhancement was not significant, but under the amplification of dimensional power, it became terrifying. At the same time, under the guidance of the Blood Prince Gabriel's ritual, dimensional power was steadily increasing. Fang Heng could also feel his own power rapidly rising. The more he fought, the easier it became. Prompt: player's current advanced demon bloodline has been upgraded to LV 25. Prompt: player detected to possess kindred power. Greedy Seed. Prompt: player has the Greedy Seed. Player can directly ascend the bloodline to leader-level demon bloodline. Prompt: player's current bloodline, advanced demon bloodline, has been eliminated. Player gains skill. Leader-level demon bloodline. Leader-level demon bloodline. Explanation: players can simultaneously possess multiple bloodlines, but some bloodlines cannot be possessed simultaneously. Zombie split and the bloodline have conflicts, and only a small portion of bloodline benefits can be inherited. Skill rank S+. Rank restrictions: this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 35. The current maximum level of the skill cannot exceed the player's current level. The player can find ways to upgrade the bloodline. Derive Skill 1. Demon Bloodline. Skill description: upon learning the skill, immediately gain an additional 1050% max health, plus 47 strength, plus 47 agility, plus 57 constitution, and gain a level 6 strength, level 3.5 agility, and level 7 constitution. Derive Skill 2. Flame Survival. Derive Skill 3. Demon Eye. Derive Skill 4. Demon Sense. Skill description: players can sense the presence of lower-level hell creatures around them and summon those creatures for battle. The demon bloodline has been promoted. Fang Heng's heart stirred, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. After the advancement of the skill, besides the enhancement of various attribute values, he also gained a demon sense skill. It seemed that this skill was relatively inferior, with limited utility. Summoning creatures with this skill probably wouldn't be as strong as his own zombie split. Fang Heng didn't delve into it further and sensed the Sea of Consciousness again. Although the jealousy demon seed in the Sea of Consciousness had become very irritable, it was still within a controllable range overall. Let's continue to absorb. The secret base of the arrogance demon seed accumulated a large amount of chaotic power that could not be absorbed. Opportunities like this, where the buffet is open, or rare, so he had to fully absorb it before stopping. Fang Heng controlled his zombie split to continue gathering around the altar to absorb chaotic power. Prompt: player zombie split ordinary form absorbs and transforms chaotic power. Player's current advanced demon bloodline skill experience plus 488. Prompt: player's leader-level demon bloodline rank increased to LV 5. Dox didn't understand how Fang Heng could continue to enhance his strength in combat, but right now, he was extremely disturbed by Fang Heng. Despite being superior in strength, he found himself unable to lift his head due to Fang Heng's almost barbaric fighting style. Several times he wanted to use the artifact to cast a sealing spell and completely defeat Fang Heng, but he was always blocked by other lickers that appeared from the side. Or Fang Heng foresaw his attack in advance and evaded into the secondary spatial projection, or he was stunned and unable to cast spells. He just couldn't find the opportunity. The two of them had been entangled for about 5 minutes when Doc suddenly raised his eyebrows. "Huh, what's going on?" Doom. After Fang Heng punched out, instead of continuing to pursue and suppress as usual, he actively retreated a large distance backwards. Seeing that Fang Heng's attack pattern had changed significantly, Dox couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, immediately becoming highly alert. Doom. In the next moment, the black altar in the cave almost simultaneously exploded, and a dense black mist gushed out from the altar and swiftly gathered towards Fang Heng. Dox's pupils shrank suddenly. What's going on? He felt an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Fan Heng. This aura was no weaker than that of the arrogance demon seed. Whoosh! In the black mist, Fan Heng's figure appeared like a ghost, enveloped in a large amount of black mist as he charged towards Doc's head-on. Is he going all out? Doc dared not be careless, raised his staff and placed it flat in front of him, preparing to fully withstand Fan Heng's strike. Doom! In an instant, the dense black aura fiercely collided with the divine shield. The aftermath of the contaminated mist spread wildly from both sides of the divine shield. Doc instantly felt blocked by the black mist and his ears filled with the thunderous sound of the collision between the divine shield and the black mist. Whoosh! What? Doc keenly caught a sound, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Not good. He needed to run. When the frenzied contamination mist paused, Doc regained his senses, only to find that Fan Heng had already quickly fled a significant distance outside the cave. At the next moment, dense red roots burst out from the narrow cave. The red roots almost filled the entire opening of the cave. Bang! Bang! The roots fiercely struck the sacred barrier, emitting a series of explosions. What is this? Dex immediately conjured a mark in front of him with both hands. Sacred incantation. Sacred light surge, forming a large golden fist, smashing towards the cave opening. Doom! A violent shaking, the roots at the cave entrance were shattered by the beam of sacred incantation. Dex quickly chased into the cave. Looking around, at this time there was no sign of Fan Heng in the entire cave. Gone. Dex's heart sank. Did Fan Heng manage to escape in the brief 10 seconds of delay? What are those on the ground? Dex bent down to observe. In addition to the large amount of tree roots and vines destroyed by sacred skills on the ground, there were remnants of a magic array.